Chapter 245, The Desert Star Transformation Project. While working with the female doctor to ward off pests in the medicinal garden, AI Mo-Yi casually asked a question, causing the doctor to laugh uncontrollably. You're so young and just got married. Are you already experiencing a crisis in your relationship with the marshal? AI Mo-Yi quickly replied, It's not me, it's a friend of mine. They've only been married for 20 years and are already having conflicts. The female doctor said, You're too young, so you have too idealistic a view of relationships. In fact, for us, a 20-year marriage is quite long, isn't it? Marriage issues in the interstellar context are indeed troublesome. People are more open and free, not bound to a single marriage. Even if a relationship breaks down, they can quickly adjust their mindset and pursue a more passionate next romance. However, this instability in marriage causes social structure to be in turmoil. The emperor once tried to amend marriage laws to maintain stability, but could never completely resolve the issue. Mo-Yi, not understanding love very well, couldn't figure out whether this was good or bad. Perhaps, as the female doctor said, if there are no children involved, after feelings fade, leaving each other to seek new excitement isn't necessarily a bad thing. After tidying up the medicinal garden, the female doctor dug out half a yam, planning to take it back for dinner. AI Mo-Yi stretched her waist, and Su-Chi came over to ask, Junior sister, are you going to the cafeteria to work part-time tonight? No, there's no pay. But the military just got a batch of snow rabbits back, and everyone is waiting for your feast, Su-Chi said eagerly. It's all AI Mo-Yi's fault for being such a great cook. The meals she guided everyone to make, whether it was rabbit loin or rabbit head, were all incredibly delicious. The entire military had been thinking about it for a long time and rushed to get snow rabbits as soon as AI Mo-Yi returned, eagerly awaiting her guidance. Since everyone was looking forward to it, AI Mo-Yi didn't want to let them down and agreed to help out tonight. She was busy today and had to attend Master Huai Mu's class later. In the infirmary's partition, AI Mo-Yi and Su-Chi sat side by side, facing their respective computers. Master Huai Mu's weathered face appeared on the video call, clearly frustrated by the agricultural college students, and could hardly show a pleasant expression even to his two beloved disciples. Previously, Su-Chi said she wanted to learn about the wood-based attack formations. AI Mo-Yi, do you want to learn as well? Master Huai Mu asked. AI Mo-Yi nodded. It's always good to learn some self-defense skills, Master. Although Delai had analyzed the wood-based formations and taught her a few, she still felt they were insufficient when actually facing combat. Su-Chi was also deeply regretful about the recent attack incident. Seeing the miserable state of Mu-Si and the others afterward made her feel both heartbroken and guilty. She often thought that if she could have been of some help at that time, perhaps her seniors wouldn't have suffered so badly. Master Huai Mu said, To be honest, there are indeed very few wood-based attack formations. Even if there are, most are auxiliary attacks. Both of you are above S rank. I suggest you learn on your own. Wood-based ability users are rare, and those above a rank are even more so. Thus, there are very few who have the ability to develop formations or analyze them, resulting in wood-based attack formations being stagnant, developed by Master Huai Mu himself. Many years ago, without any progress, Master Huai Mu now leaned towards agriculture and decided to teach the two the basics of developing formations, allowing them to discuss and innovate on their own. The teaching lasted 3 hours, and when it ended, AI Mo-Yi rushed to the cafeteria, with Su-Chi following to join the fun. The cafeteria had already prepared the snow rabbits and was cooking dinner according to AI Mo-Yi's previous guidance. However, their seasonings were insufficient and needed AI Mo-Yi's small donation. As AI Mo-Yi took out the seasonings, she calculated how much meal allowance she needed to request from the military. Tonight, in addition to snow rabbits, there were also fish sent from the snowfields. Following AI Mo-Yi's request, they were making sour fish, braised fish, and fried fish fillets. As soon as the fried fish fillets came out of the pot, Su-Chi couldn't help but steal 2 pieces and boasted about it in the group chat to Mu-Si and a few others. Today, Mu-Si and Liang were on the satellite and quickly came over, taking advantage of AI Mo-Yi's connection to enjoy a feast in the cafeteria. And Mu-Si particularly liked the golden soup rabbit loin and directly scooped a bowl from the pot, eating with great delight. When Liang, on the other hand, was much more composed and preferred the barbecued rabbit chunks, slowly enjoying 2 skewers. AIMO Yi was roasting rabbit legs for herself and da-da, casually glancing at Liang Yin, saying, "Senior, your hair has grown long again." When Liang Yin replied to Dunisoa, "I haven't had time to cut it lately." He had black hair like Delai, but it was a bit longer. Sometimes he tied it in a ponytail, and other times he casually swept it back, appearing smooth and soft under the light. Each strand seeming to radiate a cool glow. IMO, he always thought he looked like a teacher from the Republic of China era, but his face, expression, and demeanor were too cold, with deep, melancholic eyes. He was the epitome of an ice-cold beauty. As the feast was about to be served, Fei Jianan replied in the group chat asking for takeout. So, AIMO, you picked up takeout boxes and filled 3 portions of various dishes. Fei Jianan, Zidao, and Naze Yang would be back in the middle of the night, just in time for a meal. And Mu Si, enjoying his meal nearby, said, "It's a pity that Junior's sister is marrying the teacher. I think you should be a public lover, giving everyone a warm home." AIMO Yi sighed. "That's not being a public lover. It's being a public nanny." As soon as mealtime arrived, the cafeteria was packed, like refugees begging for a bowl of porridge to fill their stomachs. It couldn't even be described as a zombie siege. AIMO Yi increasingly felt that interstellar people were also pitiable. Even ordinary meals could drive them so crazy, and oh wonder the Minister of Agriculture nearly wanted to sell himself for AIMO Yi's technological support. After finishing dinner, AIMO Yi returned to the villa, focusing on arranging the first step of the 2B star transformation task. Tonight, Delai wasn't coming back again, so AIMO Yi hugged Ida and casually scratched the little guy's chin. "We still need to build basic water conservancy facilities first. Without water, no plants can grow," she muttered to herself, then took out her phone to call Warden Andrew. Andrew had already received messages from the Ministry of Agriculture and the Empire and would fully assist AIMO Yi in transforming the Desert Star. In the warden's office, Andrew had his feet propped up on the desk, and his bald head shone under the light. Water conservancy projects? That's something we can only solve. But you know, if it weren't for the lack of water resources, the Desert Star wouldn't have become a desert star. AIMO Yi said, "Let's start transforming from areas with water sources. Once the green forest flourishes, the overall climate conditions of the planet will improve. As for the sandy areas, even if we can't completely transform them into farmland like where I come from, we can still plant more drought-resistant plants." Chapter 246. The terrible wounded salsula, poplar, eucalyptus, sea buckthorn, and sanjujube are all excellent plants for windbreaks. However, the first few seem to have gone extinct in the interstellar era. AIMO Yi searched through many materials but couldn't find any varieties suitable for planting. To improve sandy soil, these drought-resistant plants' characteristics are also needed. AIMO Yi explained her general requirements to Warden Andrew, who would start preparing and focus on the valley areas with water sources first. AIMO Yi would look for more plants that require less water and work on modifying the genes of rice and wheat. She worked late into the night, and Dida woke up several times, poking AIMO Yi's hand to remind her to go to sleep. "It's okay, Dida. Since Uncle D isn't coming home tonight, I'll stay up a bit longer." Dida pretended to growl fiercely, and AIMO Yi had no choice but to close her laptop. "All right, then I'll go to bed. There's more to do tomorrow." The next morning, AIMO Yi went to the infirmary, where Yancy was studying the brain-eating worm she had brought back. This was what AIMO Yi had caught during the last collective training, and it had been kept in a reinforced glass tank, usually fed with some rotten meat to keep it alive. "Classmate AI, do you have some special fetish? Even this kind of thing you want to use as medicine?" Yancy, a prominent figure in the medical field and a key talent in the military medical department, couldn't understand what this brain-eating worm was supposed to be used for. AIMO Yi replied seriously, "The slime of the brain-eating worm has corrosive properties. This liquid is much more useful than some interstellar medicines. Don't you think that using their bodily fluids as medicine might have great effects?" Yancy found it unbelievable at first, but suddenly had an epiphany and began to understand AIMO Yi's point. He immediately took a bug heart from the freezer, injected it with research toxins, and countless small tumors quickly began to grow on the heart, spreading densely both inside and outside. Then he used the bodily fluid of the brain-eating worm to corrode these tumors. It is a consensus in the interstellar medical community that some parts of insectoids and star beasts can be used as medicine. But no one expected that someone would not even spare the disgusting brain-eating worm. Yancy felt as if he had discovered a new continent and immediately set out to conduct more research experiments, eagerly stating he wanted to publish a paper soon and invited AI. Mo to participate in the project. Mo waved her hand to refuse. I'm very busy. I already have a paper in hand. Really no time. Yancy pressed on. Are you sure you don't want to participate in the project? If you can publish an interstellar paper in your first or second year, even just as a co-author, the impact on your future career will be unimaginable. Mo had no expectations for her career, entirely retorted, what if I want to be the Minister of Agriculture in the future? Yancy didn't know about her cooperation with the Ministry of Agriculture and thought she was joking, so he didn't force her to participate. But this discovery belonged to Mo herself. Even if he published systematic papers in the future, he would still include Mo's name in the second position. Yancy was busy conducting experiments, taking a tank of brain-eating worms with him, leaving Mo alone in the medical room. The weather was nice today, and Mo was making a miscarriage prevention medicine for herself. It was during that collective training that she found a lot of traditional Chinese herbs for pregnant women in Dr. Martin's laboratory. The elements extracted from herbal medicine were much safer than chemically synthesized substances, so she would brew some medicine for herself to drink. While waiting for the medicine to brew, she would look through books on fertility, trying to find solutions for LA's fertility issues. What should have been a relatively peaceful afternoon was interrupted by military personnel. Is the doctor in? Hurry, doctor. Help. We have injured here. If not treated soon, they will die. A military vehicle drove directly into the medical department, making a sharp drift in the corridor, with someone inside shouting loudly. Mo quickly closed her book and ran out to ask, what's going on? Several soldiers brought down a bloody, injured person, whose limbs were all severed, leaving a hollow figure. We were ambushed by star pirates while we were separated. He was seriously injured, and the accompanying military doctor couldn't save him. One of the soldiers answered anxiously. The military doctor was a young girl, covered in blood, and was also brought to tears by the situation. He instructed them to carry the injured person to the medical room first, then asked the military doctor, don't cry for now. Severed hands and feet are basic in healing arrays. You should have mastered that, right? The military doctor, at a loss, said, I don't know what's going on. His limbs are dissipating like quicksand. The flesh and bones gather and then turn into blood spots and scatter again. I've exhausted my abilities and still can't do anything. Su Chi, who heard the commotion next door, came over and asked, have you analyzed the physical condition? Is it poisoning or something? The military doctor was both anxious and scared, wiping her tears as she said, his condition is too serious. The quicksand effect is approaching his head and heart. I don't have time to analyze. The companions of the injured could no longer sit still, and a fierce-looking strong man shouted angrily, where's Yancy? That bastard is skipping work again? If anything happens to my brother today, I will take him to a military tribunal, even if I have to risk my life. Mo had already started analyzing the healing array for the injured person, and Su Chi said sternly, what do you mean by accompanying him in death? It's not the teacher's fault that your brother ended up like this. Instead of shouting here, you should go to the back research room and call teacher Yin over. Today, the female doctor next door was out on duty, so they had to call Yancy back. Yancy, having heard the commotion, rushed back, ignored the strong man shouting upon entering, and asked, what's going on? Mo was using the healing array for detection. There are toxic reactions. He's poisoned. On the bed, the injured person's condition was quite tragic. Not only were his limbs dissipating like quicksand into blood spots, but there was also a trend of it spreading towards his chest and head. Su Chi was using an overlapping healing array to slow down this process, but the injured person was conscious and was in so much pain that he wanted to bite his tongue to end his suffering. Yancy said coldly, as a soldier, you must have the ability to endure pain. How can you give up over such a small injury? What's the difference between that and being a coward? Su Chi thought to herself, Teacher Yin, this is not a small injury. Mo further detected multiple toxic reactions, indicating that the soldier was affected by more than one poison. Several troublesome toxins were interwoven. No wonder the accompanying military doctor was at a loss. After the detection ended, the three exchanged glances and immediately began to provide rescue. Countless large healing arrays flashed layer upon layer over the injured person, but the smell of blood filled the room, and the injured person's screams were heart-wrenching too. The others, the accompanying military doctor, watched from the side, her gaze shifting between Suchi and AI MOE. Chapter 247, Conspiracy and Deceit. She looked quite young, possibly still a medical student, yet she could cast multiple large healing arrays. Having been in the local military department for many years, she had finally been transferred here, yet encountered a major situation on her first day, feeling utterly helpless and embarrassed. Several hours later, it was dark outside. The female doctor returned from her duty and joined in the treatment. With their combined efforts, they finally managed to remove the toxins from the injured person's body and save his life. Suchi hung 4 fluids for the injured. The female doctor recorded the physical data, and Yanxi went to inform the family about the situation, also needing to report to the higher-ups with several soldiers that IMOE, being a pregnant woman, was kicked out of the medical room after the treatment and went to the nearby shelter to rest. She pressed the automatic disinfection device, and the disinfectant sprayed out to kill the bacteria from the blood on her hands. Today had been truly shocking, and as the treatment progressed, they discovered that the injured person had at least over 100 types of toxins in his body, along with very malicious arrays cast upon him. If they had been even a moment slower, no one would have been able to save him. But who exactly had they encountered that was so malicious as to resort to such extreme measures against an ordinary soldier? As she pondered, someone next to her handed her a towel. "Here, wipe your hands." A gentle, yet somewhat timid female voice. "Oh, thank you, IMO." Yi came back to her senses and saw a small, round face next to her. The female military doctor murmured, "I heard others say that you and that little boy are both interns at the He Institute." AIMO, Yi wiped her hands dry and smiled as she replied, "Yeah, what about you? Are you an intern too?" The military doctor's face turned red. "I've been working for several years, previously in a local job, just transferred here." AIMO, Yi clicked her tongue. She looked like a girl in her 20s. How could she possibly have years of work experience? The military doctor said humbly, "You think my abilities are lacking, don't you? Thanks to you today. If it were me, I would just have to watch someone die. Work at a military satellite is the dream of many military doctors. But if one is not capable enough, coming here would only make one a joke." Yi keenly sensed her disappointment and recalled what had happened during the day. She quietly said, "Today was indeed too dangerous. If it weren't for Teacher Yin being here, the two of us interns wouldn't even know where to start." The military doctor quickly replied, "No, you both handled it very well. One detected, and the other prevented the spread of toxins." After saying this, she bitterly smiled and lowered her head. "Unlike me, I didn't even think to start with detection." AIMO, Yi fell silent for a moment, intending to say that she would have reacted the same way. Seeing the soldier's limbs bleeding in such a tragic state, she would instinctively have prioritized rescue. But she couldn't comfort her this way, as she was a student and the military doctor had been working in the field for several years, accumulating enough experience. AIMO, Yi went to brew lemon tea, inviting the military doctor to calm down together. The military doctor was in a deep state of gloom, murmuring that if it wasn't for her accompanying the group today, perhaps the soldiers wouldn't have suffered so badly. She also expressed envy for AIMO, Yi, and Suchi, noting that both came from the military academy of the Hellies Empire and would certainly have bright futures ahead. As she spoke, she began to cry again, leaving AIMO, Yi feeling overwhelmed. "I heard that the affiliated medical school has graduate doctoral programs. If you can get accepted, it would count as graduating from the Hellies Academy," AIMO, Yi suggested. The military doctor thought about it and suddenly seemed to discover a new path to success, jumping up and grabbing AIMO, Yi's hand in gratitude. When Suchi walked in, the military doctor was excitedly running out, leaving behind a quick silhouette. This senior was just feeling quite down. How come she's suddenly so happy? "What did you talk about?" Suchi asked. AIMO, Yi, feeling exhausted, replied, "I guess I played the role of a psychologist, helping someone find a bright path." Suchi, confused, said while washing and disinfecting his hands, "Teacher Yin and my teacher have gone to the building for a report. Why don't you head back first? I'll stay here tonight." AIMO, Yi was indeed a bit tired. She had used a lot of mental energy today. While she wasn't exhausted, she didn't feel great either. "All right, I'll come back tomorrow morning.I in the military building. Since Deli was absent, the incident of the soldiers being suddenly attacked could only be reported to Deputy General Sin. Sin Changchang frowned and said, Life link array? Yen Si's voice was consistently lazy as he casually replied, We noticed this issue while treating them, but we couldn't just ignore the soldiers' lives. The female doctor added, It's very likely that someone intentionally attacked the soldiers and then applied the link array, connecting him to another injured person. Once the soldier dies, the other person will also die. Conversely, if the soldier can survive the many poison arrays, the other person can survive as well. Though the two military doctors could identify the issue, they couldn't understand the reasoning behind such actions. The goal was to test the medical department's capabilities. Could they save them? Or was the target specifically aimed at one person? Sin Changchang also felt the matter was serious, stating, I will immediately report to the marshal. That soldier will be entrusted to you. After the military doctors left, Sin Changcheng quickly contacted Deli. The marshal, who was currently occupied with military affairs on the starship, only asked upon hearing the news, Did AI MO participate in the treatment? Sin Changcheng quickly understood, Do you think the other party is targeting Miss AI? No, Mrs. AI, don't use such an old title. Deli simply instructed, Before I return, do not let AI MO leave the military satellite, and strengthen the vigilance. Understood. In the villa, after AI MO finished her shower, she received a call from an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, a low, unfamiliar male voice came through. Miss AI, it's been a while. How have you been? AI MO's first reaction was that it might be a scam call. However, the caller seemed to see through her thoughts and immediately said, It's not a scam. I am Bu Jianzhou. You should remember. AI MO narrowed her eyes. You have the wrong number. Before she could hang up, Bu Jianzhou stopped her. I just wanted to congratulate you on your wedding, and also you might be interested in some matters regarding Marshal Felix. AI MO said without hesitation. You sound just like a villain, full of schemes. I have no intention of continuing to listen. She was indeed somewhat interested in the latter part of what Bu Jianzhou said, but that would undoubtedly play into his hands. Regarding the marshal's matters, she could ask others. It would be more authoritative than hearing it from someone with ulterior motives. When Bu Jianzhou found his first plan failing, he asked, Aren't you curious how I know the true identity of the internet celebrity? The wedding was not open to the public, and the identity of the marshal's wife was confidential and not disclosed to the public. AI MO remained unmoved. The most detestable type of man is someone like you, who speaks ambiguously and hints at everything. If you have something to say, just say it directly. There's no need for me to guess and waste time. She thought about hanging up the phone entirely, but was also curious about what Bu Jianzhou wanted. Last time, he had incited a wave of online harassment using fans. This time, he might have some other malicious tricks up his sleeve. Bu Jianzhou feigned melancholy, saying, It's the first time I've encountered a setback with women as a public lover. The woman the marshal is interested in is indeed exceptional. Exceptional? More like perverted. Chapter 248. Ideological cultivation. Bu Jianzhou was rambling on with small talk, saying some irrelevant things that AI MO really didn't want to hear. So she simply hung up and blocked him. The next day, after arriving at the infirmary, Su Qi came to find her holding an avocado seedling. You said this can be eaten. Is that really true? Since it was a plant she had found herself. Su Qi was particularly attentive and hoped to cultivate it into the most popular fruit in the galaxy. AI MO asked, Have you induced its growth? Have you fertilized it according to my method and provided sufficient light? Su Qi nodded repeatedly, treating the avocado seedling like her daughter, even taking to the bathroom with her, placing the pot on her lap. AI MO leaned in to sniff the seedling and said curiously, It smells like a toilet. Is this the smell of avocado? Could I have mistaken it? Su Qi cleared her throat and said, I've been trying to get it to adapt to the thick oxygen environment, but if it doesn't absorb some methane or similar gases, it will have a hard time surviving on our planet. And the harm to humans from consuming this fruit is obvious. AIMO pulled over her computer and started discussing how to improve the avocado with Su Qi. When Yin Si returned, he saw the two interns huddled together, chattering about agricultural issues. It's a pity that what element ability users aren't studying agriculture, Yin Si said. AIMO heard his muttering and looked up to ask, Teacher Yin, how is that injured person from yesterday? They've already been sent to the planet for treatment by a special aircraft. The medical department's rehabilitation conditions can't compare to those of the big cities. Yancy instructed them to keep an eye on the infirmary before heading to the research lab to study the brain-eating insects. Yi leaned out and called to his back. I'm taking a 3-day leave. I need to go back to the prison. Approved. Yancy's voice floated back from afar. Suchi asked, what are you going back to the prison for? Is it time to harvest the crops? Can I go with you? She had long wanted to see Yi's little world, but unfortunately, she had been busy with school and didn't have the time. This place was very close to Planet 2B, and it was a rare opportunity to visit. Yi said, didn't I plant some peaches and goji berries before? I hurriedly planted them in the ground, and the little sister might not be able to handle it. In the morning, my mom messaged her, saying that the little peach tree was half dead and that she, a non-ability user, couldn't induce its growth or know how to care for it. So Yi had to return. Yi set off that evening, and Suchi went along. She originally planned to take the Marshal's private airship back, but as soon as she arrived at the airport runway, Annie, along with several soldiers, was already there waiting with smiles. Yi was taken aback and asked, Sister Annie, what does this mean? Annie simply said, it's the Marshal's orders. Yi understood. Okay, since you're going to my house, I'll treat you to a big meal. The Marshal was not the kind of person to waste police resources. He made sure that every soldier's assignment was utilized effectively and would never abuse his power by having soldiers who protect the citizens run personal errands for him. Yi also would narcissistically think that the Marshal, after marrying her, was overly concerned about her and whimsically decided to assign her a bodyguard. So the only possibility was that she had gotten into some trouble, and her personal safety was likely threatened. The airship quickly arrived over Planet 2B, and Suchi looked down at the barren, dusty planet, unable to imagine that Yi had managed to create a green paradise in such an environment. Since Yi called back halfway, my ma had prepared dinner early. Tonight's menu included braised fish, spicy river snails, garlic vermicelli with clams, stir-fried mushrooms with meat, fried meatballs, and mixed vegetable soup. After a long period of training, my ma's cooking skills had improved tremendously, and she was adept at using various ingredients, effortlessly whipping up a table full of delicious dishes. Annie and the soldiers were left speechless, and one major even remarked, "This is more delicious than the last 2 rabbit feasts. It's hard to imagine. Do you guys eat this well every day?" Ma sweetly asked, "Is it really delicious? Does it smell rich?" Seeing that everyone has an appetite makes me feel relieved. I finally didn't let Sister Yi down. Suchi couldn't wait to grab her utensils and start eating, wolfing down her food while saying, "It's delicious, better than the chefs at 5-star hotels." Just this soup alone could beat all the National Treasure chefs. The others also eagerly joined in and echoed Suchi's praises. Yi sipped her soup and said, "You're all exaggerating too much. I and my ma are going to feel embarrassed. It really is delicious." "We're not exaggerating," Annie said. "Miss Ai and the little one need to be more confident." Annie ate elegantly, but upon closer inspection, she didn't even spit out the fish bones. Not only did she not spit out the fish bones, but if it weren't for the loud crunching sound of the clam shells, she could probably chew them up and swallow them whole. After everyone had eaten their fill, Yi quietly asked Annie, "Is this related to Bujianzhou?" Annie felt that the description of Yi by Li was quite inaccurate. The Marshal often said, "You are a very naive child," but she felt that Yi wasn't that foolish. Occasionally, she was very perceptive, and her obedience and understanding made one feel pity for her. However, due to her age and experience, it was inevitable that she would have moments of confusion, which was harmless. Yi retorted, "Uncle D wouldn't overly praise me. He has now switched to a suppressive teaching style." Annie chuckled. "In the prison, your personal safety can be somewhat guaranteed, but there could be incidents during your travels. We will do our best to protect you, and you also need to be careful not to go off with strangers." She spoke as if she were reminding a 3-year-old child, which made Yi feel quite helpless. Since it was night, the guests couldn't see the full view of the Gobi prison. Early in the morning, AIMO yawned as she came outside, where Su Chi was standing foolishly in the yard, gazing at the green mountains and rivers. The climate had been relatively suitable during this time, neither extremely cold nor hot, and a thin mist would envelop the tall forests in the morning, creating a very peculiar scene. Senior Su, what are you looking at? AIMO followed Su Chi's gaze upwards and only saw very ordinary trees. Su Chi's emerald eyes were filled with longing as she said dreamily, Junior sister, you actually managed to transform the desert into this? Are you really a deity from the very secret realm? How do you have the ability to accomplish such extraordinary things? Several kilometers away, the yellow sand was billowing, yet here it resembled a paradise. Perhaps the legendary very secret realm was no different. AIMO found it amusing and said, since last night, you've been praising me nonstop, not giving Su Chi a chance to continue her compliments. AIMO smiled and added, since you like it so much, eat more this morning. The marshal said that waste is shameful, especially for labor. Once you have someone in your hands, you must squeeze every drop of sweat out of them. Under his outstanding yet foul-smelling ideological cultivation, AIMO gradually leaned towards being exploitative like Joba Pai. Chapter 249. Bamboo. See, the morning temperature was pleasant, but as noon approached and the temperature rose, those working in the fields were drenched in sweat. Even so, Su Chi worked diligently and selflessly, putting in more effort than an old workhorse, whether it was fetching water, carrying dung, or turning the soil and digging, all achieving labor freedom through manual work. And he was also forced to use a mech to harvest wheat. It must be said that the military's specialized mechs were countless times more efficient than harvesters and consumed very little energy stones. Several other soldiers were assigned to various tasks, planting rice, catching seafood, irrigating, and fertilizing, ensuring that no one was idle. AIMO operated the seeding machine in the field, holding a loudspeaker and shouting, "Thank you all for your hard work. Tonight, I will definitely treat everyone to a big feast, whether it's meat, eggs, milk, or fruits and vegetables. Whatever can be eaten, feel free to eat until you burst." The crowd loved this and immediately cheered enthusiastically, working even harder. Meanwhile, in the control center, Warden Andrew watched this scene through the surveillance cameras, feeling complex emotions. She truly had a kind of magic. Even the highest-ranking bosses would willingly dig for her. The prison guard said indifferently, "Aren't you the same? You run faster than a chicken every time." The warden slapped the guard on the back of the head, pointing at the surveillance and shouting, "Look at that. Does that chicken run faster than me? Huh, does it?" With so many strong laborers, AIMO, you could focus on some trivial matters. Mama took her aside and said, "The bamboo forest is lush and has many shoots coming up. Sister Yi, do you want to do a long-awaited live stream to let your fans know?" Recently, it had been Gia or my ma wearing masks to live stream, and AIMO hadn't appeared on camera for a long time. AIMO thought for 2 seconds and replied, "Sure, I'll go check out the bamboo forest first and make some preparations." Half an hour later, AIMO started the live stream. "Hello everyone, long time no see. I recently went on a trip for a new variety of plants, so I haven't live streamed with you all." The live chat flooded with messages. "Long time no see, Tiao Z, really missed you. I received the last beverage gift package. Lemon passion fruit with honey is indeed delicious and refreshing." Someone upstairs stole my topic. "I want to say that mint is so refreshing. Even soaking in water has an icy cool taste. I prefer lemon. After adding honey, it's sweet and sour, very pleasant to drink. You think it's good? It's not very good here. Although it's indeed tasty, my home is frozen for miles. Drinking that stuff is simply chilling." My ma had collected the fans' feedback early and showed it to AIMO, who also thought of a solution. Indeed, plants like mint are more suitable for drinking in hot seasons and places. In cold areas, milk tea might be more appropriate. What is milk tea? It's milk plus black tea. There are such drinks on the market, but the flavoring is too strong. I bought a cup the other day while shopping, and I don't know if it's because I'm used to Chiao Z's natural honey and fruit tea, but the flavoring made me nauseous. Yes. I've heard that the production of black tea is decreasing, and the farm's dairy cows don't have enough milk supply, causing milk tea shops to use a lot of flavoring and coloring to mix. Really, the food here has spoiled my appetite. Just thinking about the mixed milk tea makes me want to vomit. I've heard that the Minister of Agriculture is working on something called the Earth Retro Agriculture Plan. It would be great if Tiao Z could cooperate to add some color to the citizens' tables. AIMO saw the comments behind her and was secretly surprised. Sometimes, the fans were indeed quite perceptive. She casually said, I also have ideas about improving the land and developing pastures here. Once we start raising a large number of dairy cows and have a sufficient milk supply, we can make finished milk tea and deliver it to everyone. The fans became excited. Milk tea? Tiaozi can also make milk tea? Just having the milk supply isn't enough. We also need to plant tea trees. Please, let us plant the tea trees together. I want to drink that expensive but very fragrant natural black tea. Like fruit tea, does it contain any flavoring or additives? Of course not. Are you questioning the capabilities of the esteemed Tiao Z with millions of fans? AIMO walked towards the bamboo forest, smiling as she said, the food produced here absolutely does not contain any harmful additives. I can guarantee that as always. The longtime fans naturally trusted her and looked forward to that day. Upon reaching the outskirts of the bamboo forest, AIMO began to introduce her sacred bamboo forest. Previously, when I recorded a program, I found a type of bamboo in the Mei Ling Queen Plain. You all should remember. I remember. I've been wanting to know if Tiao Z has cultivated that kind of bamboo seed. Did Tiao Z mention that bamboo shoots are edible? Have they grown out yet? Quick, switch to a panoramic view. I want to see how lush it is. In this bamboo forest, using the climate regulator sent by DLI and based on energy stones, the entire bamboo forest was growing in a suitable environment. Following AIMO's instructions, Mama adjusted the climate of the bamboo forest to temperate or subtropical, with an average temperature between 15 and 20 degrees, occasionally rising to 25 to 30. The annual rainfall was controlled through star cores, and sunlight was maintained at around 6 hours. Coupled with AIMO's wood-type abilities that stimulated growth, the bamboo forest flourished remarkably. As soon as she stepped into the bamboo forest, not only the fans, but even AIMO herself was stunned into silence by the emerald-like greenery. The vast bamboo sea was fresh and green, with layers of bamboo leaves and branches densely overlapping. Looking up, the dark green bamboo sea resembled a natural barrier, gently swaying in a breeze, making a rustling sound after the wind passed. After a brief moment of astonishment, the live stream chat began to flood with comments. Wow, I feel like the bamboo sea here is even more lush than the bamboo sea protection area over in Mei Ling Plain. Is it just my illusion? It's not an illusion. I've already searched for videos to compare. Tiaozi's bamboo is taller and straighter, and the green of the bamboo stalks and leaves is deeper, so it's visually more stunning. Please, streamer, give us a tutorial. I also want to create my own ecological bamboo sea in my dreams. AIMO walked along the path, moving through the bamboo forest. This bamboo sea leaned towards the original ecology, without roads or any infrastructure. The deeper she went, the cooler the temperature became, the darker the light, and the more accumulated fallen leaves and branches there were, giving it a somewhat eerie feel. Feeling scared alone, she let Dada out to lead the way. Dada darted into a pile of bamboo leaves, rolling around happily on its back. AIMO adjusted the flying mosquito camera to penetrate the bamboo sea and fly high up, capturing a wide-angle view. The fan's perspective widened from low to high. At first, it was just a small patch of bamboo, but ultimately it revealed a vast, dense bamboo sea, as if entering a vibrant emerald world, filled with lively, transparent greens. Chapter 250. Bamboo shoots. The fans were going crazy, rapidly typing on their keyboards, taking screenshots, or leaving comments, each one so excited they were almost having a stroke. Where exactly is this bamboo forest, streamer? Please let me visit. I would rather die in such a beautiful place. So green. I've never seen such a green place in my life. Is this real bamboo sea? It's even more spectacular than the protected bamboo forests. Don't switch the camera. Let us enjoy the view for a bit longer. It's just too beautiful. The scenery was so breathtaking that fans left comments urging AIMO to stream more. AIMO casually pulled out a chair from her space, sitting back and letting the fans enjoy the beautiful view. For her, it had only been a few months since she last saw the bamboo sea, but for the fans, They had never seen such a magnificent bamboo forest since they were born. Initially, AIMO used an acre of land to plant a few bamboo shoots, and later asked the prison warden for 2 or 3 more acres, allowing the bamboo to grow freely, which eventually formed a mountain of bamboo. Bamboo grows extremely fast. During the rainy season, it can grow 1 to 2 meters in just one day. On Earth, as long as the temperature and climate are suitable, some species can grow 15 to 18 meters in just a month. There is also a species called giant dragon bamboo that can reach 35 meters in 2 to 3 months, which is astonishingly fast. AIMO's bamboo forest automatically regulates the climate, and the water source has a suitable temperature. So it has been in a rapid growth phase since it was in the bamboo shoot state, combined with her abilities to promote growth, allowing her to create a magnificent bamboo sea in a short period. While AIMO was streaming, people from the Ministry of Agriculture and other relevant departments also tuned in. Even big shots from the planting industry came to inquire in AIMO's backstage. Questions like, is the bamboo variety improved? And are the growth conditions very harsh? Came flooding in. Our Mozo bamboo at the Research Institute is very delicate. It can fail with just a slight mishap. Can we do an exclusive interview? Your actions are truly remarkable, and both fans and the public would be particularly interested. AIMO had nothing much to do, so while petting her pet, she replied, the bamboo shoots have been slightly improved, and after 3 rounds of cultivation, the excellent bamboo shoots were used as the embryos. Bamboo is a hardy plant. As long as the soil and climate are suitable, it can grow wildly without much care. No need for an interview. I'm not that important. After patiently waiting for 2 hours, AIMO pulled the camera back and led the fans deeper into the bamboo forest secret realm. The fans were still wanting more. And with more videos and images being shared, countless people flocked in, gaining followers faster than a hot air balloon. In the depths of the bamboo forest, where the temperature was very low, AIMO dug out quite a few bamboo shoots from the accumulated bamboo skins. After peeling off the outer layer, these bamboo shoots were plump and white, emitting a slightly bitter yet fragrant aroma similar to that of the earth. AIMO placed the fleshy bamboo shoots into a basket while explaining the precautions for eating bamboo shoots. Bamboo shoots are highly nutritious, rich in plant protein, and have a crispy and sweet taste, making them very delicious. However, bamboo shoots also contain oxalic acid, so they must be soaked in salted water before cooking. If time is short, they can be blanched to remove the oxalic acid. The comments in a live stream were buzzing. These shoots look delicious. I can almost smell the fragrance. Is the streamer going to stir-fry bamboo shoots tonight? Please, you must live stream it. There are so many bamboo shoots. Can they be sold? Please sell them. AIMO also didn't know how these shoots would taste and decided she needed to try them herself before deciding whether to sell. That night, AIMO continued her live stream, preparing a dish of stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat. Fresh bamboo shoots, scallions, pork, sugar, soy sauce, vegetable oil, and other ingredients were all ready. First, she sliced the pork into thin pieces, rendered the fat, and marinated the lean meat with soy sauce, ginger slices, cooking wine, and a little sweet potato starch to make the meat more tender and smooth. After preparing the pork, AIMO started slicing the bamboo shoots. The soaked bamboo shoots were cut into slices, ready to be stir-fried with the meat later. With hot oil in the pan, she rendered the fat, added ginger and garlic for fragrance, then tossed in the pork slices to stir-fry, followed by the bamboo shoot slices. The enticing aroma made Suchi and others working outside drool. The fans were also swallowing their saliva, but they could only watch and wait for AIMO to taste the dish. Only after she approved the quality would the product be available for sale online. After the stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat were done, AIMO tasted a bit. Not bad. The meat was smooth, and the bamboo shoots were crispy and fragrant. Although there was a slight bitterness, it had a refreshing aftertaste. If everyone could accept this flavor, then they could buy it. This indicated that the bamboo shoots could indeed be sold. The fans cheered and urged AIMO to post the link quickly. AIMO thought there was no rush and promised the fans she would live stream making bamboo shoot snacks the next day, selling them together with the fresh bamboo shoots to save on shipping costs. Shipping fees were also quite a significant expense. That night, everyone gathered around the dining table, unable to stop eating. Suchi, having heard about the bamboo sea, eagerly expressed his desire to go see it the next day. AIMO, said, I will be live streaming to make snacks tomorrow. Senior brother, Su, should wear a mask and help me out. Suchi naturally accepted without hesitation, promptly assuring her. The next day, AIMO streamed digging bamboo shoots and then made pickled pepper bamboo shoots and red oil bamboo shoots. Suchi, wearing a mask, busily cut the bamboo shoots into slices, blanched them, and filtered them, while AIMO prepared pickled peppers, pickled ginger, and small red peppers. Mama was outside the live stream room helping, mixing spices with cardamom, cinnamon, and rosemary. AIMO said, these pickled peppers were prepared when I made sauerkraut before. New friends can review the previous videos to learn how. The pickled pepper bamboo shoots had a sour and spicy flavor, different from capsaicin, and were considered a very appetizing snack. Fans were continuously bombarded with food temptations, and there was a trend of wanting to jump off a building if they couldn't get any. I advise you to prepare more if I can't grab any. All my good qualities will vanish. The fans of Escape are increasing. The competition feels fierce. I mobilized over 20 family members to grab some, hoping to at least get one portion. Make sure there are more snacks in each portion. Last time, I managed to grab 2 portions of seafood, and my family finished them in 3 minutes, even licking the bags clean. AIMO also wanted to prepare more snacks, but where would she find the manpower? Calling the prison guards for help was still far from enough, considering the fans' feelings. She had my ma fill in for her while she stepped out of the live stream frame to call the prison warden. Andrew, sitting on the toilet, lamented while relieving himself. I remember this is a prison for managing inmates, not your private factory. AIMO smiled apologetically. What is the difference? I'm a web celebrity you've cultivated, and my fame makes you happy too, right? Just help me find more people, and I'll send you 10 bags, no? 20 bags of bamboo shoot snacks afterward. Chapter 251. Targeted in the end, Andrew succumbed to Imai for 20 bags of snacks. The other inmates in the prison were mining and were confused after hearing the guard's arrangements. What is a food production line? Immediate training? Training for what? Are we going to make snacks? It sounds easier than mining. The inmates had no choice. After all, mining is work, and working on the production line is also work. The only difference is that the latter can earn wages. Soon, the inmates joined safety and hygiene training. The snack processing plant funded by Imai was rapidly constructed with the help of technology. Imai planned to make 2 types of bamboo shoot snacks, one spicy with pickled peppers and the other in red oil. Considering that Interstellar people might not have a high tolerance for spicy food, the snacks contain a low amount of chili, but it still did not affect the taste. Once the food processing plant was established, it had a large workforce capable of producing more snacks in a short time. Imai fully handed over the recipes to my ma, who practiced repeatedly and made bamboo shoot snacks that were even tastier than Imai's. With my ma around, Imai could confidently take care of other plants. In the orchard, the peach trees looked half dead, more listless than frostbitten eggplants. Imai transplanted them to a more fertile area that could receive natural sunlight and took care of them diligently. Suchi also came to the orchard and personally planted his avocado sapling in the ground. He wasn't very skilled at farming and struggled to dig a pit that wasn't very neat. When it was time to plant the sapling, he went through a long internal struggle. After all, it is widely believed in the interstellar realm that soil is dirty, and plants used for food cannot come into contact with such filthy things, especially since this land had been irrigated with compost and manure by Imai. After much hesitation, seeing the other trees in the orchard thriving, he finally steeled himself and entrusted his precious daughter to the vast land. He also encouraged it, hoping that when he returned next time, he would see the avocado thriving. After 3 days of vacation, the group returned to the military satellite. On the airship, Imai was eating red oil bamboo shoots. She really liked this snack, especially since it was homemade, free of harmful additives, and felt safe to eat, being both appetizing and satisfying. On the computer video, there were Gia and Andrew. Gia had been on an outing, and when she returned, Imai had just boarded the airship. In the warden's office, Gia asked, "Are you going to build the ranch first?" Imai replied, Ryegrass grows quickly and doesn't have high environmental requirements. It can grow as long as there is water and soil. I think we can open a ranch near the river to raise dairy cows while increasing vegetation coverage. Additionally, we need to implement reasonable crop rotation, cultivate green manure, and promote organic agriculture. The land needs to be utilized. The more it is left idle, the more fertility it will lose. Andrew had no objections, saying the agricultural department had already been informed and they would provide the maximum support according to her requirements. But how do you plant ryegrass? Just throw the grass on the ground? Before Imai could retort, Gee, you sneered first. Aren't you always peeking at the surveillance? After watching for so long, you still don't know how to farm? Andrew boldly replied, if improving soil and creating an ecological farm could be done just by looking, interstellar agriculture wouldn't have fallen to this state. Imai interrupted their banter, saying, my ma's hometown is primarily livestock-based. She knows how to open a ranch. I've already chosen the location. The rest can be directed by my ma. Andrew paused for a moment and politely declined. Although that girl has been around you for a while, entrusting such a big task to her is a bit reckless. Gee, you defended her little sister. Don't forget that last time, it was my ma who went to plant the new variety of soybeans at the agricultural base. Now the agricultural base focuses on soybeans and collaborates with the agricultural department to produce natural soybean sauce, making a significant macro step forward. Imai certainly deserves credit, but my ma is equally indispensable. Imai said, Warden, you can rest assured. My ma is a very reliable girl. However, if she does well, I hope you can consider reducing her sentence. Andrew didn't flatly refuse, only saying, if you can truly contribute to the empire, not to mention a reduced sentence. Any reasonable wish can be fulfilled. Just as Imai was about to apologize, the airship suddenly shook violently. Having experienced the previous cataclysm, Imai's expression changed drastically. Could it be that they were encountering the insect race again? Su Chi tightly grasped the table edge to stabilize himself, saying it wouldn't happen as this star route was an important patrol route for the military, and any insect race would be dealt with promptly. After 2 or 3 minutes, the violently shaking airship finally stabilized. Annie came out of the cockpit and said, we just encountered a small meteor shower. Are you all okay? Imai shook her head and stared into Annie's eyes, asking, was it really a meteor? Of course, Annie smiled gently. We will reach the military satellite in a few hours, so you two don't need to worry. Imai felt it was not as simple as encountering meteors. Annie's gaze seemed a bit fierce, and although she concealed her murderous intent for a moment, Imai still caught it. Could it be that someone was trying to hijack this airship? In the cockpit, several soldiers who had avoided the crisis were reporting to the military. They had encountered an unknown attack and had already shot down the opponent's mech. To ensure the safety of the journey, they requested escort from base fighter jets. Understood. The fighter jets will arrive in 5 minutes. The wreckage of the mech floating in space was soon left behind by the airship, disappearing into the vast emptiness. With fighter jets providing escort, the subsequent journey went very smoothly, and Imai safely returned to the military satellite. She first went to the medical department to check in and then returned to the villa to rest. After being apart for many days, the marshal had finally returned. Lying on the sofa with his eyes closed, resting. The weather on the satellite was great, and the afterglow of the sunset streamed in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a somewhat lonely and desolate light on the marshal. Imai tiptoed over, just about to startle him, but the marshal spoke first, his voice low, hoarse, and magnetic. Childish. Imai pursed her lips and smiled, sitting down beside the sofa, cheerfully saying, Can I tease the great marshal yet? Delai slowly opened his eyes. His empty, ice-blue irises filled with soft warmth and laughter upon seeing Imai. Did you encounter any trouble on the way back? Imai reached out to play with a shiny silver medal on Delai's chest, casually saying, It was bumpy for a while. Annie said we encountered meteors. The more she thought about it, the less she believed it, but even if she asked more, Annie wouldn't tell the truth. Delai said lightly, You've been targeted. Don't leave the military site without reason, and report to me wherever you go. Who? That old thief Bu Jianzhao? Chapter 252, Delicious Milk Tea. Even though Delai didn't say it outright, Moe knew that Bu Jianzhou probably still had some lingering feelings for her. However, what she didn't understand was why Bu Jianzhou would seek her out. D-Light didn't explain either and casually supported her waist, changing the subject to ask, I heard you have my soldiers go pick up dung? AIMO, you retorted. I provide them with delicious food every day. Breakfast with grilled sausages, eggs, milk, and jam on bread. Lunch with braised, steamed, and fried meats. And dinner with a variety of vegetables and fruits. It's much better than being under your command. The marshal was left speechless. AIMO, you rarely scored a point. So, she said triumphantly, maybe Sister Annie and the others also think that rather than serving the military, it's better to work for me. I can offer high salaries and provide good food and drink. Not to mention, the eggs and milk from her place were definitely precious varieties that couldn't be bought on the market. Deli didn't refute this possibility and recalled what Annie had reported, asking, Are you planning to open a ranch? AIMO, Yi curiously replied, Are you a know-it-all? You know this too? How many spies had the marshal arranged around her? Deli had always been very supportive of AIMO Yi's endeavors. Speaking of ranches, inevitably brought up milk tea. Milk tea is delicious and requires both milk and tea. And of course, depending on different flavors, fruits, or even flowers might be used. AIMO Yi thought of the taste of milk tea and couldn't wait to say, Just in time for the roses to bloom, I'm going to make rose milk tea right now. She acted on her words and excitedly ran off to pick flowers, leaving Deli behind. In her garden, she had grown her own roses, large blossoms exuding a rich floral fragrance, which, combined with the milk she brought back from the Gobi prison, would surely make for an incredibly fragrant milk tea. After preparing the ingredients, just as AIMO Yi was about to start, Zidao and a few others arrived at the villa to report on their military internship. AIMO Yi decided to make extra so everyone could have a taste. She first took the marshal's black tea and sauteed it until it had a light roasted aroma. Then added milk and simmered it over low heat before adding rose petals and honey to enhance the flavor. The richly flavored rose milk tea was ready, and AIMO Yi took a sip first, finding it very good. The creamy milk and floral notes blended perfectly, with the richness of the milk complementing the robust black tea. After pouring a bowl for Dada, AIMO Yi took out several glass cups and filled them. Dada leaned over the food bowl, licking the milk tea with her little pink tongue, her ears twitching with excitement and her tail wagging vigorously. AIMO Yi brought the milk tea to the living room for the guests to enjoy. Seniors, this is the milk tea I just made. Please give it a try and let me know your thoughts. Zidao took a cup first, smiling as she said, We could smell it while you were brewing. What a delightful treat. AIMO Yi winked at her, Give it a taste. Zidao looked down at the drink, which appeared milky but had a hint of a reddish hue, with rose petals floating, exuding an incredible fragrance. Could this be the popular milk tea? AIMO Yi replied, You guessed it, but haven't you tried it before? Zidao gently blew on the surface of the milk tea, brushing away the tea stems and rose petals, saying, The commercial ones have too many additives and colors, which can be harmful to the body. As soldiers serving the empire, we have to prioritize food safety and avoid anything that might harm our health. And Musi and Fei Jia had already finished theirs, their mouths burnt with blisters. Another cup, the two said in unison, holding out their cups to AIMO Yi. AIMO Yi was surprised. Aren't you too worried about the heat? Fei Jia then licked his mouth. I burned a few blisters, but it's okay. They heal quickly. AIMO Yi was impressed and told them to help themselves in the kitchen for more milk tea. Naze Yang and Wen Liang Yin were still upstairs with Deli and hadn't come down. AIMO Yi saved their milk tea and asked, Why are they taking so long? The milk tea will get cold. Zidao smiled wryly. Last time they were beaten up by the primordial disaster. The teacher didn't say anything, but he was actually very angry. Although the royal-level insect species cannot be dealt with by just a few SS-level superpowers, Deli believes that as his students, being harmed by a mere insect like that is a blow to his pride. The marshal is determined to personally take a few students to challenge the high-level insect species, aiming to rapidly enhance their abilities. Now, they were discussing the time and location upstairs. AIMO Yi was taken aback. Uncle D is so busy. Will he have time to train us? This was a rare opportunity, and she and Su Chi were definitely going to get involved. Zidao, equally enamored with the rose milk tea, slowly sipped her second cup while answering, The teacher means for us to first board his starship, and he will find time to supervise us. How exactly we do this will depend on the marshal's arrangements. They had already been delayed a bit due to the wedding, and the busy tasks in the military had piled up, making it unlikely for the marshal to complete everything even if he worked nonstop. AI Mo felt a bit distressed. With this level of workload, even an Iron Man couldn't handle it. Half an hour later, Deli finally came downstairs, with Na Ziyang and Wen Liang Yin following behind. Since recovering his health, Na Ziyang looked much better, and the black cloak that he never left behind was removed, revealing a tall and straight figure beneath his military uniform. Unlike the image outsiders had of him, the top genius of the He Academy had a baby face with slightly childish features, resembling a porcelain doll that hadn't fully matured, a very youthful appearance. AI, Mo, Yi waved at them. I just brewed a new drink. Uncle D and the senior should come and try it. Sensing the rich aroma of the milk tea, the marshal raised an eyebrow. Black tea? And milk? AI, Mo, Yi replied. I just made some milk tea. You should have a cup too. If you like it, I can make it regularly in the future. Deli stood by the crystal coffee table, picked up a cup of milk tea, and inhaled its fragrance, his gaze focusing on the floating tea stems. Where did this black tea come from? AI, Mo, Yi pointed to the cabinet where the tea leaves were stored, indicating it's from that little jar over there. This tea smells great. I thought the quality should be quite good. It's a rare good tea. The marshal immediately moved to the cabinet to take a look, and his face turned an unusual shade of green. Yun Dian's special grade black tea, the finest among tea leaves, grown on misty mountaintops. A tea tree yields only a tiny bit of tip every 2 years, exclusively for the royal family, and is extremely rare and hard to obtain, even with money. Just this small jar was something he had snatched from the emperor, who had been in tears, saying it took him 10 years to gather just this little jar, and he had always been reluctant to drink it. AIMO, Yi brewed a large pot of milk tea, using up half a jar of tea leaves. Chapter 253. Interstellar Tea. Yi noticed the marshal's gaze gradually dimming and cautiously asked, Is this tea very expensive? She saw only a mini jar and thought it might be a sample for tasting. Deli took a deep breath, took a long time to calm down, and said, It's not very expensive. After all, its value can't be measured by money. Yi felt relieved, snatched the remaining half jar from his hand, and said, I'll go brew a pot. Senior and the others really like it, and Uncle D, you haven't had any yet. She turned around with the tea jar, and the great marshal watched her back, reaching out several times, wanting to say something but hesitating. With so many red tea jars in the display case, how could she so precisely pick out the rarest and most precious one among various teas? This truly was an incomparable special skill. The next day, in the infirmary, Su Qi was drinking milk tea, feeling refreshed. This tea is really fragrant. Combined with milk, it's indescribably perfect, especially the faint rose fragrance, which masked the slight fishiness of the milk and the bitterness of the tea leaves, creating a mingling taste that lingered between the lips and teeth, making one reminisce endlessly. Yi was busy checking information on Planet 2B and supervising the progress of the food processing plant and ranch. And only after a long time did she find a moment to say, I'm tired of the red tea at Uncle D's place. Is there only red tea? No green tea, black tea, or white tea? Su Qi asked seriously, Is green tea the kind of person that has one face in public and another in private? Yi was helpless. The interstellar world had inherited internet language, but failed to pass down the essence of tea. No, at the Imperial Conference before, the Minister of Agriculture seemed to have brewed green tea for her, saying it was a new variety that hadn't been open to the public yet. She checked again, and it seemed that red tea was indeed dominant in various star regions of the empire. This was certainly limited by the climate and soil. The once popular green and white teas had almost disappeared, with only a few varieties of red tea managing to survive by sheer luck. Truly a pitiful interstellar person, unable to drink tea. Su Qi had no research on tea and didn't have a habit of drinking it. For him, the tea was too bitter and not as tasty as plain water. But milk tea was different. It was very suitable for young people like him. If you can break into the milk tea market, I guarantee you'll quickly become a leading figure in the milk tea industry. Su Qi believed that no matter how many flavorings were added to the milk tea on the market, they were no match for Ye's pure natural milk tea. Yi said worriedly, but that will have to wait until we open the ranch and raise more cows to ensure a sufficient milk supply. And the tea leaves? I want to plant more unusual tea trees. Milk, and tea are essential in traditional milk tea. With the evolution of social choices, various kinds of milk tea later developed, greatly reducing the demand for tea. Even so, tea leaves are still indispensable. Suchi said, "Aren't we supposed to train with the marshal this time? We can also go to more dangerous, uncharted places to find more undiscovered plants. Maybe we'll be lucky and find tea trees." However, Suchi couldn't recognize tea trees. He wasn't even clear about what red tea looked like. In the afternoon, Amai had a nice nap, and after waking up, she received a message from when La Wan La had been drinking traditional Chinese medicine, and her husband had also been forced to drink quite a bit. Although he was somewhat resistant, he had never pretended to comply while secretly dumping it. Wan La was now full of confidence, always feeling that drinking the bitter medicine would surely lead to a good outcome. Amai asked her to send the hospital's health check report so she could reconfigure the traditional medicine according to the couple's health condition and have it delivered by courier. After finishing this, Fei Jianan sneaked up to the infirmary door. "Junior, can that pig be eaten?" "What pig?" Amai was taken aback, and when she realized, she couldn't help but laugh. "Senior, how long have we been raising that pig? It could be eaten, but how does it compare to a suckling pig?" Fei Jianan wiped his mouth, eyes shining green. "You have no idea. Every time I see them hopping around, I fantasize about roasted suckling pig, pork chops, braised pork, shredded pork with green peppers. If I don't eat something extravagant soon, I'm going to gnaw on them alive." Amai imagined the scene of Fei Jianan chasing after the pig's backside to bite it, and it was a bit too gruesome. To prevent Fei Jianan from actually doing something so ridiculous, she said, "How about this evening? I'll come over and see what can be eaten and cook you guys a meal. We're about to go into training, so we should replenish." "Junior, you are simply an angel." Fei Jianan was extremely excited. After work, Amai came to the intern dormitory with Suchi. Besides Fei Jianan, everyone else was out and would return later. Amai wandered around outside the vegetable garden and livestock pen, thinking about what could be eaten tonight. Vegetables, fish, meat, and eggs. Although it couldn't compare to the rich variety in the Gobi prison, there were still plenty of edible things. When she reached the seafood pool, Amai peered into it and muttered to herself, "I wonder if these seafood can be eaten. If they're crabs, steaming them would be quite nice." Fei Jianan dashed over to her side and said, "Every 2 days, we take turns going to the sea to get seawater to replace it with fresh water. Of course, the seawater is filtered and purified, completely free of heavy metals and nuclear residues. I believe the seafood must be edible." God knows how much Fei Jianan wanted to eat a seafood feast. Every day, seeing the seafood swimming inside, he felt like his saliva could turn into seawater. Amai laughed and said, "Then, Senior, go catch some seafood. I remember that the varieties we put in are all edible. Once you catch them, I'll test to see if they can be eaten." Fei Jianan immediately took off his jacket and jumped into the pool with a splash. The surface of this pool was quite shallow, about the size of half a basketball court, but it was dug very deep. At first, Amai planned to dig just a few meters to keep some fish and shrimp. However, Zidao and the others wanted a richer variety, so they kept digging deeper with a mecha. With mechas and supernatural abilities, digging a pool 10 meters deep was a piece of cake. They often worked together to bring seawater to replace it, treating the seafood inside like ancestors to be worshipped. Now the seafood pool had transformed, filled with plump seafood, and the ancestors could finally be eaten. Before long, Fei Jianan had stirred up the seafood pool and fished out several buckets of seafood: octopus, crabs, shrimp, shellfish, sea snails, and various fish. Some of the sea fish were interstellar mutated versions that had entered the seafood pool during the seawater filling, and even Imai couldn't identify them. She went online to look up some fish, and part of them had names and numbers in the interstellar world, indicating whether they were edible or toxic. When Zidao and the others got home, they smelled a rich aroma from afar. In the kitchen, Suchi and Fei Jianan were helping Imai by chopping garlic, cutting green onions, and preparing sauces. Imai held a spatula in her left hand and a knife in her right, skillfully showcasing her culinary skills. The knife worked dazzling. The few who had just returned didn't have time to put down their luggage. They washed their hands and joined in the cooking. 2 hours later, a delicious seafood feast was ready. Imai introduced each dish: spicy squid, garlic scallops, 5-spice sea snails, strange-flavored clams, steamed fish, braised ribbon fish, shellfish kelp soup, octopus balls, black bean mussels, black pepper shrimp. Chapter 254, Major Renovation of the Ranch. Before Imai could finish her introduction, everyone had already picked up their utensils and was feasting heartily. Such a delicious and unique seafood banquet is virtually unparalleled in the galaxy. The strong, fishy taste of seafood, along with its meager and frail appearance, coupled with potential residual radiation, means that not many are willing to eat it. The interstellar people near the coast consume seafood year-round, but without marinating it with seasonings or using spices like onion, cinnamon, or cardamom to mask the fishy smell, the seafood they cook is not very tasty. Amos had eaten seafood before and still remembered the strong, fishy flavor, which was completely different from what Imai had prepared. Junior, how come your squid has no fishy taste at all? What kind of magic did you use? Imai tasted each dish while cooking and was already full after sampling them. She was interested in the seafood and was just eating grapes on the side while saying, I personally use a lot of onion and cooking wine to eliminate the fishy smell. At the very least, chives and garlic are essential, and chili and Sichuan pepper can also help suppress the fishiness. Amos snapped his fingers. That's right. When I went to the seaside for a mission, the local innkeeper just boiled it directly and added sea salt after it was cooked. The taste still makes me uncomfortable thinking about it. The seaside is mostly salt-alkali land with an absurdly high salt content, where chives and garlic don't grow and onions are non-existent, making it impossible to mask the fishiness. The fishermen have been accustomed to the fishy taste since birth, but aliens find it unbearable, and Amos would vomit every time he tried it. He originally had a strong aversion to squid, but after tasting Imai's dish, he realized that such fishy seafood could actually be incredibly delicious. Zidao loved garlic scallops. The tender and delicate scallop meat was topped with smooth vermicelli. When the garlic was heated in oil, its rich aroma infused the vermicelli and scallops, making it not just fragrant, but also incredibly tasty. Junior, this dish is so delicious. If you have time, teach me how to make it so I can cook it for myself in the future. Imai replied, Sure, this dish is very simple. Chopped chili and garlic can be easily prepared with kitchen tools. Compared to other dishes that require mastering the cooking time, like pepper salt shrimp, braised ribbon fish, and the more complex octopus balls, garlic vermicelli scallops are indeed a very simple dish. Fei Jianan and Su Qi were so focused on eating that they didn't speak at all, as their plates were continuously emptied, leaving behind only shadows of what they had eaten. When Liang Yin seemed to lack spirit, eating slowly and only showing interest in the mixed seafood dish in front of him, without touching any of the plates. He ate shrimp leisurely, even leaving the shells uneaten, looking deep in thought. While everyone else was eating, Imai was more concerned about the reactions of the others and quickly noticed when Liang Yin's unusual demeanor. Senior, you're not injured or feeling unwell, are you? Before when Liang Yin could respond, Fei Jianan loudly interjected, Junior, don't mind him. He's just being all fidgety, not straightforward at all. When Liang Yin shot a cold glance at him, causing Fei Jianan to fall silent and bury his head in his food. Among them, when Liang Yin and Amos were both fourth-year students, considered seniors, and had a suppressive effect on the other juniors. In response to Imai's concern, when Liang Yin simply said, I've been a bit tired lately, probably from working nonstop. My body can't keep up. Su Qi finally took a break from eating and said, then Senior, come to the infirmary tomorrow. I'll check on you. I still have some nutritional fluid that's very beneficial for nurturing the star sea. When Liang Yin only nodded slightly and continued to eat with a worried expression. Today, several seniors were present, each with their favorite dishes, and they managed to clear the entire table of food. After the meal, Zidao walked Imai home. Since they had eaten quite a lot, Zidao wanted to take a walk to aid digestion, and Imai accompanied him. Tomorrow I'll be resting in the dormitory. Do you want to come and do that live stream thing? I can help you out. Zidao knew Imai was a social media influencer who often live streamed online and had a large following. Imai said, There's so much seafood in the tank that I do want to develop some new snacks. But there's no need for a live stream. The equipment is lacking, and the venue isn't suitable. Zidao smiled. Then tomorrow I'll help you make some. I can dive and catch as much seafood as you want. They will be going to the starship for a while, so it will be good to prepare some snacks to satisfy cravings. After sending Ai Yi to her villa, Zidao returned home. Deli hadn't gotten off work yet, and the empty villa was only being cleaned by the robotic housekeeper. Just as Ai Yi was about to take a shower, she received a call from Andrew. The ranch has been opened up. Tomorrow, have your sister Ma send the ryegrass seeds over? Ai Yi replied, Ma knows how to plant ryegrass, under normal circumstances. We should see results in, at most, 7 days. Warden, Ma is a very reliable girl. Please be a bit more accommodating of her, and listen to her more. Don't worry, I want to completely transform Planet 2B more than anyone else. While Ai Yi was interning on the military satellite, the renovation of Planet 2B was also in full swing. Planet 2B is a desolate planet that, before becoming a place of exile for prisoners, was swept by wind and sand, leaving virtually no signs of life across its vast sandy terrain. When the Empire was mired in war for years, some prisoners were exiled to fend for themselves. The human will to survive is so strong that even on barren land, the first batch of prisoners tried their best to change the planet's conditions. After countless years of struggle by numerous people, Planet 2B finally showed some signs of life. Later, the Empire sent a large number of prisoners for renovation, trying to plant as much as possible and combat the wind and sand. However, due to climatic limitations, after several generations of effort, they could only develop a small oasis, until Ai Yi was exiled there as a prisoner. The Gobi prison where she was located could be said to be the least suitable place for planting, yet it had now become the most lush oasis. Medicinal herbs, fruit trees, vegetables, grains, and livestock had turned everything impossible into reality. If the entire planet could be transformed like she did, ultimately becoming a lush green paradise. What an exhilarating sight that would be. In mid-air, Andrew piloted his aircraft, issuing orders to the guards below through the monitor. The guards were spread across various areas, taking batches of prisoners to carry out the major land renovation. The ranch would be the first, with the entire mountains and valleys turned into grazing areas for cattle and sheep, with ryegrass as the main forage to be planted gradually. The mountains would be enclosed, and large predators within the area would be driven out, leaving no natural enemies for the cattle and sheep. A river would be the most crucial water supply for the ranch, and Andrew assigned numerous water system ability users to guard it. They would use water particles collected from other planets to ensure the water supply as much as possible. The aircraft landed at a small house on the mountaintop, which was a technologically constructed foldable dwelling. From the outside, it looked like just a small square house, but inside, the space was quite large. Chapter 255. Sowing pasture grass. My ma carried a metal box into the house and exclaimed, "Why is it so big?" Gia followed behind and explained that it was a space folding house, mostly used by the military for field operations. And it was so expensive that it could buy out our ancestors for 18 generations. This place wasn't suitable for building houses, but since it was necessary to have people live here, it had to be used. The ranch would mostly be managed by my ma, and since this place was far from the Gobi prison, to avoid back-and-forth trips, the warden simply arranged for the folding house. My ma was once again stunned, staring blankly for a long time before murmuring, "Is this high technology? This country bumpkin is really seeing new things," not giving her more time to rest. The main purpose today was to sow ryegrass first. The land had already been taken care of with compost and lime, and fresh water had been introduced for irrigation the day before, so the moisture level was sufficient. Mama temporarily set aside her chaotic thoughts, checked the soil condition, and then began sowing. She operated the sowing machine skillfully, quickly planting in the pasture area. Although she was only a teenager, she was more experienced than the employees at the agricultural base. Ji was teaching others. Among them were well-behaved minor offenders and desperate vagrants hired from the garbage star. Developing the pasture also provided quite a few job opportunities. Soon, ryegrass filled more than half of the pasture area. In addition to this grass, Yi had also collected other types and handed them over to my ma through the delivery personnel. There were varieties like alfalfa, which grows quickly, has high yields, and strong regrowth capabilities. There was also stringy-leaved rosemary, which not only tastes good but also has high nutritional value. Moreover, chickens, ducks and geese can eat it, and it can even be used to feed rabbits and fish. AIMO, Yi had spent considerable effort to find these pasture grasses, including some obtained during a night exploration with D-Lai on Chang'e star, and others were from the harvest during the encounter with the Prajna catastrophe. AIMO, Yi analyzed the pasture characteristics and instructed my ma to sow in different areas according to the soil types. My ma strictly followed her instructions, even planting grass in some caves. Since my ma was young and shy, she left all communication with others to Jia. Jia temporarily set aside her duties as a guard and focused on helping with sowing the pasture grass. What is this grass called? Corn grass? What is corn? Jia frowned as she looked at the instruction manual sent by AIMO, filled with dense text that made her eyes blur. In the end, she had to concede, muttering to herself, "Forget it, let my ma study it." The ranch was being prepared intensively and in space. AIMO, was also researching more medicinal materials. She needed to prepare more potions to assist with treatment during the marshal's rigorous training. Just as she was engrossed in alchemy, Yancy forcibly took her to the laboratory. The brain-eating bug's body fluid could indeed corrode certain tumors and cancer cells. If it could be systematically developed into a drug, it would represent a tremendous advancement in the medical field. AIMO, stared at the petri dish containing an animal heart covered in deformities. When Yancy injected the brain-eating bug's fluid, the deformities were continuously eroded and swallowed up, and the terrifying mass of flesh quickly disappeared. However, if no immediate reaction was taken, the fluid would continue to corrode the heart's flesh. This was also a characteristic of the brain-eating bug's fluid, instinctively pursuing human flesh. Yancy planned to conduct more research. Besides AIMO, he had other students under him. If they could all join this topic, it would significantly enhance their future interstellar status. As he often said, "This is your discovery. You must be part of the team, or you will regret it in the future." AIMO, pointed to her dark eye sockets and replied, "Do you think I'm any closer to a giant panda?" Yancy expressed deep sympathy, but was also puzzled. "You're an intern, and you're busier than I am?" AIMO, spoke in a disjointed manner. "I am the deity of interstellar plants, spreading the seeds of love and hope. I am the backbone of the Empire's future agricultural department, and I might also be a handful of yellow earth beneath the martyr's monument." Yancy was dumbfounded. This child had finally been worn down to the point of foolishness. AIMO, had no interest in academic status. She was worried that before she could become a key figure in the agricultural department or emerge as a talent in the medical field, she might collapse from exhaustion. Similarly, the marshal shared this concern. After learning that AIMO, had not rested for 2 consecutive days, the marshal left work early and rushed to the medical department, carrying AIMO, away in front of everyone. Once at home, AIMO, fell asleep immediately and in her drowsy state. She felt her fatigue being quickly drawn away, leaving her refreshed. When she woke up in the evening, she indeed felt light all over, and even her dark circles had disappeared. Upon entering the study, she saw that the marshal had just finished a meeting with the Federal Bureau and cast a slightly soft glance her way. AIMO, cleared her throat and asked, "What as for dinner tonight?" D-Lai checked the time. It was no longer the ideal dinner time. "Let S order takeout." He took out his phone to prepare to order, but upon hearing AIMO's spoiled complaint, "I don't want to eat food from outside. It's not good," he sighed. After marriage, this little classmate often playfully complained to him, perhaps without even realizing that the boundaries between them were gradually being broken, encroaching on each other's personal space. D-Lai turned off the terminal and went to the kitchen downstairs. AIMO, followed happily, saying, "I want to eat seaweed egg drop soup and another serving of fried meatballs. It would be even better if there was some stir-fried meat. Uncle D, your cooking is so good. You must satisfy me." The marshal thought the little prisoner was getting carried away. "I'm your husband, not your nanny." AIMO, took out her phone to find a contact list and said, "Madam Emma said you have to take care of my daily life. If you don't take good care of me, she..." D-Lai turned around, pulled the phone from her hand, and warned meaningfully, "Having her come over is not a good thing. Think about the consequences before you act." AIMO, clasped her hands behind her back, bouncing on her toes, and said, "Then please prepare a dinner that suits my taste, and don't forget the duress portion." It rubbed against Ai's leg and proudly stared at Deli, somewhat resembling a dog relying on its master. With 3 little ones waiting for their feeding, the marshal had no choice but to cook himself. In terms of culinary skills, there were probably few in the galaxy who could rival Aimoe, and the marshal was no exception. Ultimately, the dinner he prepared was not very rich but barely edible. Aimoe, being magnanimous, said, "Although it's not tasty, considering that the marshal personally cooked it, I'll endure it." Usually, she prepared dinner, and it wasn't too much to occasionally let the marshal take a turn. Dili remained non committed. After eating in silence, he asked Aimoe about the renovation of 2B Star. Aimoe replied while eating, "First, we need to develop the pasture, increase vegetation coverage, conserve water sources, and maintain soil and water. Through transpiration, we can provide a large amount of water vapor to the atmosphere, making the climate humid, lowering the temperature, and forming a good water cycle." Chapter 256. Chattering Deli deeply admired her rich theoretical knowledge. "It's a pity you're not joining the Ministry of Agriculture. After graduation, you really don't want to compete for the position of Minister of Agriculture?" As her husband, he would certainly support her wholeheartedly. "Aimoe is gold. I view money as dirt." Deli remained silent, looking at her with calm eyes, which made her cough awkwardly and explain, "Sometimes a little money-loving is okay." The marshal asked again, "What about after the ranch is built?" "After that, I'll focus on afforestation and find ways to improve the overall climate." After researching, Aimoe realized that the climate on 2B was truly harsh. The annual rainfall was pitifully low, and the environment was terrible, with half of the planet buried in sand and dust. Before it became a place of exile for criminals, meteors had continuously struck, creating many rugged terrains where nothing could grow. In short, it was not something that could be successfully transformed with just a few words. After dinner, Aimoe intended to continue planning, but Deli picked her up and carried her back to the room, tossing her into the bed. Aimoe glared at the marshal. "You can't interfere with my freedom." Deli, too lazy to argue, pressed his palm against her forehead, activating mental control, and softly said, "Sleep." Aimoe wanted to struggle, but the formation flashed in the marshal's palm, making her close her eyes in an instant and fall asleep immediately. Dida felt somewhat dissatisfied. Bullying its master in front of it was akin to challenging a star beast. But before it could jump up, Deli pressed its head down, and the hypnosis formation appeared again, causing Dida to fall asleep in a sprawled position. In the morning, Aimoe arrived at the medical room right on time. "Everyone, I'm fully revived." After a night's sleep, the girl was refreshed and full of energy. Suchi enviously said, "Your life is so comfortable." Yesterday, the marshal personally came to pick you up, causing quite a stir. The marshal rarely visited the medical department and wouldn't get injured for treatment, so the military doctors had few opportunities to see him. When he arrived yesterday, the medical department was initially very quiet, and after he left, it instantly became noisy, with everyone excitedly discussing it. Aimoe shook her head in confusion. "It's not a giant panda. What is so special about it?" The two had classes today and would research attack formations after class. Suchi had more time and had already developed a few small attack formations by herself, but they had significant flaws, much like wires with poor connections working intermittently. Aimoe analyzed the spells and worked together to specifically address the shortcomings. Busy as they were, the morning quickly passed. In the afternoon, Naze Yang came in for acupuncture, and Aimoe treated him one last time. "Senior, you've completely recovered and don't need to come anymore. But I'll give you some medicine. If you feel any energy flow obstruction, just inject a little, and it'll be fine." This symptom would last a bit longer, but in 2 or 3 months at most, he would be as good as new. Naze Yang thanked her and slowly put on his clothes, asking, "I heard from Suchi that you want to plant tea trees? The milk tea you drink requires tea leaves as an ingredient." Aimoe didn't just want to make milk tea. She also wanted to become a tea merchant, selling various types of tea, black tea, green tea, and more, to make a fortune. Although Naze Yang usually helped Aimoe keep an eye on plants, he had never paid attention to tea trees. He didn't drink much tea and didn't even know what black tea looked like. During this training, we'll help you keep an eye on it. "Okay, Thank you, Senior. In the afternoon, Zhao came to help AIMO make seafood snacks. Grilled squid strips? How do you grill them? Zhao held a large squid. AIMO said, first, clean it, marinate it with a little seasoning, and then bake it in the oven. The squid had a strong, fishy smell, and it took effort to remove it. After that, it needed to be marinated with sugar, MSG, cooking wine, etc. before it could be put in the oven. It could be made into squid slices or strips, but it was best to keep it original without any spicy or aromatic additives. Tearing it apart was the easiest way to eat it. Zhao killed 2 large squids according to AIMO's instructions, first cleaning them and removing the dense suction cups. AIMO prepared the marinade and later had Zhao apply it to the squid. There were also some small fish that were hard to identify, about the thickness of a pinky, resembling the fish used in foot spas. These fish were suitable for making spicy dried fish, with different flavors like soy sauce, 5-spice, and spicy, each needing its own portion. AIMO occupied the medical department's private kitchen, frying spices like cardamom, cinnamon, onion, and chili until fragrant. Then adding the clean small fish and stir-frying them until the oil was released and they were relatively dry. As she cooked, many people from the medical department gathered around, asking what delicious food she was making. AIMO's homemade dried fish, you can have a little taste, but there's not much. AIMO served out a plate, but those who ate it were not satisfied, shouting for more while complaining about the spiciness. When the free samples were gone, AIMO fried 2 more batches to sell, which were snatched up by the crowd. Yin-Si also managed to grab a plate, saying while eating, "You've even brought your business to the medical room. Give you a few years, and you'll be the richest person in the empire. If it were all free, I'm sorry for my labor. So no matter how familiar we are, I have to charge." Her prices weren't high, mainly offering friendship discounts. Later, she made some spicy crab, grilled shrimp, pickled fish skin, crispy small fish, and original crab sticks. 2 large boxes of snacks were enough to last a long time. Zhao took some back, leaving the rest in AIMO's space. On the way back to the villa, AIMO and Did each held a small dried fish, occasionally burping. Li caught the scent of the sea on her. "Did you go swimming in the sea?" AIMO replied listlessly, "No, I caused a ruckus inside a fish." "No morning sickness?" The marshal couldn't understand. Other pregnant women might be nauseous at the smell of fish, but why was she unresponsive? Could it be that after the morning sickness period, there were no restrictions? AIMO cheekily said, "A mere fishy smell is nothing. Now, when I see maggots, I can consider whether to fry them or steam them. If you like it braised." Before she could finish, the marshal reached out and covered her mouth. AIMO struggled to pry it open, continuing, "It's also good for soaking in wine. Don't you like rose sweet wine? Next time I'll use." Realizing that covering her mouth wasn't working, the marshal simply leaned in, slightly lowering his body, and pressed his cool lips directly against the corner of AIMO's mouth, effectively blocking her chatter. AIMO was slow to react. She hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation until the cool sensation enveloped her lips. She instinctively closed her eyes and opened them again, seeing a thick head of black hair above her. Perhaps as a punishment, the marshal bit her lip lightly, and at that moment, the air seemed to become entangled, the rapidly rising temperature making AIMO's face turn completely red. Chapter 257, No Clothes, to where the gentle and lingering kiss did not stop. The faint scent of snow would spread like falling crabapple blossoms, gradually blooming with vibrant and passionate colors. AIMO's head grew dizzy, and she didn't even have the thought of pushing the person away. Her mind was filled with blankness and confusion. She heard an unknown heartbeat, thump, 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 slow and heavy, particularly lively in the quiet space. She didn't even realize when a marshal had let her go. When she came to her senses again, the marshal was already wiping the wet corners of her mouth. Someone with no awareness of having done anything wrong said contently, "To stop your nagging. This method is indeed the most suitable." AIMO opened and closed her mouth, touched her earlobe, and complained, "Does this count as indecent behavior towards an ignorant girl?" Li took out his phone to help her find a phone number. Minor Protection Agency? Women's and Children's Protection Association? Police station? Who should I call? I'm an adult. AIMO, Yi turned angrily to the side. Soon it was the day of departure. AIMO, Yi had already thrown various daily necessities, potions, food, and even 2 energy motorcycles into the space early on, to prevent any scenes of flying vehicles being abruptly cut off. While this was indeed the Marshal's private property after getting married, it could also be considered her belongings. On the base runway, Zidao waved at AIMO Yi from a distance. Junior, over here. AIMO Yi walked over, and apart from Zidao, only Su Chi was there. Where are the others? We're heading out first. They still have tasks to wrap up. Zidao led the 2 juniors onto the airship, saying, "This time we will stay on the life code for a few days. If we land on a planet along the way, we will take turns escorting you to look for plants." Su Chi asked, "The life code? Is that the old model starship that's over 70 years old?" "Yes." Zidao explained. During the war, military weaponry developed rapidly. Starships like the life code, even though their usage period isn't long, were quickly phased out in the updates and iterations. During the war, the replacement frequency of mechas, starships, and various weapons was astonishing. Some models were replaced within just 10 years of their release. The life code is already a standout among the older generation. AIMO Yi had long wanted to visit the life code to learn, and now she suppressed her excitement and boarded the airship heading to the vast universe. The starship was floating in space, and after orbital docking, the airship smoothly slid into the runway. After verifying their identities, a second lieutenant took the 3 of them to their dormitory and provided them with a starship distribution map. The dormitory, dining hall, training center, mecha hangar, and other general locations were all prominently marked. Some areas were restricted zones, and they were warned not to trespass. The male and female dormitories were separate, and AIMO Yi shared a room with Zidao, which was quite spacious. Zidao went to inquire about the starship's itinerary and found out it wouldn't be leaving for now. "It won't set sail until 8 in the evening. Let's drop off our luggage, and I'll take you to explore nearby. After we set sail, we can take our time to wander the starship." Half an hour later, the airship carrying the 3 of them landed on a planet. This planet was an imperial affiliated planet, one of its vast territories, and was said to be a resource planet rich in energy minerals. The mining fields were being heavily exploited, resulting in pockmarked and desolate landscapes, not looking like a place where effective plants could be found. The 3 were not in a hurry. They wandered around, observing any plants they came across. Zidao was not wearing military uniform today. She had on a tight red sweater resembling knitwear on top, a black leather skirt on the bottom, and a gray trench coat that reached her calves, paired with knee-high heel boots of the same color. It was a very casual outfit, but her good figure made the relaxed attire appear quite stylish, which made AIMO Yi, whose belly had grown due to pregnancy, envious. She now chose loose-fitting styles, mostly wearing overalls, and had little choice in her clothing. "Senior, your coat is beautiful. What material is it made of?" AIMO Yi secretly vowed that after giving birth, she would also wear something this sexy. Zidao laughed. "It's just ordinary polyester, a common fabric in the starry world." AIMO Yi casually said, "I didn't see clearly. I thought it was woolen." "Woolen? Is it the kind made from sheep's wool?" Zidao sighed. "That kind of fabric is too expensive. Students like me can't afford it." Interning in the military meant no salary. They usually had to cover expenses for weapon production and maintenance, and the upkeep of mechas took up a significant portion of their budget, leaving no spare money to waste on clothing. AIMO Yi knew woolen fabric was expensive, but she didn't know how expensive, and after asking about the price, she found out it was indeed outrageous. "What about cotton fabric? Or linen?" Zidao said, "I don't know much about materials, but what is cotton fabric?" Su Chi answered from behind, "It's an economic crop from Earth, with white flowers. I think those flowers can be used to weave fabric." AIMO Yi couldn't help but correct. Cotton refers to the plant, used for warmth. Cotton fabric is made from cotton yarn. Su Chi was puzzled. Aren't they both cotton? How to say it? Cotton yarn is cotton fiber, a type of white fibrous substance secreted when cotton seeds grow. It's not the same as mature cotton. AIMO Yi felt a bit fortunate that her grandparents had grown cotton back in the day. Otherwise, she wouldn't understand now. Zidao shook her head, not comprehending. It's really complicated, but this cotton fabric should be more comfortable than synthetic materials. AI said, each has its merits. Most of the clothing materials in the starry world are synthetic, like polyester, which is a type of polymer compound. Additionally, there are acrylic, spandex, viscose, polypropylene, and others. While chemical materials certainly have their pros and cons, after generations of improvement, their advantages have been infinitely magnified, evolving into materials more suitable for use than natural fibers. However, AI, deeply influenced by Earth culture, always felt that natural was better. Given a choice between polyester and cotton fabric, she would undoubtedly choose cotton fabric without hesitation. Speaking of clothing materials, Zidao felt a bit sad. For mechas and weapons, I have to save money to buy star cores. I haven't worn new clothes in years. When we have time, let's go shopping and buy a few suitable outfits. AI, touched her belly. After I give birth and regain my hot figure, I'll buy 10 or 8 pieces for him. The two excitedly discussed shopping, leaving Suchi speechless. Senior, Junior, are we here to find plants or discuss fashion trends? AI, replied, since we haven't seen any plants, let's chat while we walk. At this moment, it was daytime on the planet, visibility was good, and they could encounter local residents along the way to inquire about plants. A local person driving a mining vehicle said, as for plants, they are relatively rare on our planet. We even rely more on imports for food. We only produce ores. If you really want to find plants, I think you could go to Gaohua City to have a look. His daughter worked in Gaohua City, and he had heard that there was a team selling interstellar plants there. Chapter 258. The background of the female lead the trade of wild plants has always been prohibited among the ordinary populace. These wild plants refer to new species excavated from outer space that have not been registered with the Management Bureau. This is because there is no guarantee that wild plants do not carry viruses or pathogens, and they may also cultivate harmful species to humans in large quantities. There was once a village that secretly cultivated man-eating flowers, spreading them all over the mountains. When the man-eating flowers matured and became uncontrollable, the entire village was eaten clean. And in the end, it was the military that eliminated them with firepower. The plant exhibition in Gaohua City, on the other hand, is a formal event approved by the authorities, and people from various places can participate. Some plants come from wild excavations, while others are carefully cultivated by merchants or collectors. Overall, it's worth a visit. When the airship arrived in Gaohua City, the three of them smoothly made their way to the exhibition area. AI, and Su Chi continued deeper into the crowd, while Zidao slowly followed behind, receiving warnings from military protection personnel in her earpiece. Don't get separated. This place is not under strict government control, the warning said. Zidao said, even if someone wants to do something to her, it's impossible to abduct her in public. Don't be careless. The marshal has emphasized that this girl is very important, not just because she is the marshal's wife, but considering her long-term contribution to the empire. Zidao lightly tapped her earpiece, acknowledging, got it, I'll be careful. She quickened her pace to catch up with AI, and called out to Su Chi. Junior, don't separate. There are too many people. Be careful not to get lost. Su Chi was engrossed in looking at plants at a stall and didn't hear what Zidao was saying. The plant exhibition indeed had a variety of plants, but most were ordinary versions. The rarer ones were sent to the main venue for display, and one needed an invitation to enter. AI, asked at another stall. What is this? It's a stinky flower. It sleeps during the day and farts at night, the owner introduced. This flower looked like a stomach pouch and was a bit wilted at the moment. A note beside it indicated that at night, the flower would expand into a balloon shape and, when fully inflated, would emit foul gas. AI, noticed the price and asked, so expensive, what is it for? To fart, isn't that shocking? The owner said, in case a thief breaks in at night, the flower's fart can knock them out. Understood. There are many stinky plants, but fragrant natural plants are scarce. Could it be that stinky plants are much hardier than fragrant ones? She continued, walking along the stalls, admiring the plants. Gaohua City is mainly a mining area, and the city doesn't have a strong sense of technology. The plant exhibition felt more like a bustling agricultural market. There were stalls selling mushrooms, seeds, and fruits, usually common plants, circulating in the market, which made AI-MO lose interest. Junior. Zidao was standing under a 3D naked-eye large screen, nodding her chin towards it. The large display was introducing the main exhibition, and there seemed to be quite a few novel plants. AI-MO suddenly became interested, but one needed an invitation to enter the main venue. Just as she was worried, she suddenly spotted an energy vehicle passing by on the street, and the person inside happened to lean out, making eye contact with her. Shonda Ng came to the exhibition with Shonda Lin. She was a student from the Agricultural College, currently interning at the Plant Research Institute during the winter break. She had traveled a long way to attend the Galhwa City exhibition. My uncle is discussing business with a big shot, so let me go to the main venue to help him out, Shonda Ng said, glancing at AI-MO. Long time no see. You've gained weight. You look quite plump. AI-MO touched her face. Really? Uncle D just said last night that I've become as thin as a needle. Am I a fat needle? Shonda Ng said indifferently. It's fine to be a bit plump. Pregnant women should gain weight and definitely not lose it. AI-MO teased. You actually care about me for a day. That is quite rare. Shonda Yink poursit herips. After a while, she said, let us get in the car. I'll take you to the main venue. As for the invitation, I'll ask my uncle to supplement it. AI-MO certainly couldn't ask for more and immediately called Zidao and Suchi over. In a widened luxury vehicle, Shonda Ng said, this plant exhibition is a collaboration between the Research Institute from the Imperial Capital and here. Some of the plants were provided by you, like roses, mugwort, and stone sawing grass. AI-MO didn't know about this and was puzzled as to why Shonda Lin didn't mention it to her. Shonda Ying explained. My uncle said you were pregnant and worried that the long journey from the Imperial Capital might make you uncomfortable, so he didn't tell you. Such exhibitions are held frequently, so it's okay if you don't participate. Suchi asked, will the plants in the main venue be up for sale? Shonda Ng replied subtly, generally, they are not allowed. But there are exceptions, such as the power of money. After discussing the main topic, AI-MO carefully observed Shonda Ng and felt that she had matured and become much steadier than before. She was no longer the impulsive and extravagant little girl. But it could also be that she was affected by the events surrounding Zi Lu and Colonel Qi Ji. Now her eyes appeared vacant, as if she had lost all desires, resembling a nun about to enter a monastery. Shonda Ng seemed to sense her thoughts and suddenly laughed, saying, do you know? Zi Lu broke up with Colonel Qi Ji. AI-MO, you was not surprised, oh. Shonda Ng paused. Aren't you going to ask why? AI-MO lowered her head, picked up the tablet on the table, and clicked to check the introduction of the plants in the main venue. How should I put it? I'm not interested in her matters. While AI-MO didn't ask, Shonda Ng was eager to share, saying originally, Zi Lu was the daughter of your family's maid. You remember that, right? But that maid was only her foster mother. You would never guess who her real parents are. Throwing out the bait, Shonda Ng waited for AI-MO's inquiry, but was awkwardly left hanging in silence. Suchi, feeling sympathetic, proactively asked, so, who are her parents? Finally, someone asked, and the topic could continue. Shonda Ng sighed in relief and quickly said, they are big shots. Big shots you can't guess. The car fell silent again. AI-MO was focused on looking at the plants, feeling that the atmosphere was a bit awkward. When she looked up, she met Shonda Ng's expression that seemed on the verge of tears. Oh, who is it? She pretended to ask. Shonda Ng became excited again. It's Prince Chelsea. She waited for the others to express their shock, but Zidao was resting her eyes. Suchi was uninterested in such gossip, and AI-MO was already familiar with the details. Before Shonda Ng could cry from frustration, AI-MO appropriately expressed her shock. Oh my, that's really, wow. So scary. Shonda Ng. Her eagerness to share at that moment turned into a club, and she just wanted to hit AI-MO on the head. The matter regarding Zi Lu shocked the entire noble circle, and the board nobles recently were almost all discussing it. It is said that Zi Lu's mother was once the white moonlight of the prince. Back then, the prince fell in love with the white moonlight, but had to part ways due to a political marriage. The white moonlight left in a pitiful state, pregnant, and later died after giving birth to Zi Lu. Zi Lu was raised by the maid and lived with the AI family. Chapter 259 Plant Exhibition. The story of how they recognize their roots begins at a dinner hosted by the Windsor family. This dinner was to celebrate Nair Windsor's discharge from the hospital, and Colonel Chi brought Zio along. Meanwhile, Prince Chelsea also attended, taking time off to bring Princess Beth to the capital for treatment of her mental illness. During the dinner, Nair introduced the prince and Zio to each other, joking that they looked very much alike, almost like father and daughter. The prince was puzzled as well, for Zio resembled his white moonlight and, in a way, himself. Upon further inquiry and subsequent investigations, the truth about Zio's identity was revealed. The white moonlight he owed had long passed away, and she had given birth to a daughter. So the prince's sorrow and excitement were understandable, especially since this daughter had endured countless hardships and was raised in someone else's home. The prince's guilt and heartache had completely engulfed him. Ignoring the objections of the princess and Princess Beth, he insisted on bringing Zio back to the castle, unaware that a family war was about to break out. This was also the reason why Princess Beth, who had been released from house arrest due to severe mental illness and returned to the capital, was unable to find trouble with Ai Mo. She and the princess were furious about Zio's appearance and realized that the prince's heart was completely tilted towards Zio, which undoubtedly challenged the status of the mother and daughter duo and threatened their interests. With Princess Beth preoccupied with her own issues, she naturally couldn't engage with Ai Mo. Ai Mo could be considered the orchestrator of these events, while Shonda Ng pieced it all together through others' information. As the energy vehicle arrived at the main venue and everyone else got out, Ai Mo took out her phone and pulled up her chat history with Nair. Is this considered returning a favor? It's fine. Anyway, thank you. You're welcome. No one is bothering you. You should focus on studying medicine and improving your professional skills. Who knows? You might save me again in the future. Ai Mo smiled lightly and deleted the record. After Shonda Ng led the three into the main venue, she went off to get busy. Ai Mo and Su Chi wandered around, while Zio seemed like a transparent person, with no sense of presence. The plants in the main venue were arranged much more neatly, mostly placed in glass boxes or petri dishes, with detailed introductions on tablets nearby, available in multiple languages. Ai Mo approached a glass box and exclaimed, "Oh, isn't this mint?" The mint was stretching its leaves under simulated sunlight, with crystal-clear veins that looked beautiful. The tablet introduced that this mint came from the capital's Plant Research Institute, marking its name, effects, and ways to consume it. For Ai Mo, seeing the plants she discovered showcased at such an exhibition was quite a novel experience. While she was admiring, she suddenly heard a commotion in the crowd. The crowd parted to reveal a passage in the middle, and a group of well-dressed individuals strode forward. The leader was calm and stern, very tall, with an aura reminiscent of howling ice and snow, standing out significantly. To his right was Shonda Lin, and to his left was a tall, attractive, red-haired beauty. Upon seeing Ai Mo, Shonda Lin smiled broadly, as if he had discovered gold, and reached out from a distance. "Teacher Ai, what brings you here? It must be tiring after such a long journey. Once the exhibition is over, please let me treat you to a meal." Ai Mo, keeping a respectful distance from the food outside, shook hands with Shonda Lin and smiled. "I just passed by and heard about the exhibition, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect to disturb you." "Disturb? Not at all." Shonda Lin was all smiles as he introduced the comment. "This is Count Lei Xiao, the organizer of this joint exhibition." Count Lei Xiao looked down at Ai Mo and said steadily, "We've met." Ai Mo slightly nodded and asked, looking up at the Count, "How is Lady Wenla?" "Thanks for your concern. She's doing well." At the moment he mentioned his wife, the frost in the Count's eyes seemed to dissipate. Shonda Lin glanced at the two, and then thought about how Ai Mo was the marshal's wife, so it was not surprising that she knew the Count. He then introduced the red-haired beauty. "This is the head of the Plant Institute in Gaohua City, a well-known expert in the plant world." Initially, the attractive lady was somewhat surprised by Ai Mo's appearance, as Shonda Lin was a top talent in academia and showed great respect to a young girl. However, when Shonda Lin introduced that the mugwort, mint, and even licorice exhibited today were all from Ai Mo's research, the lady's expression changed. She smiled and shook hands with Ai Mo. Introducing herself, "I'm Su Ling. I often hear teacher Sean mention a very talented young woman, a rising star in the plant world. Could it be you? Ye humbly replied, I'm not that worthy. I'm just a student with a slight interest in plants. Su Ling was genuinely interested in Ye and wanted to ask more, but unfortunately, Count Lei Xiao checked the time and said, it's starting. The lights in the hall abruptly went out, and the host on stage began to introduce the exhibition, followed by leaders taking the stage to say some formalities. The familiar process and the same old script wasted half an hour before they finally moved to introduce some key plants, which was done by Shonda Lin and Su Ling together. Under the spotlight, Shonda Lin showcased the licorice to the audience. This licorice was generously entrusted to the Capital Research Institute by a brilliant talent who wishes to remain anonymous. We have confirmed through numerous physical studies that licorice has various effects such as relieving phlegm and cough, tonifying the spleen, and boosting qi. While Shonda Lin was introducing you noticed that although the licorice was in a glass box, it was nurtured in soil and water, rather than the nutrient solution hydroponics usually employed by the Research Institute. It seemed that Shonda Lin had finally realized that to cultivate plants, one ultimately could not do without fertile soil. Meanwhile, Su Qi whispered, is that licorice the one planted in the medicinal garden? Ye replied softly. I sent 2 small ones to the Research Institute earlier. It must have taken a lot of effort for Teacher Sean to grow them to this level. After the introduction of licorice, it was followed by mugwort and mint, which Su Qi also remembered. You mentioned a refreshing lemon drink you concocted. Did you also use mint for that? Yes. Why does it all relate to me? Ye also wanted to see the plants brought by other research institutes. After finally finishing the introduction of the Capital Research Institute, it was finally time for other research institutes to take the stage. Under Su Ling's introduction, a young man wearing thick beer-bottom glasses, dressed in plaid, and with messy hair, came to the stage. He was quite nervous and stuttered as he began, I want to introduce a plant that I discovered myself, which doesn't have a name yet. It should have a strong calming effect through experiments. Due to his soft voice and stuttering, the audience couldn't quite understand what he was saying. Meanwhile, a large screen behind him enlarged the image of the plant in his hands for the guests to observe closely. Chapter 260. Get out of the plant world. The plants cultivated by the young man were actually quite beautiful, with green leaves, purple flowers, and roots soaking in nutrient solution. Water droplets rolling on the pale yellow flower core. Unfortunately, he raised them too weakly, making the plant look dry and losing its original form and charm, which failed to attract interest. Su Qi searched for information online and said that a paper had been published, and it seemed that the scientific name was saffron, a medicinal plant from Earth known for promoting blood circulation, relieving stagnation, and calming the mind. Ye also noticed this and frowned, saying that it seemed like no one was very interested in saffron. Su Qi mentioned that the paper's author was Yang Wei Sheng, who should be the senior on stage. His theories were quite rich, but he lacked practical examples to support them. Yang Wei Sheng found saffron seedlings on a barren planet and worked hard to cultivate them into their current form. However, he was just an obscure researcher without funding to continue his research or provide cases to support his theory. This time at the exhibition, he hoped to gain recognition from higher-ups and secure funding to prove his assertions. Unfortunately, due to his introverted personality, the saffron he cultivated didn't stand out, and no pharmaceutical companies or institutions were willing to support him. Ye thought for a moment and approached Shonda Lin, whispering, if I consider supporting him, what should I do? Shonda Lin was taken aback and asked, Teacher do you think this saffron has value? Yes. The medicinal effects of saffron from Earth were very strong, treating conditions like amenorrhea and postpartum stasis, and it was widely used clinically. Shonda Lin immediately said, if you think it should be supported, I will arrange for the connection right away. Without needing Ye to intervene, Shonda Lin quickly made the arrangements. The exhibition was still ongoing, and Ye continued to watch. After the medicinal plants were introduced, there were presentations of ordinary flowers, fruit trees, and vegetables. Xiang Zhuang from the Imperial Capital Research Institute took the stage to showcase his latest cultivated lily. I named this new variety of lily atom. Undoubtedly, there are no natural lilies in the current interstellar environment. This one is a new species developed through genetic modification, and it can be called the ancestor of lilies. Xiong Zhuang proudly introduced, prompting a burst of good-natured laughter from the audience. AIMO, ye noticed that the lily was indeed quite beautiful, a rare powdery pink. The fragrance was also quite strong, and she could smell the faint scent of lilies from her front row seat. Suchi whispered, "They're black spots." Under a close-up shot, slight black spots could be seen on the petals, which were minor flaws and harmless for a new variety of lily. AIMO, ye had heard that Xiong Zhuang's lilies had black spots, which had angered him considerably. It seemed he later found a way to improve the situation. But it was only a temporary fix. While the black spots had decreased, the root cause of the fungal infection had not been resolved. And there would be future problems with root rot and leaf decay. After the exhibition, the plants were displayed, and guests went to choose what interested them. Suchi and AIMO also gathered around to watch, while Zidao said from behind, "How long do you plan to stay?" She was really uninterested and would rather find a place to bask in the sun if it weren't for protecting the two younger ones. AIMO smiled flatteringly. "Senior, let's look a bit longer. What if we discover something?" Zidao had no choice but to pay attention to the time. They couldn't keep the starship waiting for the three of them. AIMO almost forgot about this and hurriedly looked for something interesting, realizing that some plants were for sale. She took out the black card given by Li and swiped it past the plants, looking like a wealthy patron buying out the whole venue. Suchi didn't have that many star coins. So AIMO suggested they check out together, and he could pay her back later when he had money. While they were in the midst of shopping, Shondalin brought Yang Weisheng over. "Teacher AI, thank you for your support. I will definitely cultivate the saffron well," Yang Weisheng said shyly, adjusting his thick-bottomed glasses and bowing to AIMO. AIMO grinned mischievously. "Senior, do you have any extra saffron seedlings?" Yang Weisheng honestly replied, "I don't have any left. I initially dug up a few plants, but only managed to keep this one alive." AIMO didn't get discouraged and asked Yang Weisheng if she could have the mother plant, urging it to thrive, which not only restored its vitality, but also sprouted many small buds. She continued to apply wood-type life force, and the buds transformed into small green plants. "Can I take these little ones with me?" "Of course. I will pay for them." AIMO pleaded eagerly. Yang Weisheng was so shocked that his glasses nearly fell off. The wood-type abilities could indeed stimulate growth. But how could an ordinary wood-type ability user achieve such a level? What level was she? Yang Weisheng was stunned until he was nudged gently by Shondalin and quickly said, "Of course, you can take them. There's no need to pay." The mother plant he had painstakingly cultivated, which was barely alive, regained vitality under AIMO's care in just a short while. He was too grateful to even think about accepting money. Moreover, it was AIMO's support that allowed him to receive backing from the Imperial Capital Research Institute for funding his research. After receiving the saffron seedlings, AIMO was beaming with joy. Xiong Zhuang's Research Institute also brought a few students over, and upon seeing AIMO, he coldly snorted. "Are you trying to plagiarize others' academic achievements again?" AIMO's expression darkened. With such a foul mouth, she really wanted to dump a bucket of dung on him. Xiong Zhuang didn't know what dung was, but he could tell it wasn't good, and he warned Yang Weisheng in a nasty tone. "Don't get too close to her. She's not a good person. The roses I cultivated were stolen by her." Shondalin quickly intervened before AIMO could respond, sternly chiding, "Researcher Xiong, you need to speak reasonably. Secondary cultivation on existing plants is a legitimate practice. Don't let momentary jealousy cloud your judgment." Xiong Zhuang glared at AIMO contemptuously, saying, "I have already cultivated a new variety of lily. If you can still plagiarize, I'll admit defeat. Otherwise, you'll forever be a thief in my eyes." Initially, AIMO thought Xiong Zhuang was being unreasonable, but suddenly she burst into laughter and said excitedly, "That's what you said." Xiong Zhuang didn't take AIMO seriously at all. In his view, the rose incident was just a matter of luck for AIMO, a fortunate accident that led her to cultivate a variety better than his red robe. Besides, he had already developed a unique lily in the entire interstellar space. Although it was true, as AIMO mentioned, that it had some small black spots. He had already solved that problem. He didn't believe AI, you could use the lily to come up with any tricks. I have only a few of these lilies. If you can cultivate an even better one, I'll admit defeat. If not, you must eliminate all the roses and never sell them again. More importantly, he added, you, as a plagiarizing thief, get out of the plant world. Seeing the atmosphere turn tense and a conflict ready to erupt, Chandelier cleared his throat and was about to mediate. But AI, ye confidently said, okay. Chapter 261. The bet AI, ye agreed too quickly, and Xiong Zhuang was momentarily taken aback. When he saw AI, ye's calm and composed demeanor, he began to regret his decision. Deep down, Xiong Zhuang actually recognized AI, ye's abilities. The medicinal plants she discovered and the crops she cultivated were even better than those at the Research Institute, and he had heard about it. However, he always felt that AI, was just a little girl, still growing up. How could she compare to a postdoctoral researcher from a formal agricultural college like him? Especially after he cultivated the unique atom lily that was unparalleled across the entire star system. His inflated pride completely obliterated his rationality. After a while, he reiterated, you must cultivate a new variety of lily by yourself. You should know that besides my place, there are no other mother plants, and no academic literature for you to reference. AI, he confidently replied, it's just a lily. How could it be harder to cultivate than crops? So if I win, what will you do? Xiong Zhuang gritted his teeth and said, then from now on, I will never study flowers again. AI, scoffed. Whether you study or not has nothing to do with me. Even if you stop, what good does it do me? In front of everyone, with students nearby, Xiong Zhuang had no choice but to offer a larger bet. Then you decide. AI, felt she had the upper hand and said, since that's the case, then your research direction and topics from now on will be decided by me. Whatever I want you to research, you must do as I say, essentially becoming my subordinate. Xiong Zhuang didn't think AI, could actually research a new lily, and immediately agreed. The two asked Chandelier and Earl Lei Xiao to witness, ensuring there would be no further disputes. After establishing the verbal contract, Zi Dao quietly asked AI, are you really confident? AI, smiled and said, I know quite a bit about lilies. Su Qi leaned in and asked, natural lilies only exist on Earth. Star people have never even seen them. The relevant theoretical knowledge isn't even recorded in the Imperial Library. Did you learn about them in your dreams? AI, shook her head and laughed. The mountain man has his own clever plans. They had to hurry back to the starship, so the three couldn't linger. They took the airship back before the exhibition ended. AI, sat by the window, organizing the plants she brought back today. Some plants were small, weak, and odorless, making it difficult to identify them at first. She needed to find time to encourage growth. Only after they flowered and bore fruit could she make a determination. Su Qi's haul was also rich, but he didn't dare calculate how many star coins he spent today. Emerging plants were usually very expensive and carried uncertainty. Casually plucking a few small grasses from the roadside could lead to confusion at the exhibition, allowing them to be sold to outsiders. This plant had a strange smell, and Su Qi handed a small grass to AI, Take a look. After receiving it, AI, examined it. The plant was light green with a hint of yellow, the smell both fragrant and pungent, making her dizzy. It was somewhat like patchouli. What is patchouli? Zi Dao, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly asked. It's a plant that can be used for medicine and also as a spice, but the smell is too strong. I don't know if something was added to it, masking its own scent. Some unscrupulous merchants would inject chemicals into plants, incorporating synthetic scents. Buyers might find the smell fresh, but it could take a long time for them to realize they had been cheated. AI, thought it could be nurtured for a while. What if it really was patchouli? The airship arrived at the starship, and a few minutes later, the starship set off. AI, initially wanted to tour the starship, but she was too tired and could only go to the cafeteria to eat first, then hurry back to her dorm to rest. Mu Si and the others were waiting in the cafeteria, and after gathering, they started their meals. What have you all been doing? When we arrived, we couldn't find anyone, Fei Jian asked while eating. Su Qi replied, we found quite a few plants, but we don't know what species they are yet. We'll study them when we have time. Zidao teased. Junior, you got yourself into trouble today. There will be more to deal with later. Amusi asked, with you around, how could there be trouble? Zidao shrugged. It's a kind of trouble I can't help with at all. She explained the situation, and everyone didn't take it seriously. The junior was a unique genius in the field of plants in the star system. Mere lilies wouldn't stump her. Fei Jianan had great confidence in AI MOE. When Liang Yin silently ate, only nodding slightly in agreement. Amusi also boasted at that time, I should have added one more clause. If the junior loses, I'll take my head off and let him kick it like a ball. If he loses, PLL take his eggs off and let the junior kick them like a ball. AIMO Yi politely declined. I don't have such a preference. Nazayank, who was eating quickly in the corner, calmly asked after putting down his utensils, what is a lily? Everyone fell silent. Honestly, besides AIMOE, the others had never seen a real lily. Most flowers in the Star Age were synthetic products made from solid protein, dyes, and fragrance enhancers. They had seen fake flowers, but had no idea what a real lily looked like or smelled like. AIMO, you couldn't help but feel great sympathy, thinking, when I figure out, I'll be sure to send it to you first thing. That night, back in her dorm, AIMO Yi searched for information, needing to solve the lily cultivation issue within 3 months. After Zidao finished showering, he came out and asked, are you confident? Of course. I'm becoming more adept with genetic engineering, and my control over my abilities is also strengthening, with science and abilities complementing each other. How could I be afraid of not cultivating lilies? That night, after Zidao fell asleep, AIMO Yi was still in the preliminary research phase, outlining a general cultivation plan. She stayed up all night, finally closing her eyes around 5 in the morning for a brief rest. During the day, when touring the Life Code starship, AIMO Yi felt drowsy, leaning against Zidao's back and dozing off continuously. The person responsible for receiving the interns was Colonel Bud, who had seen AIMO Yi before and was impressed by this intern from the medical college. The Life Code was not a combat starship. It focused on development and exploration, roaming the universe for humanity to discover new life forms. Halfway through the introduction, the colonel said to AIMO Yi, little student, if you're really tired, why don't you go back and take a nap? AIMO Yi struggled to open her eyes. Huh? Is that okay? Colonel Bud smiled. You are here for an internship, and as first-year medical students, it's mainly to broaden your horizons and increase your knowledge. There's no real work to do. AIMO Yi was so tired that she lacked the energy to even participate in the tour. Hearing this, she felt as if a great burden had been lifted and decided to return to her dorm to sleep. However, the starship was absurdly large and without any signs. AIMO Yi quickly became lost in the vast mobile military fortress. The people passing by were in a hurry, and she couldn't stop anyone to ask for directions. So she could only fumble around until she accidentally stumbled into the command room. The metal sliding door was open, and several generals, including a marshal, were in a meeting, with Annie and Sin Chung guarding the door. Chapter 262. The scientific expedition team. Annie immediately noticed her embarrassment and smiled, asking Miss AI, are you lost? AI Moy sighed. Sometimes I really feel like I'm hopelessly directionally challenged. The life code number is almost equivalent to a small city. If you're new here, it's a miracle if you can find your way. Sin Chung comforted her. However, both of them were on duty and would have to leave the conference room with a marshal soon, so they couldn't escort AI Moy back to her dormitory. Annie saw that AI Moy looked exhausted and whispered, the marshal's bedroom is upstairs. You should go rest there. AI Moy was about to politely decline when Sin Chung chimed in, you two are newlyweds. Why separate to sleep? Is the marshal's snoring too loud for you? Before AI Moy could explain, he gave a playful grin and asked with a wink, were you afraid of accidental discharges? Before his imagination could run wild, AI Moy quickly joked, ISNT it just that you want to chat more with my senior? No worries, I'll go rest now, in the marshal's bedroom. Under their eager gazes, AI Moy steeled herself and went upstairs. There was no need to worry about entering the wrong bedroom. Just seeing the black, white, and gray minimalist decor, which resembled a stylish tomb, made it clear it was the marshal's favorite style. AI Moy was so tired that her eyes felt heavy. After closing the door, she fell into a deep sleep. The life code number traveled through the universe at superluminal speed, passing through dark star regions and encountering disturbances from the Zerg along the way. But its powerful firepower quickly eliminated the threats. After an unknown amount of time, the starship hovered over a planet. AI Moy was awakened by a call from Liang Yin, informing her that they would be exploring the planet with a military soon. She groggily sat up, rubbed her eyes, and sat dazed for a while. Her muddled brain finally became a bit clearer. Delai entered the room and saw her looking like a pitiful dandelion that had been trampled. "Want to sleep a bit more?" he asked. AI Moy shook her head and yawned. "How long did I sleep?" "According to Interstellar's standard time, 8 hours. That's quite a lot for me." She felt like she had only slept for half an hour. How could she have slept for so long? Delai sat down beside her bed and explained. This life code number uses warp engine technology to travel at superluminal speeds, which is equivalent to a leap in space, causing a distortion in the perception of time. AI Moy had heard Colonel Barr explain that warp meant faster than light travel, utilizing space-time distortion to create a strong gravitational field and achieve speeds many times faster than light. However, achieving such technology requires vast energy support, which is why the Empire has been exploring new energy sources. The significance of a life code number lies in this. They were about to land on a barren planet. So AI Moy went to the bathroom to splash her face with cold water, trying to look presentable for easier movement. Delai asked from outside the bathroom, "Do you want me to accompany you?" AI Moy quickly gathered her black curls and casually tied them into a fluffy bun. "No, I'll go with my seniors. If you're there too, everyone will definitely feel restrained." Delai replied blandly, "That's quite a pity." "What do you mean by pity?" "Pity that I won't get to see a certain little prisoner scream in fright." AI Moy asked suspiciously, "Do you think I'm such a coward in your eyes?" Delai smiled without answering. The exploration mission was being prepared in full swing, with several airships sliding out of the warehouse. Military personnel waved flags to direct the ascent and descent, while several exploratory teams waited to board the airships. One airship slid into the waiting area, and when Liang Yin brought AI Moy and Su Qi aboard, finding seats. Today he was bringing the two younger ones. The others had other tasks to attend to. The accompanying scientific expedition team entered the cabin one after another, led by Colonel Bard. He instructed his assistants to distribute protective suits, saying, "The barren planet we're heading to may encounter various cosmic disasters, and we can't be sure if the planet's gases are harmful to humans. Especially you two medical interns. Don't get separated from the main group. If you unfortunately get lost, stay put and wait for rescue. Running around on a barren planet is tantamount to seeking death." The airship flew out of the starship, heading toward a specific coordinate on the barren planet. As they passed through the atmosphere, lightning and thunder roared, and the airship shook violently as if it might tear apart. AI Moy's ears buzzed, and even wearing a protective suit did little to help. Su Qi felt even worse, nearly vomiting from the turbulence, and AI Moy quickly cast an anti-nausea spell to prevent a mess in the cabin. Finally, they landed on the barren planet, and as Su Qi descended the ladder, his legs felt weak. On the vast, desolate sandy ground, the Zerg scurried towards them, but were swiftly eliminated by the military. The Zerg were also living beings. If there was a place where they gathered, perhaps other forms of life could also be found. When Liang Yin reminded them, "This place may not grow any plants, so don't be discouraged if we don't find anything. We will go to other places later." Due to the fully enclosed protective suits, it was hard to see each other's faces, and all communication relied on the military's communication devices inside the suits. AI Moy replied, "I have detected life forms." The protective suits were equipped with a built-in eye detector. And AI Moy announced on the public channel that the team was heading towards their target location against the backdrop of thunder and dry winds. Before them lay a massive chasm resembling the East African Rift, like a beast opening its mysterious, pitch-black eyes, stretching across the parched and cracked wasteland, with the depth undetectable even by the detector. However, there were life forms within the chasm, and their numbers were significant. They could be Zerg, star beasts, or perhaps the plants AI Moy was hoping to find. Colonel Bard instructed several subordinates to first probe the depth. If there was no danger, then the frail members of the scientific expedition team could go down. This planet frequently suffered interference from cosmic rays, making many high-tech devices unusable. So they could only rely on the most primitive communication devices and detectors, which made installation relatively troublesome. AI Moy and Su Chi waited on the side, and one of the doctors in the team, seeing how young they were, asked over the communication device, "Interns? From the agricultural college? We're from the medical college." Su Chi replied. The other party might have chuckled slightly. There was a lightness in their voice. "Is this your first time following the team for exploration? No worries. With the military providing protection and the starship equipped with satellite radar positioning, if you encounter an insurmountable danger, there will be direct fire support from space." Most of those traveling with the life code were top talents from various fields, and nothing could go wrong. Su Chi had actually accompanied the team on several trips before, but he had never been to outer space so far from the Empire's territory. AI Moy, due to her pregnancy, was not allowed by Li to leave his sight, so she had never had the chance to come. Suddenly, a soldier's exclamation came through the public channel. "Colonel, we have a situation." Colonel Bard halted AI Moy and the others from approaching the chasm, moving closer to the edge himself while sternly instructing, "If there's danger, retreat immediately." The soldier's voice was somewhat weak. "We encountered. It seems the detector has malfunctioned." The soldier had a scanner that would transmit real-time data to the surface. At this moment, the screen showed that they had descended over 2,000 meters, deep into the planet's core. The display flickered briefly with static before quickly stabilizing, revealing the underground scene to everyone. Chapter 263. Ocean of Rock. Contrary to what everyone imagined, the bottom of the abyss did not contain surging magma, nor was there a layer of eternal ice, and certainly no inexhaustible energy ores that the military hoped to discover. Because of its great distance from the solar system, the atmosphere is composed of hydrogen, helium, methane, and other gases, making the planet's surface dim and cold, while deep within the Earth resembles a vast blue ocean. Within the spectacular abyss, frozen for thousands of miles, it seemed like there were icebergs and an icy sea, cold and desolate, reminiscent of billions of years from prehistoric times, before humanity ever existed. The soldiers detected that this was a stretch of icy blue liquid rock, where diamond-like crystals would emerge in open areas, forming a vibrant diamond ocean, countless branches spreading out, more sacred than the rivers on the grasslands under moonlight. The magnificent and wondrous scene compelled the research team members to eagerly dive into the heavy-ion shielded vehicle. Colonel Bud warned the accompanying soldiers to pay attention to magnetic field interference and remain vigilant against potential threats. No one was allowed to leave the shielded vehicle without permission. Violators would face a military tribunal and lose their military status. AIMO checked her protective suit and was about to approach the shielded vehicle when she suddenly felt a bump. Looking up, Wen Liang Yin had knocked on her protective helmet and then said over a private channel, "Watch your oxygen." AIMO gestured that there was no need to worry. She had prepared an extra set of protective gear and replacement oxygen tanks in her space. There were 6 researchers in the team, protected by 13 soldiers, with Wen Liang Yin included among the protectors. Several people split into 3 vehicles heading towards the icy blue rock layer. And the big shot in the same vehicle as AIMO was extremely excited, shaking both his legs and hands, making AIMO feel like there was an earthquake. Upon reaching the area of flowing liquid rock, the military first cleared nearby small insect threats and set up a safety zone, allowing the researchers to disembark. AIMO stepped onto the soft, fluffy rock river. Due to the protective suit, she couldn't perceive the temperature, but the texture of this icy, blue liquid rock felt like stepping on very elastic jelly. The rock was not truly liquid. As long as the surface membrane was not punctured, it would not collapse. In a thinner rock river, patches of diamonds floated along with the flow of the rock. AIMO picked up a diamond the size of a quail egg, very crystalline and beautiful. When illuminated by a flashlight, it refracted colorful light. This type of diamond was a crystalline form of carbon, the same chemical composition as the expensive diamonds on Earth. However, in the interstellar realm, diamonds were not valuable, so the other researchers were looking for other life forms. AIMO asked over the private channel, "Senior brother, Aren't you interested in diamonds? Su Chi, who was digging deep into the river, replied in confusion. Diamonds? What is so great about picking up that kind of stone? Stone? AI, MOE paused for a moment, then asked, can I pick them up freely? It's just carbon. If you like those shiny things, go ahead and pick them, Su Chi said, not seeing any value in these crystals that couldn't be used as energy. He could only brainwash himself, thinking that diamonds were pretty and girls liked them. AIMO immediately took out a large capacity backpack from her space and started picking diamonds from the rock river. The diamonds came in various shapes. Some were spherical, some conical, and others were star-shaped, hexagonal prisms, and snowflake-like, all shallowly floating in the river. AIMO was dazzled by the sight and wished she could collect all the diamonds. Unfortunately, she was pregnant and couldn't bend down, and although the diamonds seemed to float on the river surface, they were embedded in the liquid rock, making it a bit of a challenge to pick them up. After picking for a long time, she only managed to get a few into her backpack. She straightened up to stretch her waist when suddenly something bumped into her shoulder. Turning to look, a mechanical arm extended in front of her, palm open, holding a large handful of diamonds. Wen Liangyin was using the mecha to help her collect them. Although he didn't know what the junior sister wanted these carbon pieces for, he was idle anyway, so he might as well help out. Thanks, senior, AIMO said happily as she opened her backpack for Wen Liangyin to pour the diamonds in. Wen Liangyin asked, do you want more? Yes, of course. AIMO's mind filled with images of many people. Jia, my ma, Lady Emma, Zidao, Annie. Beautiful women deserved beautiful accessories. Although Interstellar people thought diamonds were worthless, such beautiful crystals would definitely not look bad as jewelry. Wen Liangyin knew AIMO couldn't bend down for long, suggesting she investigate other life forms while he took care of collecting diamonds. Reliable as he was, AIMO felt at ease following the researchers. A professor discovered fungi within a patch of liquid rock. This fungus resembled jellyfish in the ocean, naturally glowing and slowly swimming in the liquid rock. Everyone stared at the fungi, but no one dared to take action. Colonel Bud urged everyone, the oxygen tanks have a time limit. I do not recommend you all stand around in a daze. The professor said, this organism currently shows no detectable aggression or toxicity. Let me think about how to collect it. AIMO said, I'll do it. Several big shots immediately looked at her, without waiting for others to question her. AIMO gently formed a small spell array. The air around her twisted and rotated into a vortex like a black hole, from which a wisp of green smoke transformed into a small branch. As the branch approached the fungus, a brilliant pink flower bloomed at its tip, and a delicate white hand stretched out from it, grasping the slowly swimming fungus. The professor exclaimed, a wood element ability user? What level? AIMO, not wanting to elaborate on this topic, replied casually, S level. She had already said it quite nonchalantly, yet the big shots continued to express their admiration. They had heard that 2 S-level wood element ability users had emerged from the medical institute this year. Could it be them? No wonder they could access the life code. The young people were impressive, being S-level at such a young age, if they trained regularly with the military and enhanced their abilities with wood element star cores. Could they become rare SS level? That would be a boon for the Empire. The future of the plant world would rely on them. AIMO and Su Chi couldn't handle such exaggerated praise and smiled awkwardly. Suddenly, AIMO felt a fluctuation from the spell array and quickly looked towards the plant hand. Indeed, the illusory, fair hand withered in the blink of an eye, as if drained of life essence, quickly turning into a burnt twig, turning to ashes that scattered to the ground. The lush green branches also rapidly withered, as if an invisible flame was burning, instantly turning to charred remains. The fungus fell back into the flowing rock, and the experts stepped back cautiously, alert to the fungus. Colonel Bud noticed the anomaly and had already ordered the soldiers to close in, protecting the researchers behind them. Wen Liangyin also stood in front of AIMO and Su Chi, the towering mecha providing more security than a solid wall. Su Chi leaned forward and asked, could it be a hidden boss from a game? Don't joke, it's very dangerous. Wen Liangyin's voice came through the earpiece. Sure enough, the fallen fungus suddenly began to rise and fall in the liquid rock, as if something inside was trying to break free, the surface stretching to its limits. Not only here, but in the entire ocean of blue rock visible, all similar fungi surge from the bottom, continuously writhing and struggling, tearing apart the surface jellyfish skin. Chapter 264. Ancient living fossils. In just a minute, the originally calm and undisturbed blue sea surface was teeming with countless strange creatures. They were only the size of a palm, rustling as they clung to the surface of the rocks, still carrying the bodily fluids left behind when they broke free from the jellyfish skin. These creatures resembled turtles and crabs, their bodies a grayish-brown color, with hard shells covered in centipede-like limbs, as if they were the sharp stings of blades that had grown from them. One creature was not frightening, but when the site was filled with its kind, even the well-experienced scientific expedition team could not hold their composure. The professor nervously asked, "Has anyone seen this creature before? Is it a bug-like species, a star beast, or an ancient creature not yet discovered by humans?" The military personnel were also prepared for combat. If the swarm of creatures launched an attack, they would cover it with firepower. Ai-Ma had already entered the shielded vehicle, frowning as she said, "Turtle?" Sui, trembling with fear, looked at the mass of tide outside and asked, "Do you think it looks like a turtle?" "No. I once read a novel about a peculiar ancient creature known as a living fossil," Ai-Ma replied. In fact, she seemed to have seen it in literature or a science program. But she couldn't recall exactly what it was at the moment and didn't want to say too much. If Su-Chi got curious and searched for it later, he would find nothing related to her mention, and that would surely raise suspicion. Suddenly, a scream erupted outside as the creatures began to rapidly swell in size. The scientific team attempted to record the phenomenon, but the military forcibly shoved them back into the vehicle. Combat was imminent. The palm-sized creatures' sizes increased dramatically, rushing toward the military from all directions. The entire ground shook as the strange creatures approached aggressively, but fortunately, their offensive capability was weak. Their movements were somewhat sluggish, and even with their enlarged size, they could not inflict damage on the military, so they were continuously destroyed by the soldiers. Colonel Bud had originally planned to contact the starship for a targeted strike, but now he found it completely unnecessary. As the strange creatures continued to die, blue liquid splattering everywhere, a flash of inspiration struck Ai-Ma, and she suddenly clapped her hands. Su-Chi jumped in surprise, but knowing Ai-Ma, he quickly reacted. "You figure out what it is?" "Horseshoe crab," Ai-Ma exclaimed excitedly. "That should be a horseshoe crab, a type of arthropod." The scientists were not ignorant fools. They immediately became excited as well. "Are you sure that the horseshoe crab?" Horseshoe crabs were known as living fossils during the Earth era. Although the name has survived, no fossils have been found for research. Are you saying that these living creatures are horseshoe crabs that were thought to be extinct? Impossible. I remember the literature mentioned that horseshoe crabs were marine creatures that should have been completely destroyed in the mass extinction event. Facing the doubts of her seniors, Ai-Ma calmed herself and said, "Horseshoe crabs are actually a highly adaptable species. Their ancestors existed at least during the same period as the dinosaurs. During the Earth era, dinosaurs had long been extinct, but horseshoe crabs still thrived. This is enough to show that horseshoe crabs are not easily destroyed." The oldest professor in the team pondered for a moment and said, "When I was young, I heard my mentor mention that the reason horseshoe crabs have such strong vitality is that they are resistant to toxins. Their body structure is hard and solid, and they can also adapt to low-oxygen environments. If, during the mass extinction event on Earth, the ancestors of horseshoe crabs spread to the stars, and some took root here, adapting to the cold, low-oxygen, and methane-rich environment, it would not be a problem." This idea excited the old professor, and forgetting about the danger, he jumped out of the vehicle and shouted to the military, "Don't kill them, control them, they need to be alive." Colonel Bud's eyes widened in rage as he interrupted with a loud roar, "Danger!" In the chaos, everyone forgot that they were currently communicating through the communicator. When the colonel's furious roar exploded in their earpieces, the old professor was momentarily stunned by the shock to his eardrums. In that brief moment, a gigantic horseshoe crab, comparable to a mammoth, appeared above his head. Only by looking out up close could one truly feel the terrifying pressure it brought. On this methane-rich, harsh planet. The horseshoe crab's body was continuously evolving to adapt. Its mouth was filled with dense, sharp spikes, and its fine limbs allowed for rapid movement when needed. Even a momentary burst of speed was enough to pierce an enemy. Just as its hard tail spiked like a giant python was about to pierce through the old professor's skull, countless vines shot up from the ground, restraining it like a spiked wooden cage. The military seized the opportunity to open fire, but this giant horseshoe crab was clearly not a fool. It immediately hid in its hard shell, and one of its antenna's outer shells fell off, transforming into soft tentacles that swiftly wrapped around the old professor's waist, lifting him high in front of it. With a hostage in hand, the military had to stop firing, but before the giant horseshoe crab could pull the professor into its shell, green vines slithered up like snakes, tightly wrapping around him. Suchi, who had initiated the binding formation, whispered, "Junior sister." Amayi formed the magic circle in her hands, drawing a circle of wooden blades like fairy swords around her, the edges glimmering with green light. With a wave of her hand, the wooden blades shot toward the giant horseshoe crab, but turned into a rotting liquid the moment they hit its hard shell. Amaye's eyes widened. "Oh my God, it's so hard." The giant horseshoe crab seemed to realize Amaye's attack was ineffective and was about to quickly take the professor away when suddenly, smoke began to rise from its hard shell, followed by a corrosive smell. To everyone's astonishment, the shell, which even the military firepower could not immediately break through, rapidly cracked and dissolved as if it had encountered sulfuric acid, spreading across the entire shell and even into its limbs. At the moment the antenna broke, Suchi immediately rescued the old professor, while the giant horseshoe crab had already melted into a pool of blue blood. After resolving the situation, Amayi and Suchi joyfully high-fived. Yay! They had previously discovered that wooden-based attack formations were indeed difficult to deploy, so they turned to developing poison formations. By combining various herbs with chemical elements and supernatural powers, they could use various poison formations to respond to attacks. This time, the formation was related to the fluid of brain-eating parasites. The old professor, having been rescued from the horseshoe crab, did not have time to thank the two young ones and quickly shouted to the military, "These might be ancient living fossils. Try to control them. Don't kill them." The military had already received instructions to shift from a killing mode to capturing and controlling, aiming to recover the horseshoe crabs as much as possible. After clearing a path with their firepower, everyone returned to the ion-shielded vehicle, retreating while fighting, and did not eliminate any more horseshoe crabs, only capturing a few. Once back on land, the scientific expedition team rushed to reinforced metal cages. Upon reaching the surface, the horseshoe crabs lost their original vitality, shrinking back down to the size of a palm, lifelessly curling up in their shells. Chapter 265. Embarrassing combat personnel. The horseshoe crab was the biggest gain from this expedition, and the research team had no time to consider whether there were more strange creatures on the planet. They were eager to finish their investigation and return to the starship as quickly as possible. The horseshoe crabs were placed in the laboratory for a full-body data collection, focusing particularly on studying their blood. As one of the oldest species on Earth, the horseshoe crab's blood is a rare blue. The old professor looked excitedly at the data on the monitor and explained to his juniors that ancient literature recorded the reason for the blue color of horseshoe crab blood was due to the presence of a special element, hemocyanin. The existence of this molecule is key to the horseshoe crab's strong vitality. Even in a germ-filled, low-oxygen environment, they can survive stubbornly. Suchi asked if there was anything special about the horseshoe crab. Besides being an ancient creature, did it have any medicinal value? The old professor, who had been speaking nonstop, suddenly fell silent. This was understandable, as records about horseshoe crabs from Earth were not plentiful. When a mass extinction event occurred, nearly collapsing human civilization, much of the literature was lost. Over thousands of years in space, no living horseshoe crabs have been found for research, making even the old professor unfamiliar with them. AI-MOE, not wanting to be the center of attention at that moment, suggested that perhaps they could start by studying the horseshoe crab's antibacterial abilities to develop virus and bacteria detection reagents. The old professor thought it over and agreed that it was a possibility, but they needed to conduct a more in-depth analysis first. AIMO, Yi remembered that on Earth, Horseshoe crabs were used as natural reagents for detecting toxins and preventing bacterial infections, which had immense medical value. However, she wondered what characteristics horseshoe crabs might have evolved after thousands of years in a harsh environment. The professors immediately began their research. An AI-MO-Yi left the laboratory with Suchi. Junior sister, you're really well informed. Even the old professors didn't recognize I was a horseshoe crab, yet you could tell. Suchi said, feeling impressed. AI-MO-Yi laughed. I happen to have seen it before. The blue blood of the horseshoe crab is very distinctive. So it left a deep impression on me. A few hours later, other research teams returned to the Starship one after another. Upon learning about the discovery of ancient living organisms, they all rushed into the laboratory. Fei Jianan had gone out with another team and only heard a rough idea, not fully understanding what a horseshoe crab was. That evening in the cafeteria, while eating, Fei Jianan asked, "So what exactly is a horseshoe crab? Is it a crab? A turtle?" AIMO-Yi replied. The biggest difference is that horseshoe crabs have blue blood and 3 hearts. So impressive? Fei Jianan exclaimed. Shoo, senior. Keep your voice down. Suchi eats quickly. She finishes her plate in no time. I'll go to the lab after dinner. Do you want to join, junior sister? AIMO-Yi shook her head. Suchi was unfamiliar with horseshoe crabs and was willing to join the research, but AIMO-Yi wasn't interested. Zidao had already learned about the situation and said, I heard your research team is quite authoritative in the academic community. If you can participate, your academic status won't be low in the future. They were already part of the discovery team, so it was impossible to exclude them. AIMO-Yi sighed while eating, saying, what status or authority? I don't care about that anymore. It wasn't a show-off. She was genuinely overwhelmed with multiple tasks and couldn't keep up. As for papers and such, she could care less. After dinner, AIMO-Yi was about to return to her dormitory when she ran into Annie in the elevator. Annie smiled and said, I'm off work, Miss AI. If you get lost again, I can take you. Thanks, Annie, but I've memorized the way today. While the elevator was descending, AIMO-Yi asked, Uncle D said he would take the seniors to training, but it seems he might not have the time. Annie politely replied, the marshal has very little rest time and usually doesn't have time. However, he is quite good at making use of every minute. Even if it's just 10 minutes of free time, he can utilize it to the fullest without wasting a second. AIMO-Yi felt a mix of sympathy and admiration. Compared to Uncle D, they were indeed wasting time. No, if the time wasted brings you joy, then it's not wasted, Annie smiled gently. Ordinary people's time has no inherent value or meaning. It's more important to use it to make oneself happy. Although she said that, AIMO-Yi still felt she should work harder. After the elevator reached the destination, AIMO-Yi intended to return to her dormitory, but Annie insisted on escorting her. Reluctantly, AIMO-Yi followed her to the marshal's bedroom. Delai, who rarely got off work early, was sitting on the sofa looking for a suitable training location. At 3 in the morning, they set off as a group. AIMO-Yi was taken aback. Where to? Training. My time is limited. The marshal clasped his hands, appearing relaxed and carefree, showing no awareness of putting pressure on anyone. Since he had mentioned time constraints, AIMO-Yi couldn't refuse any longer. She took out her phone and said, I'll inform the group. Within 3 minutes of sending the message, everyone replied, except for Suchi, who hadn't responded. Sometimes, phones were prohibited in the laboratory to avoid damaging sensitive instruments, so Suchi might not have seen it. AIMO-Yi touched her nose and discreetly glanced at Delai. The marshal was rarely so relaxed, leaning back with his head supported and eyes closed in rest. The light cast shadows on his handsome profile, giving him a blend of dark and cold charm. It was hard for anyone to see that his actual personality was completely different from his stern appearance. I originally planned to return to my dormitory, but I ran into Annie on the way, and she insisted on bringing me back. AIMO-Yi curled up on the other side of the sofa, closing her eyes due to drowsiness. Even though she was about to fall asleep, she still felt the need to explain why she suddenly came here. Before she could wait for the marshal's reply, she tilted her head and fell asleep against the pillow. Delai got up and carried her back to the bedroom. Her weight had gradually increased, clearly heavier than at the beginning. This was a good thing. No pregnant woman should look frail and weak. After placing her on the bed, Delai gently brushed aside AIMO-Yi's Ye's hair from her forehead and transmitted his spiritual energy. The person who had been tired slowly relaxed and fell into a deep sleep. Around 2 in the morning, Ai Mo Yi, who was in a dream, was awakened by some movement beside her. She groggily sat up and saw the marshal already dressed. Since it was a private schedule, the marshal was not in his military uniform, but rather in a cold and stylish outfit, looking a bit more regal and approachable than usual. Aimo, Ye's muddled brain, took a few seconds to react and remembered they were supposed to go training. She tried to get up, but it felt like she was sealed in the blanket and couldn't get up no matter how hard she tried. Delai admired the sight of Aimo, Yi lounging in bed and said, "You don't need to go. This training is for those embarrassing combat personnel." Chapter 266. Inhumane Training. Aimo, Yi closed her eyes and groped for her clothes, saying, "I have to go, it's a rare opportunity, I definitely." Before she could finish her sentence, she tilted her head and continued to sleep. The marshal sighed helplessly. If she wasn't allowed to go, he didn't know how to vent his frustration later. In the early morning, outside the mecha hangar, Zidao and several others were maintaining their new model mechas. Fei Jianan checked each one and casually asked, "How does the teacher plan to torment us this time?" Amu Si took off his sunglasses, wiped the lenses, and put them back on, his tone subtle. "I feel like we'll die and come back to life countless times." Wen Liangyan was already mentally prepared, but his expression wasn't good. Given the teacher's personality, they would probably need support from the junior sisters. Zidao said painfully, "I told the junior sister long ago to prepare plenty of healing medicine." The others looked at each other, their eyes filled with sorrow. Before long, Na Ziyang arrived and said, "The teacher has decided to challenge the Zerg in turns." Fei Jianan responded, "I know about challenging the Zerg, but what's the level?" Na Ziyang shot him a glance and replied, "King level." Everyone fell silent. 20 seconds later, and Mu Si, with a grim face, asked, "King what?" Na Ziyang repeated, "King level Zerg, alternating battles to the death." Fei Jianan exploded. "Does the teacher know how many times we were turned into mush by the royal Zerg before?" "Yes, the teacher even took pictures," Na Ziyang said seriously. "One for each person, 360-degree close-ups. Everyone." Although they were all somewhat familiar with the marshal's devilish nature, they were still a bit disoriented at this moment. Zidao, with a heavy heart, messaged Aimo, "Junior sister, if you can't save me, please restore my remains to a non-frightening level." At that moment, Aimo had just been placed in a seat on the airship by Delai. She had been carried over while sleeping, and as soon as she got on the airship, she woke up. The marshal casually grabbed a blanket and covered her, saying, "Don't tell me you're pretending to sleep." Aimo, looking at her messages without raising her head, replied, "How is that possible? I don't know what is going on. I just can't fall asleep once I get to place. But what do you mean by restoring remains? Is it that scary?" A few minutes later, Zidao and the others boarded the airship. With Delai present, the atmosphere was not as lively as usual, heavy as if the planet were about to be destroyed. Aimo typed rapidly and sent a message. "King level Zerg? You guys? Single-handedly fighting Royal Zerg?" Was she still not fully awake, or was she seeing things? Fei Jianan replied bitterly, "Su Shuedi isn't here. Can you handle the healing by yourself, junior sister?" Zidao also looked ashen. "I had a premonition that the teacher was going to clean house, but I didn't expect it to be this brutal right from the start." And Mu Si, in a laid-back manner, said, "I've written my will. Do you want to copy a copy?" Messages continued to pop up in the group chat, and it was clear that several of the younger ones were venting their grievances. Na Ziyang joined the chat. "Don't be so pessimistic. The teacher won't just watch us die." Zidao replied, "You're too kind. How naive. How will you take over the teacher's position in the future?" And Mu Si added, "Students come and go every year. As long as the teacher is willing, there will be plenty of people to replace us." Na Ziyang. When Liang glanced at Delai in the front cabin and typed, "King-level Zerg aren't just everywhere. If there were Zerg of that level like the Prana catastrophe, the universe would have been destroyed long ago." Na Ziyang put away his phone and didn't participate in this topic anymore. He looked at his companions, feeling full of sympathy. If it weren't for having already found them, would the marshal really set off in the middle of the night? Aimo had also experienced the catastrophic level of the Prana catastrophe. But this time she still couldn't participate in the battle and could only serve as a medical personnel to treat the injured. Therefore, she couldn't fully empathize with her senior's tense mentality. In the group, she replied, "Don't worry, everyone. I brought plenty of potions and have recently mastered several large healing arrays. As long as you don't die too quickly, I'll do my best to save you." This message failed to comfort the group, whose hearts were filled with despair. Their destination was a desolate star, where the local climate conditions were similar to those of Magi Star, making it a suitable habitat for the Zerg, thus becoming a Zerg nest. The airship floated outside the atmosphere, and from a distance, it seemed they could hear sounds resembling beastly roars coming from within the planet. The sounds swirled through the heavens and earth, fierce and imposing. If it weren't so terrifying, it would almost sound like a grand symphony. Fei Jia then stood at the hatch, feeling his scalp tingle. "Teacher, are there really king-level Zerg here?" The marshal kicked him out to take a look. "I'll help." Fei Jia then fell toward the atmosphere, like a small grass swaying in the wind, screaming in despair, only to find no one paying attention to him. So he reluctantly deployed his mecha. With the mecha covering him, Fei Jia then successfully passed through the atmosphere. The coordinates in his light brain indicated that he had landed at the designated location. Delai asked the others with satisfaction, "Should I kick?" Zidao immediately walked towards the hatch and said, "No need, we'll jump ourselves." She pressed the device on her wrist, and the mecha covered her entire body. Then she jumped. The others followed suit, jumping into the atmosphere like dumplings. AIMO, Yi watched the real-time images from the cockpit. After those few landed, the instruments they carried would record the scene and transmit it back to the airship. "Oh my god, so many bugs." AIMO, Yi felt her scalp tingle. The first to land was Fei Jianan. He landed in a vast, desolate area, and all he could see was a dense tide of bugs. If it weren't for the mecha, he might have been overwhelmed and torn to pieces by the tide of bugs the moment he landed. These bugs resembled the facehuggers from movies, a variant of horseshoe crabs, but they seemed to possess special abilities, able to unleash natural elements to attack intruders. After sending the students off, Delai also came to the cockpit and stood behind AIMO. AIMO tried to operate the complex and precise instruments, but didn't understand much and awkwardly asked Delai, "How about you do it?" "You do it." Delai bent down, his palm covering the back of her hand, gently moving the controls. This key adjusts the volume, and this one zooms in or out. Press up for close-up. If you want to communicate with them, press here first. AIMO struggled to remember the functions of the thousands of buttons, but her attention was always drawn to the faint scent of snow would coming from the person behind her. She steadied her mind and continued to focus on the display. The war on the planet had already broken out. Before they even encountered the king-level Zerg, the tide of bugs had scattered them, leaving them in disarray. When the detector sounded an alarm and the red light flashed wildly, AIMO nervously said, "Seniors, there's a giant life form approaching. Be careful." The few immediately became alert. They intended to work together, but the marshal issued a cold, inhumane command: take turns fighting until exhausted. AIMO thought to herself, this isn't just a matter of exhaustion. The king-level Zerg can destroy everything with just a slight movement. They can tear someone to pieces with a shockwave before even getting close. Chapter 267. The road to the underground. Clearly, they were here to train combat personnel, but the busiest person turned out to be AIMO. The airship landed on the surface of the planet, and Delai cast a spatial movement array for the students, allowing them to instantly teleport people, or rather, corpses, back within a certain range. AIMO tirelessly rescued the bodies, and the hundreds of prepared potions were exhausted within half an hour. While monitoring the battle situation, Delai praised AIMO, saying, "Your strength lies in the fact that at least you can do your job well." And Mu Si, who had just been rescued, sat upright in the large array and said tiredly, "Teacher, that was a king level. How could an absolute ruler, capable of reducing the Federation warships to ruins, possibly be defeated by a few SS-level students?" Delai did not respond directly, saying, "When I was your age." He suddenly stopped, leaving AIMO and Mu Si waiting for more, only to change his words to, "You are my carefully nurtured students. Your performance in the last battle against the Prujna catastrophe was truly embarrassing for me. And Musi felt so exhausted he wanted to spit blood and corrected, "Teacher, humans cannot be described with the word nurtured." AI silently nodded. The higher the level of the ability user, the stronger their vitality. Even if they became a pile of flesh, as long as the heart and brain were not destroyed, they could generally be rescued with timely treatment. Blood spread across the ground, and the purple knife was teleported back as AI continued to provide treatment. After healing, AI raised her hand and said, "I request a pause. I can't take it anymore." Delhi also determined from the body monitors that they had indeed reached their limits. It seemed that having SS-level students take turns battling King-level insectoids would only lead to being endlessly reduced to flesh. The Marshal soon exterminated the King-level insectoids on this planet, allowing the students to rest briefly while he restructured the training plan. The purple knife and the others were exhausted and fell asleep after drinking the nutrient solution. The benefit of this training was that, although they had not inflicted any damage on the King level, they had easily eliminated many small insectoids and collected a significant number of star cores. While they slept, AI cleaned the star cores covered in blood and flesh, organizing them in batches. A few low-level fire-type star cores were of no use to one Liang Yan, so she fed them to Dada. King-level insectoids also had star cores, and Na Ziyang found one among the mountain of blood and flesh, bringing it to Delhi. "Teacher, it's an earth type." Delhi glanced at it and handed it to Musi. "Yes." AI leaned over the sofa and asked, "Seniorin, is it an earth-type petrification?" She had never made eye contact with Musi. It should be noted that Musi would not make eye contact with anyone other than enemies. He often wore sunglasses, and even in the dead of night, as long as there were others around, he never took them off. AI had only seen his right eye, which was a hollow, grayish-brown color, possibly influenced by his left eye, and it was far less cheerful and bright than his personality. Delhi was searching for new insectoids and asked, "Aren't there star cores down there? Aren't you going to collect them?" AI leaned over the window and took a look. At that moment, the airship had returned to space, and using the celestial eye detector, she could see that there were indeed many small star cores left in the area where they had fought earlier. She didn't know if there were any wood-type ones, but even if the low-level ones were of no use, they could still be sold for a good profit. After resting for a while, she went with Na Ziyang to recover the star cores. The area was filled with blood and a terrible stench, so they needed to wear protective suits. Dodo was bouncing around in the sea of corpses, digging through the body parts to find some usable star cores. AI was conducting medicinal tests on some of the flesh, hoping to discover something beneficial for medicine, while Na Ziyang piloted the mech to recover some of the corpses. The insectoid bones, blood, and armor could all be used as weapons, and high-level insectoids could even fetch sky-high prices on the black market. After this training, their mechs and weapons would suffer damage and become unusable, so using the insectoids to make up for some of it was better than nothing. In the protective suit, the smell of blood was not noticeable. AI pushed aside a pile of bloody remains, digging for a long time until she pulled out a hard black lump. She raised the hard lump and waved it at Na Ziyang, asking through the communicator, "Senior, come take a look at what this is." The tall metal mech moved closer, and Na Ziyang enlarged the black lump on the screen, staring at AI's expectant gaze, unable to speak for a while. If he said this was the feces of a king-level insectoid, would the junior sister vomit in her protective suit on the spot? He didn't answer, and AI thought he didn't know. So she added, "It's too hard. Can you help me cut it open to see what's inside?" Na Ziyang hesitated for a moment, a lightning blade forming in the mech's hand, and then effortlessly cut the lump open. Once done, he immediately threw the lightning blade far away. AI asked curiously, "Can it be reused?" Na Ziyang changed the subject. "I'll go check other places." "Okay." AI found a relatively clean spot and carefully examined the cut-open lump. The reason she considered this thing a treasure was that its shape resembled the legendary Tai Sui, with the only difference being its hardness and color. According to legend, Tai Sui is an extremely lean object, also known as meat spiritual fungus, and eating a piece can prolong life, while eating 2 pieces can lead to immortality. From a modern medical perspective, Tai Sui is actually a conglomeration of bacteria, slime molds, fungi, and other substances, also feeding on bacteria and fungi, and its cells can perform photosynthesis. Compared to the legend, Tai Sui certainly does not have a miraculous effect of transforming decay into magic. It can provide ordinary benefits for kidney and liver health and enhance human immunity, but it cannot be eaten directly. After breaking open the outer layer of black shell, the internal structure indeed resembled Tai Sui, appearing like a lump of soft, slippery fat. While AIMO was studying it, it came over to sniff it and open its mouth to bite. AIMO quickly covered its mouth, saying, "Don't eat everything. Let's wait until I get back to study it properly." What intrigued AIMO was that ordinary Tai Sui grows underground, where dark and humid environments favor the propagation of fungi. However, this interstellar version of Tai Sui was discovered among the remains of insectoids, likely growing inside the insectoid's body. The stomach and intestines would be the most suitable places. Assuming this insectoid was quite old, perhaps hundreds or thousands of years, it would be like an ancient tortoise turned into an island, its surface and interior covered in bacteria and fungi, making it a paradise for Tai Sui. Then, considering the solidified and dried black shell of Tai Sui, could it be ancient accumulated feces? AIMO's mind was filled with black lines. To still want to take another bite, and AIMO quickly tossed it into the spatial storage. "I told you not to eat it. Is it because I haven't fed you enough?" AIMO pressed a duh in her arms, scratching its belly incessantly. It struggled desperately, making muffled sounds. From the communicator, Na Yang's voice came through. "Junior sister, I found something." AIMO quickly got up and walked towards a mech. Na Yang was rummaging through the remaining corpse pile of the king-level insectoid. This insectoid was smaller than the Prajna catastrophe, but still occupied almost half the planet. It had rooted itself in the planet and had not moved for so long that most of its body was deeply buried underground, equivalent to being vertically embedded into the Earth's core. After Deli shattered its upper body, Na Yang dug through the corpse and discovered a path leading deeper underground. Chapter 268. The cotton has become a spirit unaware of the dangers along the way. Zheyoung let AIMO board the mecha. After removing her protective suit, AIMO took a deep breath and said to the light brain, "Uncle D, we're going underground." "Got it." Deli noticed the two were descending through the monitor, and the pressure change caused a variation in their body data. Zheyoung collected images and transmitted them to Deli. When the searchlight illuminated the area, it was confirmed that they were moving down the esophagus of a royal-level insectoid. Having been rooted in the land for hundreds of years, the royal-level insectoids had merged with the Earth's veins, their blood-red innards and interwoven veins becoming part of the hard rock. As the two explored inside the royal-level insectoid on the airship, Fei Jia had just woken up to drink some water and decided to check the monitoring room. Witnessing the scene, he said with a smirk, "This place is great. If we build a castle here, we could probably fool interstellar idiots into thinking we discovered remnants of ancient civilization from Earth inside a royal-level insectoid. It would definitely attract a crowd of tourists." AIMO in the mecha retorted, "Senior Fei, you're really a genius at making money." Fei Jianan laughed and added, "We still don't know if it has offspring inside, so you two be careful." After saying that, he felt it was unnecessary since Zheyoung was with them, and the marshal himself was here. It would be strange if something went wrong. He returned to sleep soundly, while AIMO and Zheyoung continued their exploration. AIMO was measuring the oxygen concentration, bacterial colonies, and pH balance within the insectoid, and increasingly felt that it was indeed very suitable for plant growth. It was like an independent island, with the diet of the royal-level insectoid providing nutrients inside. Human and animal bones could provide phosphates, increasing phosphorus for plant growth. The blood was also rich in nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, which are essential for robust plant growth. The dietary needs of the royal-level insectoid were immense. Its descendants would hunt from the surrounding star regions, whether humans, star beasts, or other insectoids. When some residue could not be expelled with the feces, it would remain as natural fertilizer. If the royal-level insectoid swallowed seeds from certain plants while feeding, those seeds might take root and sprout inside. The more AI Yi researched, the more confident and even excited she became, which puzzled Zhejiang. Outsiders could not understand the feelings of a botanist. Just the thought of possibly discovering new plants inside this royal-level insectoid made AI Yi smile widely. The deeper they went, the lower the temperature became, with the mecha displaying a range between 15 to 20 degrees. Unlike the hot surface of the planet, the underground temperature was comfortable, but if they continued to descend, even a mecha might freeze. Zhejiang stopped and asked AI Yi, "Have you detected any signs of life?" AI Yi stared intently at the display, noting an unidentified creature approaching from the 7 o'clock direction. "Senior, get ready for battle." Since they were inside the insectoid, visibility was relatively open. Zhejiang quickly spotted the figure of the opponent, and a laser cannon on the mecha's right shoulder rotated and aimed, firing a beam of laser instantly. After the life signs disappeared, AI Yi said, "It's taken care of." Just as her words fell, countless red dots reappeared on the monitor, densely packed everywhere, and the internal alarm began to scream. It was the insects residing within the royal-level insectoid, launching a fierce attack on the two intruders. Zhejiang remained calm, sweeping them away, while AI Yi continued searching for other life forms. Indeed, the inside of the royal-level insectoid resembled a paradise, with some areas featuring rock-like soil, and there was even soil formed from protein and fungal clusters. In such soil, plants did exist. Most were mosses and various fungi and algae that could survive without photosynthesis. AI Yi was dazzled by what she saw, and when she arrived at an area resembling a stomach structure, she requested to leave the mecha for on-site observation. Zhejiang opened the hatch and reminded her not to wander too far, staying within the mecha's range. Stepping onto the ground, the soft sensation felt like a grassy field. But instead of the fragrance of grass and trees, there was a strong stench. AI Yi put on a gas mask and looked up to see huge layers of gastric mucosa hanging like shed snake skin in the gradually rotting stomach sac. After the royal-level insectoid died, tremendous changes were occurring inside, and it was likely that the plants would quickly perish as well. They had to recover the rare plants as soon as possible. AI Yi quickened her pace and released the search together. With its keen sense of smell, quickly led her to a river. This resembled the blood vessels of the royal-level insectoid, with dark brown liquid slowly flowing through the wide pipes. If not for the blood coagulating, AI Yi could even take a bath in it. Did her rummage through the semi-coagulated blood and unearthed many corpses, mostly undigested human limbs. AI Yi, wearing gloves, sifted through the human skeletons kicked over by Dada and found a cluster of purple-brown plants resembling antlers. When she scratched the surface with her nails, flakes fell off, revealing the pale green, somewhat translucent flesh inside. Zhejiang asked from the mecha, "What is this?" "It should be deer horn vegetable, a relatively crunchy marine plant." AI Yi replied, a bit surprised. Zhejiang was puzzled. Marine plant? How could it grow inside the blood vessels of a royal-level insectoid? AI Yi explained. The blood composition is quite similar to seawater, with many chemical components being the same. Perhaps the deerhorn vegetable has evolved the ability to adapt to environmental changes and was sucked into the royal-level insectoid along with seawater. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, the deerhorn vegetable managed to survive stubbornly. It flicked its tail at the river, indicating there was more. AI Yi initially wanted to use a spell array, but then noticed a giant longworm writhing in the slowly flowing plasma. She thought it was a giant python, but upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a parasite that had lived inside the royal-level insectoid for who knows how many years. Although she wasn't afraid, it was still too disgusting. So she asked Zhejiang to fetch the marine plants with the mecha. Zhejiang did not refuse and resignedly obeyed AI Yi's request. With Zhejiang around, AI Yi continued down the blood river and reached a sunlit area, likely near the insect spine. A large hole had opened in the back of the royal-level insectoid, which was minuscule for it, akin to human pores, yet it was enough to let sunlight in. This little sunlight allowed the accumulated thin dust to nurture green life forms. When she saw the plants swaying in the wind, AI Yi was stunned. But before she could rush over for a closer look, those tall flower-bud-shaped plants suddenly opened their massive mouths, revealing a mass of white fluff. Yi scooped up the duh and dashed away to avoid the flying fluff attack. Mom, the cotton has finally become a spirit. Chapter 269. Royal Star Core. The green plants, standing 2 to 3 meters tall, resemble cotton during Earth's era and have already produced cotton bolls. Some of the bolls have burst open, releasing large clumps of white fluff that are strikingly similar to cotton. However, not all plants are as soft as cotton. A significant portion has evolved into more aggressive forms, containing not just cotton, but also razor-sharp teeth and barbed tongues capable of instantly penetrating metal and rock. Yi dodges among the swirling white fluff, which seems to be toxic. If she weren't wearing a gas mask, she would be feeling her limbs go numb and her head spin, ultimately becoming food for the plants. As she evades, the marshal's voice comes through the communicator, asking if her heart rate is abnormal and if she's in trouble. I'm fine, it's okay, Yi replies, opening her wooden shield to block the barbed tongue attacks, and adds with frustration, mainly, I want to catch one alive. Delay asks again, do you want me to come? No need, She was about to say she could handle it, but then thought it might be better not to overexert herself, especially since her pregnancy was progressing. Changing her mind, she boldly says, I really need your help, Marshal. How long will it take you to get here? Just as she finishes speaking, a magic circle appears just over a meter behind her, and the Marshal appears within it, grabbing a plant that was attacking her and forcibly snapping it in half, getting his hands covered in green slime. Yi is dumbfounded. You can teleport this far? Delay remains non-committal, only disgustedly removing his black leather gloves and putting on a new pair. With his arrival, the plants seem to be under immense energy pressure, retreating and no longer exhibiting their aggressive demeanor. Looking up at the aggressive plants in the undulating hills, Delay frowns slightly, wondering what strange thing this is. Sometimes he finds it amusing that things other people would avoid at all costs, whether plants or animals, seem to radiate unprecedented value in Yi's eyes. Yi stands beside him and says, have you heard of cotton? I suspect this is a variant of cotton, a fusion of plants and insectoids, similar to the cobra lily I encountered before. The Marshal carefully contemplates the word cotton and finally recalls a method of keeping warm mentioned in books about Earth. In fact, there's cotton fabric in the interstellar realm, but it is made from chemical elements to imitate Earth's cotton. The quality isn't bad, but it clearly lacks value for interstellar beings who pursue all natural materials. Transmigrating. Open your eyes wide and look at that plant in the second row from the left. I think it looks particularly beautiful. The Marshal calmly replies, I'll give you a chance to change your mind, or else you'll become their fertilizer. Yi rubs her belly and protests. You're trying to harm your own wife and violating the juvenile protection law. She's an adult, but the baby in her belly counts as a minor, right? The fetus isn't classified as a minor and is not covered by the protection law. The Marshal's words shatter her assumptions, but he still personally goes to pull the plants. Yi treats him like a workhorse, suggesting that one seems a bit skinny. How about the fourth one from the right in the third row? It looks pretty plump, like a mother plant. Delay complies and pulls it up, but before he can put it into the spatial storage, Yi says, I think the third one in the back row looks robust too. It can produce many small plants. Let us take that one as well. Delay, dutifully complying, goes to pull the one she mentioned. Despite being fierce plants, they tremble in front of the Marshal, not daring to breathe. Yi has a sense of development and feels they shouldn't pull all of them out at once. So she only lets Delay remove the suitable plants for breeding and cultivation. As for the rest, they can live and die on their own here. After all, to let life bloom brilliantly, bringing them into human research labs is definitely not the best approach. When the two return to the riverbank, Zhe-Yang is still foraging for deer antler grass and is quite surprised to see Delay. But upon noticing Yi's dirty appearance, he immediately connects the dots. It's getting late. Delay asks, do you want to continue exploring? Yi is reluctant to leave and pleads, can I have another 2 hours? This opportunity is too rare. Her exploration of new species is also part of her training, so Delay doesn't force her to end it. instead letting Zhe Yang return to the airship first while he takes AI Mo Yi to explore. With the Marshal present, the journey is much smoother, allowing AI Mo Yi and to search earnestly. By the time they return to the airship, Zidao and the others have woken up and are absorbing star cores. After battling the royal-level insectoid, they obtained countless star cores, discarding countless low-level ones. With 3 or 4 quasi-royal level, about 10 black iron level, and over 20 silver level, spanning all systems. Some were eliminated by D-Lai while hunting the royal level. And these star cores are just enough for the students to fill the star sea and enhance their spiritual power. AIMO, Yi also gets a quasi-royal level wood-type core and 2 black iron level wood-type cores. After communicating with Su Qi, he voluntarily says, "The black iron levels can go to me. As an S level, I might not be able to handle the power of a quasi-royal level. The value and energy of a quasi-royal level star core far exceed that of 2 black iron level cores." AIMO, Yi keeps the 2 for him and absorbs the quasi-royal level 1 herself. D-Lai asks, "What does it feel like?" AIMO, Yi blinks, "I don't feel anything." She regrets not leaving it for Su Qi. Who knows, he might break through to SS level in the future and be able to use it. Among the mountain of star cores, the Earth-type Royal Star Core is the most precious, and Mu Si places the Royal Star Core on the bed, acting all reverent as he offers prayers and rituals. Just as he is about to bow 80 times, Fei Jia Nin kicks him in the butt. "Are you done? Hurry up and absorb it, or I will get jealous and take you out tonight." And Mu Si, in indignation, says, "Such a precious thing. How can I absorb it without a grand ceremony?" Wan Liang, Yin coolly suggests from the doorway. "Then sell it at the black market and spend the rest of your life lying down without worries for food and clothing." Zidao chimes in, "I agree. Royal Star Cores are priceless." Before anyone really makes a move to snatch it, and Mu Si quickly absorbs it. SS level ability users might not be able to withstand the surging energy of Royal Star Cores, so D-Lai watches personally, and AIMO Yi prepares to assist. The airship heads to the next planet, while the others, having recovered their energy, first go to clear the insectoids, practicing their skills while collecting more star cores. For several hours, and Mu Si sits in the magic circle, drenched in cold sweat. AIMO Yi observes his bodily data and softly says, "Seniorin, your meridians are starting to block up. If you don't clear them in time, you might end up like that senior, experiencing a power surge. I will use mugwort and acupuncture to help you clear it. Just relax." Chapter 270, Tai Sui with Emperor Lai overseeing. AIMO Yi was completely at ease and proceeded to provide aid in an orderly manner. And Mu Si struggled to withstand the surging power of the quasi-king level. Without proper guidance, this immense force akin to a vast sea would rampage through a star sea, ultimately leading to a violent outburst. AIMO Yi ignited mugwort and used specially crafted silver needles to perform acupuncture on him, unblocking his meridians. Similar to the time when Jia broke through, and Mu Si's body temperature was extremely high, his skin resembling a scorched crab, drenched in sweat. Smoke was even rising from his head. AIMO Yi asked Emperor Lai if the marshal had ice-type abilities to cool him down gently. Emperor Lai raised his finger, and frost spread out, enveloping and Mu Si. "How is he now?" Emperor Lai found it difficult to interpret the complex data on the medical monitoring device, which looked like an intricate hacker interface. AIMO Yi replied, "Acupuncture combined with moxibustion will have a good effect. That senior has experienced it before. Fortunately, she had the experience of treating Na Zhe Yang. Otherwise, she might have been flustered today." After treatment, and Mu Si's condition stabilized slightly. AIMO Yi took out the spoils from this expedition, besides the star core and the blood, flesh, and bones of the bug race. The more peculiar item was Tai Sui. This Tai Sui was not a plant and couldn't produce more if planted in the ground. It likely needed a petri dish. Its consumption did not have the miraculous effects as legend suggested and was rather lackluster. AIMO Yi analyzed it with a magical array for a long time and concluded it was better used as fertilizer to promote the growth of Cordyceps sinensis. Ever since obtaining the Cordyceps, she had not found a suitable planting method. Tai Sui was a collective of fungal slime molds, which might provide sufficient nutrients for the Cordyceps. While she was analyzing Tai Sui, Su Chi called via video chat. The professors were particularly excited. After finishing their research, they returned to the capital, likely to conduct in-depth studies. Su Chi had been in the lab for dozens of hours, and the bags under his eyes were almost dropping. Seeing the mound of fat in AIMO's magical array, he asked, "Junior sister, have you finally gotten bored enough to start researching pork?" Mo replied, "This is Tai Sui, not pork." Su Chi had never heard of it. Was it yet another strange item? AIMO briefly explained, but he shook his head. "I don't quite understand these things. I'll just look at the results once you've done the research." AIMO asked, "Are you coming over, senior brother?" Su Chi sighed, "Maybe next time. I plan to take a nap first and then talk once I regain my energy." AIMO said, "I don't have precision instruments here. How about you help me analyze the specific components of Tai Sui after you wake up? I plan to use Tai Sui as fertilizer for the cordyceps." "No problem. Just send it over," he replied. AIMO quickly loaded Tai Sui onto a small flying ship, set the autopilot, and sent it to Su Chi on the starship to make fertilizer for the cordyceps. Such a small piece wouldn't be enough. She planned to use fungal propagation technology to produce more Tai Sui. Upon reflection, it was quite extravagant. After dealing with Tai Sui, AIMO took out deer antler grass. This item was very fragile and lived in the blood of king-level bugs, making it quite dirty. Purifying it to an edible state would require considerable effort. AIMO first used wood-type abilities to keep it alive and carefully placed it back in her space. The rest was a mutated version of cotton, which was supposed to be a plant, but had merged with bugs to survive in harsh environments, evolving into a highly aggressive form capable of handling general threats. In the space, the plants showed their teeth at AIMO, not at all obedient. AIMO took a leaf from one of them for analysis, intending to see how to improve it and restore it to the appearance of earth cotton. Just as she was concentrating, a call came from the monitoring room. "Teacher, we've detected the aura of a king-level bug. Should we start training now?" Zidao inquired. Emperor Lai glanced at Mu Si, who was still absorbing energy, and first asked AIMO, "Can you handle it while being distracted?" Once Zidao and the others engaged in battle with the king-level bug, both Emperor Lai and AIMO would be busy. And they also needed to consider Mu Si's side. AIMO nodded. "I've supplemented him with medicine." Only then did Emperor Lai give the students orders. "Use your brains to think of tactics. If you must die, at least die smartly." The group fell silent, their faces numb. What use was their brain in the face of overwhelming destructive power? They began to repeat the previous cycle of life and death. But perhaps due to their increased experience or the enhancement from absorbing a large number of star cores, they died more gracefully than before. AIMO felt increasingly adept. Previously, she had to spend time detecting the situation, but now she could directly provide aid. In the vast universe, the passage of time was not apparent. Several hours later, the king-level bug was still defeated by Emperor Lai. The injured were miserably accepting AIMO's treatment, while also enduring the marshal's sharp tongue. This time, the royal bug was of the lightning type, and the star core was given to Nazeyong before he began to absorb it. And Mu Si finally mastered the power of the king-level star core and was about to reach the critical point of SS level. "If I get another king-level one, I can break through to SSS level," and Mu Si said, beaming with joy. "Teacher, I suddenly realize your decision is so wise and powerful. Fighting against strong opponents is indeed the best way to enhance capability." Emperor Lai was not satisfied with this outcome and coldly remarked, "Without actual combat, you are merely being scraped." And Mu Si's smile faded, his head drooping in guilt. Nazeyong held the star core of the king-level bug, still unable to make up his mind to absorb it. AIMO understood he had psychological barriers and said, "It's okay, senior. The marshal is here, and I will do my best to help you." Nazeyong nodded and activated the magical array to absorb the star core. His ability level was higher, so the absorption effect of the king-level star core was relatively better, the surging power spreading out like an invisible airflow. AIMO took this opportunity to take a break and brought some low-level fire-type star cores to the Da. One Liang Yin tossed 2 elite-level ones over for it to try out. AIMO hesitated, looking at the Da. can handle it. Unlike humans, star beasts might struggle more when overwhelmed by power. When Liang Yin said, fire types have a high tolerance for power. Let it absorb one first. If there are no issues, then feed it the second. If it didn't need the fire-type star core, they would auction it online. AIMO followed his advice and let it absorb it. Who had been lively before, immediately wilted after absorbing it, shrinking into AIMO's arms. Listless, AIMO patiently stroked its fur and rubbed its belly. A few minutes later, it seemed to have overeaten and began hiccuping, intermittently spewing out fire in a pitiful manner. But after fully absorbing it, the DA's abilities increased significantly. It used to mostly spit fire sparks, occasionally erupting with a flame tongue. Now its firepower had increased greatly, at least reaching the effect of a technological flamethrower. Fei Jia then held the milk tea AIMO he had just made, sipping it while watching the excitement, saying, with this little guy around, there's no need to carry a lighter wherever you go. It's convenient. AIMO thought, compared to the S size, a lighter was obviously more portable. Chapter 271 Weak Cattle and Sheep after an unknown amount of time spent in the unknown universe. The brutal training by the demons finally came to an end due to an urgent call from the military. The airship returned to the life, code-named Starship, and Suchi immediately shared the findings with AIMO. Indeed, the Tai Sui is very suitable for fungal cultivation. I asked the Research Institute for the data. If you want to cultivate it in large quantities, it shouldn't be too difficult. AIMO said, I just want to provide suitable nutrients for the Cordyceps sinensis. And I don't need to cultivate too much. Senior brother, have you experimented with the nourishing effects of Tai Sui on plants? Suchi replied, I've been soaking the lab for a few days. Come with me. While a few people went out for training, Suchi was also busy, spending every day in the lab. By the time AIMO returned, the two continued their research until they were dragged out by Annie. I can understand your enthusiasm for academic discussion, but please take care of your health, especially you, Miss AI. Annie smiled, but her eyes were filled with a threat. If you collapse in the lab, for the sake of your health, we will definitely take some inhumane measures. AIMO immediately raised her hands in surrender, saying, I'll go back and sleep now, and I absolutely want to get up until I've slept for at least 8 hours. Suchi wanted to retort, but a look from Annie silenced him instantly. AIMO didn't return to Emperor Lai's lounge, but went straight to the dormitory to lie down. Zidao was also sleeping, and the dormitory was quiet until the next morning when the two finally got up. AIMO curled up in her blanket, not wanting to move, her voice lazy and a bit soft. Senior sister, when are we going back to the military satellite? Zidao leaned against the headboard, scrolling through her phone, and said, we probably still have to go to 2 more research sites. If you're tired, let the teacher take you back. Don't push yourself. AIMO slowly shook her head. She wasn't tired. She just wanted to go back and improve the cotton cultivation first. Chemical syntheses are never as reassuring as natural plants. She wanted to grow the cotton before the little one in her belly was born. Ideally, the baby's clothes and even diapers should be made from the cotton she cultivated herself. That would make her feel at ease. However, this opportunity to soar through the universe with the Starship was indeed rare. Once the winter break was over, there wouldn't be time to explore new species again. After much hesitation, AIMO decided to prioritize exploration. After a long journey, they returned to the military satellite 2 weeks later. AIMO hurried back to the Gobi prison, eager to plant cotton. The climate in Gobi prison was relatively suitable for cotton growth, and after multiple improvements, she was sure she could obtain a large amount of cotton for making clothes and diapers before the baby was born. It was rare for her to come back. And Ji said, the ranch is developing according to your requirements. You should visit before you leave to correct anything that needs to be changed. AIMO said, no rush. I took a few days off, so I can rest for several days. This time, it was Sin Chengsheng who brought a few subordinates to escort her back. As soon as they arrived, they were shouting and making noise, howling in the orchard and wailing in the vegetable field, which annoyed AIMO. The purple rose grapes had just begun to grow, and AIMO picked 2 bunches, placed them in a bamboo basket, and handed them to Sin Chengsheng. Deputy Sin, could you please help me wash the grapes and taste them? Sin Changsheng was so excited he rubbed his hands together, saying, "Are we going to eat this? I feel so embarrassed." Yi pointed to the faucet in the vegetable garden, saying, "You can wash them over there and eat them there afterward. No need to come back here. Otherwise, my eardrums will burst from the noise." Sin Changsheng happily took the basket and left, calling his subordinates to go eat with him. Jia said, "The purple rose grapes, my ma and I have tasted them, and they are really delicious. If you put them online, you can sell as many as you have in an instant." Yi had no doubt and happily said, "The products here sell out instantly online. However, there aren't too many grapes this time. I plan to plant more before selling." Jia wished to keep some for herself and immediately said, "Then I'll pick more tonight for dessert." My ma was still at the ranch, and Yi hurried to see her, setting off in a rush after planting the cotton. The Empire had sent several agricultural department personnel over. They had wood-type abilities and could stimulate plant growth like Yi, but their abilities weren't as free-spirited as hers. With everyone's joint efforts, the formerly barren area was transformed into a lush paradise, with many cattle and sheep leisurely chewing grass. Mama rushed out from the wooden house. If you weren't pregnant, my ma would have jumped on her and spoiled her. "Sister Yi, look, the ranch, completely new now," my ma said proudly. "Although it's still a distance from what we envisioned, this is already a very good result." Yi was indeed surprised. This ranch had previously been barren land, but now it looked like a piece of jade lying in the valley, breathtakingly beautiful. "Mama, you've worked hard. Warden Andrew promised that as long as we do well, he will consider reducing your sentence." Yi thought of this when she let my ma handle some matters. My ma was younger than her, and it didn't make sense for her to waste her best years in prison. Upon hearing this news, however, my ma wasn't very happy. Instead, she hesitantly asked, "If I get out of prison, can I still work beside Sister Yi?" Yi laughed and said, "Of course, but at that time, you won't be a prisoner anymore, but my sister instead, and you won't have to be restricted anymore." My ma was a veteran figure in her entrepreneurial journey, and she would definitely continue to be her right-hand woman, sharing wealth together. After receiving Yi's promise, my ma became happy and continued to walk with her around the ranch. There was one problem. Some of the grass had bloomed due to excessive stimulation, and they were unsure if the flowers were safe for the cattle and sheep to eat, so they were hesitating about whether to remove them. My ma informed Yi of the trouble. Yi asked for the type of grass and said, "It's edible. There is no need to worry about that." However, many cattle and sheep have fallen ill, my ma said anxiously. "We have 100 of each, and they're vomiting and having diarrhea one after another. The veterinarian is at a loss, and the ability users can't figure it out either." Yi felt that it shouldn't be a problem with the grass, and asked my ma to take her to see the sick cattle and sheep. Up close, Yi discovered that these sickly cattle and sheep were so emaciated that they looked like skeletons, barely alive. No matter how poorly the ranch was managed, it couldn't have been abused to this extent in such a short time. It was very likely that there was a problem with the cattle and sheep themselves, not the grass. She asked, "Where did the cattle and sheep come from, and what breed are they? They look like this right after they were transported? Didn't you report this to the warden?" Mama looked confused and said, "They all look like this on the farms on our garbage planet." She thought her own cattle and sheep were plump, but that was because Yi had carefully raised them, and they were certainly stronger than any cattle and sheep outside. Not only did my ma think it was normal, but almost everyone in the team didn't think that the cattle and sheep looking so frail was a problem from the beginning. Chapter 272. Greasy Man. Yi felt a bit overwhelmed. She didn't expect the problem to stem from the source. She asked again, "Have the cattle and sheep undergone quarantine? What is their dietary condition?" Mama didn't quite understand this, so she took Yi to meet the person in charge of this area. When they arrived in front of the metal shed, my ma whispered, "That person used to look down on me, but one day when he argued with me, he was scolded harshly by Sister Jia, and he didn't dare after that." Yi said, "Such people bully the weak and fear the strong. The more submissive you are, the more they look down on you. If you take a firmer attitude, they will treat you with respect instead." After pushing the door open, a middle-aged man sitting behind a desk was watching a color film. He impatiently said, Not accepting visitors right now. Get lost as far as you can. Ye glanced at the time. There was still half an hour until closing time. Are you sure you're not accepting visitors? The middle-aged man finally glanced at her with a forced smile and asked, Who are you, and what do you want to consult about? Ye introduced herself directly. The middle-aged man was taken aback for a moment and looked her over again. This is the woman who has received strong support from the Ministry of Agriculture and is working on the reconstruction of a barren planet? She's too young. The middle-aged man, an old hand at this, saw Ye's youth and her clear, naive gaze, thinking she was just a gullible fool, especially since Ye was very beautiful. He couldn't help but speculate that such a young woman could gain the ministry's favor. She must be some powerful man's secret mistress. As he thought this, his gaze became disdainful, eyeing Ye with a lewd expression, as if he wanted to devour her whole. The overly blatant, greasy gaze made Ye frown slightly, and even my ma vaguely felt that the middle-aged man had ulterior motives. Who knows how many other girls have been disgusted by him besides them? Stopping ma from karsing, I asked, Are you the purchasing manager for the cattle and sheep? What breeds are these cattle and sheep, and what was their original living environment like? Where are the grazing demands and adaptability of each population? Where are the regular health check reports? She coldly fired off several questions, leaving the middle-aged man a bit dazed. Not expecting such a young girl to immediately point out the key issues of his work. But he always looked down on women and instead laughed, puffing out his beer belly and mockingly said, Little girl, why so serious? You look fierce. No man will want you like this. As soon as he finished speaking, he lewdly winked at Ye, adding, But I like it fiery. Ye frowned, saying, I'm here for an inspection. If you can't answer, I'll go find someone else. The purchasing manager tried to grab Ye's hand, attempting to pull her into the room. I'm the person in charge of the cattle and sheep. Everything you just mentioned is my responsibility. Who else can you ask? He laughed lewdly, his face swelling, making his eyes almost disappear. Ye thought to herself that the important matter was urgent, and she would deal with him later. After avoiding his hand, Ye calmly asked, How did you get involved in this team? Do you have people above you? As they spoke, the three had already sat down on the sofa. But the purchasing manager kept his distance because Ye was playing with a sharp wooden splinter that had formed in her hand, appearing leisurely. After sitting down, the purchasing manager noticed Ye's belly was protruding, hidden beneath her loose clothing. This further confirmed his previous guess that Ye must be the mistress of some leader, and the leader had placed her in this team to please his pregnant little lover. His disdain grew larger in his heart as he looked at Ye's face, finding her both stunning and pure, a rare combination in a person, like an uncut ruby, radiant and captivating, especially since she was a pregnant woman. The purchasing manager's mind flashed with many vulgar thoughts, and he immediately began to boast. Do you know the Minister of Agriculture? He's the husband of my childhood neighbor's second aunt's distant cousin's classmate's uncle's colleague's cousin. He animatedly spoke about the Minister of Agriculture, thinking that once Ye heard about his connection to the minister, she would surely flatter him. After all, a woman who could use her body to entice men wouldn't miss such a great opportunity to climb the social ladder. However, after he spoke until he was dry-mouthed, both Ye and my ma looked indifferent. Ye pulled up information on cattle and sheep related to their work computer and discovered there could be serious issues. Originally, she had requested purebred cattle and sheep from farms exclusively supplied to nobles. These breeds had relatively good genetics and were to be fed primarily with natural pasture, with some varieties even requiring nutrient solutions. Ultimately, the cattle and sheep would be strong, and their meat would be firm and delicious. Of course, they were also extremely expensive. But now, the ones being put into the pasture were either sickly or small and emaciated. Not to mention excellent breeds, they looked like they were ready to be buried. Ye immediately contacted the Secretary of the Minister of Agriculture to inquire about the funding for this batch of cattle and sheep. The other party quickly replied with a number that made Ye's mouth twitch. The Ministry of Agriculture had indeed spent a lot, but unfortunately, at least 2/3 had been embezzled. She couldn't help but laugh internally and interrupted the purchasing manager's incessant chatter. This batch of cattle and sheep was selected from the excellent breed supplied to nobles. This batch is for breeding purposes and will not be sold. So the genetic requirements are very strict. I have repeatedly emphasized that they must be the best breeds. The purchasing manager was still stubborn, insisting that they were purebred cattle and sheep sent by the Ministry of Agriculture, previously supplied to nobles specifically selected for this cultivation. They previously lived in artificial pastures and have high requirements for water sources, temperature, and feed. Mama interjected, "That's not right. Those cattle and sheep look sickly. There's no difference from ordinary breeds. Did you embezzle the money?" The purchasing manager immediately became furious, raising his fist threateningly at my ma, angrily saying, "Little girl, mind your words. Who the hell are you calling an embezzler? Do you believe I won't slap you?" My ma was startled and shrank back, but then remembered AIMO's words about not showing weakness to such people who bully the weak. She immediately lifted her head and boldly confronted him. "You want to hit me? Fine, go ahead. If you touch me with even a finger today, you can wait and see what the consequences will be." The manager had been warned by Gia before and had no way to retaliate afterward, so he knew my ma was not someone to be easily bullied. However, as a big man, he felt his pride was hurt, and he stubbornly said, "Anyway, I didn't embezzle. You women who can only flaunt yourselves on men's beds should go home and be housewives instead of embarrassing yourselves here." Finally, he mumbled an additional comment. "Aren't you just a slut who climbed up through men? How dare you come here to show off? I know the Minister of Agriculture. I can ruin you." AIMO smiled and instructed my ma to close the door. Chapter 273. Why my ma ran over to close the door with a thud, while the purchasing manager was unaware of the seriousness of the situation and shouted at AIMO, "You know offending me won't end well, right? Let me tell you, it's too late. You're a despicable thing." AIMO smiled slightly, and once my ma closed the door, the magic circle beneath her feet lit up. 3 seconds later, the purchasing manager's shrill scream echoed throughout the entire ranch. The employees working in the morning glanced at the source of the sound, shook their heads, and continued working. After a while, in the tin shed, AIMO rubbed her ears and complained about the noise. The purchasing manager was suspended in the air, entangled by vines, with his limbs tightly bound. His face was covered in handprints, layered and intertwined, making his already plump face even more swollen and red, resembling a pig's head. AIMO was already in contact with the Ministry of Agriculture, and they quickly discovered that the manager had indeed embezzled funds to keep a mistress, regardless of gender. His wife and daughter were still eating meager meals on a barren planet, suffering because he found them old and unattractive, leaving them without a single penny. Additionally, he was found to have sexually harassed women in the workplace multiple times, but his crimes had always been covered up and left unresolved. AIMO thought to herself that this man was worthless and remarked, "What a scumbag." The manager, with his nose and eyes crooked from the slaps, painfully said, Your abuse of private punishment is illegal." AIMO smiled and replied, "What does it matter? No one will find out." The manager's eyes widened. His face was covered in scars. Did this woman really want to destroy the evidence? Before he could think clearly, AIMO acted again and called my ma to join in, treating him like a punching bag for practice. After they were done, AIMO informed the prison center, and Warden Andrew personally rushed over. "What happened?" he asked, stroking his bald head as he walked around the unconscious manager. AIMO calmly replied, "The guy passed out for watching too many adult films." Before everyone arrived, she had healed the manager's superficial wounds. Although the pain was real, there were no visible scars on the surface. Not only that, she had adjusted some other functions, ensuring that even if this guy escaped punishment in the future, he would never be able to harass innocent women in the workplace again. After learning the general situation, Andrew scratched his head and said, "We really haven't seen high-quality cattle and sheep specifically for nobles. We thought good quality meant just that." It's likely that the manager knew this, which is why he boldly fabricated lies, betting that no one would discover the truth. The Ministry of Agriculture would certainly send high-quality breeds again, but the question was what to do with the existing batch. They were still precious cattle and sheep. Even if they were inferior, it would be a shame to dispose of them. Now they were too emaciated to eat, hardly yielding 2 tails of meat. AI Mo hesitated to throw them away and sighed. Let me think of a solution. Although she wasn't a veterinarian, she had some experience and might be able to save them. After arriving at the pens of the sickly cattle and sheep, AI Mo inspected them closely and suspected it might be an animal disease, so she decided to isolate and disinfect them before making further plans. It was already very late, so AI Mo and my ma headed back to the Gobi prison. Ji had picked a lot of vegetables from the fields and brought back quite a bit of fruit from the orchard. Sin Chungsheng and others were cooking. Although their skills weren't very proficient, they were very enthusiastic and couldn't get enough of the various ingredients. A soldier touched the smooth octopus in the bowl and exclaimed, "This big octopus, I saw it in the sea before. It's bigger than a mothership and could swallow hundreds of people in one bite. I never thought now we'd be eating it." Gia handed him the cooking wine, saying, "Stop reminiscing. Hurry up and cook. It's getting late. If we wait any longer, we'll be having breakfast." The soldier, not understanding the significance of cooking wine, asked, "Is this for the octopus to drink or for me?" Gia rolled her eyes at him, stepped forward, and took charge of the cooking. Fortunately, as soon as my ma and AI Mo returned, they could immediately join in on the dinner preparations. Seeing the grapes in the porcelain bowl, AI Mo said, "There are so many grapes. We probably can't eat them all at once. How about we work overtime tonight to make them into raisins?" Upon hearing this, everyone looked at her in confusion. It was my ma who asked, "Is it like dried squid, dried fish, and dried lemon?" "Yes, we can use the oven. Raisins can be preserved for a long time." AI Mo replied. Gia suggested, "Let's do it tomorrow. It's really too late today, and you need a rest." By the time dinner was ready, it was already past 11. Various seafood, vegetables, fruits, and eggs left Sin Chungsheng and the others overwhelmed, unsure what to taste first. AI Mo picked a piece of fragrant, crispy hairtail fish for the female officers in the team, saying, "Try my ma's specialty. It's very crispy." The female officer gratefully replied, "You're too kind. Such a lavish meal to treat us." AI Mo replied sincerely, "Not at all. I should be the one thanking you for protecting me." No one had time to exchange pleasantries because everyone was busy devouring the food, wildly clearing each dish. Perhaps because seafood was more precious, everyone favored it, leaving no sauce behind. Every dish was cleaned out completely. AI Mo still had to deal with the cattle and sheep matter, so after eating, she returned to her room to look for information. Just as she sat down at her desk, a video call from Li came in. "I heard a certain little classmate took strong action against the embezzler today." The marshal asked, without any hint of reproach, just curiosity. AI Mo replied indignantly, "It's that guy who's too disgusting. You don't know how he looks at me and my ma. It's filthy." She recounted the events, and the marshal's expression gradually deepened. Furthermore, she had heard that this scoundrel had bullied breastfeeding women in the workplace, and due to lack of evidence in his connections, he had escaped responsibility and even got promoted, while that woman was dismissed. Clearly, he was a scumbag who looked down on women, with outdated and vile thoughts and behavior. AI Mo was worried that this time he wouldn't be punished by the law. Before he was taken away, he lay on the stretcher, shouting at AI Mo that he knew the brother of some princess and would definitely make her family suffer. At present, her only legal relative was the marshal, so she was actually quite curious about how he would make her family suffer. Upon hearing this, the marshal showed no reaction, only calmly advised, "Don't worry about such trivial matters. What are your plans for tomorrow?" "I'll go to the ranch in the morning, and if it gets hot at noon, I'll come back to do a live stream." AI Mo turned her head, forgetting her earlier worries, and happily said, "I have new harvests of purple rose grapes. The ones we can't finish can be made into raisins, or we can make wine or jam." "Wine? What's the difference between it and red wine?" Li asked curiously. "I'm not sure," AI Mo shrugged. "I'm no encyclopedia." She could make grape wine, but wasn't clear on the differences with red wine. Perhaps red wine was a type of grape wine? The Interstellar red wine was also made from grapes, but these grapes were specifically for brewing, rarely used as fruit, unlike AI Mo's purple rose grapes. Li then asked, "Have you put on the safety lock?" AI Mo pulled out the red string from her neck and shook the golden safety lock. "I've worn it, but do I have to?" This lock was something she had prepared for her child, but before leaving the life code number. Deli had taken it to play with for a while and insisted that she keep wearing it after handing it back. Deli said lightly, "The safety lock ensures safety. Be obedient." His own was also hanging on the inside of his military uniform and had never been taken off. Chapter 274. The visitor from the Ministry of Agriculture, after a brief conversation with Deli, AI fell asleep. Early the next morning, she went to the ranch first to check the water and soil conditions, then made some improvements to the feed, and finally treated the cattle and sheep. For medical students, as long as they shift their perspective slightly, some treatment plans can be applied to both animals and humans. As the midday heat set in, she returned home to start a live stream. Since Chung had helped pick a lot of grapes, eating as he picked, his hands stained purple. Deputy Generalson, thank you for your hard work. Feel free to eat as many grapes as you want. This batch won't be sold anyway. Yi took out the oven, washed the grapes, and prepared to start the live stream. Sin Chung was certainly eager, as the variety of fruits alone made him want to defect and work for Yi. Once everything was ready, Yi appeared on camera. With a large fan base, as soon as she went live, countless viewers flocked in, and the stream was packed. Long time no see, Tiao. You seem to have gained some weight. Is it because the cockroach mask got bigger? You can't tell much through the mask. It must be because your waist has thickened. The anchor eats every day and has finally become a big fatso. But if I could eat like that, I'd be willing to turn into a fat maggot. Yi laughed and said that she might have gained a bit of weight lately, but it's okay. The hot weather makes being a bit heavier healthier. She was just speaking casually, without much logic, and the fans indulgently chimed in. Then, Yi presented the grapes to the camera. These are the new purple rose grapes I developed recently, a variety that doesn't exist on the market. Take a look. Don't they look sweet and fragrant? The freshly washed grapes glistened with droplets of water, their roundness resembling large pearls, with a rich and beautiful purple hue. When the thin skin was peeled back, the translucent, crystal-like flesh inside drove the fans wild. What is this? Grapes? Aren't grapes usually green? These look different from the grapes used for making red wine. They're purple and quite large. Why are they called purple roses? Do they have a rose fragrance? Finally, a fan asked the crucial question, and Yi smiled as she replied, "Yes, in fact. I've integrated rose genes to give this new variety of grapes a hint of rose fragrance. However, the aroma won't be too strong, as grapes themselves also have a natural fruity scent." She showcased the grapes from every angle, making the fans drool, and when they heard they weren't for sale, they all deflated. Don't be sad. Once I've cultivated more, I will definitely sell them. Plus, I have some long-term plans here, perhaps in the near future. Various natural foods will be able to enter many households. As she spoke, Yi began making grape jam and then brewing grape wine. Having made rose sweet wine before, she was quite adept at it. The finished grape wine was sealed away, and it would be some time before it could be opened. Yi placed a jar in her space, ensuring that even military satellites could access it. This was a rare opportunity for an adventure, and she had discovered many new species. Yi used vines to wrap a potted plant and placed it on the table. This was a peach tree she found on Magia Star, which she had been nurturing in the ground. It had finally adapted to the thick oxygen environment and reduced its methane requirements. I tried to stimulate it, and it produced small green fruits about the size of jujubes, but they are very bitter. I wonder what kind of fruit they are. Yi certainly knew what peaches were like, but no one in the galaxy did. If she revealed it all at once, wouldn't it raise suspicions? She deliberately spoke ambiguously to pique the curiosity of her fans. I've never seen a tree like this. Is it a new variety? The bitterness doesn't matter right now. I believe after Qiao's improvements, it will definitely taste great. Looking forward to it. But can you sell us the grapes first? The live stream was lively and cheerful. And you chatted for a while before signing off. After taking a nap in the afternoon, you went to check on the avocado trees and then headed to the seafood pond. The deer antler seaweed she brought back was placed in seawater after purification, and it would grow lush without special care. The thought of having deer antler seaweed to eat in the future filled with happiness. However, her happiness didn't last 3 minutes before she heard a man screaming from the vegetable field. She hurried over to find Sin Chung Chung and others had already arrived and were pulling a bespectacled young man out of the vegetable garden. That area had AIMO's newly planted aggressive cotton, restricted in special containers, so it wouldn't harm anyone. The young man was fine, just frightened and tearful. Sin Chung Chung regarded him as a suspicious figure, lifting him up and asking, "Where did you come from?" The other soldiers also remained vigilant, aiming their guns at the young man's temple. The young man trembled, his legs weak as if he would fall to the ground. I'm here to see Miss AI. The Ministry of Agriculture sent me to understand the situation at the ranch. I need to greet Miss AI first. With a face full of tears and snot, the young man spoke haltingly. Sin Chung Chung checked his credentials before loosening his grip slightly. Stipid forward. Zine. Are you the one here to check on the ranch's progress? The Minister of Agriculture had indeed called her about this matter that morning, but she had forgotten in a rush. The young man, still sniffling, replied, "That's me." The Ministry of Agriculture said, "This time we need to be cautious and fully grasp the overall situation. If it's qualified, we will start promoting it on other planets." AIMOE smiled. "Then let's go inside and talk." The young man hunched over, clutching his document bag, and squeezed past Sin Chung Chung and the others, fearful of being harmed. There was still a distance to her residence, and as they walked, the young man looked around in surprise, exclaiming, "This place is so beautiful. All these plants, fruits, and flowers. Did you really grow them all by yourself?" AIMOE joked. "Otherwise, why would the Ministry of Agriculture want to cooperate with me?" The young man's eyes were filled with admiration. "No wonder the Ministry of Agriculture values you so much. Compared to you, we feel like useless trash. Please don't say that. Everyone has different strengths." Before reaching the residence, AIMOE pushed the door open, calling out, "Sister Gia? Mama? We have a guest." No one responded. They must have all gone out. She invited the young man to sit down and went to pour tea, saying, "It's quite hot today. I see your clothes are all sweaty. Would you like a glass of lemon mint tea?" The young man awkwardly hugged his document bag and shyly replied, "Anything is fine. I could just drink plain water." AIMOE placed the lemon tea in front of him and asked, "So where should we start our conversation?" The young man took a sip of tea, gazing out at the lush greenery, and responded with an off-topic remark, "Your place is really beautiful, so vibrant and full of life." AIMOE suddenly looked up. The young man turned to her, his tone completely different from before, now low and smiling. "That's why we want to have you." Chapter 275. Unclear motives. AIMOE has gone missing. Although the Gobi prison is not a place for serious criminals, it is heavily guarded. Not only does the prison have comprehensive surveillance inside, but there are also numerous patrol teams of prison guards outside, and the military is stationed beyond the planet's atmosphere, all armed and ready to respond to any threat, including the insect tide. Moreover, there are people like Sin Chung Chung providing tight security. However, in such a secure location, AIMOE has vanished without a trace. Andrew immediately sealed off the entire 2B star, and the Star Domain Patrol Army was conducting extensive searches, leaving no suspicious activity unchecked. After several hours of fruitless searching, it is likely that AIMOE has already been taken out of this star domain. "Warden, the guards found something under the tree." Andrew rushed over, his face serious. Under the tree, there was a hastily buried corpse. The skin had been completely removed, stripped from the top of the head to the soles of the feet, with no remnants of skin left. Jia, you compared the NDA and said complexly, "This is indeed someone sent by the Ministry of Agriculture." Andrew said in a deep voice, "It seems to be the work of the insect race. There is a type of insect that can wear human skin, completely transforming its appearance to resemble a human. Only a body scan can reveal the differences in internal structure. They are also skilled at masking blood and flesh odors, and before the skin decays, they can create a convincing imitation." What does the insect race want with AIMOE? In a distant part of the universe, on a barren planet that hardly ever harbors life, deep within its core, there is a seething sea of molten lava. Yet within this scorching ocean of magma, there is a specially constructed laboratory. AIMOE is locked in a stark white room when she hears the sound of a door opening. Inviting Miss AI in this manner was truly unavoidable. "Please forgive me." Bu Jianzhou walks in with food. his elegant and gentle demeanor resembling that of someone facing a fervent fan rather than a hostile captive he is forcibly brought in. Without looking up, AIMOE asks, "Where's my space ring?" Upon awakening, she found the ring was missing. Bu Jianzhou raises his left hand, revealing AIMOE's space ring on his ring finger. Miss AI plays little tricks to be cautious. For safety's sake, why not let me hold on to it for now? His smile is dazzling, and this face that captivates many on the big screen has an even more striking impact in reality, enough to make any beauty enthusiast scream in shock. He intentionally smiles at AIMOE, but she remains indifferent. What do you really want? To make a friend. Doesn't Team Miss AI like that? Bu Jianzhou replies with a grin. AIMOE coldly states, "You just want to exploit my abilities." Bu Jianzhou chuckles. Isn't Marshal Felix doing the same? The Empire values you for your talent, right? It's all a matter of exploitation. I can offer you better compensation. AIMOE refuses to eat the food he offers, ignores his reasoning for abducting her, and is even less willing to go with him to the laboratory to see what he has in mind. She has a premonition that whatever Bu Jianzhou wants her to do is definitely not good. However, her silent resistance is meaningless. Bu Jianzhou knows he must accomplish his goal before the Empire arrives. AIMOE is still forcibly taken to the laboratory, which is filled with large instruments, resembling a sophisticated space station, making it hard to imagine such a grand research facility built deep within the Earth's core. Besides Bu Jianzhou, many others are busy sending insect corpses and reagents into massive analyzers. Moreover, AIMOE sees two enormous mantises in hanging column-shaped petri dishes. Apart from their size, what sets them apart from ordinary mantises is their golden-colored front limbs, shimmering under the lights and looking incredibly sharp. AIMOE immediately thinks of the golden knife mantises, which were brutally taken by a terrorist organization. You took the golden knife mantises? What do you want? Bu Jianzhou approaches an experimental platform and presents the brain matter from the petri dish to AIMOE. You're a medical student. You should be able to tell what kind of brain tissue this is. AIMOE glances at it and determines it belongs to an adult male human. However, within the brain tissue, there seems to be something else like small worms wriggling. Bu Jianzhou smiles gently. He was my fan, who intruded into my private space countless times, seeking my secrets. He said he would willingly die for me, and I fulfilled his wish. AIMOE is shocked. So, you killed him? Yes, I personally skinned him alive, keeping his brain neurons perpetually active, so he could stay by my side as he wished. Bu Jianzhou speaks with a lightheartedness, as if he is not recounting a brutal act, but rather fulfilling a fan's dream. AIMOE takes a half step back in disbelief. She has read about Yandere characters in novels, but that was just in books where the characters' actions were overly romanticized. Facing a Yandere in reality is like interacting with a severely mentally ill person, never knowing which word or action might provoke them and lead to terrible harm. Before AIMOE, Bu Jianzhou pries open the brain tissue and says, "Inside there are insects. We're trying to breed a batch of insect species that possess human intelligence and thought." Countless rice-sized white worms wriggle within the brain tissue, soaked in nutrient solution, densely gathering and gnawing at the man's brain neurons. AIMOE thinks Bu Jianzhou is simply insane. What kind of experiment are you conducting? Why inflict such cruelty on humans? She remembers the poor girls used as test subjects on Meijia Star, who endured unimaginable suffering. Bu Jianzhou gazes at her with a beaming smile, his eyes reflecting her expression of disgust and confusion. Miss AI, not every action needs a purpose behind it. Perhaps it's just interesting, or perhaps I'm just bored. Leaning against the edge of the experimental platform with his arms crossed, he adds, "But if you insist on me giving a reason, it would be that I want humanity to be extinct." AIMOE scoffs. "Your reason is that you were harmed by your kind and had a miserable childhood. So you want to take revenge on humanity? Or do you think humanity is so sinful, the greatest parasite in the universe, and you consider yourself a god, wanting to eliminate parasites from the universe?" After finishing her rant, AIMOE self-deprecatingly adds, "Sorry, I've read too many novels and watched too many shows. I can basically guess your self-deceiving motives as villains." Bu Jianzhou's cheerful demeanor stiffens, and his expression gradually becomes hard to describe. AIMO Yi has long wanted to vent her frustrations and doesn't care about Bu Jianzhou's changing expressions. She just lets her complaints out. You want to eliminate humanity? Please, target the real villains precisely. Am I the one who caused you harm? Did I destroy the Earth? Is the depletion of energy and the deteriorating environment my fault? You ambitious heroes who think you're so enlightened, why do you have to take it out on ordinary people? Why not confront the nobles directly? Chapter 276. Self-righteous fool Bu Jianzhou couldn't interject at all, being suppressed by AIMO Ye's words, without even a chance to interrupt. After AIMO Ye finished venting her grievances, he said meaningfully, "No wonder Marshal Felix sees you differently. Miss AI is indeed unique." AIMO Ye asked, "In what way am I unique?" Bu Jianzhou replied, "A peak human clarity, an outsider's whimsicality." AIMO Ye pondered for a moment and felt those were not compliments at all. She said, "You and the Marshal are alike. A dog can't spit out ivory. Do you know him from before?" She was just saying it casually, but she didn't expect Bu Jianzhou's eyes darkened for a moment as he mockingly replied, "He is a traitor." AIMO Ye was taken aback. Bu Jianzhou said eagerly, "Are you interested now? As long as you agree to cooperate with us, I can reveal all of the Marshal's unknown past." "No, I'm not interested." AIMO Ye had no intention of hearing even a word from Bu Jianzhou to change her current view of Delai. Bu Jianzhou expressed disappointment, saying, "That's a pity. I thought you would be very interested and would join us on the same front." AIMO Ye asked sharply, "Is your ultimate goal really just to declare war on humanity?" Bu Jianzhou shrugged. "I should say it's mostly a playful mindset. I'm different from others. Humanity's fate has no impact on me. You established such a huge organization, even able to seize the golden blade mantis from the Alliance army, either for wealth or revenge. Beyond that, I can't think of any other reason." AIMO Ye said. Bu Jianzhou remained silent, but a small, withered figure emerged from behind the experimental table, and a familiar hoarse voice echoed in AIMO Ye's ears. "As I said before, everything we do is the only way for humanity to continue for thousands of years. And you, Miss AI, should be the proud cornerstone of humanity." When AIMO Ye saw who was coming, her scalp tingled, and her expression became incredibly strange. "Dr. Martin?" The figure walking out of the shadows gradually entered the light, revealing the familiar face to AIMO Ye. The elderly man wore a white lab coat, had yellow hair, a hooked nose, and his eyes were old yet sharp. Compared to the last time AIMO Ye saw him, he had aged significantly. His voice had also become unpleasant, like phlegm lodged in his throat, with each syllable squeezed out with difficulty. Dr. Martin stood beside the experimental table, looking at AIMO Ye with a smile in his sharp eyes, saying, "We meet again, Miss AI. I once said I would get you. Although it took a bit longer to come for you, I have fulfilled my promise." AIMO Ye steadied herself, but couldn't comprehend what was happening. The military had found the dismembered body of Dr. Martin on Meja Star, with brain tissue, heart, lungs, and other vital organs, confirming his death through DNA identification. But now Dr. Martin was alive and standing right in front of her. Twins? Clones? Her face was filled with disbelief and shock, which amused Bu Jianzhou. "Don't be so surprised. If you join our organization, all secrets will be revealed." This time, AIMO Ye didn't refuse outright, but retorted, "I'm just a college student. I can't help at all. I'm really curious. What do you want me to do?" Dr. Martin said, "You possess advanced medical concepts and unmatched wood-type abilities in the galaxy, even if this ability is still in a sealed stage." He led AIMO Ye to the petri dish of the golden blade mantis. Gazing at the insects he raised like children, the golden blade mantis has an astonishing reproductive capacity. Deciphering their abilities would undoubtedly be the greatest boon for the galaxy. Dr. Martin gazed obsessively at the mantis, then angrily said, "Stupid people don't understand their value, only crudely exterminating them. Those self-righteous fools are the greatest scourge of the universe." AIMO Ye immediately knew who he was referring to. While Dr. Martin passionately talked about his ideas, Bu Jianzhou stood behind, listening with a smile. His expression calm and unperturbed, showing no signs of agreement or opposition to the doctor's ideas. He seemed like an indecisive observer, clearly involved yet detached, making it difficult to discern his motives. In the laboratory, besides the insect subjects, there were also people being held captive. Most of these people were refugees from garbage planets. Their disappearance wouldn't attract the attention of the Galactic Federation. They were crammed into metal cages like little bugs driven into a hive, dirty and pitiful. Some had limbs amputated, used as part of the experimental subjects. Others had their organs hollowed out, but were kept alive with drugs, just to integrate into the insect genes for data. A large amount of anesthetic was injected into their bodies, so most felt no pain, but their vacant, deadened eyes and broken, blurred bodies made them look like abandoned rags, pitifully curled up in a filthy environment like a sewer, all in the name of humanity. Yet every action harmed humanity. Igay montak yevas unusually angry, but currently felt helpless. Dr. Martin instructed Bu Jianzhou to take Miss AI back to rest, emphasizing that she must be well taken care of. Her abilities will be the greatest leverage for us to achieve our wishes. Bu Jianzhou smiled and said, "Okay, I hope that day comes soon." AI, MO, was sent back to her room, and before stepping out, Bu Jianzhou smilingly warned, "You should know this is deep in the Earth's core, surrounded by magma outside the research facility. If you don't want to turn into carbon dust, don't do anything foolish like trying to escape." AI, gave him the finger. After locking the door, AI, sat on the edge of the bed, dazed. The spatial ring had been taken by Bu Jianzhou, and her phone was, of course, stripped away as well. At least she didn't have to worry about Bu Jianzhou being able to open the space. That thing was a product of both technology and abilities, and without a password, it couldn't be opened. More fortunately, just before being kidnapped, she had let Dada out to play, so Dada was not in the space now. Otherwise, it would definitely be hungry. She looked around the room's structure. It wouldn't be difficult to break out, but the problem was, as Bu Jianzhou said, outside was magma. Her abilities might destroy the research facility, but they couldn't stop the boiling magma. No matter how she thought about it, it felt like a troublesome deadlock. At night, AI, couldn't close her eyes at all, and before dawn, someone came to knock on the door, taking her to the laboratory. The guide was a small, thin woman, walking with her head down and shoulders hunched, as if afraid of something, not daring to breathe. AI, asked from behind, "You guys aren't doing this voluntarily for Dr. Martin, are you?" After seeing his cruel experimental methods, I doubt many normal people can stand to be around him without changing their expression. Chapter 277. Spatial Array. The girl remained silent, as if she couldn't hear Aimaye's words. Until they reached the end of the corridor, she first checked to make sure there was no one outside, then looked up at the surveillance camera, confirming that this was a dead angle, before anxiously responding to Aimaye. "I was tricked here from the garbage planet because I escaped a disaster due to a disease in my uterus. If you have the ability to escape, please help me." As soon as she finished speaking, a shadow fell behind her, a tall figure enveloping her frail shoulders. What are the two lovely ladies discussing here? Bu Jianzhou appeared with a smile, but his handsome face at that moment resembled a ghost, leaving the girl stunned, her lips turning pale as she stammered. She didn't even dare to look back at Bu Jianzhou, as he had already placed his hand on her shoulder, moving it towards her neck. Suddenly, Aimaye pulled her and pushed her back. "I'm feeling a bit cold. Please bring me a coat." The girl stood frozen, and only when Aimaye pushed her again did she react, stumbling away in panic. Watching the girl's flustered figure, Bu Jianzhou sneered, "What's the point?" "Of course, it means nothing to you, but to her, it's everything," Aimaye replied. Bu Jianzhou did not comment, brushing past her and slowly walking in the direction where the girl had fled. Aimaye suddenly asked, "Are you an insectoid?" Bu Lianzhou stopped it, curiously asking, "Do I not look human?" Aimaye sharply replied, "So you are a hybrid of humans and insectoids? You're not purely human. I saw it with my own eyes." Bu Jianzhou's smile froze, his expression gradually darkening, a dangerous aura spreading like a shockwave. Aimaye stood her ground, confronting him. When she was brought here, Aimaye was in a semi-conscious state. She had been thrown to the ground and had seen Bu Jianzhou peel off his skin, crawling out of the young man's shell, returning to his original form, with dark brown, nearly congealed blood falling to the ground. An insectoid biology class. It was taught that only a certain type of insect could completely peel off a human skin and wear it, devouring human organs to fully transform into a human form. Humans could not do this. The teacher emphasized it. After a long standoff, Bu Jianzhou chuckled, licking his lips. If it weren't for your usefulness, I would have killed you by now. Ai nonchalantly replied. If it weren't for my usefulness, I wouldn't have been targeted by flies. That's true. Bu Jianzhou retracted his sinister expression, casually saying, well then, let's go meet the doctor. Dr. Martin had been almost sleepless, immersed in his laboratory, which might also be the reason for his rapid aging. When Ai entered, he was in the process of killing someone. Like a human killing a chicken, he pinned a man to the ground with his left hand while his right hand wielded a knife, ruthlessly slashing the man's throat. It seemed that the frail old man, who would need to be given a seat on the bus, could effortlessly separate the corpse of an adult man in one swift motion. Blood sprayed all over the doctor, making it seem as if he had just crawled out of a sea of blood. Yet he was completely unfazed, casually tossing the corpse to the insects in the cage. The entire process took only a few seconds, too fast for Ai to react or do anything. Catching sight of Ai, the doctor smiled and explained his actions. I could just throw him indirectly, but I don't like the sound of screams. It's too noisy. After putting down the knife, he went to wash his hands and disinfect, as if he were a teacher imparting knowledge to students. Did you know? Insectoids enjoy torturing humans. They start by gnawing at humans' feet, making them watch as they are devoured. Some insects even secrete a fluid that allows the humans being eaten to maintain their vitality. Even if they are gnawed at the chest, they won't die. The insects were eagerly chewing on the corpse, causing the man to be torn apart in an instant. It was hard to imagine the despair and terror a living person would feel if they fell into a pile of insects before dying. The smell of blood made Ai feel nauseous, her stomach churning. Even the baby seemed to sense the unusual atmosphere, kicking her twice in fear, moving around frequently. She raised her hand to soothe her belly, trying to calm the baby down. After donning protective gear, Dr. Martin continued, as for you, Miss Ai, your abilities will be utilized by me, becoming the source of life to save humanity. At first, Dr. Martin was only interested in Ai's identity as a pregnant woman. Later, he learned from Bu Jianzhou just how wondrous and rare this girl was. Her powerful wood-type abilities, which even the Empire could not test. Her medical skills that surpassed those of the medical department, and her vast knowledge that seemed to belong to another era made Dr. Martin eager to obtain her. To extract her abilities as a source of vitality to provide for all experimental subjects, essentially a mobile blood bank. Moreover, they could discuss many things from medicine to plants, and perhaps become lifelong friends, exchanging learning and researching human genetics together. Dr. Martin could already envision the scene of becoming lifelong friends with Ai. As long as Ai could understand him, everything would be achievable. But everyone has their own will, and Ai certainly would not comply with his wishes. I will not be an accomplice to evil. You don't need to envision it so beautifully. Dr. Martin raised the syringe in his hand. This is the spinal fluid of insectoids, which has the effect of resetting the memory area of the human brain. Ai's expression changed slightly, and the array in her hand quickly formed. But before she could complete the array, Bu Jianzhou suddenly tightened his grip on her hand, kindly advising, your strength is being sealed. As a medical student, you should know the consequences of forcibly breaking through limits during pregnancy. It can lead to energy overload. Ai had initially planned to confront him head-on, but upon hearing this, the boiling power within her suddenly came to a halt. Bu Jianzhou continued, this place is very secluded. No one can come to save you, so please follow instructions. We won't mistreat you. We just need you to provide strong vitality. I'm not a walking blood bank. Ai struggled to suppress her anger. Dr. Martin was anxious, eager to utilize Ai to initiate new research. Let us get started. He signaled Bu Jianzhou to forcibly drag Ai to the chair, immediately injecting the spinal fluid. This insectoid spinal fluid was even more useful than mind control. Just one drop could instantly destroy the memory area of a human brain. After that, it would naturally be like a blank slate, allowing others to paint it with colors. Ai was naturally not going to sit still, but suddenly felt a burning sensation from the red thread around her neck. It should be the warmth of the safety lock. Remembering something, Yi suddenly asked Bu Jianzhou. No one can come in? Are you sure? Bu Jianzhou raised an eyebrow, about to respond, but suddenly noticed the array at Yi's feet appearing. That was not Yi's magic. It looked more like an external spatial linking array. Chapter 278. Where is the problem? A strong light suddenly flashed like lightning in the research room. Bu Jianzhou silently exclaimed that it was bad, but it was too late. The light faded, and Deli appeared beside Yi. Yi couldn't smile at all. It seemed that he always had to make a grand entrance. Was he deliberately trying to show off? Deli had a face full of guilt that was hard to discern, saying, I absolutely did not mean to make you suffer. Yi believed him. After all, no matter how harsh the marshal was, he wouldn't joke with her and the babies' lives. Standing in front of Yi, the marshal's cold and hard face became so friendly, as if he were a compassionate Buddha come to enlighten the world. Scanning the research room with a sympathetic gaze that finally settled on the doctor. Dr. Martin, you are like a cockroach, both tenacious and prolific, laying dirty eggs across the universe. The marshal sharply critiqued. Dr. Martin let out a strange, creepy laugh, his gaze colder than a snake's. Is Marshal Felix here just to say a few trivial childish words? I'm not yet at retirement age. I can't be so idle. Deli looked at Bu Jianzhou with a half-smile. There's an overconfident wildcat that secretly took my little hamster. I must find it. Since Deli's appearance, Bu Jianzhou had been tense, but suddenly relaxed and mocked. Since it's just a hamster, why is the marshal so anxious? Hamsters are also part of family property. I am a frugal man and won't let property fall into the wrong hands, the marshal said lazily. Yi was speechless. If it weren't for the inappropriate timing, she would really want to hit each of them with a club. Could they not take her seriously with all this hamster talk? Compared to Bu Jianzhou, Dr. Martin was more wary of Deli, and after losing patience, he gritted his teeth and said, Do you want to claim that woman for yourself? It's not about claiming her. She belongs to herself, Deli replied. Yi despised him. Did you just say she's part of the family property? But she didn't even notice that ever since the marshal appeared, her tense and vigilant mindset had vanished without a trace. A powerful protector, the one who could dispel all gloom, her own savior. After the brief conversation ended, Deli glanced at his watch. I'm afraid today's reunion must end here. I need to reclaim both your lives and everything in this laboratory immediately. Dr. Martin's face was filled with apprehension. Deli's appearance made it impossible for him to be careless. He gave Bu Jianzhou a look, and Bu Jianzhou's spell array flashed in his hand. At the same time, Deli placed a hand on Yi's shoulder and softly said, I'll come back in a moment. Yi saw a flash of white light before her eyes, and in the blink of an eye, she had already moved to the command room of the battleship. Miss Ai. Annie immediately welcomed her and called for the military doctors to treat Yi. I'm fine. Where's Uncle D? Yi asked. Don't worry. The marshal will handle it, Annie said. Wanted to take Yi out of the command room, but Yi was uneasy, staring intently at the large screen. At that moment, the blue screen displayed the entire planet, with blood-red lava surging from the Earth's core, resembling a tsunami covering the surface. The twisted burning waves making the view blurry. The person in charge of commanding the battle was Major General Yu, who calmly directed various fleets to encircle the planet and seal all dead ends. When a large number of insectoids surged from the lava, forming strange conglomerates that resembled giants, Major General Yu ordered without hesitation, fire. Laser cannons and particle beams continuously bombarded the surface. The giants were shattered but quickly reformed, spewing high concentrations of fireballs into the sky. Countless bird-like creatures resembling phoenixes flew out from the flames, their long tails entwined with fire, relentlessly crashing into the battleships. Several floating battleships responded in an orderly manner and were clearly in the upper hand. This was the first time AIMOE witnessed the military's battle against the insectoids. And in astonishment, she asked, "Is the marshal still in the research room? Is he okay?" Annie calmly replied, "Of course. Please don't worry." AIMOE looked back at the screen, her palms sweaty. Logically, the military's advanced technology should provide overwhelming power, but the insectoids were not to be underestimated. They were more advanced than ordinary star beasts or animals, and some insect species even possessed human-like intelligence and thinking, understanding how to use tactics. They were the commanders among the insect tide, using their thick-scaled kin as shields in the front line, a defense strong enough to withstand even the military's laser cannons. The insectoids, skilled in ambush, were also sent as vanguards. But the size of the tiny insectoids allowed them to evade military sensors and slip into the battleship engines or create chaos from the ventilation ducts. After thousands of years of combat, while human technology advanced, the insectoids naturally evolved to adapt to technological weapons, imprinting the failures of countless battles into their genes, enabling their descendants to become familiar with how to deal with humans. Both sides were locked in a stalemate, with neither able to achieve absolute victory. This confrontation lasted a long time, and Annie told AIMOE, "This is Dr. Martin's lair." Since the Angel Workshop plan began, Dr. Martin has touched upon the taboo experiments of merging insectoids with human bodies. No matter his motives, he has become mad and twisted, attempting to fuse insectoids and humans into one. Initially, only death row inmates wanted criminals, and those who had committed serious offenses and were deemed unworthy of life became his experimental subjects. However, as the experiments progressed, the demand for subjects surged, and Dr. Martin extended his reach to homeless drifters, the poor, and the pathetic people of garbage planets. Amidst countless corpses, his research indeed made breakthrough progress. For example, the Human Modification Program, which integrates insectoid genes or limbs and organs into humans, allowing them to acquire insect-like traits and abilities. Similarly, infusing human genes into insectoids might increase their intelligence, turning them into uncontrollable, bizarre creatures. Dr. Martin has lived for many years, building a large terrorist organization, with his lair rooted on this planet. The insectoids serving as guards should be the new species he cultivated himself. Under the military's firepower cover, the planet ultimately became rubble, dissipating into the universe. Before this, everyone in the laboratory had been evacuated, except for Bu Jianzhou and Dr. Martin. Bu Jianzhou had escaped before the battle began. A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. He was skilled at using spatial abilities to find an escape route for himself. After returning to the battleship, Li held Dr. Martin's head for observation, frowning slightly. AIMOE asked, "Is something wrong?" "The feel is not quite right." Li handed the head to her. "With your medical student's eyes, see if there's anything wrong." AIMOE touched it, suppressing her nausea, and finally said, "It's definitely a head." "What do you think is wrong?" Li fell silent. Chapter 279. Unable to rest easy. In fact, the Empire has killed Dr. Martin many times. Each time, his brain and heart were heavily destroyed, even reduced to a pile of fragments. But after that, new doctors would emerge. After obtaining the body, the Empire also investigated thoroughly, confirming that it was indeed a human body, not a clone. How many Dr. Martins are there in the universe? Whether one of them is the original body is something even Li cannot explain. After destroying the Doctor's stronghold, the battleship returned. AIMO had already taken a nap, and upon waking up, she asked how to arrange the coerced individuals and the rescued experimental subjects in the laboratory. Li sat on the sofa by the bed, lazily propping his head up as he replied that Ms. Annie would handle it properly. AIMO lowered her head and suddenly recalled what Bu Jianzhou had said. He said the marshal was a traitor. What exactly did he betray? After a long pause, AIMO cautiously asked, "Uncle D, do you know Bu Jianzhou?" Li glanced at her, suddenly sat down at the edge of the bed, gently brushed aside her bangs, and then placed his palm on her forehead. "Do you have a fever?" AIMO impatiently swatted his hand away and said, "What I mean is, did you know him before Bu Jianzhou became a big star and attracted the military's attention with his unusual behavior?" Li replied in a rather bored tone, "No." "Really?" After being pressed, the marshal fell silent, no longer as decisive as he had been at first. Under AIMO's piercing gaze, he finally relented. "In fact, I've had a memory blocked out." AIMO blinked. "When was that?" The marshal intertwined his fingers, thought for a moment, and then said a long time ago. AI pressed on. How long ago? What period was it? What do you think you should have been doing then? How did you lose your memory? She asked a long string of questions, but Delay had no intention of answering any of them. He pressed her head down into the blanket and said, "Go to sleep. I'll keep watch over you." AI struggled to sit up, but sleep. Delay pretended to use a hypnotic spell. And AI quickly hugged her head and shouted, "Wait. My space ring was taken by that scoundrel Bu Jianzhou. Can I go to him for compensation?" As soon as she finished speaking, the marshal's expression became inscrutable. AI knew she was in the wrong and said sheepishly, "Although I have more money, I don't want to compensate." Delay ultimately didn't mention compensation and only urged AI to sleep quickly. AI curled back under the blanket, closed her eyes for several minutes, and then secretly lifted her eyelids. Delay was still sitting by the bed, patiently watching over her, as if afraid she would be taken away again, unable to trust anyone else to look after her. AI lowered her eyes, her mind a mess. The marshal's eyes were a beautiful ice blue, sometimes reflecting the icebergs on the sea, other times resembling the deep sea under the sunlight, deep and pure. So, she must have been mistaken. The battleship quickly returned to the military satellite. AI reported her safety to Jia and my ma before landing. Zidao and the others had gone off on military duties, so they were unaware of the situation. Sin Chung, who knew the truth, felt extremely guilty, as AI had been taken right under his nose. If it weren't for Delay's prior preparations, linking their safety locks for spatial connection, AI might have truly become a large mobile blood bank. Upon meeting, before Chang could express his guilt and apologies, AI cheerfully said, "I'm fine. Dr. Martin really values talent. He didn't lay a hand on me the whole time. But what's up with Uncle D? Am I really that unimportant? It took him so long to come find me?" Chung forced out a difficult and awkward expression and said, as soon as the marshal got the news, "He rushed back. He cares a lot about you." The reason it took several days to find her was that the spatial link's teleportation wasn't that powerful. Delay could only follow the trail to this planet and then, within the range of the formation, move to AI side. Now that AI had returned safely, a heavy stone finally fell from Sin Cheng's heart. But even though AI didn't blame him, he still couldn't get over this hurdle. AI then said, "There's one more thing. I can't do it myself, so I hope you can help me. Deputy General Cian, is that okay?" Sin Chung was more than willing. The young man who was skinned and killed by Bu Jianzhou came from poor, remote planet. He was the eldest son in his family and had a younger brother and sister. However, due to genetic defects, his siblings were both disabled, unable to contribute to the family or even care for themselves. The young man was the hope of the entire family, working hard to escape poverty and receiving attention from the agricultural department due to his outstanding talent. He saved every penny to send back home to support his family. His parents' daily expenses and his siblings' medical fees depended on him earning money. Even so, he never complained, always optimistic and diligent, wanting to lead a steady life. Even if he couldn't change the situation, he wanted to live as well as possible. He hoped for this, but his already difficult life came to an abrupt end at a certain moment, just like the most inconsequential cannon fodder in a novel. The few short sentences that briefly mentioned him conveyed a cruel and laughable fate, a tragic separation between life and death. AI exchanged a large sum of cash and asked Sin Chung to send it to the young man's hometown. This couldn't bring the young man back to life or ease his family's grief. It was just to make those connected feel a bit better. The battleship returned in the morning, and in the afternoon, Jia personally came to visit AI bringing Dada along. "My ma's worried. She can't come herself, so she asked me to come see you in person." When Jia arrived, AI was lying in bed. Although she was supposedly sleeping, her eyes were wide open, almost bulbous. Mewed softly, obediently curling up beside AI's pillow. Seeing her spirit low, Jia asked, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" AI sat up, first stroking Dada's smooth fur, shook her head, and softly said, "I feel like I've incurred a lot of debt." Jia was silent for a moment, helplessly rubbing her head, What are you thinking every day? This isn't your fault. The murderer is Bu Jianzhou. AI, M.O. Yi tightly clutched the blanket, her gaze blank. Jia, fearing she would continue to think too much, added, "We've looked into the deceased situation. His parents are in poor health, and his siblings are disabled. The agricultural department has already offered condolences. If you're really worried, you could consider comforting his family." AI, M.O. Yi asked in confusion. "I have helped a little, but what else can I do?" Ji said, "How about using your best skills to heal his siblings?" AI, M.O. Yi was taken aback. Then her eyes lit up, and she eagerly jumped out of bed, grabbing her phone and dialing as she headed downstairs. "Hello, Uncle D? I'm not dreaming. I'm awake. I want to do something. Can you? I'm really not dreaming. Can you please listen seriously?" Chapter 280. Demotion and salary reduction. A busy and fulfilling life can help one forget their troubles, and AI, M.O. Yi is just like that. In an infirmary, Yanxi held an old turtle and asked, "There haven't been any patients lately. What exactly are you busy with?" "Remote consultation," AI, M.O. Yi replied, her eyes glued to the medical reports on the computer. "It's inconvenient for me to go, and it's inconvenient for the other party to come, so we're doing remote treatment." Yanxi leaned over to take a look and said tiredly, "Congenital deficiency," and later on, "They probably didn't have the money for treatment, which led to the situation worsening, right?" AI, M.O. Yi admired him, saying, as expected of an experienced old doctor, "You understood it at a glance." Yanxi wanted to give her a tap on the back of her head and correct her, saying, "The word old can be omitted. Moreover, treating this condition is quite simple. The problem is that it's been delayed for too long, and it has become a chronic issue. Medication can be used, but the potency is too strong, and both of them are physically weak, so they can't bear it. Plus, the cost of the medication is quite high. Even middle-class families would have to stretch their finances." AI, M.O. Yi said mysteriously, "I've already thought of a solution." She wouldn't use existing chemical synthetic drugs. Instead, she would use traditional Chinese medicine to help the two of them recover. The potency is mild, and the herbs are grown by herself, so there won't be much expense. Soon, AI, M.O. Yi sent the prepared medicine to the siblings and contacted them on her phone, carefully instructing them on how to take the medicine. Just after finishing this, Chandalin called again to inquire about the Lily situation. The imposing researcher Xiong Zhuang was really too aggressive. "When you all made the bet, I should have intervened in time," Chandalin said regretfully. "What if AI, M.O. Yi loses? Who will the plant world rely on in the future?" AI, M.O. Yi slapped her forehead and exclaimed, "Oh no, I forgot about this." Chandalin was so stunned by her words that he felt dizzy. After regaining his composure, he said, "Maybe we can find Count Lei Xiao to mediate this matter." "No need, no need." AI, M.O. Yi calculated the time carefully and said, "There's still over a month left in the 3 months we agreed upon, right?" Chandalin almost choked on his saliva, coughing for a while before excitedly saying, "Miss AI, Teacher AI, you're cultivating lilies, not stray cats and dogs on the roadside. Right now, besides Xiong Zhuang's place, there isn't a single pure natural lily in the entire galaxy. How do you plan to cultivate a new variety out of thin air, especially in just 1 or 2 months? Don't even mention seedling growth. I'm afraid you haven't even figured out the genetic mapping sequence." AI, Yi laughed and said, "No rush. I should have nothing else to do lately, so I'll focus on cultivating lilies." Hearing her speak so casually, Chandalin felt like crying. He thought she didn't realize the seriousness of the situation. After hanging up the phone, Chandalin went to find Xiong Zhuang for a private talk, hoping that this matter would be best left unresolved. AI, M.O. Yi temporarily set aside her other tasks and focused intently on researching lilies. Lilies are a very common plant on Earth, not to mention they can be found everywhere. AI, M.O. Yi's mother enjoys planting them. Sometimes the overly strong fragrance makes AI, M.O. Yi feel dizzy, so she doesn't actually like lilies very much. Cultivating them isn't difficult. She is becoming more familiar with genetic engineering technology and, with her wood-based abilities, it's not a challenge for her at all. 2 days later, Su Qi returned to the infirmary and brought AI, M.O. Yi some unknown herbs. AI, M.O. Yi envied him greatly, saying, "Senior brother, you went on an outing again?" Su Qi's skin was already dark, and now it was even more tanned, his skin roughening quite a bit. Going on outings every day isn't a good thing. I'm exhausted, he said. I heard that Deputy General Tsin has been demoted. Do you know what happened? Yi fell silent. The military had sealed off information about her being captured by Bu Jianzhou, and most people were unaware. As for Tsin Chang being demoted, it was indeed due to negligence in his duties. Deli had informed her about this matter in advance and advised her not to plead for him or offer comfort. Regardless of the cause or outcome, Tsin Chang should be punished for his dereliction of duty, and he himself was willing to accept this result. Yi thought it would be nice to invite Deputy General Tsin over for dinner that evening. That night, Tsin Chang arrived as promised, sitting cross-legged on the carpet playing games. Miss Ai, you really don't need to feel guilty. Although I was demoted from colonel to lieutenant colonel, I still work beside the marshal. It's just that my salary has been reduced a bit. The nature of my work hasn't changed at all. Tsin Chang completely brushed it off. Yi asked, how much was it reduced? If you can't afford food, just come over to my place for dinner tonight. Or you can come at noon when I'm off. Tsin Chang initially wanted to say it was just a small reduction and that it didn't matter, but upon hearing Yi say this, he didn't hesitate to vent his frustrations, saying, it's a significant reduction. 2/3 were deducted. Miss Ai, from now on, I can only come here to eat. Otherwise, I'll have to go to the cafeteria and rummage through the trash. Yi sympathized so much that tears almost fell. Don't worry. As long as I'm on this planet, I won't let you eat anyone else's leftovers. The two reached a consensus. However, when the marshal returned from work and saw that a certain deputy general had the audacity to appear at his home again, he was both angry and amused. Tsin Chang hid behind Yi and said fearlessly, Miss Ai invited me over for dinner. Oh, I agreed to this? Deli's gaze turned dangerous. Tsin Chang had been by his side for many years and naturally knew what this meant. Before he could completely explode, Tsin Chang pitifully tugged at Yi's sleeve. Yi served a plate of garlic shrimp to him, ignoring Deli and directly instructed, please take it to the table. Tsin Chang nervously carried the shrimp away. Seeing that even his deputy general had turned traitor, Deli felt it was unbelievable. Have I been too lenient lately? Even my closest deputy completely disregards my authority? Yi was busy, taking the minced garlic from the robot and adding it to the pan to stir-fry until fragrant. Meanwhile, she said offhandedly, Uncle D, I made your favorite tomato beef brisket today. The beef is top-quality fresh beef sent by Sister Annie. Upon smelling the familiar aroma, Deli's anger dissipated instantly. He coldly snorted, I don't like tomato beef brisket. Right, I like it, so I made a big portion. You didn't expose him. She knew he could eat most of it. After making the marshal take the beef brisket away, you quickly stir-fried a few more dishes, all of which were colorful and fragrant. Due to the marshal's low air pressure and dark expression, Tsin Chang dared not speak throughout the meal, but he didn't miss a single bite of food. After the meal, Tsin Chang was sent to wash the dishes, forbidden from using the dishwasher and required to do it all by hand. Having eaten his fill and satisfied his taste buds, Tsin Chang thought that washing dishes was no problem at all. Even scrubbing toilets wouldn't be too much of a hassle. Before leaving, you walked him to the energy vehicle. After driving a few meters away, he backed up again and seriously said through the car window, Miss Ai, the direction of fate cannot be controlled by anyone. Don't blame yourself too much. Chapter 281. Poppy, no one knows which direction fate will take after a certain action. For example, passing by a bridge and giving a homeless person $10, who then uses that money to buy dinner, only to be hit by a car while crossing the street and dies. Who bears the responsibility for this cause and effect? The disaster has already occurred, and all one can do is try to make amends. After Tsin Chang left, Moi stood under the night sky, holding Dada for a long time. She looked up at the countless shimmering stars and sighed before returning to the villa. It rarely rains in the military satellite area, and this morning Moi was surprised to see the wet ground, as if star coins were falling from the sky. Uncle D, it turns out it can rain here? The marshal was already dressed, holding a black umbrella in his right hand and draping Moi's coat over his left arm. Not only can it rain, but it can also rain knives. I'll personally make it happen. As they were about to be late, the little quail was still leisurely enjoying the rain, prompting the marshal to give a warning. AI Moi obediently closed the window and put on her coat, but she wondered how they could stand such a drop in temperature when it started to rain so heavily. That's why we have automatic temperature control suits. Afterward, the two of them got into the energy vehicle and hurried to the military headquarters. As soon as they entered the medical room, Yin Si checked the time and said, "You're 56 seconds late, quite rare." So the marshal was late too? Will he have his salary deducted? AI Moi asked curiously. Yin Si eagerly asked, "You came with the marshal? The marshal can actually be late?" This is even more surprising than star coins falling from the sky. AI Moi felt shy and didn't mention that she had lingered in bed due to the cold and had taken her time enjoying the rain, which ultimately caused her to leave a bit later than planned. Deli could have easily left her behind or let her stay home to rest, but she wouldn't agree, feeling that if she took one day off, she would become increasingly lazy afterward. At the age of 18 or 19, one absolutely cannot indulge like this. AI Moi had a lot to do today. Besides researching and cultivating new varieties of lilies, she also had to create a specific environment for the growth of Tai Sui. In the afternoon, she had a class with Su Qi and reserved 2 hours to study attack formations. In the evening, she had to go to the cafeteria because the entire military headquarters had petitioned her to demonstrate her cooking skills once more and guide the cafeteria chefs in preparing a delicious meal. What a fulfilling and busy day, AI Moi thought, feeling her blood boil with excitement. During this time, Su Qi ran over, holding a photo on her phone and asking, "What flower is this?" AI Moi, feeling a bit dizzy, looked up and exclaimed, "Oh, it's blooming?" In the photo was a plant similar to a poppy that she had cultivated in the medicinal garden, discovered on the planet Magia. It had been discarded as a weed in a corner of the space until it was almost dead, and after some nurturing and modification, it was planted in the medicinal garden. Under AI Moi's care, the soil in the garden was very fertile, so the small weed grew vigorously, not only becoming tall and lush, but also blooming with orange-red flowers. Putting aside her tasks, AI Moi first went to the medicinal garden with Su Qi. In the corner, a small plant was swaying in the wind. Its flower shape was simple, but the colors were rich and vibrant, lacking the strong fragrance of roses. Su Qi had come to the medicinal garden in the morning and spotted the flower at first glance, but after searching for various materials, she couldn't find its specific scientific name. "Junior sister, what kind of flower is this?" AI Moi took a syringe and inserted it into the stem to extract a bit of sap, saying, "I'm not sure. I'll research it when I get back." If she guessed correctly, this should indeed be a poppy. On Earth, poppies were known as the flower of evil, and many laws stipulated that planting poppies was illegal. However, in the Interstellar era, poppies had long since gone extinct, so there was no issue of legality. After verifying the existence of poppies, AI Moi immediately contacted Sean Dillon. Sean Dillon was so excited he could almost have a brain hemorrhage. "Poppy? Are you sure it's a poppy?" Teacher AI. Literature from the Earth period records that poppies were a very valuable medicinal material, often used in medicines at that time, but they were heavily regulated and monitored. "Is this true?" AI Moi replied, "According to the information, yes, it is. The poppy itself is not a disaster. It's humanity that has used it to create evil. During the Earth period, people used poppies to make poisons that caused addiction and led to many negative effects." Sean Dillon had only seen some records in ancient treasured literature, and didn't he expect the situation to be so serious? After a moment, he asked then, "Can it be planted in large quantities?" "My suggestion is for the imperial government to strictly control it, regulating it like star coins. It must not fall into the hands of civilians," AI Moi solemnly instructed, adding, "Poppies have high medicinal value and can treat coughs, malaria, diarrhea, and prolapse. Natural medicines are already scarce, and poppies are a rare medicinal material. It would be a shame to let them go unused. As for toxicity, there are indeed toxic substances in the interstellar era, but the materials are not poppies. So as long as they are properly controlled and monitored, the positive effects of poppies could be significant." After their discussion, Sean Dillon said he would talk to the relevant departments of the empire, and AI Moi continued to cultivate the poppies, trying to nurture as many robust plants with strong medicinal effects as possible. The original plan was interrupted. and the Lily project had to be temporarily shelved. In the evening, AI Moy went to the cafeteria to supervise the chefs, and the rich aroma of the dishes spread out. While she was tasting the rabbit cubes, Lin Jiahui called. "Yay, it's been almost 2 months since we last met. How is your internship going?" AI Moy replied comfortably, "Not bad. Although I've encountered various troubles and problems, I've managed to solve quite a few of them now. How about you? Is your internship enjoyable?" Lin Jiahui complained. "It's okay, everything else is fine. But my internship salary is so low that I'm really worried I won't be able to gather enough for tuition." AI Moy widened her eyes. "Internship salaries? You have one?" "Yeah, everyone does. Don't you?" Lin Jiahui asked in surprise. AI Moy slapped her forehead and forced a smile. "Forget it, it's not important." Lin Jiahui asked again. "The internship ends in a month. Are we still going according to the original plan and leaving for half a month to travel?" "Sure. Where are we going?" "Lachmi Finki." Lin Jiahui racked her brains and said with distress, "I can think of several places, but you're pregnant, and those places wouldn't be suitable. We need to stay within the city, but expenses can be high." AI Moy generously said, "Don't worry about expenses. I have some savings lately, so if it's not enough, I'll make up the difference." Lin Jiahui thought about her luxurious single presidential suite and asked mysteriously, "Could it be that your fiancé's family is very wealthy?" AI Moy thought to herself, "He is now my husband, though not because of love. It has nothing to do with him. I've earned a bit myself, so spending half a month is still fine. I'm not very familiar with various places. So you decide where to go and how to play." Chapter 282. Internship without pay after handing things over to Lin Jiahui. AIMO, Yi only focused on having fun for the last half month. At night, Delai returned late and was immediately met with AIMO Ye's resentful glare as soon as he entered the door. "Uncle D, why am I not getting paid for my internship?" Delai calmly changed his shoes and said, "The internship pay is very little. It's insignificant for you." AIMO Yi scoffed, "Even a mosquito's leg is meat. I advise you to pay me, or I'll report you to the Labor Protection Association." Delai seriously pondered whether such an association existed and finally encouraged her. "Good. You should resist against injustice. Do you want me to drive you there?" AIMO Yi decided to switch tactics, saying sweetly, "It's just a little internship pay. Think about it. My income is community property as a couple, while the military funds only belong to the empire. As my nominal husband, shouldn't you think about our little family?" Delai thought for a moment and found that her words strangely made some sense. He took out his phone to transfer money and said, "Is 30 star coins enough for your internship pay? 3 months would be 90 minus your sick days." After calculating, he figured that AIMO, you might even owe him money. So he generously said, "I'll transfer you 100, no need to give change." The notification of the transfer rang on his phone. AIMO glanced at it, and a few seconds later, angrily stomped off to the study, kicking the passing robots along the way. The next day, she indignantly told Zi Dao about this, and Zi Dao was surprised, saying, "But we don't have any pay at all." "Huh?" AIMO was stunned. "But how do my classmates have pay?" Today, Fei Jianan and Zi Dao were on leave, visiting the infirmary to check on their health and to see AIMO. Fei Jianan, sipping AIMO's homemade milk tea through a straw, said, "In the military, the leading teachers are all exceptional talents, and you can learn a lot. Your classmates should be interning in civilian positions, which are more like jobs, so they get paid." Zi Dao added, "The nature is indeed different. Some students in our class have joined private teams for internships like hunting or exploration groups, and generally, the income is quite considerable, but it probably doesn't contribute much to their skill growth." AIMO felt embarrassed. Should she return the 100 coins to Uncle D? Zi Dao then asked with a smile, "You've been married for a while now. Has there been any change in your married life with the teacher?" AIMO's earlobes turned red, and she looked down at her milk tea, saying, "Not much has changed, just the same as before. Since it was a marriage of convenience, they didn't need to stay together every night. Only occasionally, Madame AI Ma would call to check in, and Delai would quickly come to her room and get into bed before she realized it. After the check-in, Delai would say he was too lazy to change beds and would just hold her while sleeping. AIMO raised an objection to this, but the marshal ignored her saying it was like having a pillow, which was more comfortable. At first, AIMO wasn't accustomed to it, but later found the Marshal quite useful. He could warm the bed, hug her, and especially prop up her feet, so there was a need for anyone else. It seemed to have become even more convenient lately, to the point that the Marshal would come directly to her room in the middle of the night to avoid Madame AI Ma's late-night check-ins, which often required him to rush around. Fei Jianan then said, by the way, in the team I interned with, a few colonels were discussing the previous incident on Meijia Star. They were very curious about how I managed to escape from the royal insect species unscathed. Zi Dao took a sip of milk tea and said, it was just the teacher who came to rescue you. What is there to be curious about? Fei Jianan recalled helplessly, wasn't I just left hanging by a thread after being beaten to a pulp? They saw the report and found it absurd that we survived in that state. Ability users have strong vitality, and the higher the level, the harder it is to die. Some high-level ability users with special abilities can be saved even if their bodies are severely damaged, as long as their hearts are not critically harmed. But at that time, Delai arrived first, and the medical team came to treat afterward. During this time, they were curious about how a few people preserve their vitality and who saved them. Fei Jianan only mentioned that it was 2 juniors from the He Institute, but the colonel still found it incredible, as even the big shots from a medical department would likely be helpless in that situation. So Fei Jianan became curious and asked, so, Junior, how did you and Su Shuedi manage to save us? Although it hadn't been long since the incident. AIMO, you found it hard to remember and took a while to say. I think we used crystal orchid. This plant is something I stumbled upon before. It has the effect of regenerating bones and flesh. Crystal orchid? Zi Dao murmured twice, admiringly saying, you have quite a few peculiar plants in your possession. AIMO smiled and said, crystal orchid is difficult to grow, and I haven't cultivated many, so I didn't give any to the Plant Research Institute. Actually, before this, I didn't expect that when combined with abilities, crystal orchid could unleash such powerful effects. Crystal orchid was rumored to be extraordinary on Earth, but its actual efficacy was not very strong. So AIMO didn't have high hopes. She didn't expect that when paired with the wood-type healing array, it would be even more miraculous than magic. Fei Jianan's smile turned somewhat sly. So do you still have this miraculous crystal orchid? Should we make some potions to carry with us? When I have more time to cultivate some, I'll definitely give them to you first, AIMO thought. But unfortunately, crystal orchid was indeed hard to cultivate. Fei Jianan didn't give up and spent a long time with Zi Dao until other patients arrived in the medical room, and the two finally left. In the blink of an eye, AIMO's internship was 2/3 over. During this time, she either received remote teachings from Master Huai Mu or fed turtles with Yin Si in the infirmary. Recently, during this peaceful non-war period, there were very few injuries. Fortunately, the infirmary could get sunlight or it would have been moldy. Occasionally, some soldiers would catch colds or have minor ailments. But Yin Si found these cases unchallenging and passed them all to AIMO. AIMO happily took them on, as these people were just right to become her experimental subjects, allowing her to test the medicinal properties of various plants. In the afternoon, AIMO took a nap in Delai's office. When she woke up and rubbed her eyes, hearing the sound of rain made her feel at ease. So she turned over and continued to doze off. But soon, she felt a shadow fall over her head, followed by someone pinching her cheek. I heard you were testing medicine on patients, and someone took your medicine yesterday and can only croak now. AIMO shyly hid under the blanket, saying no. That patient just had ordinary bruises and vision problems. I wanted to test the effect of cobra grass. This herb itself is not toxic, so there shouldn't be any issues testing it. Cobra grass contains rich alkaloids, and it's possible that the patient was intolerant to it, causing some nerve paralysis, which led to the inability to speak normally, only able to croak. When AIMO discovered this situation, she immediately treated it, but she didn't expect it to reach Delai's ears. Chapter 283. The childish Martial Emperor Lai kept pinching AIMO's face, her already rosy cheeks turning a bright red, like colorful clouds dyed by the evening glow, delicate and splendid. He was not satisfied with just pinching her cheeks. He went on to squeeze AIMO's round earlobes, becoming increasingly fond of her. Now, what has changed in your mindset? AI-MO knew what he was asking. In the past, she only wanted to buy a barren star and live a peaceful life. In just a few months, so much has happened. Perhaps her thoughts have changed a bit. I don't know, she said, curling up in the blanket. I'm only a freshman. I still have 4 years until graduation. In any case, her connection with the Plant Research Institute could not be severed, and the Ministry of Agriculture would hold tightly to her. Once she dropped her responsibilities, countless people would be in tears. As for buying a barren star, now 2B Star was almost like her backyard, with so many people working for her for free, and the support from the Empire was like adding wings to a tiger. It was possible that right now, she was in her most free and leisurely phase. After graduation, she wouldn't be able to run away, even if she wanted to. Just thinking about the future filled her with a sense of oppression. Her cheeks puffed slightly, and she was poked by the marshal again. Pop, it's broken. Marshal, you're so childish. AI-MO glared at him. Emperor Lai readily replied, of course. You should have a childish mindset with kids. The two of you combined don't even match my. His words suddenly halted, and AI-MO innocently asked, what don't we match? Your shoe size? Emperor Lai cleared his throat, looking at the time as a cover. It's 3 o'clock. Do you want to sleep? AI-MO rolled over in bed, afraid of pressing her stomach, then rolled back. Teacher Yin said he would keep watch in the afternoon, so I don't have to go. Emperor Lai asked again, then are you going home? AI-MO mumbled, I don't want to go home. I just want to stay in bed. The military satellite seemed to be welcoming the rainy season. It was raining again today, and the sound of rain hitting the window was particularly reassuring. AI-MO thought she had already passed the stage of being a heavy sleeper, but unexpectedly, she still felt sleepy. Emperor Lai went to get snacks and placed them by the bedside for her to eat when she woke up. The afternoon passed quickly in sleep, and in her hazy state, AI-MO heard the rain growing louder, eventually sounding like a summer downpour accompanied by thunder. She was completely startled awake by the ringing of her phone. It was Shanda calling. Aren't you betting with researcher Xiong Zhuang to come up with a new variety of lily out of thin air? What is the progress? Shanda was very concerned about this issue. AI-MO let out a vague nasal sound, saying, no rush, it's still early. Early my foot. School is about to start. Shanda detected her drowsiness and said, you're not still sleeping, are you? AI-MO admitted it. Shanda was hopping mad on the other end of the line. I can't believe you. My uncle, day in and day out, either goes to find Xiong Zhuang for tea or tries to get close to Count Lei Xiao, all in fear that you might really be kicked out of the plant world. And here you are, leisurely sleeping. AI-MO had no idea what Shanda Lin was up to. She barely opened her eyes and said, is teacher Shanda getting anxious? Isn't the Research Institute busy lately? Shanda was speechless and took a long time to respond. I don't even want to manage you anymore. Can you be more serious? AI-MO wanted to say that she was already serious enough. It was those outsiders who were more anxious than anyone. Please tell teacher Shanda that I have it under control. I've figured out the gene sequence clearly, and it won't be hard to synthesize and cultivate the seedlings. In short, please rest assured, I won't joke with my reputation. After saying that, AI-MO hung up and went back to sleep. At the Research Institute, Shanda hung up the phone and nearly wanted to curse AI-MO's ancestors. Not proactive at all. She stomped her feet in anger. Shanda Lin happened to come back from Count Lei Xiao's place and asked, "What's not proactive?" AI-MO, I thought she at least knew her limits and was working hard on the lily, but instead, she's sleeping. Shanda also didn't know if AI-MO's last sentence was just brushing her off. Shanda Lin teased his niece. Didn't you used to hate teacher AI the most? Are you on good terms now? Shanda bit her lip, silently staring at her phone. Shanda Lin was busy and didn't pay attention to his niece's psychological state. After putting on his lab coat, he immersed himself in research. After a while, he heard Shanda quietly say, "It's just that I owe her a small favor. Even if I can't repay it, doing something is still good." Shanda Lin was puzzled and asked while doing experiments, "Has teacher AI helped you? When did you have this kind of interaction?" Shanda gazed thoughtfully out the window. In fact, long ago, she and AI-MO were childhood friends. At that time, they were both young and met at a banquet, becoming playmates. But after AI Mo's family, she met Zilu, who was then the daughter of a nanny working in the AI family. Perhaps because she disliked AI Mo's arrogant style, or perhaps out of pity for Zilu's poor background, she gradually became attached to Zilu and quarreled with AI Mo over her. Later, the two continued to become enemies because of Zilu. Perhaps they both forgot that there was a time when they played house together and shared a beautiful, innocent friendship. Now, Shanda saw through Zilu's true nature and, under AI Mo's persuasion, no longer obsessed over Colonel Chi-ji. She felt even more grateful that AI Mo had blocked her despite past grievances. Without AI Mo, she might have gone mad, resorting to any means to expose Zilu, turning hysterical and becoming a detestable vixen in the process. It was hard to imagine what kind of revenge the Shanda family would face now that Zilu was recognized by Prince Chelsea. Every time Shanda thought of this, she felt a chill down her spine, which made her even more grateful to AI Mo. However, her pride and self-esteem did not allow her to apologize and thank AI Mo in a sappy manner. Thus, every time they met, it was always a mismatch between words and feelings. In the end, Shanda was still not entirely at ease and asked Shanda, "Uncle, what did Count Lei Xiao say? Is researcher Xiong Zhuang willing to give up that bet?" Shanda smiled and said, "Of course. Xiong Zhuang won't agree unless teacher AI apologizes to him and never researches plants again. Fortunately, Count Lei Xiao has stated that if a talent like teacher AI withdraws, it would be a loss for the plant world, and he definitely won't stand by idly." Chapter 284. A plant like a wealthy young lady with the words of Earl Lei Xiao, Shanda and Shanda felt reassured. While others were anxious and stressed, the parties involved were completely unconcerned, going about their daily routines of eating and sleeping, only starting their research when they were in good spirits. In the infirmary, AI Mo was nurturing seedlings while Su Qi observed the gardenia flowers nearby. "Is this flower a lily?" Su Qi asked. No, this is the gardenia tea that the senior brought back last time. After I improved the variety. The fragrance is stronger and the flower shape is more beautiful, AI Mo explained. Su Qi exclaimed, "Junior sister, you really are talented. This beautiful flower is no less impressive than that senior researcher's lilies. And in terms of fragrance, gardenias are more elegant, not as overwhelming as lilies." AI Mo replied, "If it weren't for this bet, I wouldn't bother researching lilies. But thinking about it, lilies also have medicinal properties, so it's not a loss." Su Qi was once again impressed. "In your eyes, can any plant be medicinal?" AI Mo laughed. "Wait until Master Huai Mu has time to give the two of you lessons remotely." After class, Master Huai Mu checked the two's understanding of the attack formation, feeling very pleased. "In my lifetime, having you two as students is a fulfillment of my merit. If it weren't for the shortage of people in the medical field, Su Qi, you should also cultivate both medicine and agriculture to benefit both worlds." Su Qi, organizing his textbooks, sighed with resignation. "Master, please don't tease me. Although I'm also a wood-type ability user, my research on plants is far from as thorough as junior sister's." Master Huai Mu said, "Don't compare yourself to Mo. In this area, even I, an old man, might not measure up to her. If we talk about plants, AI Mo is likely more familiar than anyone in the galaxy." AI Mo interjected, "Master, senior brother, please don't tease me. But I think Master is right. Senior brother, you are the rarest S-class wood-type ability user. It would be a shame not to contribute to the agricultural field." Su Qi politely declined, "Thank you, Master and junior sister, for your kindness, but I'd better pass for now. I don't have the energy." If you were to work as tirelessly as AI Mo, he would collapse in less than 3 days. After returning to the villa that evening, AI Mo continued to cultivate lilies. As the winter vacation was about to end, she heard that the long winter in the imperial capital was over, and after the snow stopped, they directly entered summer, with temperatures occasionally nearing 40 degrees Celsius. Although high temperatures are generally more beneficial for plant growth compared to low temperatures, if it gets too hot, plants cannot endure. AI Mo was a bit worried about the plants in Madame AI Ma's garden and made a phone call. Upon hearing the reason, Madame AI Ma laughed and said, "You don't need to worry. I have always had the gardener take care of them carefully, and I water and fertilize them myself. The gardenias you planted are already growing leaves. Next time you come, you can help them bloom. AI Moe touched the gardenia beside her, saying, "The flowers will smell wonderful. I hope you will like them." Madame AI Ma looked at the photos and exclaimed, "They are beautiful. They seem to be no less than roses. I really hope you can come to the imperial capital soon, so I can smell what real gardenias are like." AI Moe smiled and said, "When the new semester starts, I will come to the imperial capital to register, and I will bring you some beautiful flowers." The two chatted for a long time, and when it was late at night, Madame AI Ma urged AI Moe to go to bed, reluctantly hanging up. That night, it seemed that the marshal was working overtime again, and AI Moe waited for a long time without hearing the sound of a car. The large mansion felt empty and silent. AI Moe picked up Dada and whispered, "Have you been eating too well lately? You've gained so much weight." Dada growled in dissatisfaction, jumped out of AI Moe's arms, and wagged her tail as she ran off. AI Moe sighed, murmuring, "Everyone is like a wild person, not staying at home." She then approached the glass culture dish, where she had carefully cultivated cordyceps. The cordyceps were too precious and very fragile. She couldn't bear to use them for research yet, and planned to use the Tai Sui as fertilizer to nourish them first. A large mass of fatty Tai Sui was buried in the soil, providing continuous nutrients for the cordyceps. This Tai Sui was cultivated with Su Chi's help, weighing 2 to 3 pounds, and would be completely absorbed by the cordyceps in less than a week, so it could not keep up with the supply. Once the Tai Sui was absorbed, the cordyceps appeared extremely vigorous, but if nutrients were not replenished in time, they would fall into a state of near death. If it weren't for AI Moe using her wood-type abilities to extend their lives, they would have turned into dry grass long ago. So, it's no wonder that cordyceps in the galaxy are precious and rare. Anyone other than AI Moe would only be able to weep for them. AI Moe truly felt helpless about these wealthy young ladylike plants. A few days later, the satellite continued to be rainy, and the gray sky dampened people's spirits. AI Moe sat in the lounge of D-Lai, eating snacks and listening to the marshal holding a meeting with the generals outside. The galaxy had never been peaceful. It was either humans fighting among themselves or humans battling the insect tribe. The Empire, a coveted piece of meat, had always been at the center of turmoil. As the highest commander maintaining the Empire's security, D-Lai had never had a moment of leisure. AI Moe didn't know how many days he had gone without sleep, or how many days he hadn't had a chance to stop and see the scenery in her eyes. After the generals left with their orders, AI Moe opened the door and slipped into the tea room. Annie had just come out for a nap, and upon seeing AI Moe, she smiled wryly. "I'm starting to envy Miss AI. At least you can have a good night's sleep." She poured herself a cup of coffee, the strong, bitter smell reaching AI Moe. "Excuse my bluntness, Annie, but how many days have you gone without sleep?" AI Moe couldn't help but notice that Annie's dark circles were as prominent as a panda's. Annie sighed. "It should only be 2 or 3 days. Vice Commanderson and I have had some stolen sleep, but the marshal hasn't closed his eyes in about a week." AI Moe gasped. "You guys are really working hard." Annie shook her head slightly, taking a big gulp of coffee to keep herself awake. "If possible, please persuade the marshal to rest a bit. He is the god of the military department. Only he cannot fall." AI Moe looked worriedly inside, seeing only the marshal's shadowy, silent profile, focused and tense as if the end of the world were approaching. After days without sleep, even D-Lai could probably only rely on coffee to hold on, but AI Moe had never seen him drink coffee. If he wanted to be energized, he would likely use formations to solve it. Drinking coffee would only overly excite his central nervous system, possibly leading to wrong decisions. AI Moe didn't know how to describe him. Cunning, sharp-tongued, occasionally immature with a selfish side, double standards, strict with others but lenient with himself, making people grit their teeth in frustration. Yet, for the Empire, he was an impeccable marshal. Chapter 285, Busy Military Department due to losing her space ring. AI Moe made a trip to the intern dormitory and then returned to the villa area, bringing back quite a few things. Amusi happened to be on leave and decided to help her out. In the tea room, AIMO, ye set up a pot with milk, honey, fruits, seafood, and more hand. The weather was cold today, not suitable for making lemon tea, so AIMO, ye prepare to make milk tea instead. Speaking of the reason why the military department was so busy that it could make one vomit blood, Musi had a deep understanding. A week ago, a certain planet was destroyed by the insect race. Musi spoke lightly about it, but AIMO ye was astonished and asked, a whole planet gone? Not exactly. Half of its population of over 2 billion was wiped out. And Musi stared at the pot of boiling milk and reminded, Junior, it's boiling over. AIMO, ye looked down and saw the milk about to spill out, quickly turning off the heat. And Musi often interned in the military department and was used to such situations, but AIMO, ye couldn't get used to it. Seniorin, what exactly happened? Seeing that AIMO ye was interested, and Musi decided to tell her everything. The planet that was destroyed was an independent power outside the Federation, akin to a small country that had not joined the United Nations during Earth's time. Most of the planet was ocean, and the locals were likely descendants of coastal residents from Earth's past. When humanity migrated to the stars, these people settled on that planet. Later, due to various constraints, a relatively isolated and primitive society formed locally. Thousands of years passed, and to adapt to the ocean environment, humans gradually evolved, with many now resembling a half-human, half-fish form. Due to not communicating with aliens and maintaining internal independence for many years, coupled with some factors of the planet itself, the locals lacked the high-tech means that interstellar society should have, almost regressing to Earth's primitive tribal period. Now, as the environment grew increasingly harsh and human living space shrank, the planet's rich marine resources became coveted. In recent years, forces in the interstellar realm had been harassing the ocean planet. Such acts of provoking war were officially stopped by the Interstellar Federation, but with a piece of meat lying in the middle of the road. How could the hungry wolves not fight for it? Since they couldn't openly send troops for various reasons, they resorted to covert methods. Over a month ago, countless insects suddenly targeted that planet and launched a large-scale attack. Due to the locals' outdated technology and inability to contact aliens, anomalies were only discovered by the Cosmic Patrol forces days later. By the time various countries forcibly entered the planet under the guise of providing aid, half of the indigenous humans had already been destroyed, and the ocean civilization had suffered devastating damage. The St. Rolidia Empire naturally also intervened, with the vanguard troops sent by Ai performing exceptionally well. Na Zhejiang and Wen Liang Yin had already been thrown over there for training. Although AIMO Yi had not experienced it firsthand, she could easily imagine how terrifying the natural and man-made disasters were for the locals. Amu Si said, to put it simply, an environment filled with seawater is not very suitable for the insect race. At least most insects wouldn't choose to lay eggs in the ocean. That planet has no attraction for them. Since there was no attraction, why would the insect race launch a large-scale attack, risking it all? The reason behind this was what the military department needed to uncover. After hearing this, AIMO Yi felt that the interstellar situation was indeed unpredictable and fraught with danger. To express her gratitude for the protection that the Marshal and the military department provided to ordinary people like her, AIMO Yi decided to prepare a lavish afternoon tea as a reward. Short on hands, she asked Annie to gather some available people to help. Initially thinking that no one would come, she was surprised when Annie mentioned that it was the chef who had made the snow bunny in the cafeteria and needed help preparing afternoon tea. Everyone rushed to join. Some who wanted to go to the bathroom held it in tightly. Those looking for an excuse to take a nap to avoid overworking themselves forced themselves to perk up. Others who wanted to sneak off to grab a bite so they wouldn't starve were also convincing themselves that they weren't hungry, all joining in to help AIMO Yi. AIMO Yi asked how many people were currently in the military building and immediately regretted it. She hoped the ingredients she brought were enough. Does everyone want to drink milk tea? The kind with only milk and no tea? What flavor of milk tea do you want? Forget it, with so many people, it would be hard to reach a consensus, so she decided to make the most basic rose milk tea and gardenia milk tea. Afternoon tea naturally needed desserts, and she had brought a lot of sweet potato starch this time. Do you all want to eat cakes? How about rose cakes? AIMO Yi first asked for a rough estimate of demand, but the tea room was so crowded that everyone spoke at once, making it impossible for her to hear clearly. Amusi said from the side, "Junior, just do what you think. Everything you make is delicious." AI Moyi calculated and directed everyone to start working. In terms of drinks, in addition to the 2 types of milk tea, she also prepared a lemon passion fruit drink, which was refreshing and suitable for those who didn't like milk tea. She prepared a wider variety of desserts, making egg pancakes, cream puffs, fried potato strips, pumpkin rose cakes, crispy shrimp cakes, fried chicken fillets, vanilla honey mousse, and more. There were sweet and savory options, diverse varieties suitable for different people. During the baking process, the aroma wafted far away, and the crowd helping out became increasingly excited. The noisy sounds even reached the marshal's office, where Tsin Chung Chung nervously closed the door tightly, afraid that the marshal might get angry and deal with everyone outside. However, Delai remained calm throughout, not even glancing outside once. Tsin Chung Chung worked cautiously, suddenly remembering that the marshal wasn't actually that strict of a person. With help, AIMO, you still took a long time to prepare afternoon tea. After asking Amusi to help distribute, AIMO, you took 2 servings back to the office. Uncle D, Deputy General Tsin, I have prepared some delicious snacks for you. Tsin Chung Chung had already smelled the aroma, but with the marshal present, he couldn't express his desire. When AIMO, you placed a tray on the crystal tea table, Delai finally looked up at her, then glanced at Tsin Chung Chung, instructing, "Go eat." Tsin Chung Chung suppressed his inner excitement and calmly said, "Then I'll first recharge my energy, so I can serve you better." As soon as he finished speaking, his composure broke, and he began to eat voraciously, watching him devour his food like a locust swarm. AIMO, you felt a mix of emotions. Deputy General, have you not eaten for several days? Tsin Chung Chung, with his mouth full of shrimp rolls, just waved 5 fingers, not sure if that meant 5 days or 5 meals. Ability users wouldn't starve to death after 5 days without food, but the feeling of hunger wouldn't be pleasant. AIMO, ye felt even more sympathetic, thinking that if even Tsin Chung Chung hadn't eaten for so long, Delai would be even worse off. She picked a few delicious and easy-to-swallow foods and paired them with lemon tea, bringing them to Delai. I know this might disturb you, but Uncle D, please feel free to eat something. She thought the marshal wouldn't appreciate it and was already prepared to leave. But she heard Delai's quick reply, "Thank you." AIMO, you was stunned, turning to look at Delai's calm face, and asked, "Uncle D, have you lost your mind? After knowing you for so long, I've never heard you say a proper thank you." Chapter 286, Journey to Ocean Planet. Emperor Lai's gratitude was not a whim. Recently, the military department had indeed been extremely busy. He didn't even know how many days had passed without him resting. Dining was a luxury. Under his devilish high-pressure policy, his subordinates were naturally working nonstop, exhausted to the point where they felt like floating while walking. He knew this couldn't go on, but he had no way to stop himself or the military from functioning. Every order coming from this building and every judgment made would affect the Empire's interstellar status in the distant future. Just when it seemed like things were spiraling out of control, AIMO's seemingly insignificant little action turned out to be a soothing balm that slightly eased the situation. Receiving thanks made AIMO feel delighted as she happily placed pastries on the table. "Delicious rose cakes. Uncle D, you should have some too. If the great marshal starves to death, the Empire will become an interstellar laughingstock." Emperor Lai truly had no time to eat and only asked, "Is Amusi outside?" AIMO silently mourned for Amusi in her heart and replied, "He was resting but came to deliver ingredients for me. During this special period, there are no rest days, so I let him in." With a heavy heart, AIMO left. A minute later, Amusi floated in with an even heavier heart. The marshal, without raising his head, said, "Go to the logistics department to collect your weapons and join the 2nd Navy Battle Group. Gather at the orbital track in 2 hours." "Yes, Marshal." Amusi instantly became serious, but his right hand, still behind his back, clutched a pastry. After exiting, he headed straight to the tea room to gather quite a few pastries and drinks. AIMO asked, "Seniorin, are you setting off again?" "Yes. Ocean Planet is short on manpower, and it's a great training opportunity. But before that, I have to go pick up my treasure, and Mu Si said with excitement. The special weapon made from the meteorite he bought at an exorbitant price was finally delivered to the military department. And Mu Si was going to inspect it before joining the troops heading to Ocean Planet. He also wanted to go. That planet had more water than the old Earth and was the richest in water resources among all celestial bodies in the universe today. Moreover, this planet was extremely closed off. Apart from this special period, it didn't allow any aliens to step foot on it. Water is the source of life. And ye couldn't imagine how many unknown life forms existed on that planet. If she went there, she would probably feel like a little dwarf falling into a mountain of jewels, dazzled by the sparkling treasures. With her mind made up, ye clung to the door frame and plaintively said, "Uncle D." No, the marshal didn't even look at her, knowing exactly what she was trying to scheme. Ye knew that a single plea would be useless, so she continued, "Uncle D, do you know that the so-called experts on Earth believe that all life forms originated from the ocean? The ocean is the cradle of human civilization. You say that planet has been closed off for thousands of years. How many unknown creatures are waiting for me to discover?" The marshal momentarily pulled himself away from his busy military duties and patiently said, "You are pregnant and being coveted by illegal organizations. Staying by my side is the safest." He couldn't leave now. He had to remain at the command center. If he could personally go to Ocean Planet, he certainly wouldn't refuse Ye's request. Ye cradled her belly, tears welling up as she choked out, "If it weren't for being pregnant, I wouldn't feel like a caged beast trapped in this square prison of the Forbidden City. Oh, child, I am sorry. We mother and son have ultimately lost our freedom in this life. Had I known it would come to this, why would I have entered this Forbidden City?" She dramatically wept, giving the marshal a headache as he rubbed his forehead. Logically, Ye's choice was correct. No one understood the plants of Earth better than she did, and the ocean was no different. The opportunity to enter Ocean Planet might only come this once. Who knew how many years it would take to have another chance? Her visit might be more effective than all the research teams sent there. But emotionally, Emperor Lai couldn't let her leave his sight, especially now that her pregnancy was progressing and she was being targeted. It was indeed a troublesome situation. Just as Ye began to sing her lament, Emperor Lai made a phone call to summon his capable subordinates and, without saying a word, had both Ye and himself thrown onto the starship. Ye sat bewildered by the cabin, stroking the silver ring on her finger. This was Emperor Lai's spatial ring. Since hers had been taken, the marshal had given his to her. However, he had done so with a fierce demeanor, as if to imply that if she lost it again, he would devour her whole. Ye suppressed her excitement and first met with the research team. Coincidentally, it was the same team from last time, and Su Chi was also there. The old professor, Pan's son, was a renowned plant researcher and marine biologist in the galaxy, with many titles, seemingly researching everything. Upon seeing Ye and Su Chi, Professor Pan's son was extremely excited, grabbing their hands on either side and beaming with joy. "My young friends, I didn't expect to see you again. This time, please use your extraordinary abilities to explore the most fascinating and abundant marine life." Su Chi struggled to pull his hand back and politely said, "We are still students. Please guide us, professors, in our many shortcomings. If we offend in any way, please forgive us." "Not at all, my young friend. You are too polite." Professor Panson laughed heartily and introduced Ye to the other team members. Having formally met, Ye then asked, after encountering the horseshoe crab last time, "I wonder how the research has progressed?" Professor Panson became energized at the mention of this, eagerly pulling Ye along as he talked for 2 hours. Had Ye not found an excuse to escape, he probably could have continued until dawn. On the way back to their residence, Su Chi said, "Professor Panson is a very simple person, devoted to research his whole life, and he is also very kind to students. Last time I was in the lab, the professor answered all my questions without any impatience, despite my lack of fame. Moreover, the professor is very knowledgeable. I believe this ocean trip will be very beneficial." Ye was also looking forward to it, her steps noticeably lighter. She stayed in Emperor Lai's lounge, which was very quiet, and after a night. There was not a sound. In the morning, she stood by the window, gazing at the universe. There was no distinction between day and night in the universe. It was always a magnificent view of countless shining stars. Just as she finished washing up, Emperor Lai's call came through. "How are you feeling? On a long journey. If you feel any discomfort, immediately find a military doctor." AI Moyi huffed, proudly saying, "I'm a doctor myself." Emperor Lai did not respond and gave her a few more instructions, especially reminding her that no matter where she went, she could not stray from the sight of the accompanying personnel. This time, Emperor Lai had arranged for 2 subordinates to protect her. One was the familiar Annie, and the other was a burly man as strong as a bear. Chapter 287. The invaded planet in the universe. The flow of time differs across various star regions. AI Yi took a nap and felt like she had slept for at least 7 or 8 hours. But the time displayed on her phone showed that less than half an hour had passed in the capital. After leaving the bedroom, she found Annie waiting in the living room. "Good morning or good night, Miss AI. Did you sleep well?" AI Yi nodded, feeling energetic. "Annie, you haven't had breakfast or dinner yet, have you? Should I prepare something for you as well?" "Thank you very much," Annie replied without decline. AI Yi had rushed out and only placed some simple ingredients in the space. Besides meat, eggs, and milk, there were quite a few vegetables and fruits. After checking the ingredients, she decided to make a simple version of a hand-grab pancake. She first spread 3 thin pancakes using wheat flour, cracked an egg on top and spread it out, and in a nearby pan, she fried some homemade chicken strips. Then she shredded some potatoes, added a few slices of greens, and wrapped everything in the pancake. While busy, AI Yi asked Annie, "Do you and that military officer prefer spicy sauce or salad dressing?" The salad dressing was a high-end version bought from the market, while the spicy sauce was homemade by AI Yi using chili and spices. Annie politely replied, "Then I'll have the spicy sauce. Thank you. As for the salad dressing, it's available in the market, but I'd like to try your sauce." 3 freshly made pancakes, all with spicy sauce, were ready. AI Yi divided one for Annie and then called the sturdy officer at the door. "Please come in and have a meal." The officer was quite large, standing at least over 2.5 meters tall, and under the light, he resembled a black bear to the extent that one might doubt he was human. His face bore several gruesome scars, making him look very intimidating. No, I'm just here to protect you. You don't need to worry about my food," the officer said in a rough voice, but with a gentle tone, trying to sound as unthreatening as possible. AI Yi insisted, "I've already made it. If you don't eat, it will go to waste, and wasting food is a sin." Annie chimed in from the living room. "Come in, Jushan. Miss AI is very easygoing." Jushan, the officer, hesitated but seeing AI Yi's determined demeanor, he had no choice but to enter the room. AI Yi made him an extra-large hand-grab pancake, at least 3 times the size of the others. In addition to the pancake, there was rose-flavored milk and a fried egg for each of them, which was much more nutritious and delicious than the meals provided in the Starship cafeteria. This was Jushan's first time tasting such a delicious hand-grab pancake. The fried chicken strips were tender, the shredded potatoes were crisp, and the spicy sauce was flavorful, with a moderate heat that most people could accept. The combination of ingredients made a hand-grab pancake he had never seen before, strange yet delicious. The rich milk was also far superior to what the cafeteria offered, thick and full of flavor. Unlike the ordinary milk on the market that tasted diluted like water mixed with milk powder, Jushan ate seriously, feeling waves of emotion in his heart, constantly wondering who AI Yi was, as such a simple meal could leave one spellbound. While eating, AI Yi asked Annie, "Can you tell me what that ocean planet is like?" She had looked up information before, but the planet had been sealed off for thousands of years, and little was known about it. The online literature was scant and only briefly mentioned. Annie finished her milk and smiled. "What aspect do you want to know about?" "Anything is fine. Just tell me what you know." Annie thought for a moment, and then provided AI Yi with a general overview. The ocean planet is commonly referred to as Ocean Star, while the Interstellar Federation has named it Azure. From space, the planet, which is covered by 98 water, resembles a beautiful, pure sapphire, bluer and more stunning than any other planet. It is very similar to the former Earth and was once regarded as a new human origin during the Great Migration era. Unfortunately, the land area is too small, and the ancestors had to give up that treasure. The sea people who remained on the planet gave birth to descendants, evolving into a fish-like form, able to coexist with the Azure planet. The reason aliens cannot invade and occupy Azure is not only due to the planet's excessive isolation, but also because there exists a very special magnetic field on the surface of Azure. Annie explained that any technological products, airships, warships, mechs, and even laser guns and gravity cannons, which involve magnetism, gravity, or require satellite-assisted calculations, are rendered completely useless under this super strong magnetic field. This means that on Azure, human high-tech weapons and equipment are entirely ineffective, and only the most primitive fuel vehicles and gunpowder pistols can be used. In the past, there were indeed alien forces that attempted to invade Azure, but their proud weapons would be rendered useless as soon as they crossed the magnetic field, turning airships and mechs into scrap metal, naturally leading to their defeat at the hands of the locals. Thousands of years have passed, and the Interstellar Federation has still not deciphered the existence of the magnetic field, which is why the wolves with ulterior motives have been unable to smoothly enter Azure. AI MOE gasped, so that means we can't use phones or computers. Annie smiled and said, so please prepare yourself mentally for a return to primitive conditions. However, the military will have special communication devices, not quantum brains, but intercoms used in a certain period on old Earth. AI MOE felt deflated. If she couldn't go online, how would she be able to immediately look up any new species she encountered on Azure? Seeing her disappointment, Annie comforted her briefly and continued. As for the ocean resources of Azure, it's really hard for us outsiders to fully understand. Azure is home to countless tribes, constantly engaged in internal wars, and they are very xenophobic. Even scientific research teams that go there will be killed down to the skin and used as a warning flag for others. Thus, very few internal messages from Azure ever get out. Jushan finished his pancake and gulped down the milk, telling AI MOE, the people there are barbaric and unreasonable, harboring extreme hatred towards outsiders. Moreover, the locals excel in water warfare and are fierce and formidable. It's best not to offend them lightly. If it weren't for the current invasion by the insect race, the Federation wouldn't have any legitimate reason to enter so brazenly. The locals are likely furious about this, and their animosity is probably intensifying. AI MOE said, in short, I can't leave the protective circle of the two of you, right? If I were to go with the research team, would I encounter significant danger? The research team also has protectors. We are here solely to protect you, Miss AI. Annie, concerned that AI MOE might be anxious, said, but the locals are preoccupied with their own issues. So they probably won't be too violent towards the research team. Just be mindful of your actions. However, how to define mindfulness was something no one could articulate. Having understood the general situation, AI MOE felt a bit conflicted. Given the current state of Azure, it was evidently a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Various countries, under the guise of rescue, were actually harboring ulterior motives. Even the St. Relidia Empire was certainly not a friendly and kind little bunny. Reminiscing about the sly and cunning expression of the old fox, Emperor Lai, AI MOE let out a barely noticeable sigh. Chapter 288. Crawfish Azure Star is almost at the edge of the universe, and even starships using warp engines took several days to arrive. At this moment, Azure Star is surrounded by fleets from various countries, with a number of troops possibly exceeding that of the invading insect race. Since airships and mechs cannot be used on the planet, each country only dispatched ability user armies to enter. However, even ability users will have their powers restricted upon entering the magnetic field area, generally reduced by 50 to 60%, with many large magical formations even rendered unusable. The scientific research team is also in a tense state of preparation, ready to explore marine resources as soon as the hatch opens. Suchi is leaning against the oval porthole, gazing at the breathtaking Azure Star. I heard that Earth used to be this beautiful, but unfortunately, I've only seen it in simulation videos, Suchi sighed. And I heard that people on Earth lived very happily back then, with vegetables and fruits available to eat freely. And they could just pull up lush green grass by the roadside. AI MOE stand behind him, nodding seriously. It's a pity I was born too late to see our home planet back then, Suchi sighed again. In the corridor, Professor Panson waved to the two of them. You two, it's time to set off. The two immediately followed. Since the energy vehicles cannot be used, they can only drive fuel-powered vehicles. Everyone needs to take a fuel-powered plane to reach the surface of Azure Star, and then use primitive vehicles for transportation. Besides the unrelated Jioshan and Annie, there are 8 members in the scientific research team, along with 3 accompanying security personnel. Together, they form a quite large team, thus requiring off-road military vehicles or ordinary boats. Soon, everyone boarded the plane, passing through the atmosphere and magnetic field to land on the surface. Even though 98% of the planet's area is ocean, there are still considerable land areas. After landing, the soldiers stowed the plane into space and took out the off-road military vehicles. But within 2 minutes, everyone was retching uncontrollably, feeling dizzy or experiencing palpitations. Yi stood at a distance, took a deep breath, feeling her lungs expand, and couldn't help but say, "Breathing feels so smooth." Suchi was leaning against a tree, retching painfully. My heart is racing, and I'm breathing so fast. Ugh. Yi then noticed that the others were also unwell, including Annie and Jioshan, who both looked uncomfortable. What's wrong with you all? Professor Panson's face was pale. The oxygen concentration is too high. We're suffering from oxygen toxicity. Everyone, quickly inject the medication. Several people were shaking like they had Parkinson's and couldn't hold the medication steady. Yi hurriedly helped them with the injections. Most of the team was down, while she felt like she had returned to a joyful home, completely refreshed. Half an hour later, everyone gradually adapted to the thick oxygen environment. Professor Panson was still on at 4, excitedly explaining, "The oxygen content in the air on this planet is incredibly close to that of ancient Earth. Besides here, no other planet has this level of oxygen." Suchi looked at Yi suspiciously. "Junior sister, are you feeling okay?" Yi held her forehead, feigning dizziness. "Maybe I was too excited earlier. Now I'm feeling a bit uncomfortable, ugh." Suchi immediately wanted to give her an injection, but she declined. "No, I've already injected myself while you were retching uncontrollably." The others needed to rest a bit longer, and Yi seized the opportunity to observe outside the vehicle. They had landed on land, surrounded by numerous rivers, with abundant freshwater resources. Aquatic plants and algae swayed in the wind, indeed resembling Earth's environment. Unable to contain herself, Yi pushed open the car door and said, "I'm going out to take a look. I'll be back before we set off." Annie and Jioshan immediately followed. Yi worried that they might still be feeling unwell, so she cast a small magical formation to dispel their discomfort. Annie envied, saying, "Miss Ai's wood-type abilities must be quite powerful to automatically immunize against various discomforts." Yi looked into the distance with a hint of guilt. "I'm young and strong. That's all." After a moment, she added, "But I didn't mean to imply that you all are old." Annie laughed and shook her head. The area was teeming with water resources, and the natural vegetation coverage was high. Yi couldn't help but imagine how bountiful rice could grow if this wasteland were cultivated into farmland. Jioshan walked through the tall aquatic plants, clearing a path for Yi behind him. His massive frame resembled a bulldozer, allowing Yi and Annie to progress smoothly. The endless expanse of what resembled a swamp reflected the azure sky in its mirror-like surface. With green grass swaying in the wind, everything was breathtakingly beautiful. Suddenly, a frog jumped out from a puddle in the grass, seeing humans after a long time. The frog's round eyes seemed to flash with a hint of fear, and after croaking a couple of times, it quickly hid back into the grass. Annie curiously asked, "Is this the frog recorded in books?" Yi took out a metal cage from her space and said while searching through the grass, "Frogs are beneficial insects. They can eat pests in rice fields. They are natural enemies of locusts, caterpillars, and longhorn beetles." Annie didn't recognize any of the pests she mentioned, but it didn't stop her from helping to catch frogs. The 3 of them quickly caught several frogs, and soon over a dozen were in Yi's space. Then, Yi discovered some crawfish in the mud. Thinking of the spicy crawfish dishes eaten in summer, she couldn't help but drool. although she often ate sea shrimp. She wondered if sea shrimp were the same as crawfish. Immediately, AI took another cage and eagerly began to catch crawfish. The crawfish were covered in mud, rummaging in the dirtiest places. Even someone as unpretentious as Annie found it a bit hard to handle. Miss AI, are you planning to make fertilizer with such dirty creatures? Just like the insect race's corpses? AI joyfully caught crawfish and said, it will be a waste to use them as fertilizer. Crawfish should be eaten to extinction. Annie couldn't help but feel amused, yet she couldn't quite laugh. The crawfish looked filthy, covered in mud, and they resembled cockroaches. She imagined they must be teeming with parasites, making it hard for her to envision how to eat them. Given that this area was a nest for crawfish, there were an absurd number of them, and there was no need for bait. They could be caught by hand. AI caught 2 to 3 pounds of crawfish in one go. Just as she straightened up to wipe the mud off her face, she turned to see Jioshan had already caught a large bucket, at least 30 pounds. Jioshan, your efficiency is really high. Jioshan didn't know what these things were for, but since AI needed them, he helped catch them. As an ability user, catching small creatures was nothing. Seeing this, Annie could only reluctantly join in the catching. The three of them gradually expanded their range, capturing crawfish in an aggressive manner. AI couldn't bend down for too long, so she waited nearby. The other two were incredibly efficient, catching at least 100 pounds within half an hour, and the surface layer of crawfish had been completely swept clean. Chapter 289. Species of the azure star, although they caught a lot. Whether they could be eaten still needed to be tested and analyzed. Even if they couldn't be eaten for the time being, AI could find a way to improve them into edible varieties. She intended to continue exploring, but Professor Pan's son insisted it was time to leave. After returning to the vehicle, the off-road vehicle struggled to move forward. The ground was soft, and it was a desolate area, overgrown with weeds. The driver drove very carefully and slowly, making the vehicle wobble inside. AI caught a small crayfish for Su-Chi to play with, and Su-Chi asked, "What is this, a big cockroach from the water?" AI thought to herself that there was indeed such a saying. The crayfish should taste good. I'll cook it when I get back. Su-Chi admired her and said, "Junior sister, you really can eat anything." AI replied, "You should say I'm skillful. After my improvement and cooking, there's nothing that can't be eaten." Suddenly, the vehicle stopped, and everyone lurched forward before being pulled back by their seatbelts. Annie pressed down on AI's shoulder and asked in a deep voice, "What is going on?" Up ahead, someone shouted excitedly, "It's fish! It's fish!" AI heard it was fish and didn't find it surprising at all. As a result, everyone except her immediately rushed to the front of the vehicle, peering through the window at a puddle by the roadside. The puddle, the size of a pool table, was covered with water plants, and a few fish were swimming inside. "Wow!" Su-Chi exclaimed. Professor Pan's son couldn't control himself and kept pressing the shutter, saying, "This is a rare ancient fish. Let us observe it first, then catch a few to take back. Remember not to exterminate them. We must not destroy the local ecological balance." The research team members were all excited, immediately getting out of the vehicle to surround the puddle and jotting down observations in their notebooks. AI looked at it from the vehicle and was speechless. "It's just an ordinary grass carp. Why is everyone so excited?" In the end, the research team took a few grass carp, and AI also put 2 into her space, planning to toss them into a freshwater pond to reproduce. Back in the vehicle, Su-Chi noticed AI was not in high spirits and said, "Most fish nowadays are farmed, expensive, and tasteless. This wild fish, which is close to the unevolved version from Earth, has great research value." AI fiddled with the crayfish, feeling unenthusiastic. "How should I put it? I still prefer my crayfish." The off-road vehicle continued moving, and the research team members were like they had entered paradise, constantly pressing the shutter, photographing the grass that could be seen everywhere along the roadside from every angle. The Interstellar photos were 3-dimensional like short videos, and when printed, they captured dynamic moments, including fluttering butterflies, swaying grass leaves, and swimming fish and shrimp. When the vehicle reached the peat bog, others were digging plants and observing organisms, while AI was busy with the soil. She took out a digger from her space and started excavating the peat soil, storing it all away. Annie asked in confusion, Miss AI, what use is this soil? AI, MOE replied, this is the most fertile soil. Not only is it nutrient-rich, but it also contains high levels of minerals, perfect for my plants. She couldn't stop digging and even asked Annie and Jushan to help, quickly emptying a large section of the peat bog. Suchi was tracking and photographing a type of red-billed shellbird, while Professor Panson was hiding in the bushes beside him, excitedly directing, yes, just like that, don't disturb them. Through the lens, Suchi discovered a few eggs in the bushes and asked softly, should we take the eggs back, Professor? Professor Panson hesitated. They were there for research, and they should try not to disrupt the local ecological balance. Even taking the eggs would be inappropriate since this bird seemed very rare, unlike the fish that were everywhere. However, the opportunity was too rare. Perhaps this was the only chance to get bird eggs up close. As Professor Panson was conflicted, Suchi's wooden vine quietly reached out and rolled the eggs back. There was no time for Professor Panson to hesitate now. He repented while putting them into a container, muttering, what a sin, what a sin. AI, MOE suddenly appeared behind them, tilting her head and asking Professor, what's you talking about? Professor Panson was nearly startled and, after calming down, handed the binoculars to AI, MOE, saying, little friend, take a look at this bird and see if you can guess what it is. AI, MOE adjusted the binoculars and saw the bird in the marsh. It was similar in size to a great white goose, mostly white-gray with a rather large bill that had a hint of red. It was actually a pelican. Pelicans on Earth are protected animals, so AI, MOE didn't know how they tasted. Would it be similar to goose meat? AI, MOE knew in her heart that she couldn't say that out loud, so she casually murmured, what could it be? It looks a lot like a great white goose. Could they be relatives? Can we take two back to breed as great white geese? Professor Panson took back the binoculars, mumbling softly, I don't know what species of bird this is. In any case, there are no sighting records on multiple planets. The Azure Star is indeed a cradle suitable for the development of human civilization. How magnificent and miraculous. Adhering to the principle of not damaging the local environment. AI, MOE ultimately only took a few eggs without capturing any adults. Once they entered the marsh, the research team was reluctant to leave. If it weren't for the military discovering traces of the insect race and urging them to leave, they could have explored there for 2 or 3 days. After getting into the off-road vehicle, the speed was so slow that it was even worse than walking. Professor Panson suggested, let us explore while we walk, so we don't waste time in the vehicle. So everyone got out again, and since their interests varied, they became relatively dispersed during the exploration. The military kept calling out not to stray too far apart, in case they couldn't protect everyone. Annie and Jushan stayed closely behind AI, MOE, occasionally helping her capture some organisms. By the lake, AI, MOE half knelt among the reeds, excitedly patting her legs. Oh my God, that is a flamingo. It's a flamingo. On the green grassland, the elegant flamingos raised their long necks, their perfect forms resembling bright and striking rubies, making AI, MOE a native of Earth, unable to help but cheer. Annie also took out her phone to take a few pictures, exclaiming, what a wonderful creature. Modern technology can't replicate their beauty at all. This stunning, fiery red color, akin to a burning cloud, was something that technology couldn't replicate, unique to the craft of nature. Although AI, MOE was excited, she didn't approach to disturb them. Rationality told her that even she couldn't create an environment suitable for flamingos to live in at present. Flamingos inhabit saline lakes and marshes, feeding on plankton and aquatic plants. AI, MOE leaned more towards medicinal plants and agriculture, unable to divert her attention to create a marshland solely for the flamingos to provide a living space. Unless, of course, they became high-end ingredients, which would have some value. The thought crossed her mind, and AI, MOE immediately scolded herself harshly. To use such beautiful creatures for food, is that still human? Chapter 290. The electric eel has evolved while AI, MOE was exploring. The other team members were also conducting scientific research. One researcher, disregarding the military personnel's objections, insisted on getting into the freshwater lake to observe the aquatic life up close. As soon as he reached the lake's edge, He began to flail his arms and shout strangely, looking as if he had lost his mind. Professor Pan's son, fearing to disturb the creatures, scolded him. You don't have to get so worked up that you look like this. If you don't calm down, do you believe I'll kick you into the middle of the lake? Suchi glanced over and suddenly changed his expression, saying, Not good. It seems like he got electrocuted. The vines reacted swiftly, immediately extending to wrap around the researcher's waist and quickly pulling him back to shore. Once out of the freshwater lake's range, the researcher lay on the grass, frothing at the mouth and convulsing continuously. Suchi immediately provided first aid, and AIMO hurried over. Did he really get electrocuted? Yes, he did, Suchi said, frowning as he worked. The voltage is very high, and his heart has stopped, but it's okay. I can save him. The others looked toward the lake, unable to understand where the electricity came from. Planet Weylan was very primitive, with locals revering nature and looking down on technological products. Due to the presence of a magnetic field, this planet indeed could not develop more advanced civilizations. In this wild area, only natural electricity could be generated, not artificial. Professor Pan's son crouched by the lake, his reflection showing his white hair. How strange. How could he get electrocuted? He muttered as he reached out to touch the water, but a soldier immediately stopped him. Professor, you're older now. You might not survive an electrocution. The professor retracted his hand, staring intently at the calm lake surface. Suddenly, another researcher shouted, It looks like there's something in the lake. Everyone, step back. The life detection device would be interfered with by the magnetic field here, so they could only rely on their eyesight to judge. Just as Professor Pan's son stepped back, the entire surface of the lake suddenly began to violently churn, like a rocking wooden basin, and a large whirlpool, resembling a black hole, appeared at its center. Water surged skyward, creating towering waves that reached dozens of meters high, then receded to reveal a dark creature in the middle. The researchers were dumbfounded, and while shocked, they hurriedly picked up their cameras to film. AIMO also looked over and saw an enormous serpentine creature appearing within the water wall, with the surging waves crashing onto the shore. It was entirely gray-black, with grayish-yellow on its back and belly, and looked quite ugly, resembling the loach AIMO raised, with a surface that was pockmarked and lacking the scales typical of serpents. Unlike the loach, however, it was so massive that it seemed to reach the clouds, and its appearance was enough to change the color of the sky and earth. Professor Pan's son stared at it, murmuring, It doesn't look like an insectoid, nor is it a star beast. Could it be an ordinary aquatic creature from the Earth era? AIMO thought to herself. If there really were such large aquatic creatures, they couldn't be considered ordinary in any era. The creature looked down at the intruders, but it seemed to have no eyes. Its head had a gray-white structure resembling nearly closed eye sockets, but no eyeballs. Aside from its size, what was even more astonishing was that it was surrounded by electric currents, with sparks crackling as if warning the ignorant ants before it not to invade its territory. It showed no intention of attacking, but also did not retreat back into the lake, patiently confronting the humans. The military wanted to attack, but was stopped by Professor Pan's senator. It seemed to be a very docile creature, not an insectoid, and certainly not a star beast. Professor Pan's son thought left and right, but he really couldn't figure out what it was, muttering to himself, Is it a water snake? AIMO was also observing and felt that this creature's shape was quite ordinary, except for the distinctive electric currents all over its body. Goodness, could it be that the electric eel has evolved? She suggested, if the freshwater lake can support this large living electric cable, there must be other smaller ones as well. We could take a few back for research. What do you all think? Naturally, the others had no reason to refuse and immediately split up to take action. The military was responsible for attracting the attention of the electric eel, while the scientific team sought ways to catch the small electric eels. AIMO wasn't particularly interested in electric eels, but upon hearing that they were delicious and tender, considered a delicacy in many regions, she felt there was a purpose in raising them. So, she actively joined the efforts to catch them, determined to bring electric eels to her own dining table. Without high-tech weapons to assist, and with electric currents in the freshwater lake, the team spent a tremendous amount of effort to catch a bucket of small electric eels, mixed in with various other fish. AIMO, Yi also threw a few into her storage space, planning to study their breeding after returning. To prevent retaliation from the electric eel, once the capturing operation was over, the scientific team immediately retreated. Night soon fell, and the military set up tents, establishing infrared surveillance on the periphery. Inside the folding house, AIMO, Yi played with a small crayfish in her left hand and an electric eel in her right, feeling quite satisfied with the outcomes of this scientific expedition. Annie entered the folding house and said, "Tonight we can sleep well. There's no trace of the insectoids." AIMO, Yi replied, "There really are very few insectoids on this planet. Logically, with such lush vegetation, shouldn't it be coveted by insectoids?" Annie smiled and said, "Miss AI, you forgot that the insectoids' requirements for their living environment are different from humans. The climate and environment of this planet are suitable for humans, but not for insectoids." After a whole day, AIMO, Yi was exhausted. After putting away the small crayfish and electric eel, she quickly washed up and climbed into bed. "I'm definitely going to be even more tired tomorrow. I need to sleep quickly." Resting and recharging was necessary to face new challenges. That night, nothing happened. But before dawn, the scientific team members could not contain their excitement and requested to set off early. AIMO yawned as she got up, noticing that Su-Chi also looked listless. "Senior brother, didn't you sleep last night?" Su-Chi said dully, "I shared a room with the seniors, and they were excitedly discussing until dawn. I couldn't sleep at all. Today, they had a trek to many places for research, and he had no energy left." AIMO, Yi handed him a vial of medicine, saying, "I don't recommend using this often, but it can help in emergencies." Su-Chi had no choice but to inject the medicine to alleviate his fatigue. After spending a whole day on land, in the evening, the team arrived at the seaside. Chapter 291. Sea storm. The weather was not good. The sky was overcast by the sea, and the waves were surging violently. After the ship set sail, AIMO Yi stood on the deck and was drenched by a wave that crashed against her. She retreated back into the cabin and asked if there were any tools for deep-sea fishing. Annie replied that they could be used on other planets, but not here. Due to the influence of a strong magnetic field, they had to rely on their own abilities for almost everything. Looking at the raging waves outside, AIMO Yi thought it was better to prioritize her safety and decided it was not necessary to catch fish. However, Professor Pansun and the others thought differently. They braved the hurricane on deck to observe marine life and even attempted to catch large sharks with primitive fishing rods. They were only able to avoid being swept away thanks to the soldiers nearby who were risking their lives to protect them. AIMO Yi did not join them in the dangerous fun and stayed in the cabin to check the upcoming itinerary. The research team had planned a general direction, but given the current situation, the plan seemed futile as everyone was completely engrossed, deviating from the original route and unable to move forward. Suddenly, Su-Chi ran in, excitedly pointing outside. "Junior sister, you should come out and take a look. There are sharks." He was soaked, water dripping from him, and there were 2 small sea crabs stuck in his hair due to the waves. AIMO Yi waved her hand. "You all enjoy yourselves. I'm not that interested. What's so special about sharks?" She had seen plenty in the zoo. Su-Chi wanted to persuade her further, but upon hearing the rising chorus of exclamations outside, he hurried out to join the spectacle, forgetting to convince AIMO Yi. AIMO Yi felt a bit sorry for them. They were like kindergarten children visiting a zoo for the first time, unable to control their expressions, gasping and exclaiming, almost dancing like primitive apes in their excitement. The wind and waves grew stronger, the sky darkened, and thunder rumbled, as if a storm was about to break. Looking at the ominous horizon, Annie expressed her worries, saying, "This ancient ship is too unsafe. If we encounter a storm at sea, we may not be able to handle it." In space, there were no such ships. Large vehicles were mostly amphibious and could transform into fully enclosed submarines upon entering the water, eliminating worries about stormy weather. This open ship relied on fuel for power, making Annie feel it was hard to control. AIMO Yi comforted her. "It's okay, Sister Annie. We are all capable individuals, and the military must be prepared. Even if we face a storm, we won't be helpless." Just as she finished speaking, a crew member rushed over, whispering something in Annie's ear. Annie's expression changed immediately, and she went to the cockpit. AIMO Yi, confused, followed her. Inside the cockpit, several soldiers were discussing the situation. The ship's performance is unstable. I don't recommend sailing at night during a storm, one soldier said, especially considering whether there are cosmic insect races lurking in the sea. If they attack at night, we would be at a disadvantage. Another soldier added, the ship isn't sturdy. Even without the insect races, just colliding with a reef could cause damage. We can escape as capable individuals, but what about the research team? This ship was an old version that had been hastily restored from museum display and put into use. Not to mention whether it could withstand the impending storm. Sailing at night was inherently unwise. Furthermore, there were no ejection escape pods like those found in interstellar vehicles, so they couldn't take the risk. After consulting with Major Jushan, they all agreed they should find nearby land to dock and plan accordingly after dawn. The military did not consult the research team and directly docked at a small island. Professor Pansun and the others were reasonable and did not insist on continuing. As soon as the ship reached the shore, light rain began to fall, and the sky turned completely dark, making it impossible to see one's hand in front of them. The military retrieved the ship into a spatial dimension and escorted the research team to find a place to shelter from the rain during the night. Suchi helped distribute raincoats, saying, "Be careful, don't catch a cold." Junior sister, "You need to be the most careful." "I don't need a raincoat, brother." Aimo replied, already wearing military attire with a hood. This specially designed outfit was fireproof, waterproof, and could automatically regulate temperature, making it more useful than a regular raincoat. Suchi smiled wryly. "Had I known, I would have worn the uniform too. You really have foresight." Aimo didn't mention that this was specifically advised by Delhi. The island was overgrown with weeds, and wild beasts and poisonous snakes were lurking about. But under the protection of the military, they posed no threat to the team. The rain poured down harder, creating a cacophony on the island. Thunder rumbled continuously, and occasionally a flash of lightning would tear through the sky, illuminating everything in bright light. At that moment, the raindrops felt like hail, hitting people like being shot with hard stones, causing pain. Aimo gritted her teeth and persevered when suddenly she felt a shadow looming over her. Someone quickly scooped her up and held her in their arms. "Major Jushan?" Aimo sat across Major Jushan's arm like a baby being cradled by an adult. "Carrying you this way should be better, but your current condition only suits this method. Please forgive me." Major Jushan held a large black umbrella in his left hand and easily stepped over the muddy ground while cradling her in his right arm. Aimo felt like she was in a sedan chair, while others struggled through the rain. She had taken a shortcut and was enjoying an easy ride. "Major, the ground is slippery and it's dark. At least let me hold the umbrella," Aimo suggested, trying to take the umbrella. But as soon as her hand touched the cold, hard umbrella ribs, she knew she had been rash. No wonder the umbrella remained steadfast in the hail-like downpour. The umbrella fabric and ribs must weigh at least 40 to 50 pounds. Major Jushan laughed heartily. "Miss Ai, please leave it to me. You're just like my daughter. I often carry her like this. Even through mountains of knives and seas of fire, I can still move swiftly." His arm muscles felt incredibly strong, giving a sense of boundless power. Aimo did not try to be strong and curiously asked, "How old is your daughter?" Major Jushan's gaze momentarily froze before he naturally replied, "She is 6 years old, the same height as you." Aimo's curious expression gradually turned numb. She was at least 1 meter 67 tall. Compared to Delhi, who was 1 meter 90, she was indeed short. But surely she shouldn't be compared to a 6-year-old girl? It was saddening. Annie led the way, looking for a place to shelter for the night. The primitive island was densely covered with jungle, but after much effort, they finally found a relatively flat area where they could dock the ship and use it as a temporary lodge. Major Jushan set Aimo down on the ground, and she thanked him before quickly entering the ship cabin. She was the first to wash up, change into soft, warm clothes, and dry her hair. By the time the three of them had recovered from their drenched state, the others arrived with great difficulty, all of them complaining about their miserable situation. Chapter 292. The sea people. The storms of nature are terrifying, with forked lightning carrying thunder striking the sea, wreaking havoc and raising waves dozens of meters high. No one dares to imagine what would happen if the most primitive ship, relying on fuel to navigate the sea. Encountered such a storm. Others took turns to change out of their wet clothes, while Ai cooked dinner using ingredients from the sea. Suchi wiped his white hair clean and then wandered into the kitchen. Junior sister, when did you get seafood? The kitchen was filled with various sea flavors: fish, shrimp, crabs, conchs, seaweed, seagrass, and even seabirds. All became Ai's ingredients. While cooking, Ai said, on the way here, some seafood was blown ashore by the strong winds, so I picked it up with a deft twist of the vines. She wrapped them up and tossed them into her space for dinner. Suchi didn't know what to say and, after a while, murmured, "We can barely walk. Barely managing with just our hands and feet. But you can be held by Colonel Jew Mountain and leisurely pick seafood. Is this the benefit of marrying a marshal?" After saying this, he draped a towel over his shoulder and walked out of the kitchen, muttering to himself, "I can't marry a marshal now. Is there any other high-ranking officer who can entice me a bit, so the next scientific expedition can be a little easier? Brother, your thoughts are very dangerous. I advise you to give them up." Although dinner was seafood, Ye kept it simple, and everyone was not picky, actively washing the dishes after eating. Then, Professor Pan's son turned off the power on the ship. "We will need a lot of fuel for the journey ahead. We should save what we can. For lighting, we can use flashlights or the light from the lightning. As for heating, who among you is a fire-type ability user? Please contribute." Annie said softly, "Professor, you're quite frugal." Professor Pan's son chuckled innocently. The ship fell into darkness, with only the occasional lightning tearing through the sky, casting a pale glow on the walls. At this moment, it wasn't particularly late. Although everyone was tired, the thunder and rain disturbed them, making it impossible to sleep. Without phones or computers for entertainment, some people boredly played single-player games. Ye sat by the window, and in a daze, she heard a captivating female voice coming from the sea. There wouldn't be a soprano singing out on the sea now, so Ye assumed she was imagining things and slowly propped her chin up, saying, "It's quite atmospheric." Suchi, looking through the photos on his camera, asked, "What atmosphere? A horror movie?" Ye leisurely replied, "I suddenly thought of the siren song. This situation is quite similar." Professor Pan's son and the others also became interested and looked at her. "What is a siren?" Ye exaggeratedly explained. There are several versions of sirens. Generally, they refer to a type of creature similar to a mermaid that lures passing ships with beautiful songs and devours sailors. Professor Pan's son said, "I've heard of mermaids. Archaeologists claim they're an ancient type of human that hasn't fully evolved, and they are very beautiful." Ye had never seen a mermaid and found it hard to refute. Suchi pressed on, "Are mermaids, no, sirens really beautiful? Do they really attract humans with their songs? How beautiful are their songs?" Ye was about to say that this was just myth and legend, but suddenly, a clearer song came from outside the cabin. The enchanting and ethereal voice echoed across the sea on this dark night of thunder and storm. The song was eerie and dark, sending chills down one's spine. After listening carefully for a moment, Ye said, "It should be this kind of song, just like in the myths." Her voice suddenly halted, and the others fell silent as well. No one spoke, only that song grew closer, almost drifting from the distant sea to this side, seemingly about to reach the cabin. Amidst the pounding of their hearts, Professor Pan's son calmly asked, "Who is singing?" Everyone shook their heads in unison. Annie flipped her palm, her hand glowing with flickering flames, and said softly, "It might be the sea people. Please try not to engage with them." As the ethereal ghost-like song rang out from outside the cabin, goosebumps rose on Ye's arms. She had heard a similar song in horror movies, a precursor to the appearance of ghosts. It was like a tragic spirit child humming a dreadful nursery rhyme or a ghostly woman in a mountain village softly singing. But in the blink of an eye, it turned into the alluring and cruel siren sounds from Western movies, intertwining like a spider web, heavily surrounding the cabin. Dida jumped out from the space ring and stood in front of Ye. Having recently reinforced the Star C with a fire-type star core, its abilities had greatly improved. When it opened its mouth, sparks flew, baring its teeth and roaring angrily towards the outside. The military personnel were tense and on guard. while the scientific expedition team felt a thrill and anticipation in their fear, with some even setting up cameras, waiting to capture the moment the sirens appeared. Suddenly, the entire ship shook violently. Door frames and window sills rattled. Tables and chairs shifted, and the ceiling lights swayed precariously. Outside, several dark shadows flashed by at high speed. Suchi's eyes widened as he shone the flashlight outside. A blinding flash of lightning suddenly tore down, followed by a deafening thunder. In that instant of white light, everyone saw the strange shadow outside. It was uncertain if the light had distorted it, but the upper half of the shadow was robust and muscular, while the lower half was snake-like and slender, creating an overall discordant appearance. The figure had a pair of eerie, blood-red eyes, coldly staring at everyone inside the cabin amidst the flashes of lightning and thunder. Annie and Colonel Ju Mountain stood to either side of AI MOE, but they did not immediately engage. They were outsiders. If the situation became uncontrollable, they would be defined as invaders. However, the other party clearly did not intend to let things go easily. The alluring and enchanting song was the language of their tribe, communicating rapidly in a form that the outside world could not understand, and using it to launch an attack. Several humanoid sea people broke through the windows and doors, entering the cabin at lightning speed, raising forked weapons high, with lightning entwined at their tips. Accompanied by their strange song, the sea people waved their weapons in unison, and lightning crackled along the ground, resembling a fierce and wild natural lightning dragon. AIMOE immediately deployed a wood-type shield, enveloping Professor Pan's son and the others within it. Suchi also reinforced the shield, while not forgetting to shout, "Professor, make sure to film it well, and send me a copy when you're done." The scientific expedition team, disregarding their own safety, frantically pressed the shutter, trying to capture the fleeting shadows. Seeing that lightning was ineffective, the sea people swung their tridents again, leaving trails of silver light in the darkness before physically stabbing towards the scientific expedition team. Chapter 293. The Ocean Kingdom. The military could not engage in battle and, while trying to avoid confrontation, awkwardly gestured in broken local language, attempting to explain that they were only here for scientific research and had no intention of invading. However, the sea people had fiery tempers, each one more unyielding than the last, wielding tridents with ease. Among them were some with special abilities. When ice spikes and flames erupted in the cabin, the military, disregarding the potential for interstellar issues, immediately countered with their own powers. In the chaos, a small sea person caught fire and painfully rolled to AIMOE's feet. In the flash of lightning, AIMOE saw that he was a little boy of about 7 or 8 years old. No, he was a little male fish. His upper body was indistinguishable from a human's, and he had relatively slender legs, but from the base of his tailbone grew a long fish tail, resembling a mermaid's tail from a movie, with pale blue scales emitting a faint glow. At that moment, being on fire, he emitted sounds akin to a baby's wailing, his fish tail slapping against the ground in an attempt to extinguish the flames. But this fire was caused by an ability user, and ordinary methods could not extinguish it. An adult male sea person crawled not far away, glanced this way, and shouted in a panicked and angry tone a song that AIMOE did not understand, seeming to want to rush over to help, but was blocked by the military's gunfire. AIMOE turned to Suchi and said, "Senior brother, hold on." After saying that, she stepped out of the shield, spreading her hands to form a healing array, pressing it against the little male fish's tail. The flames were instantly extinguished, but the healing brought greater pain, causing the little male fish to scream and try desperately to crawl away from AIMOE's array. AIMOE yanked him back, scolding, "Why are you running? If this tail isn't treated, it will be useless." The blue scales were burned to char, the mottled flesh red and black in patches, some places indistinguishable from charcoal. AIMOE stared intently at the charred area. That tail looked quite delicious. It was already roasted. As soon as the thought crossed her mind, AIMOE cursed herself again. What was wrong with her? She had never been like this before. A few more sea people noticed the commotion and recklessly attempted to break through the military's protective circle to come over, but Annie was waiting nearby. the blood-red flames being the most intimidating to the sea people. Jushan's massive size also struck fear into the sea people. He pinned one sea person's tail down with his left hand, picked up a broken trident with his right, and, with the terrified eyes of the sea people upon him, expressionless, raised it high and brought it down heavily, the tip poised to pierce the beautiful golden fishtail. Seeing this, Annie immediately shouted, "Major!" Jushan paused, and the sea person, taking advantage of the brief moment of shock, suddenly broke free and fled. The trident plunged straight into the floor, cracks spreading with a crunch. And within seconds, the ship split in half with a creaking sound. Both sides fell silent. Jushan retreated behind AI-MOE, scratching his head sheepishly sorry. Everyone. AI-MOE withdrew the healing array, and the little male fish darted out, rushing to the sea people's side, hiding behind a tall male sea person. Annie gestured in broken local language. "We have no intention of invasion. We scientific research. How do you translate the word for research?" The humans looked at each other. On the other side, the sea people also exchanged glances. The male sea person checked the little male fish's tail. The originally burned area had completely healed, and the blue scales were once again shining brilliantly. After a long while, he stepped forward with a complex expression, entering the range illuminated by the lightning. Under the light, he appeared as pure and beautiful as the gentle moonlight over the sea on a clear starry night. "We were abrupt. Please forgive us." No longer was it the strange song, but rather AI-MOE's most familiar language, Chinese, spoken in a calm and solemn tone, conveying the meaning of reconciliation like a gentle spring breeze. AI-MOE was surprised and covered her ears, as if she were hearing things. But seeing the puzzled expressions on Annie and the others, it seemed they still did not quite understand. She could only grit her teeth and say, "He said he was abrupt and may have thought we were invaders." Annie breathed a slight sigh of relief and explained again, "We should apologize for entering the great sea people's territory without permission. Tonight, with the thunder and lightning, it is not suitable for sailing. We will leave immediately at dawn." AI-MOE conveyed Annie's meaning in her native language, and the male sea person put away his trident, gazing into AI-MOE's eyes. "Your sea vessel has been destroyed, and the storm will last for 3 days. If you're still willing to trust us, please come to our kingdom, so we may apologize." His voice was pleasant, with a cool yet slightly warm rasp that matched his noble appearance. AI-MOE hesitated for a moment before informing Annie. Annie immediately discussed it with the other military personnel, and they all felt it was feasible. They had no spare sea vessels, and there was no place nearby for planes to take off. Fuel-powered aircraft relied too much on runways and could not take off from the spot. At that moment, there was no sign of the storm abating. Rather, it intensified. On the surface of the sea, several tornadoes rolled in. Flooding was minor, but tornadoes could sweep away the wreckage of ships, and humans were powerless to resist. After a brief exchange, the scientific research team set off with the sea people toward the ocean kingdom. The little male fish hid behind the sea person, occasionally stealing glances at AI-MOE. AI-MOE, who liked children, gently waved at him. The child was shy and hid away. But AI-MOE then took out a bag of dried squid from her space and waved it in front of him. The sea people certainly ate seafood, and the idea of eating their own kind was unheard of. The little male fish curiously peeked for a while, but ultimately could not resist the temptation and came to AI-MOE. She tore open the bag and gave him some dried squid to eat. Once he tasted it, the little male fish was completely captivated. The sea people's means of transport was also a ship, but did not rely on fuel. Instead, it was pulled by some kind of marine star beast. Like carriages on the sea, the star beast dragged the ships forward. AI-MOE was feeding the little male fish while Su-Chi was taking pictures madly beside her. Junior sister, the civilization of the sea people is truly magnificent. Su-Chi was so shocked that his eyes were unfocused. AI-MOE also noticed that this ship was quite luxurious and retro, somewhat resembling the painted boats of ancient Earth, with ornate carvings beautiful beyond compare. Aquamarine, pearls, corals, lapis lazuli, green tourmaline, and various marine gems combined to create this exquisitely beautiful vessel. not to mention the exquisite carving skills and stunning aesthetic standards. It was as if it embodied art compared to the dull monotony of other interstellar civilizations pursuing technological advancement. The ship navigated around the tornadoes, passing through a spectacular waterfall over 100 meters high, arriving at the calm, azure sea surface. The sun had just risen from the edge of the sea, and through the hazy morning mist, the ocean kingdom unveiled its mysterious veil before Ai Moe and her companions. Chapter 294. The paradise of the research team, the sea people of today, are actually the descendants of Earth humans from long ago. Thousands of years ago, some of their ancestors stayed on this beautiful blue planet, overcoming numerous hardships, and their descendants gradually evolved into forms that adapted to the environment. Ai Moe thought that all sea people had mermaid-like bodies, but upon entering the ocean kingdom, she discovered that there were indeed various forms. There were races that looked just like normal humans, showing no fish-like characteristics at all. There were also forms with fish on the upper body and human on the lower, which gave a subtle feeling of disgust. According to the young fish named Mo, different branches appeared during the evolution of the ancestors, and later, hybridization among them led to the diverse forms seen today. The blue planet is not just home to this one kingdom, but the most superior forms are generally mermaid-like, followed by human forms, and the least desirable are the ugly half-fish, half-human types. Ai Moe thought to herself that no matter how humans evolve, their obsession with beauty remains quite uniform. Since outsiders need special approval to enter the kingdom, Ai Moe and her companions were waiting at the port. Suchi observed for a long time and quietly said, as expected, mermaid forms are the rarest, humans are moderate in number, and the most common are the ugliest fish people. The appearance of fish people indeed contrasts sharply with humans. Their grotesquely large fish heads combined with human lower bodies can easily be classified as monsters. In contrast, the sea people who are mermaids are completely beautiful. Regardless of age or gender, all are stunningly attractive, whether alluring or pure, dignified or elegant, naturally pleasing to the eye. Mo proudly stated, "We upper-class citizens not only look good, but most of us are also superhumans. Look, I have superpowers too." As he spoke, he opened his mouth and sprayed a continuous stream of water at Ai Moe like a fountain. Unable to stand by while her master was attacked, immediately jumped into Ai Moe's arms, baring her teeth at Mo. But Mo was not to be outdone, glaring back at Dada. The two little ones played around, and Ai Moe paid them no mind, instead observing her surroundings. The artistic culture of the sea people should be quite brilliant, like the dazzling pearls left behind by ancient human civilization. A melodious tune drifted in from the morning breeze, slowly dispersing the thin morning mist as the sea people moved through the hazy atmosphere, starting a peaceful and beautiful day. The research team sat foolishly at the edge of the port, attracting the curiosity of the sea people. Suchi wanted to take pictures, but was afraid of offending the locals, so she quietly asked Ai Moe, the insect race invasion should have covered the entire planet. Yet this place is so calm and beautiful, showing no signs of having undergone war. Ai Moe couldn't understand either. One person from the research team sitting behind them quietly said, "What I hear is that the insect race attacking isn't as terrifying as the Federation says. The reason the entire Federation is aiding is mainly to justify their entry into the blue planet." Suchi understood. No wonder the locals had such hostility towards aliens, perhaps for them. The threat of the insect race was not as significant as the Interstellar Federation itself. Annie was chatting with several sea vendors in broken language. Upon returning, she quietly told Ai Moe, "We still don't know the purpose of the sea people's invitation to us, so please don't let your guard down." Ai Moe nodded. She gazed at the calm blue sea, momentarily transported back to her home planet, reminiscing about the days spent on a small boat swaying in a morning breeze. What a wonderful place, capable of making one forget countless troubles. No wonder it was coveted by the Interstellar Federation. Soon, the sea people returned to the port. The entry permit had been approved, and everyone could enter our kingdom and settle in briefly. The one who came to welcome them was a male sea person from the night, with a remarkably beautiful face and a tall stature nearing 9 meters. His human legs were wrapped in a blue-black uniform, and behind him was a stunning fishtail. The research team could hardly wait to enter the ocean kingdom and immediately followed him. Yi walked alongside Annie and caught a glimpse of Annie's serious profile. The other military personnel were similarly concerned. Compared to the excitement of the research team, they were more anxious and vigilant. It was no wonder the military was tense. Logically, the sea people should be quite wary of aliens, yet they were actively inviting them in. If it weren't for the research team's strong interest in ocean culture, they would have only stayed at the port, waiting for the storm to pass before leaving immediately. The main urban area of this kingdom was designed in a circular fashion, with stricter security as one moved from the outer to the inner areas. Yi and the other outsiders could only move in the outermost regions. Once inside the city, Yi spotted a towering statue that reached the clouds. It was clearly a female figure with a human body and a fishtail, resembling the Statue of Liberty, holding a trident in one hand and a lotus-shaped ornament in the other, gazing at the ocean kingdom with a compassionate and sacred expression. Yi held Mo's hand and quietly asked, "Who is that?" Mo replied, "That's our queen, your majesty." The queen? Yi became increasingly curious about this place and asked, "What kind of person is the queen of the ocean kingdom?" Mo, munching on grilled shrimp, proudly said, "The queen has the most beautiful fishtail and the strongest superpowers among the sea people. She is the supreme deity protecting this kingdom from invasion." Up ahead, the male sea person slightly turned his head. Though he said nothing, his powerful aura made Mo shrink back, pursing his lips and no longer daring to discuss the queen. The research team was arranged to stay at an inn, and a male sea person named Lee repeatedly reminded them not to leave this area to go elsewhere, and it was best not to reveal their identity as aliens, as there was currently deep hostility toward aliens within the country. Afterward, Lee took Mo and left. Once the outsiders were gone, the research team immediately changed into local attire and excitedly rushed out of the inn with cameras in hand, their eyes bright with excitement. Yi leaned over from the upper floor and noticed that there were quite a few guards patrolling the streets, dressed in styles closer to interstellar commonality, rather than the primitive appearance depicted in movies. The guards were of humanoid fish forms, reportedly adapted for living both in the sea and on land, walking on 2 legs on land while their fish tails aided swimming in the water, representing one of the best branches in evolution. This place truly resembled the fantastical worlds depicted in old movies. However, in reality, it was merely a representative system of human evolutionary processes. How fascinating. Yi muttered to herself softly. Annie and Jushan stood on the other side of the window, anxiously watching the dark clouds looming on the distant horizon. While the weather here was sunny, over there it was shrouded in thick clouds, unsure if the waves had already swept to the horizon, completely overturning the sea and sky. "Hopefully, we won't get caught up in troublesome matters." Annie flipped her hand, and a crimson flame flickered in her palm, though it was not as pure and intense as usual. She glanced at Yi, her eyes filled with worry. Yi was unaware of this and was going back to her room to change into local attire, planning to stroll around the streets later and buy some local specialties. Jushan whispered, "Should we contact the marshal in advance?" Annie took out a military light brain, but even though it was specially made by the military, it could only serve as an ornament on the blue planet. Chapter 295 Ocean Resources. Due to her slightly larger belly, Yi chose a loose-fitting local outfit and casually tied her hair into a gentle side ponytail, resembling many local female fishermen. She then walked onto the street, with Jushan and Annie following behind. The streets were mostly filled with seafood, such as ribbonfish, cuttlefish, seaweed, and kelp, all rich and diverse. Some decorations were also very beautiful, like bracelets and necklaces made from various shells, conchs, and pearls. Yi was dazzled by the array of small accessories, unable to resist them. However, when she inquired about the prices, her enthusiasm deflated. It wasn't that they were expensive, but because Blue Star did not belong to the Interstellar Federation and only accepted its local currency. Even if Yi pulled out a wad of cash, It will be nothing more than a pile of useless paper to the vendors. Only 100 seashells. Can't you afford it? The owner of the cuttlefish shop, puffing on a water pipe, looked down on Ai. Who can't afford it? I'm just looking. Ai retorted defiantly, casually pointing at a coral ornament on the stall. What about this? The owner glanced at her again, answering with a question. Alien? Ai was taken aback. Unlike the Interstellar lingua franca, the language of Blue Star was Chinese, which she was very familiar with, even if the accent was a bit off. Therefore, she was very confident that she could communicate with the locals in Chinese, especially since she was dressed like a local fisherman. However, the vendor had seen through her, continuing, "Locals don't buy these. Children can catch 2 baskets full just playing in the sea." Ai exclaimed, "Then why do you sell them so expensively?" The vendor seemed to smile, his cuttlefish tentacles twitching as smoke rings wafted from his mouth. "Occasionally, aliens come by. They think they hide well, but we can see right through them." Ai said timidly, "I don't mean to invade." The owner was silent for a moment, pointing at various ornaments on the stall. "Without seashells, you can trade for other things. But let me be clear, your star currency is not accepted here." Ai thought for a moment and pulled out a handful of diamonds from her space. These diamonds were uncut and not as smooth and beautiful as jewelry, but they still sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight. "This is called a diamond, and it's also a type of ornament. You probably don't have many of these, right?" Upon seeing the diamonds, the vendor's eyes instantly widened, and his cuttlefish tentacles began to dance. "Diamonds? Such beautiful things. Are they glowing?" Ai cheerfully placed a large handful of diamonds on the stall. "The pearls and corals here aren't worth much, but selling diamonds to the locals should do good business, right? Even if there are diamond mines in the sea, the fishermen probably haven't mined much, so diamonds won't be cheap." The vendor was very interested in the diamonds and immediately gave Ai 2 boxes of pearls, 1 box of coral, and some assorted gemstones like aquamarine and beryl. However, these were still uncut raw stones, not as pretty as jewelry from a gem store. Ai happily took them away, thus opening a new door. At the seafood store, Ai haggled fiercely with the owner. "I don't want dead fish, I want live ones, the kind that is still jumping. 5,000 seashells? I don't have a single seashell. How about I trade you for pork? Do you know what pork is? You don't raise pigs here, do you? I also have beef jerky. Can I trade that for fresh fish? Want to try? Of course, if it's good, I'll trade more. I'm not forcing you." Soon, Ai pushed out 2 tubs of fish in a small cart, excitedly waving to Annie. "Sister Annie, these are all novel species of deep-sea fish. We're in for a treat." A few minutes later, in the dried seafood area. "Look, isn't this rabbit very fat? You've never eaten rabbit, have you? I'll tell you, rabbit meat is delicious. I want to sell it. Let us trade instead. I just want some seaweed or seagrass, is that okay?" 2 hours passed, and Ai left the market feeling satisfied, still chewing on the locally strong-smelling dried squid. Colonel Jahan anxiously said, "Miss Ai, if you exchange so ostentatiously, won't your identity be discovered?" Annie looked toward the street. Even if they didn't make a fuss, they still couldn't blend in with the locals. The fishermen passing by or outside the shops all glared at the two with great hostility. The reason Ai didn't receive the same treatment was that, first, she had a pleasant appearance and posed no threat, and second, it was clear she genuinely liked the ocean culture, searching for good food and fun everywhere, being polite and gentle, and knowing to trade with her own products. Colonel Jahan smiled bitterly and continued to follow Ai at a distance. After dark, Ai cast a spell on herself to heal her aching ankle. Just as she reached the bottom of the hotel, she saw Su Chi standing dazed at the corner, not moving for a long time. "Shi Xiang, what are you thinking about?" Ai approached and followed Su Chi's gaze. Su Chi was looking at the people with fish heads and human bodies, or human heads and fish bodies, with a complicated expression. "I heard that this kind of evolutionary branch appears because of the interbreeding of humans and fish. I'm thinking, what kind of mating method is this?" Ai imagined for a moment, her expression also becoming strange. Did our ancestors really not even spare seafood? She stopped herself from imagining more indescribable scenes and instead asked, "Why are you the only one? Did Professor Pan and the others come back?" Su Chi shook his head. "As soon as we left the hotel, we each went our separate ways. But the research team has soldiers following, so it should be fine." Let us head back. Back at the hotel, Imai immediately boiled water to brew tea. This is the sea tea I traded for. I don't know exactly what plant it is, but it should be something the fishermen picked from the depths of the sea. She placed a few small tea leaves into a cup and poured boiling water over them. As the dark green tea leaves unfurled, a fragrant sea breeze with a hint of grass wafted out. Imai picked up a cup, blew on the leaves, and took a sip. The taste is so strange. It's like green tea with added sea salt, a faint flavor that's hard to adapt to. Suchi also couldn't drink it. After turning away to spit it out, he said, "I really can't drink tea." Imai smiled, putting away the remaining tea leaves. The variety of tea in the Interstellar is too few, and sea tea is a rare drink. I plan to find a tea tree for sea tea and grow it myself in the future. Currently, only black tea was available in the interstellar market, and green tea had not yet been released. Unlike on Earth, black tea was just black tea. Even the roots were light red plants. The tea was brewed from the tips, not a fermented product evolved from green tea, so its flavor was far inferior to the rich fermented black tea of Earth. Imai had always wanted to develop more varieties of tea. Perhaps she would find some rewards on Blue Star. At this moment, it was getting late, and it was not suitable to go out. Imai could only wait for the storm to pass, and then try to see if there were any green tea trees to transplant on land. That night, until 10 o'clock, Professor Pan and the others arrived at the hotel one after another, but two members of the research team had not returned for a long time. Chapter 296. A lot of seafood. Annie tried to contact them, but the walkie-talkie was out of range, and there was no response. Perhaps they were just playing around, and it would be fine for everyone to sleep. Professor Pan's son reassured them and encouraged everyone to go to bed. Imai exchanged a glance with Suchi, and they both went to rest. Before dawn, Imai was awakened by the rumbling thunder. She pulled back the curtain and saw that the distant sky was still overcast with dark clouds, and faint rumblings of thunder could be heard. She couldn't shake the feeling that the massive dark cloud seemed to be drifting closer. Just as she was wondering, a melodious and enchanting song floated in from the sea. It was the fishing boats returning from an early morning catch, and the hard-working fishermen were singing traditional old songs as they started a new day. Imai wanted to exchange for some fresh fish, so she hurriedly put on her shoes and dashed downstairs without even having breakfast. Annie heard the commotion and quickly followed her. At the dock, the wind was howling, and the sea was being whipped up high, crashing against the riverbank. Imai passed by the fishing boats and saw the fishermen unloading their catch. Oysters, fish, crabs, and large shrimp. Many species of seafood that were very similar to those on Earth, and many she could even name. She suppressed her excitement and tried to approach the bosses for a trade. But it was early morning, and they were too busy to pay attention to her as a casual customer. Helpless, Imai had to sit on the side and wait quietly. Seeing that the wind was strong, Annie took off her outer coat and draped it over her. "Annie, have those two researchers made contact?" Annie shook her head slightly. Colonel Jason had gone out to look for them, and there had been no news all night. Imai felt a bit worried. Hopefully, they were just lost and not in trouble. Annie smiled but said nothing, only cast a glance at the distant dark clouds. In the morning, the bosses finally had a little free time, and Imai followed the same method to exchange for many local specialties of fish and shrimp from the Blue Star. Annie followed behind her, not understanding the local language very well, so she couldn't really bargain. At the same time, she was curious about how Imai was able to communicate so happily with the locals. In response to her question, Imai explained, "It was taught to me by Uncle D. You know, he is quite bored and often forces me to learn the language of Blue Star." Annie didn't doubt it, as the marshal did know a bit of it. After finishing the purchases, Imai sorted the various fish, marked them, and put them into her space. Annie pointed to a type of fish and asked, "Can this one be eaten?" "Yes, this is called bass. There are both freshwater and saltwater varieties. This one is saltwater bass, delicious and tender. Steaming is the simplest and tastiest way to cook it." Imai thought of the taste of bass and felt her mouth water. Annie exclaimed, "Wow, did you know about these fish from before? Or did you hear about them from the fishermen?" After Imai finished packing all the fish, she shook off the water from her hands and said, "Of course. The fishermen introduced them to me. The seafood here is close to the unevolved versions from Earth. Many I don't even recognize." After saying that, she looked up at the distant sky and curiously remarked, "That cloud is really getting closer. I senti it." A nearby vendor heard this and quickly responded, his lips moving rapidly. It's a common storm for this season, but it's okay. It won't drift this way. Our queen will keep it out in the sea. Ai asked in surprise, is the queen really that powerful? The cloud covered a visible majority of the sky, with numerous tornadoes raging and roaring over the sea, capable of overturning the entire ocean surface. The vendor proudly said, the queen is omnipotent. Even alien insect races will be driven away, so we can always live in peace here. Ai sincerely said, then you are very lucky to have such a good queen. The vendor smiled happily. It seemed that the queen of this ocean kingdom had a similar role to Ai in the Saint Rolidia Empire. Just her existence alone could provide the greatest sense of security to the citizens. On the way back to the hotel, Ai continued to browse through the stalls, exchanging for anything interesting she found. She traded a diamond for a blood-red coral ornament, which resembled a burning flame and was very similar to Annie's blood fire. Annie, I'll give this to you. Annie was about to politely decline when Ai smiled and said, it looks just like your flame. It's beautiful. Seeing this, Annie had to accept it, feeling a bit guilty. I'll return the favor once we get back. No need to be so polite. You've helped protect me. I should be the one thanking you. Ai then took out another bracelet and handed it to Colonel Jason. This is for your daughter. I think no girl can resist beautiful accessories. Colonel Jason was taken aback and then said, thank you, Miss Ima, but I cannot. It's not that valuable. Besides, I'm giving it to your daughter. Ai blinked her eyes and pretended to be sad. Do you think this bracelet is too cheap? No. Thank you very much. My daughter will definitely like it. Colonel Jushan's expression was complex as he took the bracelet with both hands, holding it carefully. The bracelet was made of dozens of transparent sapphires, resembling crystallized seawater, along with several beautiful, lustrous pearls and pink coral beads, which could wrap around a slender wrist 3 or 4 times. The 3 of them stood at the shop entrance, just about to continue back to the hotel when the walkie-talkie suddenly rang, emitting the sharpest alarm sound. Annie immediately asked, what is going on? A crackling sound came from the walkie-talkie, mixed with a soldier's urgent voice. Research team. Intruded. Captured. Be careful. Before he could finish, the crowd on the street suddenly dispersed, and several guard teams surrounded them from 3 different roads, blocking Ai and the others at the intersection. Annie and Colonel Jason immediately shielded Ai in the middle, but did not take immediate action to attack. The guards were shouting in a language Annie couldn't understand. After carefully discerning, Ai stepped forward and patiently said, we mean no harm. If there is any misunderstanding, we hope to communicate rather than resort to violence. One of the guard captains said calmly, your people entered our royal palace's forbidden area without permission and have now been captured. As companions, you will also be subjected to investigation. Any resistance will result in immediate execution. Ai conveyed the captain's words to Annie and Colonel Jason, and they exchanged glances, indicating their willingness to accept the investigation. Soon, the 3 of them were thrown into prison, where Professor Pansun and the others had already been locked up. The prison contained special magnets that affected the abilities of those with powers. Colonel Jason tried to break the cage. He could open it, but it took a lot of effort. In the opposite cell, several members of the research team were discussing. What happened? How could those 2 fools get into the royal palace? It's not their fault. This is clearly a conspiracy to deliberately find trouble and lock us up. Exactly. It's the royal palace after all. Those 2 wouldn't even know how to hold a gun. How could they possibly sneak in? Chapter 297. Circumvention. Ai did not join the conversation, slowly sorting through her gains for the day. Aside from the pearl and agate accessories and ornaments, the most abundant items were various fish and shrimp. This oceanic kingdom is located in a region rich in aquatic products, where fishermen catch all sorts of rare species, some of which were protected animals back on Earth. However, rarity brings value. Top ingredients like bluefin tuna, king crab, and blue lobster are equally sought after here. And despite her efforts, Ai couldn't manage to trade for any. Was she left with no choice but to find an opportunity to venture into the dangerous deep sea herself? Ai sighed and began to miss Marshall D. If he were here, she wouldn't have to worry about diving into the deep sea. Su Chi, observing her seafood haul, exclaimed, Junior sister, where did you get these seashells? He had no money and had only managed to take pictures after 2 days of window shopping without being able to buy anything. In response, AI MOE sighed and said, "Don't be fooled by the amount of stuff I traded for. In reality, I was kicked out of shops several times. And some were so hot-tempered they wanted to hit me. There are really very few people willing to trade with me." Suchi admired her greatly, thinking, if only I could lower my pride. Clearly, he needed to learn more from his junior sister. At the very least, he needed to work on his thick skin. AI MOE generously said, "Once we get back, I'll share some with you, but in return, you have to help me analyze and study." She simply couldn't manage it all by herself. Suchi was eager to accept, but he also felt curious. Honestly, you must be a social terror, right? Despite AI MOE's outward appearance of being introverted and shy, she was actually quite adept at dealing with strangers, often talking so much it could be startling. From high officials to children, there was no one she couldn't converse with. How could an 18 or 19-year-old college student have such thick skin? AI MOE laughed. Uncle D said, "One should never care too much about face. There are far more important things than dignity." Suchi wholeheartedly agreed. Although they were currently imprisoned, no one seemed particularly concerned, believing that the incident of the research team intruding into the royal palace must be a misunderstanding, and they would be able to return to the hotel once it was resolved. Before long, several beautiful fishermen arrived at the prison, and without further ado, they demanded to interrogate AI MOE. AI MOE was bewildered. Why were they interrogating her? Why was it only her they targeted? The newcomers were judges from the kingdom, with cold, stunning faces and voices as icy as snow. Their fish tails shimmered like moonlight on a sparkling lake, beautiful and captivating. "Please do not resist unnecessarily. After the trial, we will naturally give everyone an explanation," one judge stated. Annie stood protectively in front of AI MOE, friendly yet firm, saying, "Please allow me to accompany her." No, the judge flatly refused, their dark green eyes resembling a deep, tranquil emerald lake, showing no ripples of emotion. Annie would not back down, flames swirling around her as she maintained the most amicable tone. "Then, please understand, I cannot hand her over to you." Major Jushan braced himself against the wall, visible cracks spreading from his palm, the tearing sound echoing through the room as the wall began to crumble, teetering on the brink of collapse. Even in this restricted blue star, an SS-class ability user was not to be underestimated. The unspoken threat caused the judge to remain silent for a long while. In a tense standoff, a female fisherman hurried in and whispered something in the judge's ear. The judge's expression shifted slightly, their green eyes subtly moving as they redirected their gaze to AI MOE. AI MOE sensed their urgency, which seemed to carry a hint of anxiety and distrust. What did this mean? Ultimately, the judge relented, agreeing to let Annie and Jushan accompany them. AI MOE thought she would be taken for interrogation, but the fishermen wound their way through the misty castle, surrounded by gray fog, obscuring everything just a step away. Annie and Jushan flanked her closely, ensuring her safety. After an unknown amount of time, the fog gradually dissipated to reveal a massive archway. Two submissive female fishermen stood at either side of the arch, opening the door upon seeing the judge. "Interrogating in a place like this? Quite interesting," AI MOE remarked. Annie, seeing her relaxed demeanor, was at a loss for words. Was it because she was confident that the marshal would come to her aid in times of danger that she felt so fearless? Once inside the grand door, another scene resembling a misty dragon palace unfolded before them, with pearl and agate coral decorations scattered throughout, and the architectural style was luxuriously elegant. Could those who lived in such a place be? Before AI MOE could ponder further, the judge turned to her and asked, "Are you a wood-type ability user, or do you have medical skills?" AI MOE considered for a moment before replying, "Both." The judge said nonchalantly, "Wood-type ability users are quite rare even in our kingdom. You must be highly valued?" Haha, not all wood types are the same. Some lean towards agriculture, others towards medicine. AI MOE speculated on the judge's reasons for asking these questions. Upon reaching the exterior of a red palace, a male merman approached. It was Lee, the captain of the escort team that brought the research team to the Ocean Kingdom. He glanced at AI Mo from a distance before shifting his gaze to the judge. The judge asked, "Are you sure she can heal?" Lee signaled, "She understands our language." The judge appeared somewhat surprised, then began to communicate with Li in song. It was a mesmerizing melody that AI Mo could not comprehend, reminiscent of the enchanting siren songs from myth, causing listeners' nerves to tingle as if their souls were being drawn away. After exchanging a few words, Li came to guide them. AI Mo directly stated, "It seems this isn't an interrogation. If you need my help, you can just say so. I don't like being coerced." Li's voice was cold and indifferent, answering her question with another question. "I've witnessed your medical skills. You were able to make Mo recover in a very short time. What next? Why all this roundabout?" AI Mo asked. Li remained silent, stopping in front of a seemingly ordinary door and gesturing for the guards to block Annie and Jushan. AI Mo reassured the two to stay calm, and then pushed open the door to enter. The room was not dark. In fact, it was quite well lit, but she could see nothing. Everything was a blinding white, as if she were enveloped in thick fog. A slender wrist reached out from the mist, and she placed her hand on it, being led somewhere. On a classical bed lay a graceful and enchanting woman, her figure more perfect than any other woman AI Mo had seen. But AI Mo could not discern her face. This was likely some form of magic, specifically obscuring her vision. She did not pry. Instead, she simply placed her fingers on the woman's wrist. As a descendant of a medical family, without mechanical assistance, observation, auscultation, and palpation were the most ordinary practices. Chapter 298. Erosion. The pulse was chaotic, the energy was weak, and if it weren't for the faint pulse that was almost imperceptible, AI Mo, you would have thought the person was already dead. Then, she lifted the thin blanket, revealing the lower half of the person. It was gone. Without any psychological preparation, AI Mo almost gasped in shock. When covered by the thin blanket, this woman was whole. She must have used some magical technique to create an illusion. But upon lifting the blanket, her lower half was empty, disappearing from the waist down. The severed edge at her waist was also terrifying, with tiny maggot-like creatures constantly gnawing at her flesh, and the remnants of her flesh fell onto the bed like quicksand. The speed at which the maggots multiplied matched the woman's self-healing ability. She should possess a very powerful self-healing capability, as her flesh rapidly grew back, but was soon devoured clean by the maggots. This also caused the maggot population to grow stronger, and in 2 or 3 days, they would likely surpass her healing ability, at which point she would be completely consumed. What kind of insect race could inflict such great harm on her? A gentle yet somewhat urgent female voice came from beside her, apologizing for bringing her here by force, but there was no other way. "You possess medical skills superior to all the physicians in our kingdom, and we can only turn to you for help." AI Mo was broad-minded enough not to be angry about their rude behavior. While taking out her medical kit from her space, she said so. "The matter of our research team's trespass into the royal palace is indeed a crime you are fabricating." The female voice apologized again, filled with sentiment but very firm, saying, "We will release them at the appropriate time, but you must stay here." Knowing the secret, it was impossible to be easily let go. AI Mo shrugged and first used a mechanical detection array for further pathological testing. The more she tested, the more horrified she became. It wasn't just the influence of the strange maggots. The woman had also been subjected to multiple malicious magical techniques that restricted her healing ability. Recently, on a military satellite, AI Mo had encountered a similar situation where a soldier had fallen victim to such a technique, and it took the combined efforts of Yin Si, Su Qi, and AI Mo to prevent the flesh from disappearing like quicksand. Now, this woman's condition was 100 times worse than that of the soldier. How could AI Mo heal her alone? She was sweating coldly, her hands trembling slightly during the detection. The female sea dweller beside her seemed to realize the situation was dire and quietly retreated. Soon, the judge and Li entered. They stood behind the mist, looking at AI Mo's figure and communicating through song. The judge asked, "Is she truly a wood-type ability user with powerful healing capabilities?" Li, with deep and worried eyes, focused on the woman on the bed, realizing there was no other option. The crisis was upon them. If she couldn't wake up, the entire nation would fall. Half an hour later, AI finished the body monitoring and then scraped off a patch of small maggots into a container, a piece the size of a thumbnail. Removing the larger mother maggot left thousands of tiny maggots that needed to be observed under a microscope. I need a room and to understand the process of this injury. AI told the two. Also, do you know what these insects are? The judge replied, we don't understand this type of insect race. When the insect race attacked the blue star, too many species beyond our comprehension appeared. AI had no choice but to observe first, under the special microscope. The reproduction speed of these maggots was explosive, capable of producing tens of thousands in a second, but their death rate was also rapid. Large batches would die within a few hours. AI tried to use various suppression arrays she had learned to inhibit their growth, but nothing worked. She also tried various potions to eliminate these insects, but the powerful potions fell like rain on these insects, causing them to multiply frantically instead. In the footage, they raised their triangular heads, as if mocking AI's incompetence. Throughout the night, AI exhausted all her skills but found no solution. When dawn broke, she approached the judge with dark circles under her eyes and said, I need to understand the characteristics of these insects, but unfortunately, I am not an entomologist. The judge stared into her eyes, as if trying to see through her soul. Then he asked, what do you plan to do? AI forced herself to stay alert and replied, we have an entomology professor in our research team. At least let him assist me in the analysis. Additionally, there is another doctor with abilities equal to mine. I need his help. The judge remained silent for a long time, and then turned to leave without a word. AI was puzzled, unable to understand his intentions. These people were truly difficult to communicate with. They could have said a single sentence, but made her wait anxiously instead. It was really troublesome. She continued her live observations, and before long, the judge returned. He handed AI a conch-shaped phone, which seemed to be the local communication tool capable of internet access, calls, and video. AI pressed a button, and a blue screen popped up, revealing Professor Pansen's face against the backdrop of a prison. Little classmate, the insects you sent over. I analyzed them with a few professors, and we think they might be parasites. AI glanced at the judge, whose expression remained indifferent. His gaze fixed outside the window, as if not paying attention to their conversation. Yet he was on high alert, preventing AI from saying anything inappropriate. Professor, what are parasites? AI asked. Just as Professor Panson was about to speak, another entomology professor squeezed into the frame, eager to say, they are a type of parasite with astonishing reproduction rates and strong vitality. They usually inhabit the wounds of hosts, and even if there is initially only one, they can reproduce explosively in the shortest time until the entire population consumes the host. AI had indeed observed this, but the judge's face turned pale. She asked again, then how can these insects be completely eradicated? The judge perked up his ears, but Professor Panson regretfully said, parasites usually reside within animals, and there are very few cases of harm to humans. The federal medical community has done little research on them. So far, there is no systematic treatment plan. The judge's ears drooped. AI frowned and asked, then Professor, what treatment direction do you think we should take for parasites? Before the professor could respond, Suchi suddenly appeared from behind the camera, saying, I happened to hear my master mention in middle school that the eggs of parasites are undetectable even under an optical microscope. They have a very strong awareness of their species survival. If they encounter a survival crisis, they will use all their strength to preserve a few eggs, moving them close to vital organs like the brain or heart. Once the crisis passes, the eggs will explosively reproduce within the host again. Chapter 299. The armyworm. The eggs of the armyworm may lie dormant within the host for 1 or 2 months, or even for a decade or two. Typically, after using medication or lasers to eliminate the worms, human doctors cannot determine whether the entire population has been completely eradicated, even if just one egg survives. Once the dormant period ends and the reproductive phase begins, the host could be consumed in an instant. AI felt an immense headache, and the judge's heart was filled with despair. Then, AI pointed at Suchi in the image and said to the judge, This is my senior brother. At least let him come help me. The judge, with an inscrutable expression, replied, You both look very young. However, you are the most outstanding new generation of the Holy Relidia Empire. AIMO, you was pleased with herself. The judge still did not agree or refuse, silently leaving the room. As AIMO ye exited, a female sea dweller was waiting outside. I want to meet the injured person, lying in bed. AIMO ye said. The sea dweller slightly bowed and led her there. The area was shrouded in mist, making it difficult to discern specific locations and buildings, clearly intended to conceal the geographical position, preventing anyone from finding this place or uncovering the truth. Annie and Jushan had been staying close to AIMOE, guarding her from a distance. Upon entering the room, AIMOE re-examined the injured person and checked the condition of the wounds. It was worse than yesterday. The reproduction speed of the Ami worms was astonishing, and with the female's self-healing abilities restricted, if no measures were taken, she would likely be consumed within 3 to 5 days. Sitting by the bedside was a very frail old woman, forming a wooden healing magic array with her hands, smoothing the bloody and mangled wounds of the injured. Noticing AIMOE's gaze, she glanced up briefly but quickly returned her attention to the magic array, delaying the decay of the flesh. AIMOE felt she resembled a mysterious elder priestess from ancient shaman tribes, with murky eyes that held the sharpest light. Just a glance felt like a jolt to the soul. The old woman possessed wood-related abilities, and her skills were not weak. But AIMOE did not agree with her treatment plan. Using restoration spells here would be better. First, we should repair the damaged liver. AIMOE pointed at the bloody wound and said, The liver is one of the hematopoietic organs. And since the injured person's bone marrow is damaged and cannot be urgently repaired, it's best to use the liver to generate blood. The old woman's eyes flickered with surprise, but her face remained impassive, only saying, I'm not like those two young fools. I don't trust you unknown aliens. AIMOE introduced herself openly. My name is AIMOE, a student at the Military Academy of the Holy Relidia Helli's Empire Medical Institute. Although I'm only a freshman, I believe I have some understanding of medicine. The old woman paused, slightly altering her magic, and began to repair the liver as AIMOE suggested. AIMOE scratched her head, feeling a bit anxious. She noticed that this old woman indeed had healing abilities, but they were rather chaotic. Typically, large-scale healing spells require layered and cross-sectional treatment from multiple aspects, healing nerves, regenerating cells, and repairing damaged organs, following the principles of anatomy from the inside out, treating from the most crucial to the least important. But the old woman, despite her healing abilities, was treating in a haphazard manner, making AIMOE shake her head in disapproval. If this continued, not only would it be a waste of effort, but it could also worsen the situation. This won't work. AIMOE could no longer contain her frustration and said softly, You need to have a more systematic approach to treatment. Simply casting the healing magic array is not beneficial for the injured. No wonder the Empire focuses on training talent with wood-related abilities without systematic theory. She would likely end up like this old woman, having the ability but unable to apply it correctly. However, AIMOE's good intentions did not earn her any gratitude from the old woman. I said, I don't trust you, the old woman said slowly. You invaders are selfish and brutal, like robbers who only know how to plunder. She looked up at AIMOE and said, emphasizing each word with a weary tone, Humans are selfish. Even if you pretend to be kind, I don't believe you would be so selfless as to devise plans for unrelated strangers. Who said I'm selfless? I'm treating first and charging later, okay? AIMOE vaguely guessed the identity of the injured person, feeling that if she could really heal her, the rewards afterward would be substantial. As the two argued, the door opened, and the judge entered with Suchi. Suchi entered the room and, confused, said, Junior sister, I heard your voice. Where are you? Am I getting cataracts? Why can't I see anything clearly? AIMOE sighed and said, Senior brother, I have a plan I want to discuss with you. Let's find a place to talk slowly. The judge and the old woman moved to the next room, cautiously facing the two. A month ago, the judge said slowly, his voice calm as his gaze swept over the two, the insect race invaded Azure Star, and our nation is facing a tough battle. The woman on the bed was injured during that time. At first, she showed no signs of abnormality, but one night, the maggots suddenly consumed her from the knees down. Unable to heal her injuries, the woman was forced to seal herself into a deep sleep, using all her abilities to resist the maggots gnawing. For a month, the judge and others had tried countless methods and had all the wood-related healers in the country attempt to heal her, but to no avail. Until Ai Moyi appeared. Her demonstrated healing abilities were personally witnessed by the captain of the guard, Li, which led to subsequent actions. Suchi understood the implications behind this series of actions and asked, "Who is this injured person? You all seem very concerned about her safety?" Yi gently nudged him with her elbow and whispered, "That's not important. We need to discuss how to treat her first." Suchi nodded, still confused. The old woman stood up with the help of her cane and had already walked to the door when she turned back to ask Yi, "Are you really confident in treating that person?" Yi replied, "Of course I'm not confident. I'm not a god." In the sharp and dangerous gaze of the old woman, she added, "But I will do my best. As for the reward, we can negotiate later." The old woman seemed to smile slightly, the corners of her mouth barely twitching. After they left, Suchi asked, "Junior sister, do you know who that injured woman is?" Yi vaguely said, "That question isn't important. Senior brother, you just need to understand that if we cure her, we should be able to walk sideways in this ocean kingdom." Suchi thought he wasn't a crab and didn't need to stay here for too long. So what use was walking sideways? The two buried themselves in discussing treatment plans, completely unaware that the dark clouds on the distant horizon were drawing ever closer to this beautiful and peaceful kingdom. Chapter 300, Invasion at Night. Yi buried her head in documents, trying to find more information about the Ami worms. Annie leaned nearby, hearing the distant thunder rumbling in the sky. "Annie, is it just me, or what does it sound like thunder?" The howling wind accompanied by the piercing thunder made Yi feel restless and unable to concentrate. Annie said, "There is indeed thunder. Is it bothering you? It's a bit noisy." Yi stood up to close the window, and before that, she saw the stalls downstairs being overturned by the wind, with fishermen chasing after their goods. She and Suchi had returned to the inn, but they were under the watch of the guard team, making it convenient to discuss the Ami worms with Professor Pansun and others. However, the wind and thunder were too annoying, and even the pedestrians on the street shared the sentiment, looking displeased at the dark clouds looming in the distance. You heard a staff member at the inn say that there were rarely storms in this country. The sea was very dangerous. Giant waves could swallow passing ships and all living creatures. Yet due to the Queen's protection, this nation remained unscathed. The Queen had not been seen for a long time, and with the storm approaching, the vigilant citizens were increasingly worried. When Yi sat down again, engrossed in her research, Annie glanced at the time. It was already past midnight, and the streets were becoming emptier. Even the night market had closed. "Forgive me for being blunt, Miss Ai," Annie asked softly. "You don't know that injured person, so why go to the trouble of saving them? If Yi was willing, they could leave immediately without any restrictions." Yi focused on the documents and said, "After all, I saw it. I can't just stand by and watch someone die, can I?" Annie laughed. "What a simple reason." Yi looked up and said earnestly, "Even if it's just for a good job in the future. Medical students ultimately have to save lives, right? So even if I have some selfish motives, the end result is still treating the injured." Her grandfather's family was in the medical field. From her grandparents to her uncle and mother, as well as her cousins, almost all were involved in medicine. Influenced by these people, Yi developed a strong interest in medicine from a young age. The family's inherited philosophy was etched in her genes, making her want to become a master of traditional Chinese medicine, contributing more to the medical field and saving more people. So regardless of how complicated the reasons were, her true intention remained the same. Annie sighed, with such grand words. "How can I persuade you to rest? Since I can't, should I go make some late-night snacks?" "Thanks." "Annie, you're so kind," Yi replied happily. Just as Annie was about to step outside, she noticed chaotic footsteps coming from the street below. She gently pushed open a window, seeing several guards rushing through the darkness, each looking serious and tense, as if something major was happening. Annie closed the window and gave Lieutenant Ju Shan at the door a knowing glance. The lieutenant nodded slightly, entering the room and standing behind Ai Mo Yi, his tall figure casting a shadow that completely enveloped her. Before dawn arrived, Ai Mo Yi fell asleep at the table, and Annie brought a blanket to cover her. Looking at the girl's peaceful and beautiful profile, Annie whispered, "The insect tribe rarely appears during the day here. Once it gets light, maybe my tense nerves can relax a little." Lieutenant Ju Shan shook his head, saying, "The marshal has instructed us to protect her well." So even after dawn, he did not dare to let his guard down. As soon as he finished speaking, the inn suddenly shook violently, and several crawling insect creatures burst through the floor, appearing before Lieutenant Ju Shan without warning. He did not hesitate to smash the insects with a punch, and at the same moment, Annie's flames soared and danced, incinerating the remaining insects. Ai Mo Yi was startled awake, and upon opening her eyes, she saw a leech-like insect on the windowsill, staring back at her. In shock, she thrust a wooden stake out, skewering the leech, while Annie threw a fireball to turn it into a barbecue skewer. Unfortunately, the situation was not so fortunate elsewhere, especially on the street, where chaos ensued as more insect creatures breached the defenses, catching the ordinary fishermen, who had always lived in peace, off guard. Hearing the childish screams, Ai Mo Yi looked down at the street and saw two lone children falling on the undulating street, while a centipede-like insect reached out with its barbed tentacles, viciously lunging towards their fragile bodies. Ai Mo Yi threw an attack formation, and, as the insect was distracted, she used vines to pull the two children into the room. The children, trembling and scared, huddled together. More insects rushed into the outer city. Since it was not yet dawn, most fishermen were asleep, with some even being devoured alive in their dreams. Next door, Su Chi and Professor Pan's son were under military protection and were temporarily safe. The chaos in the outer city did not last long. After the patrol team arrived, they swept the insects away with overwhelming force. Ai Mo Yi noticed that the fishermen's abilities were quite formidable. Perhaps as natives, their powers were not significantly diminished by the magnetic field. After dawn, the authorities were counting the casualties and settling the survivors. Many houses were severely damaged, and the scientific research team needed to be relocated to a temporary settlement area. On the way, Ai Mo Yi heard the fishermen discussing among themselves. How could the insect tribe breach the Queen's protective formation and enter the country? The Queen hasn't appeared for a long time. Could it be that something happened during the previous battle? Don't talk nonsense. The Queen is the strongest. She absolutely can't be in trouble. But you all saw it last night. If the Queen wasn't in trouble, why wouldn't she show herself? There are over 100 casualties, and the numbers will likely continue to rise. If there's another enemy attack, will we end up like other ocean nations, facing destruction? The fishermen were not optimistic, each looking more despondent than the last. Before they reached the settlement point, Ai Mo Yi and Su Chi were taken away by the patrol team under some pretext. Back in that misty building, Li urgently asked, "Is there no way to heal her and wake her up?" Perhaps due to the fierce battle with the insect tribe, Li was covered in wounds, and his beautiful fishtail was stained with blood. Ai Mo Yi casually treated him and said, "I do have a method, but it hasn't been specifically tested, so the risks may be high and the results might not meet expectations." Li gritted his teeth and asked what method. Ai Mo Yi exchanged a glance with Su Chi, then pulled out a leech from her space. This leech was about the same size as a normal leech, and its small size made it hard to see its true structure. Li recognized this creature and asked in confusion, "A leech? What's the use?" Unlike the non-evolved leeches of the Azure Star, this one is a carnivorous leech. As its name suggests, it eats humans, Ai Mo Yi explained. She and Su Chi discussed for a long time, using various theories to deduce and prove, but ultimately dismissed the idea. The only thing they hadn't utilized was the carnivorous leech. The carnivorous leech not only consumed humans, but also other creatures, and it was highly sensitive to living beings. Chapter 301. Relying on big shots common medicines cannot kill all the Ami worms, and advanced instruments cannot precisely capture the presence of their eggs, but carnivorous leeches can. The danger of this plan lies in the fact that if not controlled properly, the patient could be eaten by the leeches. Ai has not used carnivorous leeches on a person before, and Suchi only has theoretical knowledge without practical experience. If it weren't for the urgent situation, neither of them would want to take the risk. After clarifying the situation, Lee's face turned pale with worry. He did not make an immediate decision and instead called for the judge and the shaman. The shaman squinted his sharp eyes, speaking harshly. "How can I trust you two inexperienced kids to use such strange and terrifying medical methods?" Ai shrugged her hands, replying, "Then I have no other options." Suchi said, "Since you don't trust us, why let us treat her? The ancient texts say that if you doubt someone, don't use them, and if you trust someone, don't doubt them. I don't know if I should call you arrogant or foolish." The three exchanged glances, but were still unable to make a decision. Feigning impatience, Ai urged, "Make a decision quickly. Even if you want to hesitate, that injured person doesn't have the time." The judge looked at the two and asked, "If the plan fails, can I put your heads on a flagpole as a warning to others?" Ai instinctively looked up at the sky. Even if it weren't for herself and the child in her belly, just for the innocent citizens who were killed, a certain marshal would surely be furious and flatten this place, right? Wouldn't he that make her a woman of deep sins? She was even threatened. Ai stood up and coldly said, "Then prepare a grave for her and wait for the country to descend into chaos. Anyway, I have nothing to lose." Suchi was also a bit angry. After all, doctors from the He Institute are respected throughout the stars, even though they were still students. They had never been treated with such distrust. "Do as you please, I won't save her," he said, showing a demeanor of giving up. Now it was the judge and the other two who were in a dilemma. Without giving them time to hesitate, a female sailor hurried over and whispered something. It was obvious that the female patient's condition was rapidly deteriorating. Without time for hesitation, they could only plead again to use Aimaye's plan for treatment. Aimaye and Suchi did not throw a tantrum. Saving lives was the priority, and other matters could be discussed later. They immediately began preparations and started the treatment. In the makeshift operating room, Aimaye put on a mask and protective clothing, complaining, "Fortunately, I have the habit of stuffing everything into space. Otherwise, I would really be at a loss this time." Suchi said, "First, you need to have a space. The marshal is generous. He gives one after losing one. Can I go find a high-ranking officer in time?" "No, junior brother, your thoughts are really dangerous right now. You're making me anxious." Time passed quickly amidst their banter. During this time, Aimaye and Suchi had already placed the carnivorous leeches into the female patient's waist incision. Although they appeared relaxed, they were actually very tense, with 4 eyes fixated on the leeches, one adjusting the instruments and the other spraying medicine, ready to clean up the corpses of the Ami worms at any moment, while also preventing the leeches from eating too greedily. Outside, the judge and the other two were blocking the ministers who had come upon hearing the news. "How can you let 2 aliens approach the queen? Are you trying to rebel? This concerns the survival of the entire nation, and you dare to make decisions privately? No matter whether the queen could wake up this time. Both you and those 2 aliens must go to prison and be punished." The ministers chattered passionately, but the judge and his companions remained expressionless. It was precisely because this group was rigid and conservative that they could not inform others of this matter immediately. Time ticked away, and the outside was on the verge of chaos, with the judge unable to stop it. Finally, the door opened, and Aimaye and Suchi walked out with serious expressions. The moment they saw their faces, the shaman's features trembled. "How is it?" The judge and Lee's hearts sank to the bottom, and no one could ask what had happened. Aimaye looked around at everyone and said with pain, "It's cured." Everyone was left speechless. "What? Cured? Your expressions look like you were sending someone off for the last time. How could it look like it was cured? Did it turn into something else?" Everyone's imaginations ran wild. Before they could ask further, Suchi weakly said, "I'm so tired and hungry. Is there anything to eat?" The judge immediately asked, "How is she?" Aimaye patted her belly and replied, "The Ami worms have been completely cleared, and the array that confined her abilities has also been lifted. Next, we need to replenish her strength. With her strong healing ability, she should be able to recover quickly." The judge and Lee immediately rushed into the room. while the others found it hard to believe and began discussing among themselves in their native language. Amoyi didn't care what they were whispering about and turned to the shaman, pleading, "I'm so hungry. Is there anything to eat?" The shaman glanced into the room, then looked Amoyi up and down before finally saying, "Please follow me." Then, Amoyi and Suchi finally enjoyed a delicious meal. While eating, the ravenous Suchi looked out the window and said, "Junior sister, look at the clouds on the horizon. They seem to be getting closer." Amoyi looked outside and replied, "I thought so too, but the sailors say that they have the queen's protection here, and even storms won't invade." Suchi whispered, "Their queen is still lying down. Who will stop the storm?" "Shill." Amoyi quickly ended the topic. Just as they were finishing their meal, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted in the sky above the entire nation, as if even the buildings shook from the sound. Amoyi pressed down on the table, which was shaking violently, and said solemnly, "An earthquake." Suchi, holding his bowl, stood on the undulating floor and continued to eat, mumbling, "It doesn't seem like an earthquake. It should be something crashing." Before he could finish, a piece of debris fell from the ceiling, landing right in his bowl. Suchi felt like dying. Could they not let someone eat a peaceful meal? Annie and the giant mountain had already arrived behind Amoyi. The three ignored the jumping Suchi and looked up at the ominous clouds in the sky, their expressions grave enough to wring water from them. The thick, dark clouds, resembling something falling from the sky, finally revealed their true form as they approached the oceanic kingdom. A massive creature, occupying an entire stretch of sky, still had most of its body hidden in the invisible shadows of the clouds, with only its enormous head visible, resembling an ancient deserted island, and tentacles like giant pythons writhing with sharp teeth exposed. It stared down with murky, oppressive golden-black eyes, as if peering out from the void of mountains and seas, looking down arrogantly at this land of ocean that had yet to endure the ravages of the storm. A calamity of the royal insect race. Chapter 302AI MO. Ye couldn't comprehend what it felt like to face the Prajna cataclysm again. Suchi was more straightforward. His face was pale, indicating that he never wanted to see this thing again in his lifetime. But at this moment, the Prajna cataclysm was hidden within the black clouds, occupying the entire sky, with its massive form connected to the universe beyond the clouds. Its size was so enormous that the whole blue star might not be able to accommodate its movements comfortably. If it wanted, it could easily shatter the entire planet. Suchi couldn't imagine anyone besides Delai who could confront this thing head-on. Yi instinctively rubbed her belly. She was there for scientific research and hoped there wouldn't be any irreversible impacts. Annie gently pressed on her shoulder and whispered, "The armies in the universe can detect the fluctuations of the Prajna cataclysm. Reinforcements will arrive soon. But after they arrive, this oceanic nation will have no reason to refuse the assistance of the Interstellar Federation." At this moment, the protective shield above the nation was being held up, and the Prajna cataclysm, with its ancient and heavy eyes, did not immediately launch an attack. It opened its mouth, and countless insects swarmed out, clinging to the protective shield like blood-sucking leeches, constantly gnawing and crashing against it, trying to break through this layer of protection to enter the nation and wreak havoc. The local fishermen had already fallen into immense panic. This was the greatest crisis they had faced since the founding of the nation. Even the isolated fishermen knew the power of the Prajna cataclysm. Once, a certain oceanic nation on Blue Star was annihilated after being swept away by the winds generated by the Prajna cataclysm passing by the edge of the planet, triggering tsunamis, earthquakes, and volcanic eruptions due to natural disasters caused by the insect race. Now, the fishermen could only kneel helplessly and pray, begging their queen to descend once more with a sharp blade to drive away this apocalyptic disaster. Only Yi and Suchi knew that the queen was still unable to wake up. She was at her weakest, her body still not fully healed from being consumed by the Ami insects and the magic array. Before the queen awoke, the country had to find every possible way to hold on. The entire oceanic nation was in a state of emergency preparation. The guard and military had long anticipated this. But the ordinary citizens had been living in peace and reliance on the queen, and were not mentally prepared enough. In the atmosphere of chaos, fear, and pessimism, the fishermen did not give up immediately. Even the ordinary fishermen, without abilities, took up weapons to fight for their nation until the last moment. Hours passed, and the elderly and infirm, who could not fight, were moved to shelters. Adults, regardless of whether they had abilities, were assigned to corresponding posts to contribute their strength in this life and death moment. The once bustling and peaceful outer city area was quickly emptied. Only the waves whipped up by the hurricane crashing against the silent buildings and coast. Inside a room, Suchi and Ai Mo were performing an auxiliary healing magic array for the queen. The shaman leaned on a cane, her sharp and deep eyes hidden with worry. When would she wake up? It was hard to say. Ai Mo stared intently at the queen's pale face and replied, "Maybe today, maybe tomorrow, or it could be half a month. Her power is too great. The auxiliary arrays for my senior brother and me aren't very effective. It can only be said that she is indeed the queen who protects an entire nation. External forces cannot interfere." While the queen's body was recovering, the nation was shaken and suffered severe damage within a few hours. The protective shield, which the queen had once cast, had repelled storms and foreign invaders countless times, buying time for the military. However, as countless insects gnawed away, charging in with self-destructive attacks, this shield that had protected the nation for many years was on the verge of collapse. As night fell, the protective shield completely shattered, and millions of insects invaded the nation, engaging in fierce clashes with the fishermen. The scientific research team was placed in shelters, and, at this critical moment, they could still take pictures, recording the bravery of the fishermen and the habits of ordinary people. Aimo and Suchi stayed in a relatively safe place, standing by the attic window, able to overlook the scene of war breaking out within the nation from above. Without high-tech weapons, the fishermen relied solely on hand-to-hand combat against the insect race, with various abilities constantly blooming throughout the city. Aimo had never experienced war before and was witnessing this level of aggressive combat for the first time. The insect race was more terrifying than tireless beasts. They could swallow exhausted fishermen in one gulp, and a flick of their tails could slice fishermen in half, forcing them to retreat step by step under the pressure of overwhelming aggression. The Prajna cataclysm above remained indifferent, looking down from above as if detached from the fishermen's war. No matter how many insects the fishermen exterminated, it could replenish them in an instant. With a continuous stream of insects arriving directly from some region of the universe to slaughter in the oceanic nation, the coastline had long been lost. The outer city and the middle city were occupied by the insects, and the remaining soldiers retreated to the inner city, holding the last line of defense. Suchi observed through night vision binoculars that the insects had a strong sense of teamwork, as if they were being commanded by a highly intelligent being, launching their attacks in an orderly manner. It was not blind fighting, they also arranged formations. Suchi, drenched in cold sweat, put down the binoculars and said, "It's a targeted attack. I suspect there is a mastermind behind it." Mo turned to ask Annie, "Do the insects have this kind of awareness?" Annie replied calmly, "The interactions among the various insect races are not harmonious. Such a multiracial coordinated attack is quite rare in interstellar history. The insects repel each other in a struggle for territory or dominance. Even two races from the same faction would fight to the death. It is truly unfathomable for different groups of insects to unite for an attack." As Mo pondered this, a sudden, even more violent tremor shook the ground, accompanied by a thunderous explosion, causing the entire inner city to sway. She instinctively looked up at the sky, thinking the Prajna cataclysm had finally moved, only to find that it was merely a massive creature that had knocked down the queen's statue. That statue, which stood between heaven and earth, symbolizing power and protection, shattered and collapsed before the astonished and terrified eyes of the fishermen. At the same time, the inner city was breached, and more insects poured into the major squares, shelters, and even the palace hall, rendering the small army of fishermen insignificant in the face of the relentless insect wave. The fishermen suffered heavy casualties, and the sounds of their screams as they were brutally slaughtered by the insects seemed to twist into a storm swirling in the air, making one's scalp tingle just from hearing it. The judge and Lee led the elite troops stationed outside this building. Even with the soldiers fighting desperately, It was futile as more insects surged toward the queen's location. Chapter 303 Reinforcements. Imai and Suchi were assisting the queen in self-healing, while Annie and Major Giant Mountain stood as the last solid fortress, resisting the endless tide of the Zerg outside. Dada also jumped out of the space, occasionally dealing with some stray Zerg. There were too many of them. They were heading towards the queen. Suchi was sweating profusely. Imai couldn't speak. She focused all her energy on the queen, the halo of the magic circle expanding infinitely in circles. You need to wake up soon. Imai gazed at the queen's tightly closed eyes and whispered, "Your people are suffering. Too many have died." Deep within the building, she could hear the piercing cries of the sea people carried by the sea breeze. The slightly open window allowed the salty, damp air to rush in, the strong smell of blood making her feel nauseous. The entire oceanic kingdom was facing a brutal war tonight. The land that had never been invaded by the Zerg was soaked in blood, and the bodies of the sea people were either in the mouths of the Zerg or trampled beyond recognition. The calamity of Prajna remained unmoved, and the sea people had no means of defense. Once the calamity of Prajna launched an attack, the entire Azure Star would likely be annihilated. Imai delivered the healing powers of the wood element. She could do nothing else but go outside to block the Zerg's attack. Major Giant Mountain easily tore a Zerg in half and turned to Imai, saying, "You shouldn't have come out." Imai shook her head, saying, "The casualties are too severe." Surrounding them were the bodies of the sea people, young and old, some with white hair, others small and frail. They were supposed to be in shelters, but instead took up heavy weapons to protect the queen, becoming the last line of defense in place of the heavily wounded army. Imai spread open the magic circle, and the green halo of the wood element transformed into countless fireflies, fluttering in all directions. In an instant, it was as if the Milky Way had fallen onto this vast land, the specks of light bringing threads of healing power, soothing the wounds of the sea people and licking the filthy, grotesque blood stains. Annie retreated to Imai's side, the blood-red flames sweeping away the Zerg that came from all directions. "Miss Imai, the large healing magic circle is taxing on the body." "Well, it's okay. Not too burdensome." Imai felt that casting the healing magic circle was much more comfortable than the attacking one, with no pressure at all. Annie glanced at her, wanted to say something, but hesitating. The military had mentioned that Imai was likely an unknown power beyond SSS level, just like Emperor Lai. If her powers were not hindered by her pregnancy, using them freely would yield terrifying results, and the burden on her body would also be heavy. Occasionally letting her release some energy would ease her body instead. With Imai supporting the large, healing magic circle, the sea people within the halo felt invigorated. Not only were their wounds healed, but their accumulated fatigue was also instantly cleared, returning them to their peak state before the battle. As the Zerg grew in number, the sea people fought back with all their might, from day to night, light and darkness alternating, the dawn mist shrouding the sea of blood. The judge and several military leaders retreated to Imai's side, and Suchi stepped forward to heal them. "Thank you." The judge's dark green eyes were tinged with red, a glaring sight, the blood of his kind. When he repeatedly turned to look inside the room, Suchi whispered, "We don't know when she will wake up." The judge closed his eyes briefly, gripping his trident and standing up again. "As long as the queen is still here, this kingdom will always welcome the dawn." The calamity of Prajna opened its eyes, the tentacles of the giant python thrashing wildly. They cast scornful glances at the humans below who were stubbornly resisting, as if not understanding why these ants continued to struggle. Clearly facing overwhelming power, lying down and waiting to die would be the best way out. The sea people gathered near the palace. Even those heavily injured held on until the last moment. The calamity of Prajna lost patience with this prolonged war. In the mist, its golden-black pupils reflected the small and fragile figures of the humans. Even the breath expelled from this ancient creature could turn humans into meat chunks. Accompanied by a beastly roar that echoed through the clouds, the calamity of Prajna opened its mouth. A mass of light deeper and more vast than a black hole rapidly condensed, as if capable of swallowing everything. No one could withstand this blow. The sea people widened their eyes, facing the next move of the calamity of Prajna with despair. The light mass rapidly descended, and rays of light exploded like the sun, filling the entire world with an extremely dazzling white light that lingered for a long time. The sea people felt as if their breath was about to freeze. Yet they strained to open their eyes and look up, the massive light mass being held back just outside the soon-to-melt wood element shield. Lee couldn't believe it, saying, "The wood element shield. Is this strong?" There were indeed wood element users among the sea people, and the queen had once cultivated them vigorously. But even all of them combined could not match even a fraction of this power. Amai smiled at everyone and said, "I'm fine. I trained with someone before, absorbed a few star cores, and the energy has been stored in the star sea." Suchi envied. "If I had known, I would have trained with the marshal too." The shield was about to vanish under the pressure of the light mass, but Aimoi quickly raised another layer, and Suchi also released her power to assist. The other sea people knew that their last hope lay within this barrier, and immediately joined forces to support the shield. Unable to eliminate the tiny ants with a single strike, the calamity of Prajna let out a roar that could make the universe tremble, and the giant pythons wildly swung, spitting corrosive venom down at the crowd below. Annie glanced at the time with concern and then looked at Aimoi. Aimoi stared at the sky, suddenly saying, "Not good, it's coming again." The calamity of Prajna launched its second attack, and an even more terrifying light mass fell again. Aimoi was drenched in cold sweat, unsure if she could hold on this time. But just as the light mass descended from the sky, about to shatter the shield, Aimoi saw a whistling purple lightning bolt suddenly sweep in, colliding with and neutralizing the force of the light mass. Another sizzling bolt of lightning, like a dragon traversing the sky, roared as it spread across the calamity of Prajna, instantly turning the giant pythons to ashes. Immediately afterward, a tall and slender figure landed in front of Aimoi and Suchi. The military uniform fluttered in the gale, and Zhe Yang removed his black military cap, revealing a youthful but expressionless face. By the order of the Marshal of the Empire, to assist and protect the Moon God United Kingdom. As soon as he finished speaking, another figure quietly descended, without saying a word, gave Aimoi and Suchi each a sharp knock on the head. The Marshal said, "Both of you come here." Chapter 304. The Kingdom's Response that Senior win? Seeing the two familiar seniors, Aimo was stunned. Wen Liang Yin nodded steadily, scanning the crowd until he quickly spotted the judge's figure. He stepped forward and spoke in a deep voice. I know. The judge interrupted him, his dark green eyes deep and somber, staring at Wen Liang Yin for a long time before saying, "Since it has come to this, we will accept the Empire's assistance." Receiving a definite response, Wen Liang Yin slightly nodded to Na Zhejiang. Na Zhejiang waved the lightning spear in his hand and said to Aimo, "Cover me." Okay. Aimo activated the magic array again. In an instant, Na Zhejiang transformed into lightning once more and flew towards the calamity of Prajna. Suchi was also busy, immediately going with the shaman to treat the injured. Aimo was unaware of how much Na Zhejiang and Wen Liang Yan's strength had increased since the last devil training. But at least they would not be completely defenseless against the calamity of Prajna. The calamity of Prajna possessed the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. If a battle truly broke out on Azure Star, the entire planet would be destroyed. The spatial teleportation array had already been activated, and the two pushed it back into the universe, away from the territory of the Moon God Kingdom. Aimo finally felt a bit tired and, supporting her waist, asked Annie, "How did the two seniors come here?" Annie briefly explained that the commotion from the calamity of Prajna could be seen by the armies in the universe. But no one was willing to lend a hand. After all, opposing the calamity of Prajna was not easy. Just because the Marshal fought it like cutting melons did not mean the entire universe could do the same. In fact, the incident of the calamity of Prajna destroying the federal fleet had left a shadow in the hearts of various nations. Rather than sending troops to support with diminished strength, it was better to come in at the end to pick up the pieces. Aimo thought the various countries were truly cunning, but at the moment, she was also tired and just wanted to find a place to sleep soundly. Annie quickly did a physical check for her and found that aside from some fatigue, she was indeed fine. What a terrifying woman. Without the burden in her belly, How fierce could she truly become? With Na Zhejiang and Wen Liangyin around, Yi felt very reassured and fell asleep for an unknown amount of time. Su Qi was busy outside to the point of spitting blood, and when he hurried back, he saw Yi lying on the sofa, his eyes turning green with envy. Junior sister, do you know how long it has been since I last slept? Yi waved her hand. Senior brother, to wear the crown, one must bear its weight. I have high hopes for you. Su Qi walked away dejectedly. Looking at the time again, Yi realized she had slept for nearly 3 days. Her physical fatigue had completely eased, but after sleeping for so long, her muscles were quite sore. Sensing her thoughts, immediately jumped out from the space and gently pounded her forelegs against her calves. After a while, Annie came in, bringing a bowl of dark medicine. The shaman seems to want you to drink this. Annie thought the medicine looked too strange and decided to pour out. Yi quickly said, traditional Chinese medicine is like this. It's fine. Give it to me. Annie hesitated for a moment, but still handed it to her. Yi gulped it down in one go, the bitter taste filling her mouth, but she felt refreshed. Traditional Chinese medicine truly had that authentic flavor. Annie said, the queen hasn't woken up yet, and the judge and others are busy clearing out the remaining insectoids. As for the calamity of Prajna, it has been pushed into the universe and destroyed by our empire's fleet. During the time Yi was asleep, the moon god kingdom did not experience a moment of peace. Perhaps due to the influence of the bloodshed, more insectoids continuously attacked from all directions. The ocean, the sky, and the land were all besieged by the insectoids, trying to devour this beautiful kingdom. Colonel Jushan was guarding outside, while Wen Liangyin and Na Zhejiang were on the front lines. Professor Pan's son and others had not given up on their scientific research, fearlessly venturing into dangerous areas. Yi asked, did Uncle D just let Senior Wen and the others come over? According to that old fox's character, he should have sent troops to take over this area in a legitimate manner, right? Annie smiled. Perhaps the marshal has other concerns. Yi muttered, that guy's the most unruly. What could he possibly be concerned about? Right now, they still needed to wait for the queen to wake up. After resting for a while, Yi went to check on her and found that the area above the queen's knees had already healed. The regeneration speed of her muscles and bones was a bit slow, so Yi used medicine for conditioning. The shaman stood by, and after these few days, the already weary old man seemed to have grown even more haggard. Yi felt a bit unsure of how to face her, as the fact that Delai had already sent someone over meant that in the future, the Moon God Kingdom and the Empire would have countless connections. Would it be an unequal treaty, or worse, would they directly become a colony of the Empire? Even from Yi's completely unskilled political perspective, it would definitely not lead to any good. However, the shaman did not change her attitude towards her because of this, allowing her to approach the queen and inject the medicine, remaining silent throughout. After the treatment finished, just as Yi was about to leave, the shaman suddenly said, Barren is our holy land, with many marine creatures that are extremely hard to capture in the outer seas. After saying this, she wanted to take care of the queen. Yi waited for a long time without hearing her next sentence. So she had to ask again, are you saying that the ocean is polluted and I need to manage the seawater? The shaman snorted coldly. Go find the judge. Yi muttered. Can't you finish your sentence in one breath? However, afterwards, Yi still found the busy judge. Upon hearing about it, the judge fell silent for a moment before instructing someone to take Yi to Barren. On the way, Yi learned that this sea area was an inland sea of the kingdom, separated from the outer seas, and was used to protect some endangered marine species. She initially didn't understand what the shaman meant until they arrived at Barren, when she suddenly realized. This sea area was so blue and pure, with countless marine creatures living here, creating a spectacular scene. All the marine creatures she had seen in the aquarium were present here, even some that only appeared in television programs and books, like the endangered blue whale, angel shark, and orca dolphin. But even more astonishing were the many king crabs, bluefin tuna, various large lobsters, and countless seafood she couldn't name, all swimming freely in Barren. The shaman had sent her here without any explanation, clearly intending to use marine creatures as a form of reciprocation. Yes, eyes immediately lit up, shining brighter than the shimmering sunlight on the sea surface, startling the person leading the way, who quickly reminded her, most of the creatures here are endangered species. Even if you're allowed to take as much as you want, please consider sustainable development. Ye nodded in acknowledgement, while the wood-type vines had already quietly reached into the seawater. If not for the limited space, she wouldn't want to miss out on even the whales. Chapter 305, Corridor of History on the way back from Beihai. Ye thought to herself that it was a pity not to have invited Senior Brother Sue. The guide, a fisherman, had a look of despair on his face, as if Ye had taken not marine creatures, but his entire family. Ye happily looked at the various seafood in her space, imagining that it would be great to cultivate a piece of ocean in the future, which would surely yield good results. Due to the invasion of the insect tribe in various regions, it would take some time to clean up afterward, so everyone was relocated near the palace. Ye was arranged to stay in the palace since she was pregnant and needed rest. While Su Chi was busy to the point of exhaustion, she could leisurely walk around the palace with her homemade milk tea. One wall resembled the ruins of a holy church, adorned with countless colorful murals that formed a long corridor, depicting a rather insignificant history of human civilization. Among them was a mural showing an alien insect looking down on a certain oceanic kingdom from the void, its overwhelming presence vividly displayed in the painting. Ye carefully examined the insect. It was something even more terrifying than the calamity of the Banruo, hidden within flames like those of a burning cloud, evaporating seawater the moment it appeared, with its breath crushing cities. The death of billions could occur without lifting a finger, making it a disaster of world-ending proportions. What kind of insect could possess such power? Behind her, the judge said, it is generally believed to be an insect that surpasses the ancient level. Ye turned around and politely greeted him, then pointed at the mural and asked, what kind of disaster did it bring? The judge gazed at the mural and replied, the destruction of half of the Azure Star 60 or 70 years ago. That was a terrifying chapter in the history of the Azure Star. In the thousands of years since their ancestors had settled on the planet, there had never been such a record of despair. Countless oceanic kingdoms perished as a result, and the extinction of species was comparable to the great crisis humanity faced thousands of years ago. The judge continued, even now, we worry constantly that it may suddenly appear again at any moment. Ye asked, was it not killed? Don't be ridiculous, the judge said. The royal-level Banruo calamity left us helpless, unless the queen were to personally intervene. And that, gazing at the mural, the judge's voice became ethereal. Tinged with a hint of fear, it is at least of the ancient level, originally existing only in the so-called hierarchy. Its true form might be some kind of prehistoric creature. Ye attempted to look up the classification of star beasts on her phone, but abandoned the idea when she found the network incompatible. In the mural, the insect only revealed a tiny portion outside the burning clouds, and due to the modeled depiction, it was hard to discern its true form. Was it several ranks above the Banruo? If the Banruo was akin to a Kuan, then what was this? A dragon? Ye's imagination ran wild, and she heard the judge say, it descended without warning and vanished like smoke, and the shadow it left still makes this planet tremble. The two continued walking along the corridor, where the murals engraved the great disasters that followed its disappearance. Its appearance directly led to the deaths of billions. And then due to tectonic shifts, landslides, and tsunamis, the chain of disasters claimed another billion lives. Stopping in front of one mural, the judge said, this kingdom was once the most prosperous and powerful before it appeared. Ye looked over, and a row of murals resembling the Qingming scroll depicted the prosperity of an entire kingdom. Its culture, economy, and military were quite magnificent. From the murals, it seemed to be a nation directly impacted by the insect. The fireballs it spewed during its breath fell like meteorites upon this once indestructible kingdom, engulfing it in flames. Fireflies of star-like embers spread across the land, bringing unprecedented disaster. Amidst the roaring waves and flames, Countless armored fishermen stood in the surging fire, wielding tridents in an attempt to confront the ancient-level insect from the void. AIMO, ye moved closer to see the face of a male fisherman in the front. He was strikingly beautiful, cold and dignified, standing out even among the merfolk she had seen, and he looked somewhat familiar. Who was this? The king at that time. The judge succinctly stated, humans cannot fight against ancient-level insects, not even the queen of the moon god kingdom. Knowing well what the outcome would be, the king and his followers resolutely took up arms in the face of natural disasters, standing with their people through thick and thin. AIMO, ye found it hard to understand. Why fight against such a powerful insect? Surviving to protect the remaining citizens was what a leader should do, wasn't it? The judge said, ancient insects bring not only fire and tremors. Like this Banruo calamity, they serve as a conduit for more insects to come from the void. The kings aimed not to stop the ancient insect, but to prevent other insects from the cosmos. Even if they could only buy a little time, it might help at least one citizen escape the disaster area. This was merely a microcosm of the strongest kingdom at that time. Many other nations were annihilated outright, perhaps not even knowing what had happened, as their entire countries were instantly vaporized. AIMO, ye moved to other murals, learning about some of the history of the Azure Star. The judge originally intended to explain more to her, but suddenly, a young male fish named Momo burst in. Before the judge could reprimand him, Momo exclaimed with wide eyes, "The queen has awakened. The queen has awakened." AIMO, ye wasn't particularly excited, but the judge paused for a moment before wordlessly rushing out. AIMO, ye couldn't keep up. She wandered around a bit and then returned to the mural. The insect in the mural had its eyes depicted. Insect eyes were quite distinctive. They were either black gold or black red, with a pitch black scarab paired with golden or red pupils. Vastly different from humans, which caused a sense of discomfort. AIMO, ye also disliked such eyes, but for some reason, she wasn't afraid of the pair in the mural. Scholars said that insects had no emotions. They could not feel joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness, and were incapable of complex emotions. All their actions were driven by instinct. AIMO, ye gently stroked the insect in the mural. She felt as if she could understand the complexity in its eyes, confusion, fear, frustration, or perhaps something else. It was different from other insects, staring at the land it had destroyed with a gaze filled with pain and despair. Was it not in control of itself? As soon as this thought crossed her mind, AIMO, ye fiercely scolded herself. An earth-destroying ancient insect, and here she was analyzing it. If the perished fisherman knew, one spit from each could send her back to her happy home. The baby in her belly kicked her hard, snapping her out of her reverie. Don't kick me, otherwise, when you come out, I'll beat you every day. AIMO, ye threatened, clenching her fist at the little one inside her. The little one settled down. AIMO, ye also planned to check on the queen's condition. Just before leaving, she inexplicably turned back for another look. The ancient insect in the mural was still gazing at the ravaged land, but its gaze was so intense that it made AIMO ye's heart twist in pain. Do insects also feel suffering? Chapter 306. The Past in the Palace. The sea people surrounded the queen's chamber tightly. AIMO, ye stood at the outermost edge, hearing faint cries from inside. If she hadn't heard MO say that the queen was awake, she would have certainly thought the queen had passed away. Suchi squeezed out from the innermost layer, having lost half of her shoe in the crowd. It's fine. I'm basically recovered. The judge said the queen needs to calm the people's emotions first, and then she'll see us. Covering her space ring, AIMO, ye said guiltily. There's really no need to see her, right? Once the seniors return, we should leave quickly. Leave? Suchi said while putting on her shoes. Now is when we can really take the exam with confidence. We should stay at least a few more days. Look at Professor Pan and the others. They just come out of the shelter, and now they're nowhere to be seen. AIMO, ye found it inconvenient to explain, so she looked around and asked, "Where are the seniors?" Suchi pointed to the east side of the palace. Covered in blood, they went to take a shower. AIMO, ye couldn't go over. So she had to find Annie. Annie said, "The second army will arrive shortly. If you want to leave, you can take a plane to the cosmic mothership. More reinforcements are coming." "Yes, the crisis hasn't been resolved. Now is not a good time to leave," Annie said subtly. As soon as she finished speaking, AIMO, you heard a familiar voice. Hey, Junior, I heard you encountered the Punna catastrophe again? Don't you think you have a special connection with it? Running into it everywhere? Zidao walked in with a smile. AIMO, ye happily said. Senior Zidao? So, the reinforcements are you guys? Zidao shook her finger. No, we're just here for an internship. The real army is much more capable than us. A few interns have been sent over by DLI. And AIMO, ye initially thought they were staying for another purpose. But now it seemed likely that there would indeed be another crisis. There was a large bathhouse in the palace, open to the reinforcements due to special circumstances. Fei Jianan kicked open the big door and saw only Zhe Yang soaking inside. He shouted, Old Yin didn't wash with you? Is this water blue enough? Directly drawn from the sea? Impressive, I want to soak too. Zhe Yang chose to remain silent and wisely moved aside, avoiding the splash when Fei Jianan jumped in. In another more secluded private hot spring, when Liang Yin had just entered the water, with his military uniform neatly folded by the poolside. But before he could enjoy the soothing seawater, the sound of hurried footsteps outside forced him to open his eyes. The next moment, the door was suddenly yanked open, and Mu Si's annoying face appeared at the entrance. You're still soaking here? Hurry up and go to the meeting. When Liang Yin was speechless, this isn't a dormitory. Couldn't you knock before coming in? And Mu Si clicked his tongue. You don't have anything I'm interested in. Should I remind you to hide? Without further ado, he turned and left, leaving when Liang Yin looking frustrated. Just want to take a shower was becoming a hassle. He grabbed his military uniform and casually threw it on, a flash of silver blue appearing behind him. The high-ranking officials, including the queen, held a war meeting in the kingdom's conference room. AIMO set up a grill in the garden outside, grilling some assorted seafood to eat. Suchi picked up a bottle of spice, sniffed it, and asked, What is this? Ground cinnamon, it's a type of spice, AIMO said, flipping the fish on the grill. Suchi handed the bottle over, saying, The most common spice in the stars is rosemary. I've never seen this kind before. I'll bring you some next time. AIMO absent-mindedly looked towards the conference room, seeing those serious faces, clearly indicating that there was a tough battle ahead. But since the Punna catastrophe had been deemed dead by the universe, could there be more high-level insectoids coming? That was an ominous thought. After finishing a skewer of squid, AIMO first handed it to Annie, saying, Sister Annie, aren't you going to the meeting? Annie's military rank was much higher than Zidao and the others. Yet they all attended the meeting while Annie stayed with her to watch the stars. Annie smiled. I'm here as your guard. The meeting has nothing to do with me. Colonel Jushan stood like a mountain behind AIMO, refusing to sit no matter how much she urged him. AIMO grilled more seafood, attracting the attention of the sea people passing by the palace, each pretending to be indifferent and glancing over. Feeling bored, AIMO had MO deliver the grilled food to others. When MO returned, he leaned beside AIMO, staring at her belly, innocently asking, Is there a baby inside? Yes, just like MO. It's a cute but mischievous little boy, AIMO said. MO gasped in surprise and asked, What's his name? AIMO thought for a moment and replied, I think a Masher would be nice. What do you think? I think you shouldn't think that. Suchi advised her to give up on the naming idea. Annie and Jushan found it inappropriate to comment and secretly prayed that the child would have a more normal name. After grilling another batch of seafood, Suchi took MO to deliver it to the sea people for tasting, while AIMO poked at the charcoal fire, feeling restless. You seem worried, Annie said. If you can trust me, perhaps I can help you relieve your worries. AIMO hesitated for a moment, feeling she couldn't keep her thoughts bottled up. Sister Annie, does the Marshal not receive much attention from the Martin family? Finally, AIMO asked. Annie was taken aback for a moment, then said, Are you worried about the Marshal? If it's inconvenient, I can refrain from asking. AIMO quickly replied. Annie smiled. You are the Marshal's wife. There's nothing you can't ask about. As someone who had followed DLI for many years, Annie indeed knew a lot about him, including some unknown background, so she could clarify AIMO's doubts. What AIMO couldn't understand was the Felix family's attitude towards DLI. Logically, as the only son born to the head of the family's only daughter, even if the Montan family didn't like DLI, the Felix family shouldn't allow him to drift outside. However, according to AIMO's own investigations, Delhi must have had a dark period of wandering before becoming the adopted son of the former emperor. Clearly, the Felix family valued the child in AIMO's womb, viewing it as the continuation of the family's legitimate bloodline, so they shouldn't be indifferent towards Delhi's past. AIMO had been puzzled for too long. She should have sought answers from Madame Ima, but at this moment, the only person next to her was Annie. After listening, Annie's expression became somewhat serious. I don't know where you got your information about the Marshal's past, but unfortunately, there are many things I don't know the details of. Annie said, there's one thing, however, that I do know a little about. Just as AIMO had suspected, Delhi was a bloodline successor born from two noble families as per an ancient agreement. Chapter 307. In the mist between parents, there is no affection to speak of. It is merely a marriage arrangement made out of necessity to bear powerful children. At that time, the only young lady of the Felix family, who was also Delhi's mother, had another lover. However, as the sole heir of the family, she had to accept the engagement. As long as she gave birth to a child, the marriage would be dissolved, and she could then unite with her beloved, free from the constraints of ancient agreements. The young lady believed that giving birth to Delhi would mark the end of this marriage. But things turned out to be far more complicated. First, her beloved unexpectedly passed away, leaving the young lady with white hair overnight and her heart in ashes. This led to her emotional instability, and her health deteriorated significantly. She had to rely on numerous medications to stabilize the fetus until delivery. Although Delhi was born safely, the young lady's body was no longer suitable for childbearing due to the large doses of drugs she had taken during pregnancy. The loss of her lover plunged her into deep sorrow, and she passed away from illness when Delhi was just a few years old. The head of the Felix family vented all his anger on Delhi due to his daughter's death, treating his grandson with indifference, which was a sign of his extreme restraint. Delhi, who was supposed to be filled with hope and become a powerful ability user, showed no signs of any abilities during childhood, which brought great humiliation to the Montan family. Without the protection of his maternal clan and being powerless, this was the root of the misfortune that befell the young Marshal in his early years. Had he not chosen to run away from home back then, he might have been stifled to death within the Montan family. Annie only knew this much. After that, Delhi's whereabouts were erased from historical records, and the next documentation was after he became the adopted son of the late emperor. Once the family head passed away, Delhi became the sole heir of the Felix family and returned to his maternal clan to become the new family head under the arrangement of the royal family. AIMO asked, will the Queen Dowager know what Uncle D has experienced? Annie shook her head. That's not something I can inquire about. AIMO's feelings grew more complex. Colonel Jushan looked at the two and asked AIMO, why are you suddenly interested in the Marshal's past? AIMO forced a smile, just curious. I'm free now and love to think wildly. She wanted to ask more questions when the conference room door opened, and the leaders of the kingdom's army hurried out, each heading in different directions. Zidao also came out and waved to AIMO Jr. Come in for a moment. Where's the junior brother? AIMO handed the barbecue grill to Annie and walked toward the conference room. He wanted to deliver seafood and will be back soon. There were not many people left in the conference room. A noble and elegant woman sat at the head, smiling as she looked at AIMO. Is this the Miss AI who saved me? I heard my citizens behaved rudely towards you. Please forgive their impoliteness. After the crisis in my country is resolved, I will personally bestow upon you a proper reward. The woman moved with grace and elegance, her expression dignified and composed, and in just a few sentences, she exhibited sufficient poise and depth. AIMO saw her face clearly for the first time. It resembled the woman on the statue, like a coldly enchanting siren, with eyes clearer and more forgiving than an icy pond. It is wonderful that you have awakened. As a doctor, I am very glad to have contributed in some way. AIMO gazed at the queen's face, deeply enchanted by her captivating beauty. The queen was not aloof or indifferent. Rather, she was gentle and elegant, graciously inviting AIMO to sit down. Suchi rushed in and sat down next to the entrance. The meeting had concluded. The queen's purpose in calling them was to express gratitude. But there were still more insectoids about to swarm in, and the focus was on how to survive this crisis. The Sea People had already teamed up with the Imperial Army to build high walls, expand the defense network, and fill all defensive gaps. The Queen sincerely requested that both AI, Mo-Yi, and Su-Chi join the medical team. As you have experienced, our wood-type ability users do not possess a complete systematic knowledge. We rely more on spontaneous approaches, so we really need your guidance. The Queen spoke very tactfully. In reality, the doctors of the Ocean Kingdom were completely relying on their healing powers without any proper treatment methods, a point AI, Mo-Yi had already realized from a shaman. With this comparison, the Queen hoped that the two could lead the medical team to minimize casualties as much as possible. Na Ziyang said, "My junior sister has a special physical condition. She can only guide and cannot perform large-scale healing formations anymore." In reality, AI Mo-Yi felt no problem with healing. To her, it was like casually splashing water, while it was the attack formations that were more likely to exhaust her. However, Na Ziyang was protecting her, and of course, she couldn't step forward herself. The Queen said that is only natural. In any case, please take care of yourself first, Miss AI. I will also send someone to protect you, ensuring that you're not threatened in any way. After the brief discussion, the Queen left, and Zidao and the others returned to their respective teams. Su-Chi, who had been ignored, said seriously, "I should get pregnant too." AIMO was taken aback. Su-Chi pointed at her dark circles under her eyes and said indignantly, "At least you have slept, but I don't even know how many days it's been since I closed my eyes. No one pays attention to my health. It seems that pregnant women are more valued." AIMO no longer wanted to complain. At night, the sea was bathed in the light of the lighthouse, appearing a bloody dark red, stained with the blood of the insectoids and the sea people. On the high rocks, AIMO wrapped herself in the local characteristic cloak, her hair flying wildly in the salty sea breeze. Mo held her hand and asked seriously, "Sister AI, what are you thinking about?" AIMO gazed at the turbulent sea and gently tucked her hair behind her ears. "Sister is thinking that life is really complicated." Mo tilted her head, not understanding. AIMO's mind was a mess, with some bizarre speculations making her restless. Perhaps due to her age and experience, she had always had a vivid imagination, connecting the slightest hints easily. Sometimes, overly frightening thoughts made her feel a chill down her spine. On the coastline ahead, the Queen was leading the reorganized army to deploy a new protective shield. With the Queen present, the army's confidence soared, and the Imperial soldiers were also stationed at various key defensive points, working together to get through this crisis. Soon, dawn arrived. AIMO briefed the medical team for the Sea People and then went to sleep, while MO was taken to a new shelter. In the room filled with the sea breeze, a corner of the curtain swayed slightly. AIMO had a very long dream. She found herself in a thick fog, as if she were herself, yet also like a deranged wild beast, rampaging through flames in search of a breakthrough with light. But until she was exhausted, she remained trapped in the mist, facing a mountain of corpses made of severed limbs and broken bones, with the piercing screams and cries of humanity ringing in her ears. People resisted her, feared her, waving their hands or weapons in an attempt to drive her away, but were unconsciously crushed by her, blood flowing like a river. Chapter 308 Illusion? Suddenly waking up, AIMO sat up with cold sweat dripping down her. Sleeping beside her, meowed worriedly after being startled awake and looked at her. AIMO stared at her hands, as if she could see snake-like blood flowing. In her dream, she uncontrollably waved her wrist, and countless people perished at her hands. The slick blood and sticky flesh clung to her palm, the sensation incredibly real. And the terrified expressions of people before their deaths were frozen in her mind, lingering for a long time. Fortunately, it was just an illusion. The little one in her belly kicked her again, making her curl up in discomfort. As the months went by, the little one became more active, often kicking her to assert its presence. AIMO patiently comforted the restless little one, while her heart felt like a barren desert, lonely and cold. Why did she have such a dream? It was as if it was someone else's memory, with the image of a crushed human brain so vividly lingering on her retina. While AI was in a daze, someone knocked on the door, and it bared her teeth at the outside. Soon, Annie pushed the door open and whispered, "Miss AI, the Queen wishes to see you." AI nodded. "Please let the Queen in, Sister Annie." Soon, the Queen's stunningly beautiful face appeared in AI's line of sight. Anyone would be lost in her beauty. AI was no saint. Captivated by the Queen's every move, unable to tear her gaze away from the Queen's face until the Queen sat by the bed. The Queen chuckled and teased, narcissistically speaking, "I am indeed not ugly, but I shouldn't make you so mesmerized, right, Marshal Felix's wife?" Ye cleared her throat and murmured, "Although the Marshal is indeed good-looking, you are of a different type of beauty, Your Majesty. Besides, appreciating men and appreciating women are completely different standards." The Queen gazed at her gently, smiling. "No need to be so restrained. When there's no one around, just call me Jing." It felt too impolite to address a queen by her name directly. And he hesitated briefly before asking again, "Is there something important you wish to discuss with me on the eve of the great battle?" The Queen chuckled and asked back, "Has the adjudicator taken you to see the history corridor?" To be precise, it wasn't the adjudicator who took her. Ye had wandered in herself. "Is the history corridor a place I cannot go?" Ye thought the Queen had come to hold her accountable. The Queen shook her head with a smile. "That is not some dark history we cannot speak of. We inscribed it to warn future generations not to be blinded by the peace before them, to be alert to the calamities that may return at any time." "That ancient-level insect?" Ye asked. The Queen slightly parted her red lips. "We call it the Tyrant. A monstrosity that, upon its mere appearance, led to the destruction of half of the blue planet, with billions of people evaporating in an instant, nearly extinguishing oceanic civilization. Doesn't it resemble the tyrants of ancient times, who held the power of life and death, taking lives effortlessly without questioning the reasons or distinguishing right from wrong?" You didn't understand why the Queen would come to discuss the tyrant at such a tense moment. "Are you worried that the tyrant might appear this time?" After much thought, Ye could only arrive at this conclusion. The Queen said, "Perhaps that is a possibility, for the sake of my kingdom. I hope what I just said does not become reality." In fact, the tyrant did not only appear on the blue planet. It should have a growth process, transforming from an ordinary, inconspicuous insect into the tyrant that symbolizes calamity over at least a decade. During that decade, many places had seen the tyrant. At that time, it was not as terrifying, at least not with the earth-shaking power it had in the end. Even so, it had caused countless disasters. It always appeared in flames, bringing about despair and destruction, known by different names in various regions: the Devil of Flames, the Grim Reaper wielding a scythe, or the Tyrant from Hell. After its last appearance on the blue planet, it completely vanished, and it had not appeared again in these decades. The Federation hoped it was dead, and the Queen prayed for the same. The atmosphere gradually relaxed, and was no longer as restrained as at the beginning. She slowly stroked Da's furry back and asked in confusion, "I heard that the Ocean Kingdom is not suitable for insect races to survive. Why is it that this time even the calamity of the Pan-Rual is coming?" The Queen playfully shrugged, a gesture that did not match her noble status. "I don't know. Like our abilities, the insect races come from somewhere, and we cannot explain why they exist." After a pause, she continued, "Perhaps there really are gods in the universe, and they control everything." The topic shifted in another direction, and you tried to bring it back. "By the way, about your injuries, I don't know if my senior brother has asked you, but I want to know more." You said, "You're not only suffering from the erosion of the Ami insect, but also from attacks by various formations. Who were you fighting when you were ambushed?" The insect race cannot unleash layered spells. These spells are specifically used against ability users to block their meridians, obstruct acupoints, and restrict the flow of star C and energy. The larger the energy, the more the body cannot withstand it, causing blood and flesh to dissolve and dissipate. The Queen actually came for this matter because Su Chi was too busy. She could only hope for Ye's explanation. "A man." The Queen retracted her originally gentle smile and recalled carefully, on the ship that first repelled the insect invasion, there was only one female official in my bedroom. She smelled of sea people, and her features and demeanor were exactly like those of the familiar female official, so I let my guard down. It was only when she handed me a cup of water that, at the moment of contact, I was caught off guard. In the instant she fell, she tried hard to stay awake and saw the other party tearing off her skin, revealing a tall, handsome man amidst a strong smell of blood. Hearing this, AIMO's heart tightened, instantly thinking of an old acquaintance. The queen forced a smile and said, "Maybe only a few minutes passed. By the time I woke up, he was already gone." At that time, I didn't have any abnormalities. It was only after returning to the palace that my body showed signs of trouble. But it was too late then. If it weren't for AIMOE and Su Qi, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Still, as I said, once things stabilize, I will reward both of you with the highest honor. The queen stood up, seemingly wanting to say something more, but suddenly, a violent wave came from the sky. A strong white light flashed, illuminating the entire sea area as bright as day. But the light did not bring hope. Instead, it was countless insects hiding in the clouds. A new battle was about to begin, and life and death hung in the balance at this moment. Chapter 309. Underwater Adventure. The Queen is the strongest fighter among the sea people, and AIMOE finally realized that this statement was not a compliment. Sea beasts surged from the ocean, transforming into the Queen's sharpest weapons, piercing the vital points of the insect race time and again, causing bloodied corpses to pile up on the reefs. That graceful and agile figure reminded AIMOE of the great rebels and myths who could slay deities with mortal bodies. She resembled the stabilizing needle of the sea, leading the sea beasts to fight bravely in the storm, inspiring the sea people who were also willing to shed their last drop of blood for their nation. The armies of humans and sea people were scattered throughout the nation, more orderly than before and filled with hope. Su Qi was leading the medical team of the sea people, while AIMOE was only responsible for issuing orders, allowing her to pay attention to the battlefield situation. The second army sent by the Empire was very powerful, composed entirely of ability users, with each person being at least S-class. Although their abilities were limited due to the magnetic field, they could quickly eliminate enemies through coordinated teamwork. Occasionally, insect race members would quietly descend on AIMOE's side, but they were dealt with by Annie and Major Jushan working together. The insect race's attacks continued for several days, and AIMOE found it strange that, aside from the Imperial Army, no other countries intervened. Could it be that a tacit understanding had been reached? With the cooperation of the two nations, the insect race was ultimately exterminated, and the casualties among the sea people were not as severe as expected. After it was over, AIMOE was eager to leave, but was pressed down by Zidao. "Why do I feel like you've done something shameful?" Zidao said with amusement. "Even if that's the case, there's no need to escape desperately, right?" AIMOE replied subtly. "In fact, I care about my reputation. And if people find out that I acted a bit too harshly and nearly wiped them out, they definitely won't let me off easily." Zidao did not quite understand, and continued, "The teacher will come again. Just wait patiently. It'll be safer to leave with the teacher then." AIMOE's expression became complicated. Emperor Lai was coming again? The image of that old fox's cunning face suddenly appeared in her mind, and she silently lit a candle for the moon god kingdom. After that, there was no more to do with AIMOE. The sea people adapted quickly over the next few days, with the army cleaning up the insect corpses, while ordinary sea people returned to their normal lives. Su Qi and Zhejiang were extremely busy, and AIMOE could only wander off shopping by herself. Annie followed her, noticing that she was trading with the vendors again, feeling deeply that she was close to trading back all the marine creatures. The queen also said she would give me a gift. Mo privately told her it must be corals, pearls, and such. AIMOE traded for some items, but their quality was certainly not as good as what the queen would give. However, compared to gems, she wanted rarer marine creatures like Patrick Star, Octopus Guy, and Mr. Crabs, which were really hard to find alive and healthy in outer space. She should be able to ask the queen for those. Annie said, "The judge told me this morning that their military ship is docked at the pier. If needed, you can board at any time." AIMOE asked in confusion, "What do I need a military ship for?" Don't expect a pregnant woman who isn't even 20 to go fight the insect race, okay? But when she arrived at the pier, ye finally understood the judge's meaning. The Sea People's ships were only carried by star beasts, which could use the crew's abilities to dive deep into the ocean like submarines. But this capability was mostly found in military ships. If ye wanted to go underwater, she would need to rely on a military ship. She immediately boarded the ship, and coincidentally, Captain Lee was also there. The military ship was heading to exterminate some restless sea beasts and to inspect for potential insect race and enemy threats. As the incident with the Queen still had no clues, ye stayed in the cabin, asking, "I don't have your fishtail. Can I really go down to the deep sea? Our crew is not all mermaids." Lee pointed to the protective shield above the ship. "There will be a magic array supporting this, which is no worse than your submarines." Ye felt much more at ease. Soon, the ship sank. Due to the protective magic array, it felt just like riding in a car, with only slight bumps and no water pressure. At first, it was pitch black, and nothing could be seen. After half an hour, the ship's searchlights lit up one by one, illuminating the entire seabed with soft blue light. And stood on the deck, astonished by the colorful underwater world. Vast and spectacular corals, schools of brilliantly colored fish. A stunning and ultimate visual experience. Ye almost forgot that she had come to collect marine creatures and casually called over a crew member to borrow many tools. Wood vines extended out, wrapping around some marine creatures she had her eyes on, and occasionally, if something was too difficult to pull, that it would bite the rope and help drag it back. The deeper they went, the darkness brought by the ocean felt like a terrifying monster lurking in the shadows, ready to emerge and swallow the ship whole. The recoverable ocean resources decreased, but ye collected a lot of seawater to store in her space. Returning to her room, feeling unsatisfied. This trip had indeed yielded a lot, and her space ring was already full. Unfortunately, she had no idea where Professor Pan and the others had gone. If they could also come to the seabed, they might get so excited they would have a brain hemorrhage. The star beasts dragged the ship swiftly across several sea areas, and when they fell near a classical castle resembling Atlantis, ye walked to the deck. What lay before her seemed to exist only in a fantastical dream. She saw the ruins of the seabed standing quietly, with countless fish swimming through the remnants of humanity's past. Towering stone pillars reaching dozens of meters, brilliantly gleaming glass skylights. Exquisitely detailed and masterfully crafted murals and mysteriously beautiful gigantic stone statues would make the interstellar people who only pursue technological advancement feel ashamed. The grand and majestic architecture, even hidden deep underwater, could not conceal the spectacular and magnificent civilization. Lee approached Ye and said, "That is a small part of the ruins of the Shwa Empire." Ye suddenly connected the dots, realizing it was the powerful empire that had been destroyed by the insect race. Yes, Lee's eyes reflected pity and regret for their kind, as he solemnly stated. A civilization destroyed by a tyrant, washed into the sea area due to a tsunami and earthquake. In fact, this isn't even the main city, just some small urban buildings on the outskirts. Ye was once again shocked. The once mighty Shwa Empire was said to be one of the most powerful and prosperous countries on the entire Blue Star. It developed from a small tribe thousands of years ago into a great empire, experiencing countless wars, ruptures, destruction, rebuilding, and unification. History repeated itself. Yet the nation always existed and grew ever more magnificent. And this once mighty existence, which the entire Blue Star had to look up to, was utterly destroyed by the brief emergence of Tyrant. Chapter 3, 10 Clownfish, Is It Shameful to Shower Together with Us? Coming out of the bathhouse, Fei Jianan loosely wore a bathrobe and turned to ask Mushy, "Has Lao Yin ever showered with you?" In fact, regarding this, and Mushy, with his eyes closed, wiped his hair with a white towel and said heavily, "I've always thought my roommate might be a woman." Fei Jianan. He didn't jump up to beat Mushy purely because he couldn't take on this damn senior. The two were playfully tussling ahead, and Su Chi came out afterwards, saying to Naziong, "It seems Senior One is not very interested in activities like bathing, soaking in hot springs, or swimming." Is it because he's fire type and afraid of water that he doesn't come? Imagining when Liang Yin panicking due to drowning, Su Qi couldn't help but want to laugh. Na Ziyang, as always, didn't want to talk, turned his head, and bumped into Zidao. Hey, boys, remember to put on your clothes after bathing. Exposing yourself will hurt others' eyes. Zidao said with a smile. Na Ziyang silently gathered his bathrobe a bit, his delicate doll-like face slightly flushed from steam. Su Qi politely asked, Senior, didn't T, my junior sister, come with you? He had previously messaged AI Mo, asking if she wanted to go for a stroll and collect some seafood. But AI Mo didn't reply. Zidao took out a local C-Kong phone and waved it at Su Qi. My junior sister messaged me this morning. She went to explore the mysterious underwater world. It's normal not to reply, since there's no signal underwater. Su Qi was instantly in tears. While he was busy day and night, AI Mo actually went on adventure. He definitely needs to become a pregnant woman too. Na Ziyang asked, what is going on? Zidao shouldn't be bored enough to specifically block people at the boys' bathhouse. Zidao reigned in his cheerful demeanor and said seriously, gather those few, the teacher has arrived. In the evening, after the military ship's patrol ended and returned. As soon as AI Mo got off the ship, she felt that the atmosphere of the entire kingdom was off. Originally, after the war ended, the fishermen finally had smiles of rebirth on their faces. Before she left the dock in the morning, she saw the vendors discussing the future, their tone full of hope. But at this moment, not to mention the ordinary fishermen looking gloomy, even the patrolling guards were on edge. Upon further thought, AI Mo quietly asked Annie, is the Dark Lord here? Not necessarily, Annie replied quietly. At least on the surface, it's an alliance, and they've jointly dealt with the crisis. The Marshal's appearance shouldn't make ordinary people feel like they're facing a great enemy. With doubts in her heart, AI Mo entered the palace and discovered that the people from the imperial military were scattered everywhere, each with a serious, intense expression. Likewise, the kingdom's army was also very cautious and even nervous, but there hadn't been any conflict with the imperial army, indicating it wasn't due to aliens entering the kingdom. So what exactly were they tense about? Before reaching the main hall of the palace, AI Mo saw Tsin Changcheng talking to the judge from afar. She didn't approach to disturb them, and after the judge left, it was Tsin Changcheng who noticed her first. Miss AI, was your ocean trip enjoyable? AI Mo touched her belly, considered for a moment, and then said, it was okay, there were good and bad experiences. Tsin Changcheng laughed heartily. Her Majesty the Queen has praised you endlessly, boasting to the Marshal about you for at least 3 minutes, and has prepared generous gifts, several boxes of various marine gems. AI Mo said, the reason jewelry is precious is due to its rarity. If there are really several boxes, it would be rather dull. Miss AI, saying such Versailles-like words is likely to get you beaten. Tsin Changcheng chatted casually for a bit, although he seemed relaxed. AI Mo felt that he wasn't as easygoing as he appeared. Then, let us talk later. Nodding at Annie and Jason, Tsin Changcheng quickly left. AI Mo asked, Annie, what do you think is happening? Annie smiled and said, no matter what happens, since the Marshal is here, it will definitely be resolved. AI Mo unconsciously nodded. Although this statement was exaggerated, if the subject is lie, it made sense. They were having a meeting inside, and AI Mo went to the side hall, where Zidao and the others were indeed present. Seniors, what exactly is happening? Seeing the serious expressions on their faces, AI Mo's heart trembled as well. Zidao patted the sofa beside him, signaling her to sit down, then said, it's nothing, don't worry about it. There's nothing the Imperial Army can't handle. And Mushy pushed his sunglasses and changed the subject. Junior, I heard you got a lot of good stuff. Will we have something delicious when we go back? AI Mo immediately took out a small lobster from her space and pointed at it, saying, just this thing, don't be deceived by its appearance. It's actually incredibly delicious. The others looked at the clawing little lobster, their expressions quite dazed. Su Qi hurriedly asked her what she saw underwater, and she picked some unimportant answers, also introducing some corals, strange fish, shrimp, and shells to everyone. When Liang Yin leaned against the window with his arms crossed, his cold gaze sweeping outside, AI Mo held up a rather ugly fish and turned to ask Wen Liangyan, "Senior Wen, this fish looks so strange. The seniors don't recognize it. What do you think it is?" Wen Liangyan glanced at it and said, "Clownfish." "Huh." Aimo Yi laughed and lifted the fish up to look at it from side to side, muttering to herself, "It really is quite ugly." After chatting for a while, Annie came in and said, "The marshal wants Aimo Yi to go over." Aimo Yi entered the main hall, where only Di Lai and the queen were present. The queen was dignified and graceful, yet generous and cheerful, possessing the charm and stature of a mature woman, along with the vibrant energy of a young girl. She was a very contradictory, yet harmonious person. "Miss Ai, please feel free to sit down." The queen brewed a pot of sea tea, and a faint scent of sea salt spread throughout the room. Aimo Yi looked around, just as she was about to find a place to sit. Di Lai patted his thigh and said with a teasing expression, "Sit here." Aimo Yi rolled her eyes at him. Due to her large belly, her movements were slightly inconvenient, making her look clumsy like a penguin. As she sat down, Aimo Yi clearly heard a certain marshal emit an ambiguous low laugh. If it weren't for the queen being present, Aimo Yi would have definitely given him the middle finger. Even though they hadn't seen each other for days, he was still so annoying upon their first meeting. The two of them didn't discuss serious matters in front of Aimo Yi, only chatting casually as if they were very familiar. Aimo Yi couldn't help but feel puzzled. She had heard that the Azure Star was isolated from aliens. Did the queen and the marshal know each other before? Or did Di Lai attempt an invasion but failed? The queen smiled and said, "Although Azure Star is indeed closed off, as the leaders of a nation, we must always pay attention to interstellar movements." Di Lai calmly added, "So, you should watch fewer cartoons." Chapter 311. The marshal's thoughts. Aimo Yi had a good temperament, but at this moment, no matter how good her temperament was, it couldn't stop her eye-rolling towards Di Lai. According to both of them, they had had a friendly conversation when the queen attended a meeting in the Interstellar Federation, and later they had briefly worked together on the layout of the cosmic defense line. To be honest, the impression wasn't very good. If anything, it was more like a beast than a person. The queen's smile was gentle and warm, but her eyes seemed to be filled with a layer of frozen frost. A person as unpredictable as Marshal Felix was not reassuring whether as an opponent or a friend. Di Lai showed a wounded expression. "My popularity isn't great, but being pointed out so clearly was somewhat hurtful." Aimo Yi knew Di Lai was pretending, but hesitated for a moment and couldn't help but say, "Actually, it's not that bad. The marshal just has his own code of conduct, which doesn't quite conform to the normal standards." The queen smiled and skipped the topic, and the three of them chatted aimlessly about unimportant matters. Afterward, Di Lai took Aimo Yi to his residence. Aimo Yi looked at the tall man beside her, her face full of worry. "I thought you two would fight." Di Lai glanced down at her, a subtle smile that was more cunning than a sly fox, paired with his deep and steady eyes, made him appear very serious and upright, leaving people unsure of what kind of person he truly was. "Am I someone who easily gets into conflicts?" "You're not, but I don't know how outsiders see you." After spending some time together, Aimo Yi understood Di Lai fairly well. This person would do anything to achieve his goals, regardless of the notoriety he might incur. Moral restraints and legal rules truly didn't bind him much. Calm, dignified, calculating before acting, skilled at using appearances to confuse enemies. Being his enemy was not an easy task. Entering the guest room, the floor-to-ceiling glass window faced the ocean. When the wind picked up, the waves crashed against it, creating a breathtaking scene. Aimo Yi sat down on the shoe-changing stool, instinctively placing her palm on her belly. She didn't know if it was because she sensed her father's arrival, but the little one inside her was quite active, kicking her several times on the way here, causing a bit of pain. It would be strange if the baby didn't kick. Before she could frown, someone squatted down in front of her and naturally helped her change into slippers. "I can do it myself." Aimo Yi tried to retract her foot, but Di Lai firmly held her ankle, slipped on the slippers, and then picked her up horizontally, gently tossing her onto the bed. "I still don't think having you here was the right decision." From the first moment Di Lai saw Aimo, he felt that her complexion wasn't good. She was an extremely powerful ability user, and the child in her womb combining the powers of both parents, was also not to be underestimated, so it was healthy and stable in her body. But after all, she was a pregnant woman. More rest was the hard truth. AIMOE knew what Deli was talking about. She pulled the quilt over her head and grumbled, "Even if you don't want me to come, I would still come. This opportunity is absolutely not to be missed. Not to mention other seafood. Just the crayfish made her drool. She thought that after coming to this time and space, she would never be able to taste the summer-limited flavor again. But the trip to Blue Star was fruitful. From now on, she could have them in her own pond all year round, and the taste was simply amazing. After lying down, the feeling of heaviness in her body was slowly dissipating, but AIMOE couldn't fall asleep. She turned over and found that Deli had been guarding her by the bed, not moving an inch. Unkledi. She hesitated for a moment, but still asked in a low voice, "Do you know if this incident in the Moon God Kingdom might be related to Bu Jianzhou?" Deli's expression showed no sign of fluctuation, still smiling mysteriously. "How do you know?" "I heard the queen mention it. When Bu Jianzhou plotted against her. It was the same as when he did to me." AIMOE lowered her eyes and asked in a very soft voice, "When I was kidnapped, did you really accidentally let Bu Jianzhou escape when you came to save me from the lab?" Deli looked at her without answering. "I sometimes find it strange. With your abilities, Uncle D, you shouldn't have let Bu Jianzhou escape, right? Did you deliberately let him go, then allow, or even guide him to attack Blue Star?" AIMOE's voice grew softer, as if afraid Deli would pull her out and spank her. She shrank deeper into the quilt, leaving only her eyes cautiously peeking out to assess Deli's expression. The room was silent. After a long while, Deli suddenly laughed, pulling AIMOE, who was almost suffocating under the quilt, out and giving her a hard pinch on her rosy cheek. "You have a talisman. Are you still afraid I'll hit you?" AIMOE retorted confidently, "If you really want to hit me, no amount of talismans would help." Deli just rubbed her head with a look of pride, as if saying, "My girl has grown up. Your little quail's head has grown quite a bit. It seems that one day, even without me, you can live well." AIMOE felt this statement was ominous and said seriously, "I can't do without you." Deli's smile deepened. "Where can't you do without me?" "Everywhere." AIMOE blurted out. She had long noticed that Deli was the person she relied on and trusted the most in this time and space. She didn't know when it started, but she always felt that only Deli would tolerate her and protect her, selflessly holding up her fragile wings and teaching her how to soar into the sky. It seemed different from the love she felt for her parents, and her feelings for Deli seemed to have transformed from mere reliance. AIMOE felt quite melancholic. Had her admiration changed into something else? Seeing her frowning in thought, Deli couldn't help but laugh, gently rubbing her eyebrows and eyes. AIMOE. He rarely called her name seriously. AIMOE replied blankly. "I just feel nostalgic," Deli said softly. "When I first met you, you were just a little fool." AIMOE. "You've matured quite a bit now. At least you can think with your brain." The marshal indeed felt an infinite sense of nostalgia. AIMOE endured and finally said, "I always use my brain. It's just that before on Earth, her thinking revolved around eating, drinking, and normal student academic issues. Suddenly arriving in this time and space, she had a plan for survival and consider more complex issues. But that didn't mean her brain was just for show. She wanted to ask something else. But Deli's palm covered her head, gently rubbing her soft black hair. "It's time to rest." AIMOE struggled to sit up. "It's not time yet. You should sleep." Deli's voice was a bit heavy, and a magic circle appeared in his hand, making AIMOE close her eyes and fall into a deep sleep. In her dream, AIMOE realized, damn it, she had been distracted again. So the great yet infuriating marshal was putting on this elaborate act just to legally absorb the Moon God Kingdom and seize ocean resources? But if they were to be absorbed, the queen shouldn't be so amicable. What exactly was going on? Chapter 312. Cooking small lobsters until deep into the night. The main city of the kingdom remained brightly lit. When Liang Yin sat alone on the windowsill, his long legs casually resting on the iron frame of the flower bed outside, a small insect crawled slowly along the iron frame, and a black leather boot stepped down lightly, crushing it into a pulp. In the face of immense power, It was so easy to crush the weakest of lives. Suddenly, the door was slammed open, and Muse strode in, followed by Su Chi, who was carrying several fish. I plan to get a tank to keep these fish alive for now, Su Chi said, actually eager to finish the field research and leave, but unfortunately, he hadn't received that order. After all, he and AIMO came here as part of a research team and had nothing to do with the chaotic war here. And Muse poured himself a cup of tea, took a sip, and heavily set the cup aside. It tastes terrible, Su Chi said with anticipation. Once our juniors improved CT tree grows, maybe we can create a flavor suitable for us. AIMO had tossed a few CT trees into her space. They were more like seaweed and needed seawater to thrive, making them difficult to cultivate. After chatting for a while, Liangyan finally turned his head and said to Su Chi, "You and your junior will leave tomorrow." Su Chi was taken aback. "Are we going for field research or back to the Empire?" "It's up to you. Just don't stay here," Liangyan replied, looking troubled. Although he usually had a cold expression, ever since stepping on an Azure Star, his face had been gloomy as if it could drip water. Su Chi scratched his head and ran off to ask the research team. Muse closed the door and then asked his longtime classmate and roommate, "Are you in a bad mood?" "No," Liangyan said, refocusing on the myriad lights of the kingdom. "Stop lying. You usually don't have a good expression. But recently you've been so gloomy that even I can't stand it," Muse said, stroking his chin playfully. "Menopause?" Liangyan couldn't be bothered to respond to Muse's nonsensical words. Muse sat beside him, seriously patting his shoulder. "Old Yin, if there's something on your mind, say it. We could discuss it together. After knowing each other for so long, it still feels like there's a distance between our hearts." In contrast, although they were both not good at expressing themselves, Ziyang's emotions were somehow more outward. Liangyan disdainfully brushed off Muse's hand from his shoulder, speaking harshly, "If you have the time, go to sleep and don't bother me. Don't be so heartless. We've known each other for years." Muse did not leave, but instead squeezed next to the windowsill. Liangyan thought he would continue to annoy him, but unexpectedly, he fell silent. The room was very quiet, and since the lights were off, in the dim silence, one faced outward while the other faced inward, their gazes crossing without a word. The next day, AIMO rubbed her sleepy eyes and asked, "Continue field research?" "Yes," and then I brought clean clothes for AIMO and said, "You and Su Chi will continue with the research team on Azure Star and return to the Empire in 3 days." AIMO calculated the time. Indeed, the long winter vacation was coming to an end, and she had made plans to play with Lin Jiahui. However, before leaving the kingdom, she had to say goodbye to the queen. In the hall, AIMO thanked the queen for the generous gift and warmly invited her and her entourage to visit the Empire in the future. The queen responded with a smile and even specially sent sea beast ships to escort the research team out to sea. After leaving the kingdom's waters, the research team boarded a new imperial vessel to continue their research journey. A few days later, when AIMO returned to the Gobi prison, she saw on the news that countries were reporting on Azure Star, leaving her stunned and speechless for a long time. Jia, beside her, said, "This situation has caused widespread panic. It is said that countless royal insect races have descended near the Azure Star domain and the legendary royal, noble, and even imperial insect races have appeared one after another from some cosmic passage. The Bienroi catastrophe is a royal insect race, one of the strongest known enemies of humanity in the universe. However, this time, an insect overlord that surpasses the Bienroi catastrophe has attacked Azure Star. This is no longer just a matter for Azure Star, but rather a catastrophe concerning the survival of the entire universe. So countries have no choice but to set aside their national interests and temporarily unite to deal with the enemy." AIMO wiped her sweat, a bit worried about Deli and the others left behind. No wonder the atmosphere felt so tense when the research team returned to the mothership, and the military refused to let them stay for even a moment, immediately escorting them back to the country. Seeing AIMO's worried face, Jia comforted her, saying, "The Imperial soldiers have been mentally prepared for this. You don't need to worry. Now tell us about your gains this time. If there's anything we need to do, just say it." Given the tense situation, she might be sent to the battlefield later as well. Worrying wouldn't help AI MOE. So, she could only take care of her side first. This trip had yielded rich results, especially since she had clearly understood the marine life. G, you called the prison chief, who sent a team of robots and supernatural beings to assist. AIMO, you directed everyone to dig a fish pond for seawater, providing an oxygen system for the ocean and pouring the seawater she had stored in her space into it. In addition, there were some freshwater creatures like small lobsters, which were her treasure, while others were dealing with seafood. AIMO, Yi took my ma to the pond next to the rice fields to release the lobsters. Sister Yi, are you sure these so-called lobsters are edible? My ma looked at the creatures burrowing into the mud and truly felt at a loss. AIMO, Yi corrected her. No, small lobsters are different from large lobsters. The way to eat them is completely different. She also reserved some small lobsters to stir-fry for lunch. Afterwards, the two returned to the small house, found a large basin, and poured all the lobsters inside. After being raised in her space for a long time, these lobsters were near death, and they wouldn't survive long if released, so it was better to eat them. There were at least 20 pounds. It would take 2 people until tomorrow just to wash them. AIMO, Yi shouted to the surveillance camera. Excuse me, do you have any laser cleaning machines or rinsing machines? Prison Chief Andrew replied in surveillance. Are you sure you want to use a laser machine to wash fish? These are lobsters. AIMO, Yi searched on her phone about the principle of laser machines and felt it probably wouldn't work. Since the Empire didn't even have small lobsters, it naturally wouldn't have a specialized cleaning machine. Forget it, we'll wash them by hand. Seeing this, Andrew personally came to help. AIMO, Yi was quite pregnant and couldn't sit down well. It was also bad for her waist. So she only demonstrated how to wash them and then went to prepare the ingredients. Small lobsters require a lot of spices to mask the earthy and fishy taste. And as for safety, Azure Star didn't have the heavy industrial pollution that Earth used to have, so there was no need to worry about heavy metals. Chapter 313, Unbreakable Bond, Cleaning Crayfish is a big project. My ma and Andrew are squatting by the bucket, scrubbing away, and then they need to cut off part of the crayfish's head, ideally extracting the shrimp vein skillfully. AIMO, Yi is counting her spices: rosemary, cinnamon, cardamom, Sichuan pepper, and chili. The seasonings are all ready, and it's time to finally host a live stream. As soon as she goes online, the fans cheer upon seeing AIMO, Yi wearing a cockroach mask. Tao hasn't been online for a long time. My sister's been doing it for her. I thought you finally worked yourself to death. Don't curse my Taozi like that. Speaking of which, just looking at her posture, you could tell there's definitely something good coming up. Hurry up. Enough chit-chat. Just start the broadcast. AIMO, Yi briefly greets everyone. And after my ma and the others bring in the crayfish, she takes one that has been cleaned and cuts off its head. This is called crayfish, a type of aquatic product. Today, I'm going to make stir-fried crayfish, which tastes best with beer. Crayfish? Why does it look like a cockroach? I don't get it, but I'm looking forward to it. AIMO, Ye's long-awaited live stream ignites enthusiastic discussions among her fans. She picks up another live crayfish for comparison, and the fans feel it doesn't look edible at all. Which part is edible? It seems like none of it is really edible. It's all shell. Everywhere is shell. I feel the same. Do we have to fry the shell until it's super crispy and just eat the shell? Seeing the fans' comments. AIMO, Yi can't help but laugh and holds the crayfish up to the camera to demonstrate. In fact, there isn't much meat on the crayfish. The main appeal is the flavor. As for the meat, it is concentrated in the shrimp ball, which is particularly chewy and firm. 2 hours later, the people outside finally finish processing all the crayfish and deliver them to AIMO, Yi. She heats oil in a pot, first adding a spoonful of homemade bean paste, then minced garlic and ginger slices to release their fragrance, followed by spices, cooking wine, and a bit of sugar, quickly stir-frying until a rich aroma fills the air. While continuing to add seasonings, she chats casually with the fans and mentions some collaborations with the Ministry of Agriculture. Regarding the soybean sauce from before, I've seen everyone's feedback, and they all say it's great. We have more collaborations coming up, like the bean paste I just used, which will gradually be available in more stores through the Ministry of Agriculture. The pot is steaming, and each crayfish is coated in thick chili sauce. The beautiful flavor making my ma and the others, who are off camera, drool. Many people are sending gifs and commenting in the live chat, and it quickly trends, allowing more people to see AI MOE's crayfish livestream. When the crayfish are ready, AI MOE, as usual, tastes them first, driving the fans wild with hunger. AI MOE promises that once they breed more crayfish, they will still be vacuum-packed for sale. After the live stream, everyone tastes the crayfish together. At first, no one knows how to eat them, and a few reckless ones even chew the shells. After AI MOE demonstrates, they still hesitate to spit out the shells, savoring the flavor of the shrimp shells after eating the shrimp balls. 20 pounds of crayfish are simply not enough to eat, and everyone barely gets a taste, eagerly hoping for another time. That night, AI MOE collapses on the sofa, frantically flipping through news programs. She goes through all the major channels of the Interstellar Federation, but finds no news about the Azure Star. Worried, she glances at her phone. The message she sent to Delhi last night is still unread. Gia brings over some milk and says, if the marshal is done for, we should prepare for the aftermath. AI MOE understands Gia's meaning, telling her not to worry. But besides Delhi, there are many people she knows on Azure Star. A bug race more terrifying than the Banji disaster? Just the thought sends shivers down her spine. My ma comes over with some documents regarding the recent transformation of Planet 2B, which need AI MOE as the overall person in charge to verify. The batch of sickly cows and sheep has been saved and is currently lively on the farm, with some already participating in breeding. As it stands, the ranch has no major issues and can operate normally. Mama also brings a report on the climate of Planet 2B and continues because of the grass. The vegetation coverage has increased and the climate has improved a lot. Recently, there was even a rainstorm, which can be said to be a once-in-100-years downpour for Planet 2B. AIMO temporarily sets aside her concerns about Azure Star and focuses on the backyard renovation plan. After reviewing the materials, she feels that the climate has indeed improved and asks, how about afforestation? According to your plan, Sister Yi, various windbray plants have already been planted in the major deserts and Gobi regions. In a while, we will adopt a method of large-scale rainfall. At that time, we will use both technology and psychic abilities to cover Planet 2B with precipitation, improving the global ecological environment as much as possible and preparing for the future creation of a green planet. The two discuss for a long time, and it isn't until late at night that Gia urges them to go to bed. The next morning, it's incredibly hot and dry outside, making AIMOE, who just returned from Ocean Planet, quite uncomfortable. She boards an airship with my ma to head to the planned agricultural area. This area has a relatively good ecological environment, with a water recycling irrigation system established, utilizing natural sandy land to grow suitable food crops. We've already planted watermelons here. The wood-type psychics are trying to stimulate growth, but they aren't as good as you, sister. My ma leads AIMOE through the watermelon field, where many green and white watermelons are hiding under the green sprouts. AIMOE estimates that this watermelon field is at least 10 acres. Many people are working under the scorching sun to weed, kill pests, and fertilize. If it weren't for the intelligent robots moving around between the fields, it would look just like the farmers back on Earth. Are these seeds from us? AIMOE asks. Yes, not just watermelons, but also peanuts, sweet potatoes, and potatoes are being planted in another area, Mama replies. Most of the staff sent by the Ministry of Agriculture have water or wood abilities, but know nothing about traditional farming methods. The youngest, my ma, has become their teacher, teaching them how to farm and how to recycle waste, using limited resources to drive agricultural development. Even AIMO, ye can't help but cheer for my ma, encouraging her. You're doing great, especially organized. Look at this large-scale agricultural area. Even the people from the agricultural base would have to bow down. My ma shyly tugs at her ear and says, it's all thanks to sister's good teaching. I'm just following what you usually do, copying you. AIMO thinks that once my ma is released, her career will be pretty much set. After all, these people still have an unbreakable bond with the land. Chapter 314. New Lily AIMO had just returned, and her phone was blowing up with calls from all sides. First, Lady Emma sent her condolences and expressed that when Delhi returned, she would give that bastard, who disregarded his wife and children, a good beating. AIMO Yi silently lit a candle for Li and then received a message from Lin Jiahui. Lin Jiahui felt that with the recent tense interstellar situation, it was better not to run around, at most just play in the capital. Once she's had enough fun, school would be starting soon. Shondalin's calls came the most frequently, asking every day how AIMO Ye's lily cultivation was going. After all, researcher Xiong Zhuang refused to back down, swearing to kick AIMO Yi out of the plant world, which made Shondalin anxious. Next were Lady Dai Qian and Wen La, both of whom were very concerned about fertility. They had previously taken AIMO Ye's medicine and felt much better, hoping that AIMO Yi could spare some time to check on them again. Consequently, a trip to the capital was inevitable. Taking Li's private airship, AIMO Yi arrived with Jia. Recently, interstellar wars have been frequent, and Jia was worried about AIMO Yi being alone, so she followed her everywhere. AIMO Yi was still living in a small apartment in the city center, and Lin Jiahui arrived as promised. Upon meeting, the two girls excitedly chatted about their experiences during the winter vacation. Lin Jiahui basically interned in her hometown, while AIMO Yi had experienced a lot, but couldn't share much, only vaguely indicating that this winter vacation was quite fulfilling. She also brought 2 large bags of vacuum-sealed spicy crayfish. At first, Lin Jiahui was hesitant to eat them, but after some coaxing, she couldn't stop once she started. So, have you made any progress with your lily research? Lin Jiahui asked, skillfully peeling the crayfish and getting oil all over her hands and mouth. AIMO Yi leaned back on the sofa, playing a mobile game, listening to the sound of raindrops outside the window. Speaking of which, can you accompany me to the Plant Research Center tomorrow? Lin Jiahui understood immediately that it meant something had been developed. Can you show me first? AIMO Yi smiled mysteriously, saying, let's wait until tomorrow. I'll give you a big surprise. Lin Jiahui rolled her eyes at her, calling her stingy. The next day, on the way to the research center, Lin Jiahui kept holding her stomach. Although the crayfish were delicious, they were too spicy, even spicier than chili extract. Lin Jiahui felt like her insides were on fire, especially her stomach. AIMO Yi prepared some pure milk for her and sympathetically said, didn't I tell you yesterday to eat less? Who told you to not stop? They were just too good. I've never had such delicious snacks before. Lin Jiahui didn't regret at all. If she had 2 more bags of crayfish now, she would definitely eat them even at the risk of a stomach perforation. AIMO Yi performed a healing spell for her, and she felt a bit better. Arriving at the Plant Research Institute, Shondalin had received the news early and was already waiting. He knew AIMO Yi had been busy all winter break and hadn't had time to research the lilies, and he had been anxious these days with blisters at the corners of his mouth. AIMO Yi felt guilty and said, I brought back some CT. I heard it has heat-clearing and detoxifying effects. Would you like me to send you a box later? Shondalin was touched, but even more worried, tears welling up in his eyes. Teacher AI, if someone as talented as you were truly kicked out of the plant world, I would turn around and die with researcher Xiong. AIMO Yi felt somewhat guilty and said, I'm sorry for making you worry about my little gamble. I also brought some local specialties to give you. Shondalin waved his hand and asked about the lilies. AIMO Yi still smiled without saying much, which made both Lin Jiahui and Shondalin anxious with curiosity. The 3 of them entered the research room, where, besides Xiong Zhuang, even Count Lei Xiao was present. After some pleasantries, researcher Xiong Zhuang looked smug. Seeing AIMO Yi come empty-handed, he thought she had definitely not cultivated any new lilies and was already overjoyed. AIMO Yi politely greeted everyone and then said to Count Lei Xiao, I'm sorry to trouble you to witness a small matter. During the winter vacation, I obtained quite a few marine specialties. Please pass them on to Lady Wen La. Hoping everything goes smoothly. As she spoke, she took out some specialties from her spatial ring, most of which were plants, including seaweed, sea tea, and even sea stone flowers from the ocean kingdom. Even someone as well-informed as Count Lei Xiao was stunned. He only knew AIMO Yi was interning beside Li in the military and probably went to Azure Star. But he didn't expect her to bring back these items. AIMO Yi prepared gifts for Wen La, mostly dried goods, along with some fresh marine specialties to be given to Shondalin for research to improve the interstellar environment. For a moment, everyone surrounded AI Moe, listening to her introduce the marine specialties, completely ignoring the gambling matter. Xiong Zhuang's thoughts were also attracted. He stared at AI Moe's seafood, feeling as if he were being scratched by a monkey. Chandalin picked up the finished CT and excitedly said, "Is this the CT from Azure Star? It looks magnificent. I wonder what flavor it has." AIMO, you didn't understand what was so magnificent about it. It didn't have any special taste, just salty with a hint of fishiness and a strong aftertaste. It could also be mixed with juice or milk to make milk tea, which should be quite flavorful. For the Interstellar community, where tea products were rare, CT was at least a rare beverage, and no matter how it tasted, it would be sought after as a delicacy. After a noisy introduction, Xiong Zhuang finally remembered the bet and angrily said, "Don't change the subject. Quickly take out the lilies you cultivated." Chandalin scolded, "Researcher Xiong, mind your words." Count Lei Xiao also stood on AIMO's side, solemnly saying, "There is still time left in the 3 months. We can hold the betting another day." AIMOE quickly said, "It's fine, it's fine. Now that I'm here, getting one thing done means less to do later." Under everyone's gaze, she directly took out several pots of lilies from her space. There were the purest lilies from Earth and other varieties that she had genetically edited and stimulated with her powers, like musk, double petal, and dragon tooth lilies, which she had cultivated a few more of while editing genes, and they were growing lush and beautiful. After she displayed the lilies, everyone fell silent. Then, "These pots will serve as the parent plants. Please cultivate more in the Research Institute. As per our previous agreement, please give me a share in the future." AIMOE said with a smile, greeting everyone before leaving with Lin Jiahui. The people in the research room were all in a state of shock. Once in the car, Jia asked, "Is it done? That fast?" AIMOE fastened her seatbelt, calmly saying, "It's not a big deal." Lin Jiahui then reacted, saying softly, "When you graduate, you'll probably be the associate director of the Research Institute, right?" Chapter 315. The reason AIMOE felt that it was not so exaggerated. Graduation was still far away, and career planning could wait. Just as she settled down, AIMOE suddenly remembered something and hurried out the door, telling them to wait for a few minutes. She returned to the research room just as Count Lei Xiao was coming out. "Count," AIMOE politely asked, "I have something I would like to consult you about." Count Lei Xiao had one hand in his pocket, appearing dignified and steady. "You want to ask about the news from the Azure Star?" AIMOE nodded. The prison refused to disclose the situation of the battle, and Jia only said that communication with the Azure Star had been cut off. They were not clear about the truth either. AIMOE also called Lady Emma, but she still avoided the topic, only telling her to take care of her health. But with Delai and others at the eye of the storm in the war, how could she completely put out of her mind? In despair, perhaps asking Count Lei Xiao would yield some information. From AIMOE's face, Count Lei Xiao saw a similar expression to that of his wife, Wen La. The concern and worry were hard to conceal. It was not something that could be alleviated with just a few words. "Miss AI, Marshal Felix is a very powerful man," Count Lei Xiao said in a deep and steady voice in the quiet corridor. "He is the most indestructible leader in the entire history of the Empire." AIMOE lowered her eyes and said, "But he is also flesh and blood. He can be injured. He can die. Moreover," Count Lei Xiao was silent for a moment before speaking again, "I am not in the military department, so I am not clear about the martial strategies. But the marshal is not someone who would use ordinary soldiers as stepping stones. He considers the consequences deeply every time he takes action. The Azure Star has been invaded by the Zerg, and the various countries of the Federation have their own considerations. Delai probably has his own thoughts on this as well. This is not something AIMOE can understand." Not getting an answer from Count Lei Xiao left AIMOE feeling gloomy. After returning to the car, Jia comforted her, saying, "Whether it's the marshal or your senior classmates, none of them are easy to bully. Why do you need to worry?" AIMOE sighed. "I really want to grow up quickly." Jia said, "Not yet. At least wait until graduation, little freshman. After that." AIMOE had no mood to play around in the capital. Lin Jiahui also found it uninteresting and thought it would be better to find AIMOE to get a special pass to continue her internship at the research center. The long winter vacation finally came to an end. Since Deli was not present, Lady Emma firmly insisted on taking AI MOE to report in person. In the luxurious single dormitory, Lady Emma brewed tea, leisurely taking a sip and sighing, "Yes, gardenia tea is really fragrant. Such a rare delicacy is hard to find throughout the entire starry sky." This was a new product developed by AI MOE, combining the fresh scent of gardenia flowers with the rich taste of sea tea, both refreshing and moisturizing. Lady Emma fell in love with it after just one sip. AI MOE, with her mind heavy, looked at the new semester's course schedule on her notebook while saying, "I also developed a new rose black tea, which I will send to the castle in a few days. I hope you will like it." Although Lady Emma was looking forward to it, she cared more about AI MOE's health and gently said, "Soon, this child will be born, and his mother needs to rest and gather strength to sustain growth." AI MOE lowered her head and touched her increasingly large belly. She really felt nothing at all, unlike women on Earth, due to the presence of supernatural abilities. AI MOE, after passing through the morning sickness period, had almost no strong reactions. The doctor had said that this was because her supernatural abilities were strong enough to automatically immune her body to these discomforts. She also didn't have to worry about the pain of childbirth, as with the assistance of medical technology and supernatural beings. Giving birth was easier than going to the bathroom. She was already looking forward to the delivery, imagining that on a certain bright morning, after waking up, her big watermelon belly would flatten. After selecting her elective courses, AI MOE put the notebook aside and her expression grew serious. "Lady, you and His Majesty should know more about Marshal Deli's past than anyone else, right?" The steam rising from the teacup surrounded Lady Emma's beautiful eyes, making them appear particularly deep and stable amidst the mist. "I brought your husband back under very unexpected circumstances." Remembering that time, Lady Emma felt both amused and pained. They had thought he was a new species resulting from the hybridization of humans and plants and almost took him to the Research Institute for dissection. The human, wrapped in a huge dark green armor and sleeping in mucus, seemed abandoned by the whole world, covered in the numbness and despair of dead ash. "So," AI MOE's voice trembled, "is the Marshal a human or a bug?" The room suddenly fell silent, as if isolated from the world, with only the sound of the clock's hands turning becoming clear. Lady Emma's tone held no surprise. "Did you discover anything on the Azure Star?" AI MOE stared at her toes, saying, "I just connected with some things that I am unwilling to believe." She actually hoped that Lady Emma would refute her argument, but Lady Emma clearly had no intention of hiding anything from her. In the distant future, the one accompanying Deli would not be Lady Emma or the Emperor, but AI MOE and the little one in her belly. They would become the Marshal's concern and the reason for his survival. That planet bore the sins left by Deli. Lady Emma said, after connecting everything, "You must feel quite helpless and lost, right? I don't think he is guilty. He is more like a sword." AI MOE paused and said helplessly, "But I am not a victim. I cannot use my understanding to change the objective facts." She was an emotional person, sometimes too empathetic, which made her fall into confusion and entanglement. But if it was a crime committed by Uncle D, it would be unfair. She quietly retorted, "He is a human, right? Originally human. It was the foolishness of two families that created his tragedy, and it was even more sinister people who exploited his abilities. It is too unfair. The victims are turned into knives, bringing slaughter to even more innocent victims." "My good child," Lady Emma squatted down in front of AI MOE, gently caressing her cheek and softly saying, "There has never been fairness in this world. Only ignorant and powerless people would cry out for these two words." At some point, AI MOE was already in tears. In the days after returning to the capital, she had researched a lot of related information. The tyrant brought unparalleled destruction during his years of emergence in the universe, with glorious civilizations wilting under his brutality. How many people have died? What a heavy sin. Lady Emma sighed lightly, holding AI MOE in her arms and gently patting the young girl's frail back. "Perhaps Deli has told you. I can see through souls. From the first meeting, I knew you were a guest from afar. I firmly believe that you came to save Deli. Perhaps with you here, things will become different." She always believed that everything has cause and effect. A strange soul crossing time and space, drawn by an unseen force, intertwining with someone who should have had no intersection and gradually tightening their feelings amid the passage of time. Its existence has its reasons. Chapter 316. Are you back? Have you ever seen a tyrant? Coming from the void, engulfed in flames, everything in its path is destroyed. In front of it, humans are smaller than ants. When Liang Yin said softly, beside him, a golden head squeezed over and thudded onto his shoulder. He turned his head in disgust and saw the profile of Amos. And on Amos's shoulder lay Fei Jianan. Even funnier, Fei Jianan had Ziyang draped over him. The four of them sat in the same row. Their similar postures reminded Wan Liang Yin of his saying, sit in a row, eat fruits. Stop, that's too childish. In the front row, Zidao rummaged through her space and only found a bunch of grapes. What a pity, the fruits my junior brought me before leaving only left this bunch. After washing them, she handed half to the back row. What were you just saying? Ants? Wan Liang Yin took the fruit plate and said, just dreaming. It's the ability and memories passed down through generations. And after he became the only one left in the family, it felt like some kind of curse or resentment. Deepening in his mind, Zidao and Ti asked more and calmly ate grapes. She really liked the grapes grown by Yi, which are different from the kinds on the market that have added essences and sweeteners, made from chemical elements. The natural fruit aroma is something that no technology can replicate. After returning, I should ask my junior for some fruits to eat. They had won this battle and returned early because of school, currently on a spaceship. Fei Jianan also woke up, stretched lazily, and said, didn't T my junior get some crayfish? I wonder how they taste. This time back, we should be able to taste more flavorful snacks. To them, Amayu was a weirdo. She could easily make all kinds of delicious food without adding any harmful essences or colorings. Fruits, seafood, milk, and even various flowers that are nearly extinct in the galaxy became colorful under her catalysis. Ziyang also missed the taste of milk tea. Leaning against the pillow with his eyes closed, he softly said, when we go back, let us drink milk tea. Zidao suddenly remembered something and rummaged through her space again. I have milk and a bit of fried milk tea that my junior gave me. Do you know how to brew it? Ziyang immediately sat up straight, his eyes shining, staring intently at Zidao's space. When Zidao actually took out the milk and tea, he immediately got up to brew it. Fei Jianan and Zidao followed, fearing that Ziyang's skills weren't good and that this remaining treasure would be ruined. Amos seemed to just wake up, not opening his eyes immediately, but first putting on sunglasses. Feeling that he had slept too long, his back hurt. He rubbed his waist, his golden hair standing up in a mess due to static, making him look like a disheveled golden retriever. We're almost there. Wan Liang Yin looked out the window. They had already entered the Imperial Star Domain, and escorting fighter jets had accompanied them for a distance. Their in Interstellar competition this semester, just in time to test my new weapons on people. Amos's eyes behind the sunglasses became wicked. The elegant young man seemed to have darkened. He had practiced against the insect race in the war on Azure Star, but he didn't know how he would fare against humans. By the way, do you have any new plans after graduation? Amos continued, like opening a coffee shop or a mecha repair shop, or staying at the school for a job. They would enter the military, but if interstellar peace prevailed, there would be plenty of free time. In a long stretch of time, doing some part-time work could help pass the time and also earn some pocket money to maintain the huge expenses of weapons and mechas. Wan Liang Yin still ignored him, continuing to look out the window. Amos chattered the moment he woke up, but Wan Liang Yin didn't respond at all. Amos sighed. After all, they had known each other for a few years, but recently he felt the distance was not closing, but rather growing further apart. His roommate and friend always felt heavy and oppressive. This wouldn't he do? Amos sincerely said, if you have any troubling problems, like not being able to pursue the woman you love or suddenly feeling lost in life, feel free to talk to me. As your mature and perfect roommate, I will give you the best truth and advice. Just as Amos was about to continue, Wan Liang Yin finally couldn't take it anymore, turned his head, and coldly said, shut up. The scolded golden retriever instead looked delighted, raising an eyebrow proudly. Oh, so you can talk? Come on, say a couple more words to hear. Go on, shout, hurry up. Wan Liang Yin. So annoying. The He Academy welcomed the start of the school season, busy students bustling around the campus. Everything on Imai's side was well taken care of by Madame Ima, while others were moving luggage in big and small bags. Busy with various procedures for the new semester, she stood on the dormitory balcony, enjoying the scenery. Just like ants moving houses, this shows the importance of space rings. Shandang said behind her, "Those few lilies, my uncle and the dean are treating them as treasures and nurturing them. Today they also have to go to other planets for an exchange meeting to cultivate the lilies as soon as possible." Imai then asked, "What about Xiong Zhuang?" Shandang shrugged, "Waiting for your orders." When Imai took out the lilies, researcher Xiong Zhuang's face turned pale. But he was willing to gamble and admit defeat, letting Shandang ask what Imai needed him to do. From now on, he would be Imai's little brother. Imai valued such talent, saying let him continue the research on the lilies. This person actually has some ability, just too proud and unwilling to admit defeat. Keeping him working in the research institute might be better than driving him away. Shandang sent the message to Xiong Zhuang, and he quickly replied with a silent expression. Imai enjoyed the scenery for a while, then turned her head and asked, "Are you from the agricultural college, running over to our medical department to be a spy? Everyone is busy today. Why is this girl so free?" Shandang rolled her eyes. "Do you think I'm willing to come?" "I'm just relaying a message for Xiong Zhuang. I'm leaving." The girl left gracefully. After she left, Imai immediately took out her phone. The news in the past few days was overwhelming, reporting on matters regarding Azure Star. Under the joint efforts of various countries, Azure Star was protected at a great cost, and the insect race was completely repelled. The Imperial Army also withdrew in batches, while Delhi remained on Azure Star for cleanup. Imai had sent a message, but received no response. Opening the chat interface, the messages she sent were met with silence on the other end. Although she knew Delhi wouldn't be in trouble, she couldn't help but feel a deep-seated fear. Just as she was feeling down, her phone dinged with a message notification. She quickly looked up, her gray eyes suddenly brighter than the warm sun in March. "Delhi, there are too many messages. Which one should I reply to first?" Imai's lips curled up, quickly typing. "Are you still alive?" "Delhi, if you died, it would count as half a national mourning. You would know right away." Imai huffed playfully and asked again, "Are you back?" Chapter 317. Major transformation of 2B. Star the Marshal has returned to the Imperial capital, but he is busy at the military headquarters for the next few days. AIMO has many questions she wants to ask, but considering he is stretched thin, it's better to chat later. The new semester's courses remain tight, and AIMO primarily relies on online classes. Once the enrollment procedures are all in order, she can return to 2B Star. The Ministry of Agriculture has new plans, and the Minister of Agriculture personally came to see AIMO. 2B Star is undergoing a smooth transformation. Regarding the rice seeds you mentioned, our researchers have developed new varieties after improvement. AIMO looked at the genetic sequence of the rice seeds and unexpectedly said, "They align even better with the current situation than I imagined. Your subordinates are truly talented." The Minister of Agriculture replied, "No talent can compare to Miss AI." He expressed his comfort, saying, "I can already envision the day when every household can enjoy natural rice." AIMO is also looking forward to the moment when a large amount of star coins floods into her account. Afterward, she took the Minister of Agriculture to inspect 2B Star. The ranch had already been successfully established, with cows and sheep grazing on the serene grasslands, and the rich aroma wafting from the nearby dairy processing plant. AIMO introduced the factory, saying, "This is where we process pure natural milk into products like cheese, fermented yogurt, milk slices, and milk sticks." The workers are either reform inmates or impoverished individuals from slums, receiving appropriate compensation for their labor. The processed dairy products are sent out from AIMO's live streaming room, selling out in mere seconds every time they are listed. The Minister of Agriculture, unfamiliar with yogurt, was stunned after tasting it. "What a rich flavor. Is it made from pure milk?" "Yes, it requires fermentation, a very simple process," AIMO explained. "Thanks to high-tech machinery, even complex procedures have become straightforward." As the Minister of Agriculture watched various dairy products being shipped out from the factory, tears of joy welled up in his eyes. The citizens will eventually welcome a day free from the harm of industrial additives. Afterward, AIMO had to attend class. So she asked Gia to continue the minister's tour. Gia was more straightforward, pointing out various locations, saying this is the seafood pool. And over there is the freshwater pool. The tallest tower is the water source maintained by water system ability users, with various pipelines transporting water resources across the planet. Can you see that oasis in the distance? It has just been created with various wind and sand protection. Her unstructured introduction left the Minister of Agriculture confused. Many factories have been built on this planet, all for AI MOES food processing. Her seafood, bamboo shoots, and various mushroom snacks are being delivered throughout the empire via her live streaming room, gaining increasing fame and a growing fan base. To meet more dietary needs, it is necessary to expand the bamboo groves, build ponds, and create forest orchards to support the production of raw materials. Today, 2B Star resembles a natural ingredient production site, and the costs invested to maintain its operation are incalculable. After a day of touring, the Minister of Agriculture left with expectations and enthusiasm for the future. In the evening, after class, AIMO had a video call with Su Chi. On the weekend, my seniors want to come over to play, and I'll join them. Su Chi said, I also left some plants here for you to take care of, so I'll come by to check on them. Sure, AIMO replied. I just happen to be making new snacks this weekend, so you can come and help out. See you then. Bye. Ending the video call. AIMO turned around and saw Gia looking completely exhausted. Sister Gia, my mom made milk cake. You should eat some. Gia collapsed on the sofa and said, I'm not eating anymore. I'm done for. Things are not like before, when it was enough to just manage the Gobi prison. Now the entire planet is undergoing a major reform. And she and my ma are so busy that they wish there were 72 hours in a day. The benefit, however, is that there is an increasing variety of edible food. Sometimes, while walking along the road, one can casually pick and eat a fruit from the roadside fruit trees. AIMO was looking at the overall planning of the planet. She had planted fruit trees in several locations. Jujube and sea buckthorn are essential, and she had also prepared grapefruit trees early on. Additionally, through genetic editing, she had developed peach trees that are more suitable for the environment and climate of 2B Star. Unlike the peach trees from Earth, the modified fresh peaches have a relatively mild taste, and due to the climate, the moisture is insufficient. She needs to find ways to continue fertilizing and improving. Otherwise, even if interstellar people can accept these peaches, she finds them too bland. Gia, who was initially dozing off, suddenly remembered something and reluctantly opened her eyes, saying, the Marshal seems to have returned to the military satellite. If you want to go, I can accompany you. AIMO felt that it wasn't necessary for the time being. Once Uncle D finishes his work, he should come see me. The news program was continuously reporting on the interstellar situation. Blue Star suffered heavy losses, with half of the planet destroyed due to an insectoid attack. And this fear has spread to other planets. The Empire, with its strong military strength and the war god D lies stationed there, did not cause the citizens to worry too much. However, many independent countries outside the Federation had reached a state of panic, with riots breaking out everywhere. That night, AIMO fell asleep anxiously to the sound of the news broadcast. In the middle of the night, someone turned off the television and then carried AIMO, who was lying on her desk, to bed. The familiar scent of pine and snow lingered, and AIMO opened her eyes drowsily. Uncle D, a hand covered her eyes, blocking the harsh light. Deli whispered, it's okay, continue sleeping. AIMO nestled in his arms, rubbing her head against his waist, and soon fell asleep again. She thought it was just a dream, but when AIMO opened her eyes in the morning, she realized that someone was indeed beside her. She was puzzled, wondering if Gia had come to sleep with her, when my ma suddenly burst through the door, loudly exclaiming, Sister Yi, your online class. I'm so sorry, I'll go poke my eyes out. With a bang, my ma slammed the door and left. AIMO rubbed her eyes, and then noticed that the person half lying next to her was actually the Marshal who should have been at the military satellite. Uncle D, you didn't tell me you were coming? AIMO awkwardly and sadly adjusted the strap that had slipped down to her shoulder. I sent a message, but a certain little friend didn't reply. Deli leaned against the headboard, looking at messages on his terminal, his long legs bent awkwardly on the bed. AIMO quickly checked her phone, feeling a headache coming on. Who asks someone at 1:30 a.m. if they're asleep? I'm pregnant. Pregnant women can't stay up late. Deli didn't shift his gaze from the terminal, only reaching out to rub her head. AIMO lowered her head in annoyance, and her gaze suddenly froze. This was originally a single bed, spacious for one person. But with the addition of the tall and strong Marshal, it felt particularly cramped. Plus, the climate in the Gobi prison was quite hot, so she usually wore a camisole to sleep. After rolling around all night, not only had the strap slipped off, but her skirt had also rolled up to her thighs. Chapter 3:18 coordinates. Perhaps this posture was the result of the Marshal's adjustment. AIMO felt her forehead was smoking, and she turned bright red all of a sudden. She was almost late for class and needed to change clothes, but the Marshal showed no signs of moving, firmly occupying the side of the bed. With a sigh, AIMO tried to pull down her skirt to cover her body. Uncle D, I need to change clothes. It was already straightforward enough, but the Marshal remained non-committal. I'm here. Does it affect your coordination? Can't you even change clothes? AIMO gritted her teeth and replied, men and women shouldn't be too close, especially since I'm only wearing a nightgown right now. It seemed that Deli just then realized, looking down at her with a critical gaze, as if judging her current figure from a high position. The next moment, AIMO heard him unleash his long-lost sharp tongue. For the time being, I won't have any indecent thoughts about the silly little penguin. Then, the frustrated AIMO picked up a pillow and, regardless of whether it was rebellious or not, pounded it on the Marshal with a series of thumps. After finally driving him away, AIMO angrily changed her clothes. This person really knows how to come up with new animal descriptors. After that, she completely ignored Deli, attending class and then taking time to send materials to the Ministry of Agriculture, contacting the Research Institute to guide the lily cultivation work, all while giving Deli not a single glance. Thus, the lonely Marshal sat by the flower field, playing with Dada. Gia, beside AIMO, looked at the Marshal, who was savoring tea and admiring flowers under the blazing sun, and said with admiration, the temperature in the Gobi area is pushing 45 degrees at noon, yet the Marshal can remain unperturbed and exposed to the sun for 3 hours in such weather. He's simply a deity. Whether he is a god of divinity or a god of lunacy is open to debate. AIMO pondered, has his brain been damaged? Deli rarely came over, and after AIMO calmed down, she felt that something was off. The issue of the insect race in the starry sky was causing chaos. Yet the great Marshal himself wasn't stationed at the military headquarters, but was running to a prison to adapt to a retirement lifestyle. She observed Deli with suspicion all day and found that he was genuinely here for a vacation. At night, as the temperature dropped, Gia adjusted the central air conditioning and wisely took my ma to sleep at the farm. AIMO continued to set the temperature below 10 degrees and pulled out her winter pajamas to change into. The Marshal certainly understood the meaning behind her actions. After all, winter pajamas consist of top and pants, and no matter how poor her sleeping posture was, it wouldn't ride up as much as a nightgown. What a pity for the little quail's head. At night, the two naturally squeezed into the small bed. AIMO adjusted her position, feeling uncomfortable no matter how she slept, and in a fit of irritation, she simply draped her legs over Deli's thigh, wrapping herself around him like an octopus. Although Deli didn't need to be stationed on a military satellite, he still had a series of pending tasks to deal with in the terminal, and even leaning against the headboard, he had to continue handling official business. Seeing AIMO lift her legs over, he gently pressed on her feet, asking, "Are your feet a bit swollen?" "Not at all. They're just fat," AIMO said. Deli pressed again and felt that they were still swollen. When he had time, he would read about pregnancy knowledge and knew that there could be some swelling in the later stages. He had thought AIMO was strong enough that her body wouldn't have these issues, but he didn't expect that what was meant to come would still come. "Do you want me to take you to the hospital?" "No need," AIMO said, burying her head under the blanket, sounding muffled. "It'll be fine once I give birth." She was well aware of her physical condition, and any minor ailments were under her control. However, Deli didn't think that just because she was a medical student, she could disregard minor health issues. "Doctors don't treat themselves. Don't be too strong," he paused, looking down at her dark, fluffy head and said softly, "Even if you're an SSS-level ability user, it doesn't mean you're indestructible." Yi felt drowsy, resting her head on his waist, yawning as she said, "I'm really fine." Just after she finished speaking, she fell asleep again. Li put down the terminal, and his usually calm eyes revealed a hint of worry. The way the two met felt like a destined intertwining, as if two lines that should not intersect unexpectedly tangled together. Even the long-standing issue of difficult childbirth in the starry sky became a bond connecting the two. Li had always hoped that Yi could become strong enough to protect herself without relying on anyone else's abilities. When he was around, he could shield Yi from the wind and rain. When he was gone, she could still live well. Hadn't he already arranged everything nicely? Whether it was the elders of the Felix family, the Emperor and Lady Emma, or even the Ministry of Agriculture, the Plant Research Institute, and the group Yi met at the He Institute, everyone was her support, even if he were no longer there. It wouldn't leave an irreplaceable void in her life. So now, what was he still lingering over? His long, bony fingers gently threaded through Yi's hair, meticulously combing it. Such tender gestures had never been seen from the Marshal before. The next day was the weekend, and Yi woke up late. While the Marshal had not yet left, he returned from the rose garden with a bouquet of fresh flowers, planning to make Rose sweet wine on the spot. Yi was quite puzzled. Was this person really not busy? Before she could ask, another airship landed at the Gobi prison, and the visitors were Su Qi and Zi Dao, among others. They came from the He Institute, unaware that Li was also there, and upon seeing him, they went from being excited to looking like frostbitten eggplants. However, Yi soon treated them to good food and drink, which finally eased the awkward atmosphere. Su Qi took a few boys to the orchard to see his avocado trees, while Yi and Zi Dao went to pick cotton. It was still the interstellar mutated species they had brought back together during their internship training with Li. The highly aggressive ones were planted separately, while ordinary cotton was cultivated by ability users, and now it was the harvest season. From a distance, Yi caught sight of when Liang Yan's back and asked casually, "Senior one, it seemed you're not a noble?" That senior had always been solitary, and she had never heard him mention anything about his parents. Zi Dao was not from the same year as when Liang Yan, and if it weren't for their mutual internship at the military, they wouldn't have had much interaction. Yi thought it would be better to ask Li directly. She changed the subject and asked, "How's it going in the Moon God Kingdom? The Queen and the others weren't injured in the war, right? You should be able to see it in the news. There have been reports all over about the Azure Star these days." Zi Dao quickly replied, picking a basket of cotton. This pure and soft plant intrigued her, and she began picking faster. "We're stationed in the Moon God Kingdom, so it hasn't been hit too hard." Yi felt a bit worried. "I saw in the news that the interstellar insect race is rioting, and many planets have already been attacked." Zi Dao was unconcerned. "Anyway, we've already determined the coordinates of the road, and with the strength of the entire starry sky. This little disturbance will be resolved quickly." Yi asked in confusion. Road? Chapter 319. Calamity. Zi Dao smiled and looked at her belly, saying, "It's just a small matter. You don't need to worry about it. This child should be almost full term, right?" "Yeah, the due date is around March or April. I'll be delivering soon." Just thinking about the day, she wouldn't have to carry the belly anymore. Yi radiated a warmth comparable to the sun. Seeing her so busy and with heavy academic pressures, Zi Dao couldn't help but ask, "Who's going to take care of the child?" "Either Lady Emma or the elders from the Marshal's family." Yi replied helplessly. "These past few days, my phone has been blowing up with calls from people competing for custody." She didn't understand why those people were so eager to take care of children, but it did solve her problem to a large extent. It was certainly easier than plowing 100 acres of land alone as a new mother. Before finishing her cotton harvest, Yi started a live stream to show her fans the natural cotton she was growing. "My sister showed everyone the cotton flowers before. Now here are the fruits." Yi pointed the camera at a handful of soft cotton, as fluffy as clouds, and said, "In the past on Earth, cotton was a common war material. But in the interstellar era, natural cotton is nearly extinct." As usual, her fans were very supportive. "It looks beautiful. but I wonder if it's edible. Although Chow Chow is an eating broadcaster, it doesn't mean everything is edible, okay? First of all, Chow Chow is not an eating broadcaster, and secondly, is cotton a flower? Why is it called cotton? I know this. Ancient books mentioned it was only used by nobles a long time ago. Although natural cotton no longer existed in the Interstellar era, there were more advanced materials for insulation, so cotton was not irreplaceable. AIMO planted cotton to make pure, additive-free diapers, 100-day blankets, and baby clothes for a little one. After the live stream, Su Chi and others returned from the orchard with many fruits. Among them, the most eye-catching were the green avocados, some of which were brown and partially ripe. This was also a fruit that AIMO had improved multiple times. Its texture was creamy like ice cream, but it had neither sweetness nor rich juice, making it quite difficult for everyone to eat. AIMO brought out yogurt to teach them how to pair it with the avocado, which made it more palatable. Compared to avocado, Su Chi preferred yogurt. Does anyone really like eating avocado? If it's not paired with yogurt, I don't even want to take a bite. AIMO said, avocados are very nutritious, but many people might not be able to accept their texture. So I'm not planning to introduce them to the public yet. She had already delivered various fruit trees and vines, such as watermelons, grapes, and pomelos, as well as mulberries, passion fruits, and lemons, for large-scale cultivation on Planet 2B or at agricultural bases. More and more natural fruits were circulating in the market, with the Ministry of Agriculture adjusting prices uniformly and sharing profits with AIMO after sales. After finishing the fruit feast, the group washed small crayfish together in the afternoon, planning to have a hearty meal in the evening. They initially wanted to stay longer, but with the marshal present, they felt uneasy and had to leave early. That night, AIMO had grown accustomed to the marshal's presence. She lay on one side against the wall, waiting for him to recline beside her before she draped her legs over him. I heard my senior mention something about a road today. What is that? She asked eagerly. Simply put, it's a passage. When the insect race jumps through space from a certain star region, it uses this road as a medium to appear in various places in that star region. Delai explained succinctly without hiding anything. AIMO suddenly had an epiphany, realizing, the reason you let Bu Jianzhou go is to use the war on Blue Star to determine the road the insect race takes to attack. Delai raised an eyebrow in surprise and said, what did you eat to become so clever? AIMO wasn't in the mood for banter. It was an obvious truth that, in the universe, interstellar people practically controlled every corner of various star regions. But humans had never known where the higher-level insect races, such as the king, lord, emperor, or even ancient levels, were hiding. They always appeared out of nowhere, bringing great disasters to certain star regions or even the entire universe, and then mysteriously vanished without a trace, leaving no evidence behind. Could it be inferred that they existed in different times and spaces and broke through using some medium? Perhaps Delai had already noticed that Dr. Martin and Bu Jianzhou were conspiring about something. He might even have known that Blue Star was the target of their experiments and would be attacked by the insect race. His purpose was merely to confirm the method and location of the insect race's transtemporal arrival, even if it meant sacrificing all the citizens of Blue Star. Facing AIMO, who was speechless, the marshal still did not hide the truth and said calmly, they are not my citizens. They do not receive my protection. AIMO's eyes widened painfully, and after a long moment, she blinked hard to regain her composure. The room fell silent until Delai spoke first. Aren't you going to blame me? AIMO shook her head and poked him in the waist with an unhappy expression, muttering, you are the marshal. It's not up to a little girl like me to question you. Delai silently smiled, running his fingers through a strand of her black hair, and gently said, you don't need to have too much empathy. AIMO closed her eyes, suppressing her swirling thoughts, and then hesitantly said, Senior One, he looks very handsome, and his appearance is very similar to that of the citizens. Delai gently patted her back and said slowly, don't think too much. It was a completely nonsensical statement, but it seemed to convey to AIMO that he understood everything. So, there was no need to worry too much. Under his gentle reassurance, AIMO gradually closed her eyes and fell asleep. When she woke up the next day, The marshal was no longer beside her. After spending 2 days together, he had left without a word, which inevitably made Aimoye feel a bit disappointed. Ji was in the living room, watching the morning news. After hearing movement behind her, she sipped her soy milk and said without turning around, "You should eat first. My mom made fried dough sticks early in the morning and almost burned the pot." "Gia, what is the news about?" Aimoye walked over. "It's a summary of the aftermath from a queen on Blue Star." The news featured Queen Jing, with the judge and the head of the guards behind her, along with some familiar faces. It seemed that everyone was okay. The queen appeared stable and mentioned that they would quickly rebuild their home and cooperate with the interstellar community to combat the insect race. However, other news was quite alarming. Not only were there internal conflicts between countries, but the insect race, which had crossed over from other time and space, was becoming increasingly elusive, and multiple planets had been destroyed. After thousands of years of civilization rebuilding following a great extinction, humanity was rapidly being crushed again. The military mobilization of the Empire had also become urgent, and even Gia, a highly capable prison guard, was temporarily assigned to the military and would depart tomorrow. After finishing her soy milk, Gia noticed Aimoye's worried expression and joked, "With the army around, everything will be fine. We will definitely get through this calamity." Chapter 320. Artificial Ocean. However, the interstellar situation did not improve due to humanity's prayers. In the star region, centered around the Serpens constellation, countless Zerg swarmed and spread throughout the universe, and within just a few days, the Interstellar Federation received multiple requests for support. In the morning, Aimoye watched the news, which reported the number of casualties in a certain star region, with the statistics already reaching billions. The other planets that were devoured by the Zerg or perished in the universe, which were not recorded, were countless. This was a crisis no less severe than the mass extinction of species thousands of years ago. Aimoye reminded herself not to worry and to focus on her class. However, right after class, an unexpected visitor arrived. The news was still broadcasting an interview with the Queen of the Moon God Kingdom, while the Queen herself had already arrived at Aimoye's farm. Although she knew that the marshal's wife would not be an insignificant person, it was still hard to believe when she actually saw her. The queen wandered through the rose bushes, marveling at them. Aimoye patiently accompanied her, as she was a wood-type ability user, making it easier for her. The queen sighed, saying that if her kingdom had someone like Aimoye, rebuilding would not be a concern. She pointed to the roses and asked if they were the same as those from Earth, because they had a fragrance. They were far superior to the fragrance-free versions that were prevalent in the universe, with complete flower shapes and beautiful blossoms that captivated the queen. Aimoye replied that she had cultivated them herself and offered to preserve some with a fresh-keeping agent for the queen to take with her. She had a large flower field here, and an experimental rose field also occupied a piece of wasteland on Planet 2B, which had been transformed for planting. In the future, roses would become increasingly common. The queen did not refuse Aimoye's gift and continued to explore, becoming more and more fascinated. It was truly a beautiful place. It was hard to imagine it had once been a desert. "Miss AI, you are truly incredible. If I were not a queen burdened with the unavoidable responsibilities of my country, I would love to come here to work for a while and enjoy some peace." Speaking of which, the queen said, "I have always looked forward to the day I could see the marshal's wife in public. But you have never accompanied Marshal Felix to any events?" Aimoye shrugged, saying he didn't need her. Delhi had no expectations of her as his wife and did not require her to attend public events with him, nor was there any official business to attend to. "No wonder," the queen said, "I have some things I want to discuss with you, but I have not had the opportunity to meet, so I had to come in person." Aimoye instinctively felt it wouldn't be good news and asked bluntly, "Will it put me in a difficult position?" The queen smiled graciously, hoping it wouldn't. In the battle for the Blue Star, even with the Imperial Joint Defense, the ocean regions had still been severely damaged. Many species had already gone extinct, while here at Aimoye's, the current ocean resources were richer than those of the Blue Star. Thus, with mixed feelings, the queen hoped Aimoye could return some marine life to allow the oceanic civilization to continue on the Blue Star. This was not a difficult task for AIMOE. The marine life she had taken was countless, from creatures to gems from the sea, filling one space. And before leaving, she asked Eli for a few spatial rings to fill them to the brim. In the end, she left amidst the pained gazes of the witch doctors and judges. After returning to Planet 2B, with the help of the prison warden and others, she used modern technology to excavate a marine pond, injecting it with ocean water brought back with water system crystal nuclei. This pond has been managed by dedicated personnel who have been diligently caring for these marine creatures. AIMOE took the Queen on an airship, and as they arrived above the ocean, the salty sea breeze hit them. Just as the airship hovered in midair, a whale leaped out of the ocean's surface, startling a flock of seabirds flying overhead. The Queen watched this scene with particularly complex feelings. Achieving such a result in such a short time, was this one of the keys to the Empire's strength and prosperity? The energy invested and the resources consumed were also incalculable. During her free time, AIMOE had casually glanced at the financial reports submitted and was so shocked she nearly lost her soul. The Empire had made enormous efforts and sacrifices to restore the ecology. Because of this, her burden had become quite heavy. If she didn't achieve some results, it would seem very unfair to the citizens who worked hard to pay taxes. In the center of the ocean was an artificially constructed island, where ability users and researchers responsible for maintaining the ocean ecology worked and lived. When AIMOE landed, she took the Queen to find the person in charge. Just then, Warden Andrew was also present, and upon seeing AIMOE, he joked, "Here to inspect your backyard, little Star Master." AIMOE laughed, saying, "Please don't tease me. Although I do plan to buy a wasteland, I really can't manage it right now." Andrew recognized the Queen from the start, but since she did not indicate her identity, he did not mention it, only nodding in acknowledgement. AIMOE stated her purpose, and several staff members came to receive them. In the center of the command room was a large screen composed of thousands of surveillance cameras, overseeing every corner of the vast ocean. The Queen watched the spectacular sight and once again exclaimed at the terrifying execution capability. Clearly, the army was still engaged in external warfare, yet internally there was no sign of chaos due to the war. Everything was still proceeding in an orderly manner, and the citizens showed no panic. It was truly a terrifying nation. AIMOE smiled, sat down at the control panel, and casually tapped the projection keyboard to bring up images from several zones. This area was actually a freshwater resource zone, with several developed marshes. The creatures living here were freshwater species that AIMOE and the research teams had brought back from the Blue Star. Creatures like river dolphins, otters, pelicans, and even flamingos elegantly walked and hunted in the shallow pools with floating green grass. Originally, AIMOE had no intention of moving these freshwater creatures, but unexpectedly, Eli had specifically consulted the Emperor. The Emperor stated that the entire nation would fully cooperate with AIMOE's plan to create a second small blue star. Therefore, AIMOE and the research teams ruthlessly scavenged various species. When she returned to 2B, Eli did not forget to send a team during the war to gather specimens of the major species from the Blue Star and send them to AIMOE, serving as a preservation of the seeds of life. Fortunately, because of this, after the Blue Star suffered from the ravages of war, many species went extinct, yet Planet 2B still had some remnants. As AIMOE adjusted the various images, the Queen selected species that no longer existed on the Blue Star, noting them down for someone to capture and retrieve later. As the camera moved, the Queen noticed someone standing by a stream, scooping up 2 river clams. "Aren't there too many river clams?" she asked. "Yes, I specifically opened a small marsh to cultivate river clams," AIMOE said eagerly. "Once the ocean ecosystem stabilizes, I will set up a farm to specifically raise clams for pearls." Chapter 3:21. Do you have someone you like? Currently, in the entire starry realm, aside from the ocean planet Azure Star, there are no more natural pearls in other star regions, as they are all synthesized from chemical materials. AIMOE firmly believes that once natural pearls hit the market, they will definitely be in high demand. The Queen chuckled. "It seems you're more interested in making money." When it comes to money, AIMOE feels a bit weary. How to put it? When she had no money, She thought about it every day, but now that she has money, she doesn't know what to do with it. Indeed, once wealth becomes abundant, one realizes how spiritually lacking and empty one is. After spending several hours adjusting all the surveillance, the queen also finalized part of the marine life. Some creatures are still relatively fragile and are not suitable for long-distance transport, so they will be gifted to the Moon God Kingdom by the Empire in the future. The two countries are currently in a state of friendly diplomatic relations, and there will be many opportunities for the Queen and AI MOE to meet in the future. On the airship back to the prison, the Queen's side, superhumans are a scarce resource wherever they go, yet your empire actually has them farming and fishing. There are thousands of water system superhumans distributed in the sea area, and nearly 200,000 light superhumans have been recruited on the entire 2B planet. The prison warden joked, "Thanks to Miss AI for driving the rapid economic development and providing many job opportunities. AI MOE has grown accustomed to being teased. After all those long years, she always needs something to do, as being idle leads to wandering thoughts. In the future, more superhumans will be dispatched to 2B planet, and once 2B planet succeeds as a test site, other planets in the Empire will gradually be developed and transformed. If it weren't for the sudden interstellar war, AI MOE would have a very optimistic outlook on the future. Just thinking about the chaotic interstellar situation at present makes her eyes dim. Clearly, the citizens are not as tense as she is. Only she seems to have a premonition of something bad happening, always worried. Seeing this, the queen gently rubbed her head, as if to comfort a cute little sister. Don't show such a troubled expression, otherwise, your Lord Marshal will worry. AI MOE felt downcast and glanced out the window, hoping there would be no unexpected incidents. On the military satellite, a few special operations teams had just finished clearing out the insect tribe near the defense line and quickly went to the command room to report militarily. After the report, the other generals left, leaving only Tsin Chung behind. The situation is urgent. We need to finalize the plan as soon as possible. Marshal. Tsin Chung was covered in blood, exuding the stench of the insect tribe. Delay lifted his head from a desk piled high with documents, his cold and stern gaze landing on the wound on Tsin Chung's abdomen. Go to the medical room. I'm not going, Tsin Chung replied defiantly. The medical room has some insufferable decorated idiot doctor. If AI MOE were there, he would have gone long ago. Healing was not the point. The point was that AI MOE would bring him snacks. Delay let him be and quickly stamped various documents, his movements so swift they left after images. Recently, network security has been under severe threat, so to keep records and backups, electronic information has been converted into paper materials, leading to a significant increase in Delay's clerical workload. Annie came in with coffee and said, "You should take a break, Marshal." Since returning from AI MOE's side, Delay had not slept for several days. Tsin Chung encouraged him. "It's because Miss AI is not here. Do you feel lonely and empty at home? Since this place is close to Miss AI, why not go find her?" Annie chimed in, "I'll arrange the airship right away." Delay ignored them, but did not refuse, continuing to stamp the mountain of documents. So, in the afternoon, just after finishing class and preparing to pick flowers in the flower field, AI MOE saw the Marshal's airship landing. The Marshal entered the room without a word, occupying AI MOE's desk, and then took out stacks of documents from his space, continuing to stamp without pause. The synthetic paper pages scattered like snowflakes, making AI MOE feel nauseated. For a full half hour, she watched the Marshal sitting there, constantly stamping, as if a numb and stiff expression had already appeared on his face. What a pitiful person. A few pages drifted to AI MOE's feet. She bent down to pick them up and saw that the signature was one of Liang Yan's. The content was essentially a request to join the upcoming military action. "Uncle D this." Delay took it and stamped it without even looking. "It's a military operation. They all have to participate." AI MOE couldn't read it carefully and asked, "Do I have to participate too?" Having just dealt with a mountain of documents, Delay pushed the stamp aside, cleared a little space, and gently pulled AI MOE closer. Because he was sitting, the usually towering Marshal was slightly shorter than AI MOE. He looked up at her, his beautiful ice blue eyes reflecting her worried face. After you give birth to this child, there will be no one and nothing that can hinder you. AIMO, eyes flickered. What about you? I won't be hindered either. The marshal raised his hand to stroke AIMO's smooth, fair cheek. AIMO, always felt that his gaze was a bit strange. It seemed both affectionate and resolute, as if he were about to embark on a long journey, but couldn't let go of his worries for the person he cared about. Her heart skipped a beat, and AIMO, blurted out, "Are you leaving?" Her tone was anxious, even somewhat intense, as she instinctively grasped the marshal's sleeve, clutching the shimmering silver button. The marshal smiled silently. He gently traced AIMO's brow and eye contours, as if he wanted to imprint her face deeply in his mind. "You are growing up slowly. There will be over 200 more years of long life ahead." AIMO didn't understand and tilted her head to look at him. Delai's mood was quite complex. He always thought he wouldn't have any attachments. But why was he always unable to face AIMO calmly? Because of an accident, he had a blood tie with her, leading from initially caring for her with ulterior motives to later marrying her out of necessity. Whether it was AIMO or the unborn child in her womb, they should all be his responsibilities. But now, he must atone for his sins and cannot continue to evade. With his palm resting on AIMO's waist, Delai seriously asked, "In school, do you have a type of mail you like?" AIMO squinted her eyes, pretending to threaten him. "I'll cut you." Realizing that this statement was not quite right, the marshal awkwardly cleared his throat and explained, "What I mean is, after the contract marriage ends, you can regain your freedom. If you like someone now, I can help you investigate." The more he spoke, the more awkward it became. AIMO did not feel angry at this inexplicable statement. Instead, she found Delai quite strange, perhaps because he had never been in love. The marshal was entirely not as adept at handling romantic matters as he was with military affairs. Frustratedly scratching her head, AIMO tried to organize this chaotic conversation. "Honestly, what exactly do you want to express?" Chapter 322. Complexity. The great marshal fell silent again. He originally wanted to say that he would never restrict AIMO's freedom to choose a partner. If one day in the future he was no longer by her side, she could freely fall in love, get married, and have children, the Felix family would still be her support. And as long as the family existed, no one could block her path. But why was it so difficult to say such words openly? Just thinking about the future. Perhaps there would really be another man by AIMO's side. Caring for her and being attentive made the marshal's mood quite subtle. AIMO placed her finger on his forehead and muttered to herself, "Is it because I'm too tired from work that I'm getting a fever? No, that's not it. Am I still half asleep? Possessed? Brain dead?" The more she spoke, the more chaotic it became, and Delai completely gave up on this topic. His little quail was not a mindless parasite. She didn't need him to arrange her future path. What kind of life she wanted to live, what kind of person she wanted to become, she would explore and pursue in the years to come. At a time when the interstellar situation was becoming increasingly tense, the leaders of the Interstellar Federation jointly issued an announcement to all humanity. In the news, faces represented the top military strength of humanity. In multiple wars, we have determined the coordinates of the route. The Federation will launch a precise strike on the route in 10 days, cutting off the Zerg's invasion of our star domain. The battle between humanity and the high-level Zerg has lasted for thousands of years, and this will mark the end of that era. We swear to defend the everlasting and brilliant civilization of humanity with our lives. Countries successively carried out precise strikes on the route, and the Zerg from other universes were hindered in their advance, but military leaders did not show relaxed expressions to the citizens. This indicated that the situation remained severe. AIMO visited her school, where classmates were discussing this matter. The military academy was a place of training. Once war broke out, these military preparatory students would also step onto the battlefield early. Due to her approaching due date, AIMO also needed to undergo a physical examination at the hospital. Madam Emma accompanied her, reassuring AIMO not to be nervous. AIMO sat in a wheelchair, feeling particularly complex, thinking, "I'm really not at the point of being unable to walk, madam." In fact, she could say that she was strong enough to slaughter pigs. Madam Emma happily pushed her, saying, "You're too active, yee. You haven't given me a chance to take care of you throughout the pregnancy. Now let me experience what it's like to be a mother and take good care of my pregnant daughter. Okay?" AIMO, you try to sort out this statement and asked, "Will Uncle D come back when I give birth? If he dares not come back, I'll twist his head off and make soup for you. How about that?" Madam Emma said indulgently. AIMO, ye stroked her pregnant belly, her gaze vacant. Just imagine, when she lifts the pot lid, she sees the marshal's head floating in the soup, black hair mixed with green onions gently swaying, icy blue eyes hazy with moisture, staring back at her. Thinking of this, AIMO, ye shivered violently. How horrifying, yet strangely funny, what was going on. After pushing AIMO, ye to the hospital room, Madam Emma had to personally handle some procedures, asking AIMO, ye to wait a bit. The hospital room had already been prepared in advance, where she would stay for a few days before and after giving birth. However, given her healthy condition, this hospital room might not be needed. She would probably be discharged within half a day after giving birth. Interstellar women, as long as they made it to childbirth, would almost never have any after effects. Once the door closed, AIMO, ye stood up in the wheelchair and stretched. The imperial capital was very calm. People were cramming into public transport shuttles for work, while others were lying at home like salted fish, living their mundane daily lives. But the previously designated no-fly zone had been requisitioned by the military, and fighter jets could be seen streaking across the blue sky, leaving behind white lines in the sky. There was no sense of war at all. AIMO, ye whispered. Just then, her phone rang. She thought it was Lin Jiahui notifying her to return for an important class, only to find it was an unknown number. Delai had informed her in advance that her phone had been implanted with a listening program, and the Imperial Intelligence Department was monitoring it at all times. Without a moment's hesitation, AIMO, ye pressed the call button. "Who is it?" Hee. A familiar low laugh came from the other end. AIMO, ye's brows tightened. "Bu Jianzhou?" "Yes," Bu Jianzhou said playfully. "Miss AI, can already tell it's me from my voice. I'm truly flattered." The hospital room door silently opened, and Madam Emma made a gesture to AIMO, ye at the door, with a few accompanying security personnel behind her. AIMO, ye nodded, not in a hurry to hang up. "What do you want?" "Me?" Bu Jianzhou deliberately paused for a moment, seeing that AIMO, ye did not press further. He could only say, "Guess. Guess your sister. Guess properly. Guess your whole family. Please don't use foul language. Marshal's wife. It does not benefit the Marshal's noble image in front of the public," Bu Jianzhou said elegantly. If it weren't for the intelligence department tracking Bu Jianzhou's whereabouts, AIMO, you would have hung up long ago. "I don't think I've offended you. Why do you keep bothering me?" "Well, because I'm bored, okay?" Bu Jianzhou's voice became very hollow, as if reminiscing about the past, deeply nostalgic. "There aren't many people I can chat with, and I think we get along quite well." Then AIMO, ye asked, "Can you tell me why you want to help Dr. Martin committing so many crimes?" Bu Jianzhou countered, "Why can't it be Dr. Martin helping me to destroy this world?" AIMO, ye said, "From the perspective of the Angel Workshop plan, I believe that crazy doctor is genuinely planning for the future of humanity, and you seem to want to destroy the world like a middle school student." Bu Jianzhou was amused by her words. "Is it because you're an inexperienced college student that you speak so straightforwardly?" Bu Jianzhou said meaningfully, "I am indeed dissatisfied with this world and want to make some actions that humanity will remember deeply." "Why?" AIMO, ye pressed. "You guess." AIMO, ye. Bu Jianzhou said again, "I hate traitors and don't like seeing their hypocritical, high and mighty faces. This is also one of the reasons." AIMO, ye was confused, but before she could inquire further, Bu Jianzhou seemed to be planning to end the call. "It's been a pleasure chatting with you, Miss AI. Also, tracking me isn't an easy task. Even if you fail, don't be discouraged. I look forward to our next meeting. Goodbye." The call was unilaterally cut off, and AIMO, ye turned to look at Madam Emma. Madam Emma stepped forward, gently took the phone from her hand, and then blacklisted the number. "This person is really annoying. Behave yourself, ye, and don't pay attention to him," Madam said. AIMO, ye hesitated for a moment and asked Madam, "Do you know his background?" Madam Emma stroked her belly and said softly, "You shouldn't investigate these things for now. Wait until you give birth and have enough energy to talk about it." okay? It's not something that can be explained in a few words. Perhaps now is not the right time. Chapter 323. The youth before returning to Planet 2b, AIMO, ye visited the Ministry of Agriculture. Due to the impact of the war, some agricultural activities had to be suspended, so the Minister of Agriculture was tearfully complaining to the Emperor. After the secretary knocked on the door, the Emperor found an excuse to end the video call. The Minister of Agriculture had no choice but to dry his tears and receive AIMO ye. This time, AIMO ye brought researcher Xiong Zhuang along to deliver lilies to the Ministry of Agriculture. Upon seeing the beautiful flowers and smelling their elegant fragrance, the minister's eyes widened. Is this the legendary lily? AIMO ye nodded and said, I developed this with the collaborative efforts of the Plant Research Institute. It is a flower from ancient Earth. Researcher Xiong Zhuang, who had now become AIMO ye's little brother and was in charge of the lilies, awkwardly shifted his gaze. He thought AIMO ye would take revenge on him, but to his surprise, she was very magnanimous, not only providing him with a lot of information about the lilies, but also allowing him to research them freely and even bringing him to meet the Minister of Agriculture. In contrast, he felt so petty and small-minded that it was laughable. The Minister of Agriculture walked around the potted lilies several times, like an addict deeply intoxicated, continually inhaling the fragrance of the lilies. What an elegant and charming figure. What a refreshing scent. Once these hit the market, the citizens will surely go crazy for them. AIMO ye laughed and said, Your words are too exaggerated. She gestured to introduce researcher Xiong Zhuang to the minister, stating that this researcher would go to the agricultural base to plant lilies alongside the ministry's talents. People who are deeply entrenched in emptiness and monotony urgently need some meaningful things to enhance their expectations for a dull life. Beautiful flowers with fragrance, pure and natural, are part of what reignites people's hopes for life. The Minister of Agriculture quickly made arrangements, and after sending Xiong Zhuang away, he continued to receive AIMO ye. AIMO ye said, Actually, there's one more thing I would like to ask of you. I was supposed to ask the marshal for help, but as you know, he is not here with me. The Minister of Agriculture immediately said, As long as it's something I can help with, just say the word. Half an hour later, AIMO ye arrived at the National Library. She told the minister that she needed to find some ancient earth books to delve deeper into agricultural studies. But due to her identity, she was struggling to borrow the precious books. The minister immediately lent her his identity card, allowing her to search for books freely. However, AIMO ye's true purpose was not this. She entered the library and directly headed toward a high tower in the historical archives area, surrounded by blue light. This area required a chip scan to enter, and only officials above the rank of minister had the authority. Once inside, AIMO ye was astounded by the numerous layers of books. Where should she even start looking? Never mind. She decided to search layer by layer. It should be around 80 to 60 years ago, and fortunately, the information was categorized by year, which narrowed down her search range. AIMO ye stayed inside for a long time, not knowing how many hours had passed, and she hadn't even finished looking through the materials from 80 years ago. Just as she was about to give up because the library was about to close, she was startled by a man who suddenly appeared. Yi, what are you doing here? The man had striking sapphire blue eyes, and the golden wheat emblem symbolizing the highest power of the empire was very prominent on his chest. Your Majesty, you really are, elusive. AIMO ye tried to describe the latter part of her sentence in a less negative way. The emperor smiled as he walked around from the side of the bookshelf and said, This is the information area. There shouldn't be any books you're looking for here. Or perhaps you've gone to the wrong place. Thank you for the hint, but I don't want to leave. AIMO, you didn't want to be sent away just like that, and got straight to the point, saying, I'm here to look for any clues about Uncle D or Bu Jianzhou. The emperor appreciated her straightforwardness, but unfortunately, Lady Ima specifically instructed that you shouldn't touch these dark matters right now. If you don't let me know, I'll just overthink. AIMO, you replied. What can you do if you know? The emperor asked. AIMO, you was momentarily speechless and lowered her head. The emperor smiled instead and said, Don't feel inadequate. That's a problem even I can't solve, let alone you, a child. From both age and appearance, AIMO, you was genuinely only 19. still a child who hadn't stepped out of school. The emperor turned to head toward the elevator, deliberately slowing his pace to accommodate AI MOE. With the authority of the Minister of Agriculture, I can't mobilize sealed documents. Come with me. AI MOE quickly followed. Once in the elevator, the red numbers were flashing. AI MOE glanced at the emperor, increasingly feeling that this person resembled Delhi. Literally, they shared similar features: sapphire blue eyes, a high-nosed bridge, and a three-dimensional deep contour that was astonishingly handsome. If she said it out loud, even siblings would believe it. AI MOE asked, "Do you have blood relations with Uncle D?" The emperor smiled and said, "You must have heard of the ancient marriage pact, so there are more or less some blood relations among the noble families. Inbreeding increases the probability of genetic diseases," AI MOE said. The emperor sighed. "Don't worry about that. The interstellar birth rate has already dropped to an alarming level." AI MOE corrected him. "That idiom is not used that way." The emperor laughed heartily. The top of the tower was over 1,000 meters above the ground. The emperor said, "The empire's most confidential documents have all been turned into paper materials, eternally sealed here. I'm not sure how much we can find. These items were personally organized and sealed by my father, the late emperor." The emperor scanned his access rights to search for materials. These materials were not even in the empire's mainframe, all sealed in paper form to prevent interception and malicious dissemination. Similarly, even the emperor could not take them out of the tower. If AI MOE wanted to see them, she could only read them inside the tower. Every time the emperor found a document, AI MOE quickly flipped through it. The first document was about Delhi's past. In essence, the marriage between the Felix and Montan families ended with the death of Miss Felix. Because of the woman's death, the relationship between the two families completely broke down. As a product of the marriage, Delhi Montan was unable to manifest any abilities and was officially declared an ability-less person at a young age. Secretly exiled by the Montan family, the document included a photo, an image of Delhi during his youth. In the dynamic photo, the gloomy boy impatiently swatted away the butterflies surrounding him, his gaze more fierce and determined than a wild beast, as if he were ready to tear apart anyone nearby. This was completely different from the Delhi AI MOE knew. The boy had injuries on his face, blood at the corner of his mouth, and was confined within a magic circle, as if he had been humiliated and photographed. AI MOE couldn't help but gently touch the boy's face, as if she could reach through time and space to connect with that prickly, rebellious youth. Chapter 324, Disharmony Scene. Another document recorded the beehive. Derived from the Angel Workshop project, countless children and teenagers scavenged from Garbage Star were imprisoned inside the gigantic Zerg Queen's body. This mother bug was comparable in size to a small satellite, and after being controlled by Dr. Martin, it became a breeding ground for humans. The children were confined within this hive, drinking the Queen's blood, consuming the brain marrow of the Zerg, and undergoing numerous experiments daily, injected with Zerg genes to improve their physical conditions. Dr. Martin firmly believed that human genes were not suitable for reproduction. Perhaps merging humans with Zerg could change the difficult situation of procreation. This was probably 70 years ago. In the dynamic footage, researchers could be seen coming in and out of the beehive, with countless cages filled with imprisoned children. They were all emaciated, brittle like sticks, with a huge transparent tube inserted into their backs, controlled by various control rooms of the hive, delivering nutrients extracted from the Zerg's body. Many children would die from the overwhelming Zerg power, their bodies sent to a grinder to be mixed with Zerg blood and flesh to feed other children, euphemistically called cost-saving. The still young Dr. Martin, wearing a white lab coat, directed researchers day after day, cultivating the kind of humans he deemed suitable for reproduction. AI MOE deeply felt that this man was utterly insane, trampling on lives for the so-called future of humanity. The Emperor pulled out a file from the blue light vortex, glanced at it, and handed it to AI MOE. This was the file of Bu Jianzhou's batch. AI MOE opened it to find a photo of a child on the first page. It was clearly a smaller version of Bu Jianzhou, but his gaze was not as terrifying and cold as it was now. The pale, bloodless, emaciated child stared directly at the camera, numbly saying, "I am a vagrant from Garbage Star, K77. In the photo, There were only a few seconds of dynamic footage. AI then looked at the additional text, which generally stated that K-77, who later became Bu Jianzhou, was a stray child from Garbage Star. He was taken to the hive by Dr. Martin's people, forced to undergo experiments, and after the hive was destroyed by the Federal Army, he went missing. The file also recorded that there were 78 people in the same batch as Bu Jianzhou, codenamed K. However, after flipping through the file, AI found that only 77 people were recorded up to Bu Jianzhou. Clearly, one had been deliberately erased from existence. AIMO's emotions were complicated as she looked up at the Emperor. The Emperor understood the sadness in her eyes and said, "Some things are not meant to be recorded. It's better for them to disappear in a corner of history." AIMO was forced to nod. After returning to 2B Star, AIMO was still distracted but felt powerless. She lowered her head to caress her pregnant belly, understanding why Madame Emma was unwilling to tell her the origins. That was a problem even the Emperor couldn't fully handle, let alone her. Mama had just returned from the ranch, where a batch of fresh milk sources had been released, sparking a nationwide frenzy. Although they made a fortune, it was exhausting. Sister Yi, during my live stream yesterday, some fans asked if peaches can be combined with milk to make milk tea. AIMO casually replied, "Of course. You can mix fruits and milk, as long as there are no allergies." Interstellar people, due to long-term consumption of nutrient solutions and various chemical additives, flavor enhancers, etc., had poor physical conditions and various intolerances. For instance, someone like Dao would strictly control their diet to prevent excessive intake of harmful elements, which would significantly lower their bodily functions and render them unable to fight. Mama lay on the sofa for a while before getting up to open her notebook. AIMO noticed her typing furiously, seemingly chatting with someone. Leaning closer, she realized my ma was responding to messages from the live streams back in one by one. With the variety of food sent out from the live stream, AIMO's follower count had surpassed 10 million, comparable to a small celebrity. This was accompanied by an explosive influx of messages in the back end, often asking about certain food preparation methods or urging for shipments and sales. Jia had been reassigned to the military, leaving my ma to reply alone. AIMO noticed a fan furiously cursing, sending dozens of messages filled with insults. And my ma was contacting the administrator to ban the account. What's wrong with this person? What did they eat to cause such an allergic reaction? AIMO didn't understand why the other party was cursing so harshly. Mama said, "Don't mind this crazy person. He sells artificial cream. Ever since our natural cream came out, his business has plummeted, so he's been cursing us like mad. Over the past month, he had switched accounts dozens of times, cursing in a live stream, and even other fans recognized him and reported him every time they saw him." AIMO knew that artificial cream in the Interstellar was made from synthetic vegetable oils, fatty acids, emulsifiers, etc. Although not natural, it was expensive, and its selling price was even more inflated. Even so, due to its unique taste, it still had a large market. Now, AIMO had launched natural cream in collaboration with the Ministry of Agriculture, which was rich in flavor, additive-free, and harmless, and most importantly, it was cheaper, thus encroaching on the market for artificial cream. Mama said, "It's not just cream. Other fruits, flowers, seafood, etc. are also being slandered daily because they block other people's financial paths." Thankfully, AIMO is cooperating with the Ministry of Agriculture. Opposing her means going against the empire's agricultural policies. So, those who spread rumors are directly contacted by the Ministry of Agriculture for some loving education. IMO side. So, troublemakers are everywhere. It's really annoying. Mama nodded vigorously. That evening, the Minister of Agriculture called to inform AIMO that they had found another barren star, which might be suitable for improvement. AIMO first looked at the data sent by the Minister of Agriculture, analyzing the planet's water, soil, and climate. Soil quality is key. "I think using Zerg corpses as fertilizer is a great choice," AIMO said. "As for the greenery, we can transplant it from 2B Star." However, that planet was even worse than 2B Star. Even using Zerg corpses as fertilizer would take years to improve the soil quality. The Minister of Agriculture roughly understood that AIMO intended to use Zerg corpses as the so-called compost, as the first step to improve soil quality. But he didn't know how it would be done. Zerg corpses were now everywhere in the Interstellar. The minister chuckled, just fly a spaceship into space and, after landing, you can scrape off layers of flesh and blood. AIMO, ye clapped her hands. So now is indeed a good time. The Minister of Agriculture immediately arranged for people to collect Zerg corpses, but not all corpses could be used as fertilizer. They needed to avoid toxic insects. AIMO, ye drafted several lists of insects she commonly used when transforming 2B star, which, when composted, would have rich nutritional effects on the soil. Thus, while other star regions were fiercely fighting against the Zerg, the Imperial Ministry of Agriculture's fleet was busily collecting corpses in the rear, creating a rather disharmonious scene. Chapter 325. Fertilizer Plan. The H Academy is holding a domestic military competition to select students for the Interstellar competition. AIMO Yi and Su Chi are confirmed participants, but still need to compete in the military competition to familiarize themselves with the process. So they won't be nervous during the Interstellar competition. However, with AIMO Yi's delivery date approaching, Madam AI Ma personally came to the Academy to discuss with the Dean. The Academy is even more reluctant to let AIMO Yi face any risks during the competition, so they hurriedly removed her name from the list. Su Chi called and asked, "Is it possible for a man to get pregnant?" "Senior brother, give up on that idea, really," AIMO Yi replied, feeling helpless about the situation. Due to the military competition, H Academy has a 2-week holiday, allowing first-year students who cannot compete to enjoy the event. During this time, AIMO Yi boarded the spaceship Life Code and traveled to space with people from the Ministry of Agriculture. The Life Code landed on a planet that used to be a Zerg nest. After the military eliminated the Zerg, their bodies integrated into the soil, rapidly promoting the growth of many plants. Professor Pan-sun and others conducted investigations in multiple locations, escorted by the military into the forest to explore the unknown plants that had newly emerged. The Minister of Agriculture accompanied AIMO Yi, moving through the plants in a mech. This is the largest Zerg extermination operation in thousands of years of interstellar history. Before this, wars among humans were more frequent. The Minister of Agriculture felt a mix of emotions. AIMO Yi pressed a button, and the mech's mechanical arm uprooted a plant over 3 meters tall. Wasn't it easier to just destroy an entire planet during battles? The Minister of Agriculture stared intently at the uprooted tree as he answered. The Zerg are a species with incredibly strong vitality and a terrifying reproductive ability. Even if a planet is left with only a few eggs, there's a high chance that they will quietly reproduce an entire massive colony over time. To be safe, entire planets infested by the Zerg are usually destroyed. The reason this planet was not annihilated is due to AIMO Yi's Zerg corpse fertilizer policy. The Ministry of Agriculture believed that this planet, filled with corpses, might produce a different kind of scenery, so they reached an agreement with the military to preserve the entire star region, with the military dispatching some troops for strict guarding. If there are any disturbances on the planet, the military will take further action. Conversely, if plants really grow, it would be a magnificent miracle for the barren interstellar landscape. At that moment, AIMO Yi skillfully used the mechanical arm to extract the juice from the plants, then transmitted it through pipes to analyze its composition on the testing platform. The minister was so nervous that his eyes sparkled, asking what kind of plant it was. Fruit? Vegetables? A type of extinct tree? AIMO Yi said, "I need to check the data further. Can you help me collect some roots and leaves?" The minister eagerly complied, quickly gathering more parts of the plants. After analyzing the juice, AIMO Yi already had a rough idea, but needed complete evidence to avoid false hopes. Once all the analyses were completed, she said, "This is the original version of the night blooming cereus." The minister had never heard of it, but the fact that he hadn't only underscored the rarity of this plant. "Is it a flower?" "Yes. Have you heard of the night blooming cereus? It only blooms at night and withers quickly. Its flowers are funnel-shaped, beautiful white or light purple, with a very unique fragrance." AIMO Yi referred to it as the original version because she believed what grew here was more like the uncultivated night-blooming cereus from ancient times. The minister joyfully transformed into an ancient monkey, jumping around inside the cabin. AIMO Yi immediately contacted the airborne troops, carefully transplanting the plant back. This plant would be sent to the Plant Research Institute to be improved into a version suitable for cultivation before being supplied to the market. After achieving such significant results upon landing, the minister was moved to tears and continued onward. The large number of decaying Xur bodies provided ample amino acids and trace elements to the barren surface, allowing the desolate planet to generate more species. It could be viruses, bacteria, or microbial life, or even evolved and mutated plants. Some plants AIMO had never seen before carried ancient viruses or bacteria, and their contained toxins could bring new disasters to the interstellar realm. This part made AIMO wary, and even when encountering the most peculiar plants, she had to stop collecting. There were also some mild types that didn't spread bacteria, but neither absorbed carbon dioxide nor released oxygen, and had no ornamental or edible value. AIMO did not overlook them, quietly collecting them all. She felt that no matter how resilient the plants were, they could never outlast humans. Whether they existed on the planet itself or grew from Xur corpses, they would always be subject to the concept of genes. Once humanity mastered genetic modification technology, they could eliminate their useless traits and cultivate them into suitable plants through generations of evolution. Even if the plants on this planet currently held no value, they would develop characteristics under scientists' cultivation. In a day's work, dozens of plant species were brought back to the life code. Because many plants might contain undetected bacteria, they were kept in isolation throughout. The investigation team took photos and collected some branches and leaves for research. The spaceship continued onward, arriving near the battlefield after 2 days. Due to the Imperial Army stationed nearby, the spaceship landed at the military base, and the research team stood by. AIMO also saw someone she hadn't met in a long time. She caught a glimpse of the Marshal in the base corridor. The days of battle had left the Marshal seemingly enveloped in a shroud of blood, giving off an oppressive atmosphere that sent chills down her spine. AIMO was arranged to stay in his lounge, and he returned to the room only by evening. Why is the little quail out of school again? He casually closed the door, and the cold expression on Emperor Lai's face softened slightly, like a warm spring breeze thawing the ice. AIMO sat on a high stool, swinging her legs back and forth. The school is on break, so I came out with the research team for an investigation. She watched as the Marshal approached, admiring his perfectly muscular figure beneath the chilling military uniform. However, the long period of combat had stained his battle uniform with a strong smell of blood, which made AIMO, in her sensitive period, feel extremely uncomfortable. It made her throat churn, and she felt like she might vomit. She covered her mouth and waved her hand, signaling the Marshal not to come closer. This action hurt the Marshal's feelings, and he lowered his head to sniff his arm. His sense of smell was so sensitive, yet he couldn't detect any odor. Is it really that bad? Seeing AIMO's face turn pale, he instinctively took a few steps back, turned, and quickly changed into a gray shirt and neatly tailored military pants after removing his military coat. With the coat tossed into the laundry and the window open for ventilation, AIMO finally felt a bit better. Chapter 326 Reluctance. Is everything going smoothly, my Marshal? AIMO asked, looking up as the Marshal approached again. The Marshal's long fingers gently rested on her waist, answering her question with another. When is the due date? In a month, AIMO replied with discontent. I sent you a message about it, and you even replied. Sorry, I forgot. Sitting down beside AIMO, Delay propped his head up and quietly watched her. Surrounded by his intense gaze, AIMO awkwardly touched her face. Is there something on my face? Does my clear stupidity count? Are you trying to provoke me into exploding? AIMO said irritably. Delay chuckled silently. AIMO was very concerned about the interstellar war. There had been no good news from the Federation. Although the strikes against Lu were intensifying, the situation seemed to show no improvement. She asked again, when will it end? Soon, Delay raised his hand, gently stroking her cheek, his tone ethereal. Before the new era arrives, everything will return to silence. AIMO calculated in her mind. The so-called new era had just begun. Marshal, you are now very skilled at using nonsense to fool me, AIMO said confidently. Delay simply smiled, his gaze falling on her prominent belly. He did not ask much, nor did he show curiosity about what name AI Yi wanted to give a child. In AI Yi's long life, he would only occupy this brief, less than a year of time. The fewer ties there were, the easier it would be to sever emotional connections. When parting came, it wouldn't be too sorrowful. Lost in thought, AI Yi took out a peace lock made of gold from her spatial ring. Earlier, it seems you set up a formation on this lock. Can it still be used now? Deli casually swiped his hand, causing a crack to appear in the air beside them. He took out his own lock, identical to AI Yi's, only differing in size. It's a one-time use. AI Yi said regretfully, I thought it was for long-term use. After a moment of disappointment, she perked up again. Can I learn this formation? Just think about it. How convenient would spatial movement be? Just by applying a few formations, I could achieve spatial movement in several areas and save on transportation costs. You don't necessarily have to have spatial abilities. Deli only knew that AI Yi possessed an unparalleled wood ability that surpassed everyone else. As for spatial abilities, they were not considered very special. There weren't many who possessed dual abilities. AI Yi said disappointedly, do I have to have spatial abilities to learn spatial formations? Deli placed a hand on her fluffy head, gently rubbing it, just like how someone without wood abilities couldn't master high-level wood formations. AI Yi felt incredibly sad, the light in her eyes dimming. Unable to bear seeing the little quail looking so miserable, the marshal changed his tone. Another day, will have the academy help you test. What if you do? AI Yi held little hope. She had been busy with her life code for a long time and felt a bit sleepy, yawning. Deli reflexively opened his arms, allowing her to comfortably lean into his embrace. The two lay on the sofa, which wasn't very spacious, but enough for them to overlap. AI Yi closed her eyes, too tired to keep them open. He seemed to be weighed down by worries. Gently curling his fingers around AI Yi's soft hair, Deli replied softly, No. Is there something you can't tell me? AI Yi was almost asleep, mumbling, I've grown up. Maybe I can help you with your troubles. Deli chuckled, just draping a blanket over AI Yi. She had already fallen asleep. Even someone with great abilities would feel tired close to giving birth. As silence filled the room, the marshal held AI Yi and gently kissed the top of her head. How unwilling he was. Perhaps in just a few years, this girl would belong to someone else. Maybe it was retribution. He had taken too much from his world. No matter how deliberately he tried to avoid that history, the cries of the dead still echoed in his ears. The closer he got to the powerful insect race, the clearer the screams and shouts of humanity resonated in his mind. The late emperor had said that sins could not be redeemed. No matter how much one tried to save or recover, lost lives could not return, and the resulting harm could not be compensated. He agreed with this statement and never felt like an innocent victim. He had clearly decided that when the Day of Atonement came, he would unhesitatingly step onto the path of destruction. But when did someone like him become hesitant? His palm slid down to AI Yi's shoulder. The marshal increased the pressure, causing the sleeping girl to feel a twinge of pain, making her curl up anxiously. Even though he released his grip in an instant, regret and guilt still spread in his chest. Was this what Madame AI Ma had referred to as heartache? A pain more unbearable than cutting flesh and scraping bone. A heart-wrenching agony. How many times had it unfolded in this universe due to his sins? The marshal closed his eyes, feeling the movement of the fetus in AI Yi's belly. Such a brief encounter, a relationship that was about to end before it even began. What exactly did it count as? As the sunlight gradually disappeared from the window and the temperature dropped, AI Yi woke up in the empty, silent room. The blanket still carried the warmth that wasn't hers, and the marshal had long since vanished. For some reason, this time felt the most lost and desolate. It was as if something was gradually slipping away in a corner she was unaware of. The phone rang, and AI Yi answered. It was Dao. I heard you came to the battlefield. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. I slept a lot. AI Yi shook her head, trying not to dwell on the inexplicable sense of loss. Dao continued. The teacher just gave me something. Are you still in the lounge? Yeah. Just as she was about to respond, AI Yi heard a knock at the door. It should be Sister Annie. Sister, are you coming over? As she answered, she stood up to open the door. I'll be right there. Wait for me in the lounge. Okay. At the moment the call ended, AIMO opened the door. At the entrance stood Wen Liangyan. When Shuizhang, AIMO was taken aback. Wen Liangyan's expression was somewhat numb, as if he hadn't slept well for several days, and his usually soft long hair was a bit tangled. AIMO was about to ask what he needed, but suddenly felt dizzy, her vision darkening. She immediately mobilized her wood energy to resist this sudden dizziness, but was horrified to find that it wasn't discomfort caused by her own weakness. Her bodily autonomy was stripped away, and consciousness gradually faded, as if her body and were being manipulated by someone else, unable to move even her fingers. Junior, be quiet. Don't resist, Wen Liangyan said softly. Chapter 327, Abandonment Senior. Do you have a psychic ability? She once asked. Amos replied, Wen Liangyan does not, but Fei Jianan does. However, SS-level ability users are mostly not single-type ability users. Dual-type or even multi-type abilities are the norm. So, AIMO also didn't understand why she always felt that Wen Liangyan had psychic abilities. Psychic control is a terrifying power, without systematic training. Even ability users of the same level find it difficult to resist its control. When AIMO regained consciousness, she was already on a spaceship. Wu Lianzhou, whom she hadn't seen for a long time, stood by the window, gazing at the nebula in battle. Hearing that AIMO had awoken, he turned around and smiled, saying, Miss AI, this time you came to see me of your own accord. AIMO sat on the sofa, her body unbound but feeling soft and weak, unable to exert any strength. When she looked up and saw Wen Liangyan standing next to Bu Jianzhou, she directly ignored the former. Senior, have you always been in cahoots with him? Wen Liangyan stared intently at the vast universe, seemingly not hearing her words. His cold and clear face appeared filled with endless snow and desolation, dark and filled with deathly silence. Bu Jianzhou knelt on one knee in front of her, meeting her gaze. Miss AI, I'm a big star after all. Isn't it a bit ungrateful to ignore me like this? AIMO, you wanted to spit in his face. So everything you know about me comes from Senior Wen? Bu Jianzhou nodded with a smile. That's right. AIMO's mood was complicated. She seemed surprised, but had already mentally prepared herself after the event on Azure Star. Wen Liangyan, a descendant of the royal family of the Shuaya Empire, who harbored extreme hatred towards Ai, it seemed reasonable no matter what he did. Bu Jianzhou calmly said, Your Senior Wen isn't exactly colluding with me. I told him the truth about the tyrant, and he provided me with some intelligence about the imperial military, the most valuable of which, of course, was AIMO. Otherwise, under the strict surveillance of Ai, Bu Jianzhou wouldn't know her every move so well. AIMO felt like her head was about to explode and urgently asked, What exactly do you want to do? Did you provoke the war with the insect race in the universe? No, I won't take the blame for that. It's too heavy, Bu Jianzhou said lightly. The war between the insect race and humanity is a trend of historical development. Dr. Martin and I are merely pushing the wave, intensifying this process. He walked to the large screen and displayed the current frontline battle situation. In the central area of Serpens, a massive wormhole was the source of the road. This wormhole connected two universes, extending a path that allowed beings from another insect race universe to come to humanity's time and space. In front of the high-level insect races, the human fleet was weaker than cardboard. The ability users rushed forward one after another, but could not stop the trend of annihilation. As long as the wormhole was not destroyed, the path would not close. This was also the reason why the Interstellar Federation could never gain an advantage and declare victory over humanity. They could not destroy the wormhole, even if they gathered all of humanity's strength. In the footage, AIMO also saw the Imperial fleet. Perhaps there were people she knew among them. Perhaps just a moment ago, they had brushed past her on a military satellite. But at this moment, the fleet was continuously being destroyed under the overwhelming power of the high-level insect races. After a long time, the powerless AIMO murmured, Why are you doing this? Bu Jianzhou gazed at the scene of humanity's death, finding it immensely pleasing. He smiled and said, The powerful leaders of the empire always think of themselves as great gods. able to control the lives and deaths of lower beings at will. But now they're being crushed by even higher-level insect races. Isn't this scene laughable? With the Emperor's help, Yi had once browsed through Bu Jianzhou's information in the high tower. Realization struck her, and she blurted out, "Because you're from Garbage Star?" Bu Jianzhou was somewhat surprised and raised an eyebrow. "Are you very interested in me, Miss AI? Did you investigate me behind my back?" Before Yi could respond, he candidly said, "I am indeed a refugee from Garbage Star, so I hate everything, all the scum that looks down on garbage people. Once, his planet was as beautiful as the former mother planet Earth, blue and splendid. Though barren, it was enough to accommodate them, these homeless refugees. He didn't know when his planet had become Garbage Star. The powerful nation dumped non-degradable waste there. Toxic mist began to spread, and creatures died in droves. Even his parents and family, under the erosion of toxic gas, turned into ugly monsters, dying in immense pain. Gradually, only he remained, skinny and emaciated. When he was on the verge of death, Dr. Martin found him. For the first time, he ate bread that wasn't moldy and drank pure water without an odor. He thought he had come to paradise, but it turned out to be a descent into a more terrifying hell. Since you have seen my information, you should also know about the existence of the hive." Bu Jianzhou recalled the distant past, the days in the hive. "The 78 of us experimental subjects, including that person you know, lived through a period that, how should I put it?" Bu Jianzhou didn't know how to describe it, thought for a moment, and said, "It could be described as a life worse than pigs and dogs. Because they were all ability users, their healing powers were strong. Every day, they were cut open and then casually stitched up, using drugs to prolong their lives just enough to avoid death. By the next day, just as their wounds were about to heal, they would be torn open again, either filled with the insides of insects or having some organs removed and replaced with other things, to obtain their most genuine reactions. They would also be injected with drugs that amplified their senses, making the pain double. In the hive, even death was a luxury. Until one day, in the endless darkness, an exceptional experimental subject appeared. Even Dr. Martin was amazed. That was the favored child of the Creator, the most suitable container for transformation into an insect race. He bore most of the experiments alone, suffering more than the other subjects, spending almost every moment on the operating table. But even after being transformed into a disgusting insect, he maintained his sanity. When night fell and the researchers left, he would secretly tell the experimental subjects in the hive that one day he would save them. He inspired the other lab rats of the same period, bringing hope to many, including Bu Jianzhou. Recalling that scene, Bu Jianzhou lowered his head, gazing at his hands being gnawed by maggots. "We were always waiting, hoping this great savior would descend from the heavens and liberate us. But the savior forgot about them. They lived in daily fear, either exploding from the insects breeding inside them, or having their bodies completely deteriorate and losing their value, being thrown into a blender, ground into meat paste, and turned into bait for their companions. In the cramped and suffocating hive, each person awaited their tragic death amid hope. Only that one who escaped, the god who carried all hope, never appeared, and he transformed into the high-ranking marshal of the empire. He abandoned them." Chapter 328. The end. One should not hate. But hatred spreads uncontrollably. Yi protested fiercely, saying that the one who caused your tragedy was Dr. Martin, not Uncle D. As fellow victims, they have also become perpetrators. Bu Jianzhou said casually, "So I've already removed the Dr. S head and stuffed it into the incinerator. In fact, many years ago, the out-of-control tyrant had already destroyed the hive and devoured Dr. Martin's original body. Unfortunately, Dr. Martin's replicas were too many, thousands of them, scattered across various corners of the universe, inheriting the original's will and continuing experiments. In the following time, Bu Jianzhou gradually eliminated the replicas. The body that had gone through countless experiments only wanted to fulfill its final wish before completely collapsing. Bu Jianzhou looked back at the universe, where someone was walking towards death. A sense of unease expanded in Yi's mind, and she anxiously asked, "What exactly have you done?" Bu Jianzhou smiled slightly. "To destroy the wormhole, there is only one way. That is the only conclusion drawn by the Interstellar Federation after countless simulations and experiments. He turned again to look at Ai's pale face. Let your great marshal once again become a turret and self-destruct. The power generated can counteract the wormhole. Ai's mind buzzed, and for a moment, it felt as if she could hear nothing. Bu Jianzhou had no time to appreciate her expression, instead smiling as he gazed at the distant Serpentarius. All of us experimental subjects must die without exception. This is what the tyrant once promised. Before being completely destroyed by despair, they agreed that if they could not escape together, they would go to the underworld together. The children who left first must be getting impatient, right? Soon, he would take this broken body and, together with the tyrant, follow in the footsteps of their companions. Bu Jianzhou's eyes sparkled with bloody madness, as if he were waiting for the grandest, most magnificent celebration, obsessively staring at the star field that was about to explode. Aimo hung her head, her mind blank. The safety lock she had kept close emitted a wave of burning warmth, and the spatial teleportation array unfolded beneath her feet. In the next moment, Zidao appeared in another array, holding the safety lock belonging to Dli, which was shimmering. Quickly analyzing the situation inside the airship, Zidao hurried to Aimo's side. Junior? Junior. Aimo looked up in confusion, as if she had seen a lifeline, Senior Uncle D. Zidao gritted her teeth, unable to give her any bad news at that moment. Just then, an invisible wave swept from the center of Serpentarius, sweeping the airship away. It was an indescribable extreme power, not an exaggeration to say it could destroy the entire universe. Accompanying, it was an overwhelming pressure, causing the instruments inside the airship to tick as they went out of control, when they could no longer withstand this force. They began to explode one after another. Aimo instinctively thought that it was some earth-shattering creature that had suddenly descended, causing the cosmic wave. Zidao spread the array to shield Aimo, and increasingly intense shockwaves followed, pushing the airship heavily through the universe. The large screen monitoring the cosmic situation displayed no images, and the overturning of time and space brought unimaginable disasters to humanity. Amid this apocalyptic commotion, Bu Jianzhou opened his arms to welcome death, and his manic laughter echoed within the airship. What a beautiful ending. One could say it was humanity's greatest and most splendid celebration. Bu Jianzhou's expression was insane, his features twisted, yet his gaze was so composed. Many years ago, they had fantasized about the future in the cramped cage of the hive. What kind of person do you want to be? I want to be a scientist, the most revered, and I can make a lot of money. What's so good about being a scientist? I think being a big star makes more money and is much more glamorous. No, you guys lack vision. When we escape, I want to build an orphanage as big as a whole planet to take in all the orphans of the universe. The Grim Reaper's scythe was resting on their necks, but none of them lost their desire for a future life. They wanted to escape, even if their bodies were torn apart time and again, even if they had to consume the flesh and blood of their kind. Even if they became monsters unacceptable to the world, they never gave up hope. They wanted to escape, to live uprightly, feel the sunlight, welcome the breeze, and even if it was painful, living was the only way to create a future. But no one attained the future. The bodies corroded by maggots began to dissolve. Bu Jianzhou's flesh was disintegrating, the countless worms within him gnawing at his organs, breaking through his skin, turning his once extraordinarily handsome face into a grotesque and disgusting sight covered in white maggots. At the moment when the light in the universe was brightest, he, amidst his manic laughter, completely became a pile of flesh mixed with maggots, scattered across the universe. The airship was out of control, and Zidao tightly held Aimo, the array beneath their feet flashing, and Mu Si and the others finally arrived. The entire universe had become a chaotic mess, and a few had just rushed over from a fleet. Na Ziyang crouched down, pressing on Aimo's shoulder. Junior? Aimo covered her ears with her hands, looking up in confusion, her eyes reflecting no one. Na Ziyang frowned and said to Zidao, "You take the junior and go first. We will handle the aftermath." Zidao glanced back at Wen Liang Yin, who stood quietly in place, gazing at the center of the cosmic battle. She gritted her teeth, helped Aimo up, and said, I leave her to you. The array flashed again, and Zidao took AI MOE away from the teetering airship. Throughout, when Liang Yan's gaze never lingered on anyone, Bu Jianzhou's death left him indifferent, and he showed no interest in AI MOE's departure. It was as if the grand death ceremony in the universe was the only desire of his life. And Mu Si held a huge mad knife, made from cosmic meteorites, a weapon unique to him, used only against the insect race, but never tested on humans. Looking at his familiar, yet unfamiliar roommate, and Mu Si did not know how to face him. My new weapon is actually aimed at my roommate. In a calm, yet complex tone, it contained countless emotions. Even his once firm was wavering. Fei Jianan also put away his previous nonchalance and said solemnly, "We never doubted you, Senior." They had always known there were spies in the military, yet no one had ever thought Wen Liang Yin was one of them. Na Ziyang also drew the array, saying indifferently, "We need to hurry. I'm busy and have no time for old stories." The battle was about to begin, but when Liang Yin did not resist, he turned around, extending his hand toward the group, signaling them to handcuff him. "I have completed my will and also accept my punishment." Knowing full well the miserable fate that traitors would face, he still wore a relaxed expression. It was unprecedented, a free and unrestrained smile, shedding the heavy, psychological burden, revealing his most genuine and comfortable self. The lament of the souls that lingered in his mind seemed to gradually calm at this moment. He and his people finally managed to struggle out of decades of unwillingness and hatred. Everything has come to an end. Chapter 329, My Widow on the Life Code. AI MO Yi shook off the hand of Zidao, who was supporting her, and dazedly leaned against the wall as she walked forward. Zidao worried, wanted to catch up, but was stopped by Annie, who shook her head slightly. Zidao hesitated for a moment and ultimately did not follow. AI MO Yi leaned against the wall and slowly made her way back to D. Lai's resting room. It seemed to still carry D. Lai's presence. Nothing had changed. The only difference was that she clearly knew that person would never return. She sat blankly on the sofa, her gaze hollow as if she had lost all its luster. At some point, Annie came to her side and handed her the phone. "You know, the marshal is actually a reserve person. It would be hard for him to express his feelings verbally." Annie tried to convey D. Lai's last wishes to AI MOE with a relaxed expression as much as possible. Their essay video on the phone that the marshal couldn't tell you face to face, but felt he had to share. You can check it when you're feeling calmer. Afterward, Annie gently exited, quietly waiting outside the door. The flow of time in the universe is not uniform. The life code had long departed the combat zone before the tyrant appeared. As the starship moved toward the Empire, the Federation's fleet rushed to the battlefield one after another to clear the aftermath of the Great War. There was no alternation of day and night. Only the most vintage clock on the table, ticking away to mark the passage of time. AI MO Yi held the phone, unsure how long it had been. Before finally clicking on the video, Annie mentioned. A three-dimensional projection appeared in the room, and on the blue screen, the marshal recorded his farewell words before his death. He sat relaxed behind his desk, playing with a golden locket with his long fingers, his expression casual and easy, completely unlike someone recording a last will. AI MO My widow. His deep and hoarse voice echoed in her ears. AI MO looked up in confusion, as if trying to transcend time and exchange glances with the man in the projection. But ultimately, that was not the real marshal. He was not standing in front of her at this moment, just a lingering illusion. This decision I made cannot be told to you in advance, nor can it be conveyed by anyone else. The appearance of the tyrant was necessary. Without this, there would be no space left for you to survive. The marshal did not care about the lives and deaths of people outside the empire, but if his sacrifice could exchange for the future of those he cared about, he would be willing to atone for that sinful history. However, after countless times of brewing and testing, having made up his mind, he still found it impossible to convey his decision just before touching AI MO's soft expression. Meeting you was completely a coincidence. What happened that night was also beyond my expectations. I apologize for leaving you with an unpleasant memory and a little burden. AI MO's lips twitched, wanting to smile, but unable to. It turned out he really knew. The fetus in her womb was restless, making AI MO feel uncomfortable, her brow furrowed. But looking at the person in the projection, she couldn't tell for a moment whether the pain in her body was greater or the ache in her heart was more numbing. Bad person, AIMO, Yi said softly. You left us, not even giving a formal goodbye. As if anticipating what AIMO Yi would say, the marshal felt it necessary to redeem his image in her heart. I am not an irresponsible bad person. I never intended to abandon my wife and child, at least before arriving at Blue Star. I truly considered protecting you and our child until the end of our lives. No one would be allowed to approach AIMO. This small, soft quail would be confined within a specially built high wall, and no one could covet it. However, the historical corridor of the Moon God Kingdom not only allowed AIMO to touch his past, but also awakened his long-buried memories. The heavy sins and unerasable past could not be completely discarded with a simple, "It has nothing to do with me." How could one survive in this world? After a long silence, the marshal seemed to be trying to discern the future figure of AIMO through the screen. I thought I could give you the greatest assistance, escorting you to a height where you no longer needed anyone's help. I didn't expect that in the end. All I left you with was suffering. The delicate and emotionally rich little quail could not rationally face his departure. He knew this well, but felt powerless. Time can dilute longing, he said softly. 1 year, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. You have a long and bright life ahead. Forget me, and try to wait for another partner who loves you and whom you love. AIMO held her head, weeping painfully. The marshal seemed to understand all her emotions and patiently comforted her even more gently. All my property belongs to you. Before the flesh and blood in your womb come of age, the Felix family also belongs to you. You can treat it as a toy or as wealth. Dispose of it as you wish. AIMO shook her head fiercely. She didn't lack wealth, nor did she want a big family. At that moment, she realized that Delai's weight in her life had grown to a degree she could not part with. Just thinking of this person's departure was enough to make her feel breathless with pain. As for the little one in your womb, the marshal pondered for a long time before saying, he has already lost his father. I hope he won't lose his mother as well. I want to take a dozen years from you to accompany him until he comes of age. These years are not long in the span of 300 years. When a child grows old enough to stand on his own, AIMO, you can completely cast aside everything about them. This was the marshal's selfish yet helpless wish. Outside the room, Annie and the doctors listened nervously to the sounds inside, fearing that AIMO might have an emotional outburst and cause an accident. The marshal's last words were long, conveying what he felt too embarrassed to say face to face in this way, which was both a comfort and a farewell. But AIMO could not absorb anything. In the end, she sadly covered her ears, tears streaming down her face. Uncle D, can you come back? He saw nothing. Their child could not be born. She had not yet graduated. He once said he was curious about what kind of person she would grow into and what earth-shaking changes she would bring to this universe. He also looked forward to seeing what kind of grace a more mature and stable her would have. He had also said that when she was in her second year of college, he would gift her a set of mechas. An old partner he had used for many years, retired, but kept in perfect condition. He had casually mentioned the very secret realm recorded in books before bedtime, which was the paradise all wood element supernatural beings longed for. He promised that on the day of his retirement, he would accompany her to find the legendary secret realm and witness the most mysterious and vast primordial jungles of ancient Earth. Countless casual remarks should have long been forgotten. Why did they become so incredibly clear at this moment? His guilt, reluctance, embarrassment, and heartache were hidden behind his feigned casual words, carefully avoiding being detected by AIMO. Only now did AIMO catch a glimpse of the hidden apology. He was apologizing for leaving her with an indelible trace in the shortest time, a life unexpectedly born into this world, intertwined with their bloodlines. Thus, the way to make amends was to give her all his wealth, allowing her to have enough confidence to face the unknown challenges. But AIMO didn't want any of that. She clutched the peace locket belonging to the flesh and blood in her womb, crying out in despair, repeatedly calling, Uncle D, come back to us. Please, you still owe me a wish. If my wish is to open my eyes one day and find you back by my side, will the great and gentle deity respond to my call? Chapter 330. 5 years later, 5 years later. The Plant Research Institute can be said to be the busiest department in the entire empire. As the deputy minister, AIMO Yi is extremely busy. She starts work at 8 in the morning and is supposed to finish at 5. But the emails pouring in like snowflakes fill her terminal inbox to the brim. Every time she finishes processing them, it's usually 9 or 10 in the evening. After driving home, it's at least 11 or 12 o'clock. Day after day, it's more intense than a spinning top. However, the benefit is that her mind, filled with various tasks, has no time to think too much. On this rare Saturday, she managed to get home before 8 o'clock. Because it was raining, AIMO Yi held an umbrella, and, just as she arrived at the castle gate, she saw the housekeeper, Mrs. Mary, coming to greet her. "You rarely finish work this early, Miss AI." Time hasn't left any marks on Mary's face. In fact, for interstellar people, 5 years is just a brief period in their long lives. AIMO Yi shook off the rainwater from the umbrella and handed it to Mary after folding it. The newly launched rice variety has sparked a heated response in the interstellar market, so my work can finally take a break. AIMO Yi walked into the castle as the maids opened the heavy doors for her. Once inside, AIMO Yi took off her black high heels and changed into comfortable slippers, while Mary went to prepare a late-night snack. AIMO Yi headed straight upstairs to the children's room. She politely knocked on the door and said, "AI baby, Mommy is coming in." Upon entering, the room was dark, with only a blue glow coming from under a pile of blankets. AIMO Yi tiptoed over and squatted down next to the mound of blankets. The blue light emanated from the blankets, and the dim room began to change, with countless three-dimensional planetary projections illuminating the ceiling and the floor, transforming the small room into a vast universe. AIMO Yi clapped in encouragement. "Is this a homemade universe projection? Bebe is so smart. Mommy feels like she's really in the universe." The projection suddenly disappeared, and the lights in the room turned on with a snap. The blanket was lifted, revealing a child with a blank expression and an adorable face, his icy blue eyes sparkling with a strange light. "Mommy, you finished work so early today." AIMO Yi quickly embraced the little one, happily kissing the top of his black-haired head. "Today is Saturday, of course. Mommy has to come back early to spend time with her baby." AI Bebe closed his eyes, his chubby little hand gently patting AIMO Yi's back. This child is AIMO Yi's treasure, possessing beautiful features similar to hers, with soft, curly black hair and, inheriting from his father's genes, icy blue, proud, and aloof eyes. 5 years ago, when AIMO Yi had just returned to the Empire, she gave birth prematurely due to emotional instability. She never imagined that giving birth would be a scene more grand than giving birth to a nuclear bomb. There was no need to mention Madame AI Ma. Even the elders of the Felix family gathered at the hospital. Almost everyone who could spare time from the interstellar battles, including those for the Plant Research Institute, the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Health, and the military, anxiously awaited the birth of this child. The hospital was crowded, and the atmosphere was as if the apocalypse was approaching. Thanks to the Interstellar's complete procedures assisting pregnant women in labor, AIMO Yi had a relatively easy birth. After sleeping for a while, the crying baby was handed to her. She hadn't even decided on the child's name, and Madame AI Ma and the elders had a dispute due to differing opinions. In the end, they compromised to call him whatever they wanted. Names like Do Ding, Nai Bao, Zhen Zhen, Gue Gue, even Dan Dan, Gang Tai, Yusheng. When he was 1 or 2 years old, AI Bebe was completely bewildered by the different names from different people. However, he was a precocious and wise child, quickly able to judge from the tone of these people whether they were calling him. No matter how serious or aloof a person was normally, if they called him with a disgusting, age-inappropriate tone using reduplication, there was no doubt they were calling him. Now, at 5 years old, AI Bebe can remember in detail the 30 or 40 nicknames he has and who gave them to him. As AIMO Yi held AI Bebe's hand going downstairs, Mary approached and said, "Madam just called. She will be at the palace for quite a while." AIMO Yi nodded. "Then I will take Bebe back to the apartment first. Can you pack the late-night snack for me?" Mary hesitated, saying, "It's raining outside. Why don't you just stay?" AIMO Yi gently shook her head, and Mary did not insist further, immediately going to pack the food. On the way back to the city center, the rain got heavier, and Bei curled up in his seat, sleeping soundly. The heating was turned up high, so the little guy's pale face was covered with a layer of cute rosy color, and his chubby little hand was gently holding onto Ai's clothes, obediently snuggling against her as he fell into a deep sleep. Ai lovingly caressed the little guy's face, her eyes filled with the softest smile. Although this child was born as the heir of the Felix family, you did not want him to grow up in that family. Nobility carries too many responsibilities, and the rules are absurdly numerous, leading to suppressed personalities that can easily become twisted, which is Ai's personal understanding. Usually, during the work week, Bei spends his time in the castle, carefully looked after by Madame Ai Ma and the nanny team. But on weekends or holidays, Yi takes him back to their small apartment to enjoy ordinary parent-child time. Madame Ai Ma does not often come to disturb the happy time between mother and son, but security and material needs cannot be neglected to ensure that no accidents occur. When they arrived at the apartment, just as Yi was about to pick up Bei, she noticed a snow-white, two-tailed white fox quietly waiting at the door. Dada, are you here to pick us up again? Dada walked over, circled around Ai twice like when she was little, and licked Ai with her tongue, then squatted down, signaling Ai to put Bei on her back. 5 years is also a short time for star beasts, but it was enough for Dada to grow from a little creature to a size comparable to an adult tiger. She has snow-white fur, and her emerald green eyes are more dazzling than jade. Her limbs are long yet strong, making her Ai's most loyal battle partner. After the three of them returned to the apartment, Yi carried Bei back to the room. On the small treehouse bed, Bei turned over, and the safety lock hanging around his neck fell out. Yi's expression became dazed as she took a long time to pick up the golden lock and gently rub it. 5 years. For former Earthlings, how many 5-year segments can one's life be divided into? But interstellar people feel that 5 years is just a tiny part of time, even if wasted or discarded. They wouldn't regret wasting their lives. That person also said that time would dilute longing. Then why, after 5 years, can she still not forget the bits and pieces of their time together? Seeing something reminds her of someone is the most painful. Yi's expression darkened, and Dada leaned over, affectionately nudging her, making a soft mewing sound. Yi rubbed her head and gently said, "Tomorrow, we'll go back to Planet 2B. Chapter 331. A baby for 5 years. Enough time for Planet 2B to transform from a desolate wasteland into a vibrant blue planet comparable to the Earth of old. Countless water, Earth and wood elemental users have been working on this planet, turning the former desert and Gobi into artificial oceans, forests, and grasslands, creating an unparalleled sanctuary. This place boasts the most comprehensive collection of plants in the universe, from food crops, flowers, and trees to medicinal herbs. Any plant found in any corner of the cosmos can be found here. At the same time, 2B is also the seed supply hub for plants throughout the universe, with the Interstellar Federation frequently sending people for exchanges and inspections. No matter how renowned the research experts are, they are always stunned by the sight of the abundant greens and blues upon arrival. All of this is inseparable from the collaborative development efforts led by AIMOE and all the researchers and agricultural elemental users. The airship arrives directly at Planet 2B, but due to the large number of exploratory vessels ahead, it cannot dock at the space station for the time being and must wait in line. AIMOE packs a bag for a baby and gently reminds him, "Mommy has a meeting to attend soon. You can play with Aunt My Ma, and Dada will also keep you company. I'll be back in 3 to 5 hours at most." A baby sits quietly in the children's chair, swinging his little short legs. He is focused on playing with a Rubik's Cube, a new toy gifted by the Emperor, which is more complex and variable than the ones back on Earth, incorporating features of a technological kaleidoscope. A baby isn't very happy and purses his lips, asking, "Mommy, am I a fool?" AIMOE is surprised. How could you be a fool? Although her child has a personality that is quite aloof and proud, his intelligence is unquestionable, far surpassing that of his peers. A baby's ice blue eyes show no ripples. Much like his father, calm and reserved, possessing a maturity not typical for his age. However, he is still just a 5-year-old child and can be self-doubting based on others' words. But everyone says, I'm a foolish child with no abilities. Yi was initially very anxious, but upon hearing this, she instead smiled. She squats down in front of a baby, holding his tender little hand, and softly says, "It's okay. Mommy hasn't figured it out yet either." After giving birth, the threshold of my body was lifted, making it harder to determine levels. A baby is the same. He started testing at 2 or 3 years old, but has remained calm and unperturbed until now. Yi is not worried at all. After all, this child is her and that person as flesh and blood. Even if a baby were truly an ordinary person without abilities, it wouldn't change the fact that he is her treasure. Holding her treasure close, Yi affectionately asks, "Does a baby think mommy is weak?" A baby shakes his head vigorously. "Mommy can kill star beasts with her bare hands." Yi laughs. "So, a baby doesn't need to be anxious. Although it might not show now, perhaps you have a strong power hidden in your heart," she says, pressing on a baby's chest. "One day, when the right opportunity arises, it will burst forth." After a long moment, a baby nods heavily. "Mommy doesn't lie. Since mommy said so, then I'll wait patiently." The airship finally arrives at the space station, and they transfer to public transport to the research institute. Because Yi is the planetary lord of this star, holding the highest authority, she doesn't need to undergo any security checks and soon arrives at her destination. The sky blue egg-shaped research institute is located over the artificial ocean, gathering the Empire's top talents dedicated to improving the ecological environment of the universe. Yi carries a suitcase in one hand and holds a baby with the other, with Dada following closely behind. Along the way, colleagues greet them one by one. "Good afternoon, Miss AI. It's been a while since you last came. Can I ask you a few questions?" The newly launched RICE has been a great success, and the response throughout the universe has been enthusiastic. "Congratulations, Teacher AI. Oh, a baby is here too. Long time no see. You've grown even more handsome." All the way, Yi greets them with a smile, but a baby remains indifferent, appearing extremely cold towards anyone he meets, exuding a cool demeanor at such a young age. After entering the lounge, Mama also comes over. "Sister Yi, a baby. I made some fruit tea and baked egg tarts, just in time for you to eat." In front of the familiar my ma, a baby's gaze softens slightly, showing a bit of warmth. "And my ma." My ma walks over and gently rubs a baby's head. "We haven't seen each other for 2 months, right?" She complains to Yi. "You promised to bring a baby to see me at least once a month." Yi has already sat down on the sofa, helplessly saying, "I've been too busy. How could I have the time to bring my treasure here?" She takes off her high heels and mutters, "Damn. High heels are really painful after wearing them for so long." My ma leads a baby to sit on the other side, bringing various desserts and peach juice. Then why not just not wear high heels? My ma really can't understand how Yi, who used to run around in prisoner-esque clothing with a bare face, now cares so much about her appearance. Yi shakes her high heels. "Don't you think they have a strong presence?" My ma quietly watches her. Compared to 5 years ago, Yi has matured and become more beautiful. Like a blooming rose, every move exuding charm. However, her personality hasn't changed much. Perhaps because she has experienced too much, she has become more composed. But her inner self remains lively and cheerful, with an empathetic side. Since Yi still needs to attend a meeting, my ma is responsible for taking care of a baby and Dada. Dada can freely grow larger or smaller. In familiar surroundings, she prefers to appear in her small childhood form. Lying beside a baby and accepting the egg tarts he feeds her, my ma stands on a stool, pulling out several restored paper children-esque books from the top of the bookshelf. These are replicas made from trees grown here, precious books indeed. When faced with familiar people, a baby relaxes a bit more, especially since my ma is one of his closest people. In the past, you would often stay on Planet 2B for a long time, and during bottleneck periods, she would stay in the research institute for several days. During those times, it was mostly my ma who kept him company. As his fingers touched the wooden books, a baby can feel the vibrant life force. A vast power that no chemical material book or electronic reading could convey. Aunt Mama, the teacher said trees are precious. So why can they still be used to make books? My mom laughs and explains, your teacher is right. Even though the ecology is gradually improving now, trees are still precious natural resources. She points to the sky, saying, sometimes trees die due to natural forces or human factors, and these trees have little value after death. Your mom will use them to make wooden paper and replicate books. A baby nods, his small hand picking through a stack of books, suddenly pulling out a slightly yellowed paper book. Upon opening it, he finds content that he cannot understand. Chapter 332. The time of stay, the words were profound and obscure, so complex that just recognizing them was difficult. Bebe thought that he could at least understand all the children's picture books. Aunt Mima, however, could not understand. He shook the book towards Aunt Mima. She leaned over to take a look and exclaimed, this isn't for you, I didn't notice. Bebe was puzzled and turned the pages again, stroking the slightly yellowed paper. It was a beautiful paper book, and some of the pages were made of flower paper, exuding a fresh yet heavy scent of grass and wood, as if it carried a weighty past, which fascinated AI, Bebe, immensely. Is this book Mommy's? He asked. Even he knew that in today's world, apart from the oldest original copies of books on Earth preserved in the Imperial Library, the rest have been released in limited quantities by Planet 2B in the past 2 years, because the numbers were so few that it made listeners sad and viewers weep. The price was extremely high, and AIMOE rarely kept any for personal use. The book in his hand had already changed color, so it was clear it wasn't a product from the last 2 years. It should have been made by his mother much earlier. Aunt Mima certainly knew the origin of this book, but didn't know how to explain it. After stammering for a while, she finally said, it's a gift from your mother to a great person. After that person left, your mother would occasionally look through this book. In the past 2 years, she had been too busy managing her career and taking care of Bebe, so AIMOE had no leisure to browse through it. As a result, this book had been left on a high shelf, mixed in with the children's reading materials AIMOE made for Bebe. AI Bebe did not pursue the matter any further. He leaned against Dada's fluffy waist and happily flipped through the children's picture book. In the conference room, AIMOE was in a meeting with the researchers from Planet 2B. There were multiple topics to discuss, and finishing the meeting would take a long time. The final topic was about the Varus Secret Realm. One researcher stated that he had reviewed all the records related to the Varus Secret Realm and found that they were merely stories passed down orally, with no one having truly seen it. To avoid wasting time on non-existent matters, he asked, I'll confirm one last time, Teacher AI, you really have entered the Varus Secret Realm, right? AIMOE clasped her fingers together and replied solemnly, I have indeed entered the Varus Secret Realm. It was not an illusion or a figment of the imagination, but a real fact that truly existed. Not long after arriving in the space-time, she had entered that mysterious and lush place and even brought out seeds from it. This was an undeniable fact. If someone else made such a guarantee, no one would easily believe it. But with AIMOE's affirmation, the researcher no longer held doubts and promised, I will continue to collect data on the Varus Secret Realm and try to find the entrance. Thank you, AIMOE said, glancing around at everyone. The contributions we make to the plant kingdom will be remembered in human history. And now, the Varus Secret Realm is our path to further development. Any type of plant in the universe has a backup on Planet 2B, but this still falls far short of AIMOE's expectations. She was an Earthling, and no one understood better than her how prosperous and thriving the species on Earth once were. So while other researchers were satisfied with the status quo, she felt it was not enough, far from enough. After the meeting dispersed, AIMOE returned to the lounge, exhausted. At that time, both Bebe and Dada were already asleep, snuggled closely together. Aunt Mima was on the side, studying the drug resistance of a new plant virus vaccine. Sister Yi, you should be staying on Planet 2B for a while now, right? AIMOE sat at one end of the sofa, affectionately looking at her son and the Star Beast. The capital doesn't need me for the time being. I will be conducting research on a new topic here. Aunt Mima looked up at her and asked seriously, shouldn't you take a little break? In the past 5 years, AIMOE had been moving too fast, like an indefatigable robot, always working. After graduation, It was even more terrifying. Aunt Mima had not seen her spend even a single day off without phone interruptions. High-intensity work is not something everyone can handle. AI, you didn't mind. My greatest strength is my terrifying physical condition. Without threshold limits, she was like a superhero, recovering quickly with her abilities no matter how tired she was. Aunt Mima hesitated to speak, and all the words of persuasion were ultimately swallowed back down. You noticed the open book, and her gaze became focused. After a long time, she picked up the book and carefully flipped through it, as if she could touch that person's warm fingertips through the thin pages. A relic. She closed her eyes for a moment and then set it back down. By evening, after Bebe and Dada woke up, the three of them and the Star Beast went to the restaurant for dinner. The food in the staff cafeteria all came from the local area, with no chemical elements in any of the vegetables, fruits, dairy, meat, or eggs. Even the seasonings pursued original flavors, trying not to add preservatives or flavor enhancers. When encountering familiar colleagues, more people were still concerned about AI Bebe. This child was very cute, with features that resembled AI MOE, and his overly rosy cheeks made people say that if he changed his hairstyle, it might be hard to tell if he was a boy or a girl. AI MOE proudly said, Bebe is nurtured by me with all natural food. He hasn't consumed any industrial additives since birth, so he is as sweet, tender, and delicious as a peach. Everyone found this metaphor intriguingly appetizing. After ordering a children's meal for AI Bebe and a Star Beast meal for Dada, they sat down in a corner. Aunt Mima spoke while eating. Recently, there have been many more teams coming for inspections. Planet 2B is almost becoming a tourist attraction. The Empire has already started controlling the teams. I will also protest as long as it doesn't affect normal work. AIMOE twisted off the claws of a large lobster and took out the plumpest lobster meat for AI Bebe. Bebe also gave AIMOE the crab roe he had dug out, and the mother and son exchanged smiles. Aunt Mima, holding her knife and fork, said enviously, "That's so nice. I want to get married." "Don't joke, you're so young." AIMOE tried to discourage her thoughts. Aunt Mima laughed heartily and introduced AIMOE to the chef's new creation, assorted yogurt fruit pudding. She seemed much more cheerful and lively than before. Perhaps because her sentence had ended and she had brought her parents and siblings to Planet 2B, allowing the family to reunite. She was also a key member of the research team, balancing work and further education, improving herself over the long period. AIMOE felt as if everyone was moving forward in leaps and bounds, experiencing new lives that were previously unimaginable. Only her time seemed to have stopped somewhere. Why? Once she relaxed, did so many painful thoughts arise? Just as she was lost in thought, AI Bebe tugged at her sleeve. Mommy phone. Chapter 333. Supernatural reaction. AIMOE quickly answered the call. It was Gia. Gia was currently at the military department and occasionally came to Planet 2B for a treat. Today, she happened to be piloting an airship to Planet 2B for military duties and called to check if AIMOE was available. After AIMOE responded, she mentioned that she would arrive in no more than 10 minutes. My ma, familiar with the place, helped Gia order food. All of Gia's favorite seafood and beef. Soon, Gia arrived at the restaurant and immediately lifted AI Bebe high. The child had grown a little more. They seemed to have grown as if they had taken growth hormones, changing every day, Gia said happily. Aunt Gia. Bebe greeted Gia in a detached tone, her beautiful ice blue eyes showing no emotion. AIMOE suggested they eat first as the restaurant would be closing soon. Gia still refused to put Bebe down, kissing her cheeks and pinching her little hands, taking a long time to finally let go. Just then, the waiter brought the food, and Gia began to eat heartily. Mama had ordered large lobsters, king crabs, tuna, and black pepper steak according to her taste. These were all specialties of Planet 2B, limited in supply to the Empire and exported to other countries. Although the prices were high, they were always in short supply. After finishing all the dishes, Gia indulged in fruits and juices, feeling immensely satisfied. There is no place in the universe that has food as delicious as that on Planet 2B. I really hope to retire soon and come back to work here. Gia sighed. AIMOE rested her chin in her hand and lazily said, "No matter when you want to come back. This place will always be your home. At first, there were only the three of them. In just a few years, so much had happened, and the world had changed dramatically. Yet, this place belonged to the three of them and would never change. After dinner, Gia had to hurry back to the military satellite, but she still accompanied AIMOE for a while. My mom was running ahead with Bebe, while Dida transformed into a giant star beast chasing after them. Laughter echoing all around. Gia watched the three figures and quietly said, "Now the military department is under the acting marshal, General Yu, who is referred to as the marshal carrying out a confidential mission, without revealing too much information to the public." AIMOE lowered her eyes. 5 years ago, after that earth-shattering battle, the Federation declared victory to the entire universe. However, Marshal Felix did not return triumphantly as the citizens had hoped. The military department could not inform the public that the marshal had sacrificed himself, so they temporarily concealed the news. Even today, the citizens still believe that the marshal was alive. In fact, the empire had not given up hope. The tyrant had been destroyed, but what about the marshal? To this day, humanity still did not understand the connection between the marshal and the tyrant. If the marshal was indeed the tyrant, it definitely contradicted the material laws studied by humanity. If not, after the tyrant perished along with the wormhole, was there still a possibility for the marshal to recover? Thus, military scientists were secretly searching for cosmic materials near the explosion zone, trying to find some clues. G said, "The latest clue suggests that the marshal might have been destroyed into a particle form, or perhaps his soul still exists." AIMOE's heart raced. Did that mean he could come back? Gia, not wanting to let her fall into deeper despair, carefully said, "The scientists are considering this possibility. After all, the marshal cannot be measured by common sense. Even with today's technological advancements, researchers still cannot reach the end of science, which may belong to the other side of theology, mysteries that humanity cannot unravel." AIMOE pressed her hand to her chest, feeling its intense beating. Just mentioning his name could evoke such agitation. How could she forget? Gazing at the starry sky, AIMOE, confused and lost, said, "Clearly he is a sharp-tongued, black-hearted person who is not at all understanding. Why is it that after he left, I always find it hard to let go of this longing?" G shrugged slightly. "I don't know. I've never been in love." "Love?" AIMOE murmured softly. If this is love, she would rather have never experienced it. Without it, she wouldn't suffer from the pain of loss and confusion. After a moment of low spirits, AIMOE perked up again. Regardless, Gia brought good news, and she should hold more expectations. Since Bebe still had to go to school, the next day, Mrs. Emma personally came to take the child away, planning to bring her back over the weekend. AIMOE was grateful for the elders' help, as it relieved her of the worry of childcare. She threw herself into a new research project on jackfruit growth, working hard to create an environment suitable for jackfruit cultivation on Planet 2B and to cultivate sweet and delicious new fruits that could be accepted by the public. After 2 to 3 months, AIMOE had been staying on Planet 2B. In a laboratory, she hastened the growth of the plants before her. The green bean sprout-like plants quickly grew into towering trees 6 meters tall, with countless greenish-brown giant jackfruits hanging from the branches. AIMOE picked one, and upon cutting it open, a refreshing fruity aroma wafted out. Some researchers, unable to adapt to the fruit scent, painfully covered their noses. "What kind of smell is this? An old lady's foot-binding cloth?" One person took a deep breath and said, intoxicated, "Isn't this a tropical fruit aroma?" The two began to argue, accusing each other of having an abnormal sense of smell. Because the laboratory simulated the growth conditions of jackfruit, the climate was quite hot. AIMOE wiped her sweat and signaled to her assistant to turn off the simulated environment. She peeled the jackfruit, and the sticky sap covered her gloves and knife. "So who wants to taste it?" Looking at the uniquely scented, yellow-orange ripe fruit, the researchers exchanged glances. Seeing this, AIMOE took a piece for herself first. After chewing for a moment, she disappointedly said, "It's not fragrant enough." The researchers also began to eat. Some could accept it, while others couldn't stand it, shouting that it smelled like foot odor. "It's obviously delicious, soft and sticky, and very sweet." "Nonsense, it smells terrible." No, I think it's tasty, very sweet. But I thought it would have a crunchy texture. I didn't expect it to be soft. AIMO, said, it might be overripe, or the variety is meant to be crunchy. It seems I need to continue the research. I was too hasty. One researcher laughed and said, it's already delicious. Teacher AI has particularly high standards for food texture. AIMO, you want to say that she was just trying to restore the food's original flavor. Jackfruit is a fruit with low moisture, but the refreshing, crispy sweetness it should have cannot be lacking, considering the texture favored by the public. Let's adjust the direction for the next steps. Just as AIMO finished speaking, she saw her assistant waving outside. She took off her gloves, washed her hands, and then took off her lab coat before going out. The assistant whispered, scientists have detected abnormal energy fluctuations. This unique wood-type supernatural reaction is very similar to your energy. Chapter 334. Prison the Vera's Secret Realm, a paradise for all wood-based ability users in the universe. Since AIMO had inadvertently arrived at this place before, scientists believe that her magnetic field or energy resonates with the Vera's Secret Realm. As a result, scientists simulated her energy field in an attempt to capture the Vera's Secret Realm. After months of effort, it seemed there was some progress. In the conference room, scientists projected the fluctuations of the energy field onto a large screen. In this area, Miss AI's energy field seemed to be attracted by something. We have already contacted the military personnel station nearby to confirm whether the energy is compatible. AIMO pondered for a moment and said, if it is compatible, does that mean this place is very likely the entrance to the Vera's Secret Realm? At least we can detect the fluctuations. The scientists provided an uncertain answer. AIMO felt that no matter what, they had to investigate. This opportunity was too rare. The species within the Vera's Secret Realm were unparalleled in the current universe. She insisted on going, and the scientists would not stop her, but they hoped to have military officials escort her. The application report was submitted to the highest levels of the Empire, and the Emperor agreed to send powerful ability users to accompany her. In addition to AIMO, other relevant personnel would also be dispatched. Starcane 9956, also known as the Prison for Serious Offenders, holds prisoners who can never be released. The airship landed, and a man in a black military uniform pressed down his hat brim and strode toward the cold castle in the sandstorm. The prison warden personally led him to the cell for serious offenders, as usual, instructing the guards to bring a specific prisoner. This was a seemingly ordinary glass room, with a chair inside for visitors to sit. Amusi sat down as usual, placing an ancient Bible on his lap. He crossed his legs and waited until the prisoner came in through the corridor. Wen Liangyan was shackled with special materials on his hands and feet. In this prison filled with magical formations, he had been reduced to an ordinary person after the destruction of the star sea, making even walking difficult. Yet this person, who was usually indifferent, displayed a more relaxed and gentle smile than usual, as if he had let go of all his resentment and faced an old friend with a calm demeanor. Upon meeting, Musi was the first to open the Bible. Today, I will read to you from the book of Jonah. Wen Liangyan's smile slightly froze. I really don't want to hear you recite scriptures. Musi paused, closed the book, clasped his hands, and asked cheerfully, so, how have you been sleeping lately? Have you had nightmares about the past? Wen Liangyan smiled and said, no, I'm more relaxed in prison. In the past, you would have nightmares. Capturing the shadows of death from heavy historical memories, repeatedly experiencing the pain of his people dying, feeling the torment of being burned by fire, crushed by boulders, and devoured by sea beasts. He would wake up in a cold sweat, trembling, reliving endless deaths. He thought he would remember all this until he died. But after the destruction of the star sea and the loss of his abilities, he had not dreamed of it again. Is it a blessing in disguise? Wen Liangyan lowered his head, looking at his powerless hands. Musi opened the Bible again, saying, perhaps it's because I am cleansing your soul that you haven't had nightmares. To help you maintain your state, I will continue reading. Wen Liangyan calmly stared at his former roommate, his gaze gradually growing lifeless due to Musi's unpleasant reading tone. Musi's voice was not pleasant, and he stuttered through the obscure ancient text, making it hard to tell if he was praying or delivering some terrible curse. Fortunately, Wen Liangyan had already gotten used to it. Unlike AIMO, And Musi graduated from school a year after Marshal Felix sacrificed himself for the country and went directly into the military. Although he had no roommates to fight alongside him, he did not stop his pace. Countless battles and endless slaughter filled his military uniform with a heavy glory of merit, guiding him step by step to a higher position. But at least every 3 months, no matter how busy he was, he would come to read the Bible to his former roommate to help him reform. After being teased for being boring by Wen Liang, he earnestly said, "This Bible was borrowed from the Imperial Library at the request of His Majesty the Emperor." Repeated discouragement was futile, so Wen Liang allowed him to stutter through his prayers. Occasionally, when Musi grew tired of reading, he would talk about others. Zidao and Fei Jia then had graduated one after another and were now serving in the military. Na Ziyang was originally a candidate for marshal, but he was too young, and neither his prestige nor his ability was sufficient to hold the title. Therefore, the position of marshal was temporarily taken by a former lieutenant general, while Na Ziyang learned from the side. Wen Liang listened with great interest, only showing a guilty expression when hearing news about AI MOE. But even if he felt guilty, if given another chance, he would still make the same choice. As visiting hours ended, and Musi closed the Bible and said, somewhat reluctantly, "After I retire, I might become a teacher of ancient literature, spreading ancient culture." Wen Liang remained silent. "Then, I'll come to see you next time." And Musi stood up and walked toward the exit. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly turned around and asked, "Do you still harbor hatred? If the teacher could come back, would you feel ridiculous, realizing that everything you planned in the past has turned to dust?" Wen Liang closed his eyes and remained silent for a long time. Just when Musi thought he would not respond, Wen Liang quietly said, "At least the tyrant is no longer here." And Musi was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. An unexpected answer. Wen Liang looked toward the sunlight outside the visiting room. The interior of the prison he was in was dark and suffocating, with no hint of light. Only by coming here could he catch a glimpse of a bright glow. This might be his retribution, as he had also committed sins, revealing military information to the enemy during his quest for revenge, harming others by any means necessary more than once. And in the rest of his life, he would have no opportunity to atone for this sin. In contrast, his former teacher had at least shielded the universe from a catastrophe once. "My revenge is over. If you want to avenge the teacher, I will not have any complaints." And Musi placed his hand on the door handle, his gaze vacant. After a long while, he silently left. The guard stepped forward and took Wen Liang back to that cold, cramped, lightless cage. On planet 2B, AIMO prepared enough supplies in her spatial ring. If the area of energy fluctuations is indeed the Vera secret realm, these supplies should be enough for the entire team to stay inside for 2 to 3 months. Before setting off, she specifically asked Lady Emma to take good care of AI Bei. Although the elders were very attentive and doting toward the child, as a mother, she could not help but worry. Chapter 335. The Vera secret realm. The scientific research team is led by Ima Yi, with Su Qi and my Ma's members. The two have spent a long time with Ima Yi and work well together, making them the most suitable candidates for the journey to the Vera secret realm. Since the dangers of that place are unknown, only powerful combat personnel who won't hold them back are dispatched. The airship lands on Hook Star, where there is an Imperial military base, a necessary stop on the way to the Vera secret realm and one of the supply points. As the combat personnel have not yet arrived, the research team waits in the lounge. Ima Yi checks the equipment. Her spatial ring contains enough food and water, as well as a space-folding tent for outdoor camping. There are even exploration mechs, snacks from Dada, military off-road vehicles, and more. It's my ma's first time going to such a dangerous place, and she nervously paces around the room, biting her thumb and mentally simulating the knowledge she learned during her training. Ima Yi comforts her, saying, "It's okay, my ma. Just don't leave my side, or Dada can stay with you." Dada, curled up to the size of cat, snuggles against Ima Yi's leg and meows at my ma. My ma approaches and hugs Dada, rubbing her vigorously. "I don't have a mech or any practical abilities. I really hope I won't hold you guys back." On the other side of the sofa, Su Qi is typing away on his computer. "You're part of the initial team with the junior sisters. and many countries' green forest plans were guided by you. Please don't lack confidence in yourself. Su-Chi reassures her. Mama nods gently, encouraging herself. Amai glances at Su-Chi and asks, Senior brother, what are you researching? Su-Chi replies, I didn't have time to study the Vera's secret realm before being called up, so I'm trying to catch up on the data now. Amai quips, I thought you were still working on that old problem. Su-Chi has been conducting research on male offspring recently, but it's more of a side project and hasn't yielded much success. After a while, Su-Chi connects to the computer and firmly states, one day, I will achieve this breakthrough. Amai chooses not to comment. Half an hour later, the protective personnel sent by the military arrive at the base. Amai expects to see unfamiliar faces, but to her surprise, it's Muse and Faye Jianan who step off the airship. After their seniors graduated, they rarely met, though sometimes these familiar faces would come to 2B Star to improve the food, but Amai might not be around. However, even after a long time apart, the bond forged in life-and-death situations still exists. After a brief meeting, the airship carrying the research team heads toward the energy fluctuation field. On the airship, Amai emphasizes once more, it might not be the Vera's secret realm, so everyone should be prepared for a wasted trip. Additionally, historical records of the Vera's secret realm are extremely scarce, and we are not sure if it's safe inside, so please stay alert. The team consists of 12 people, theoretically 1 military personnel to protect each researcher. However, since Amai and Su-Chi can protect themselves, the distribution is not equal, and they should avoid splitting up as much as possible. Amuse rests his hands behind his head, leisurely looking at the simulation images of the Vera's secret realm on the screen. So, junior sister, you really went to the Vera's secret realm back then? Amai cannot guarantee it. I did visit a mysterious primitive forest and brought back seeds. As for whether it's the secret realm, I can't provide a clear answer. On the screen is a rough image created based on Amai's memories. In the dense primitive jungle filled with towering ancient trees, various strange creatures coexist harmoniously, an extraordinary scene that cannot be imagined by the impoverished minds of interstellar humans. It's like a mirage appearing out of nowhere, bizarre and mysterious. The research team believes Amai's words without doubt, as they're convinced that the energy fluctuation field originates from the Vera's secret realm, and they are all excited to the point of fainting. If they can truly reach this place, it would be a blessing for interstellar humanity. Several hours later, the airship finally arrives at the energy field. As Amai lands, she feels her own power being drawn by something, as if an invisible vortex ahead is pulling her towards the center. She gestures to the others, and everyone's faces show excitement. Amuse uses a military headset to inform nearby personnel that they are about to enter. If they do not return in over half a month, they will request the Empire to send reinforcements. After making thorough preparations, everyone follows Amai into the invisible fluctuation magnetic field. It feels like passing through a cold and soft barrier, resembling a jellyfish. Behind them is still a sky full of yellow sand, but in front, a verdant landscape emerges. The research team cannot describe the scene they see. An unparalleled expanse of green stretches out, a world beyond interstellar human imagination that even the mainframe program cannot depict. Towering trees, grown for who knows how many years, spread out their castle-like canopies, blocking the sky completely, yet everyone can feel that the air is so fresh and clean. Twisted vines hang like enormous snakes from the branches, and the ground is covered with deep, shimmering moss, with massive roots intertwining from the depths of the earth, occupying the entire ground. Even the ferns that are commonly seen in the dense forests of 2B Star are more spectacular here than elephants. In contrast, humans seem like small wild rabbits, trying to weave through the gaps between these plants. Before they can even marvel at this secret realm, the research team members begin to vomit and faint one after another. Su-Chi, experienced, says while he vomits, the oxygen concentration is too high. We can't adapt. Just like back on Azure Star. Amai, as if returning to a joyful home, skillfully administers first aid to everyone. After a while, the group, despite still feeling dizzy, snaps photos. Not yet understanding the characteristics of this area, Amai suggests that everyone operate the mechs. Mama joins her, and Dada also climbs into the mech. Amai's mech is modified from an old partner of Delay. although it isn't suitable for space combat anymore. It is light and flexible enough for exploration and is an outdated model that is no longer available on the market. The two cooperate, with Imai operating the mech to move forward and explore, while my Ma collects external plants for immediate analysis. Several mechs advance slowly, moving at a snail's pace. This is a mysterious and vast world, filled with so many plants that even Imai cannot identify. There is no sunlight in the dense forest, but the plants emit firefly-like glowing points. The world is not brightly illuminated by sunlight, but is instead a dark green forest. The mechs wade through a gently flowing stream, reaching the other side of the bank. The broken, desolate mountains resemble a green centipede crawling on the ground, and from the visible horizon, its end cannot be seen. Imai contacts the others through the communicator, saying, "There are other creatures in this secret realm. Everyone should be careful and keep noise to a minimum. Military personnel, please be alert for external dangers." Chapter 336 Species. The cameras of the scientific research team had not stopped recording, and even the parts had turned red and hot due to excessive use. They continuously filmed the rare flora and fauna in the Vera secret realm, not even missing the dancing green light spots. Imai manipulated the robotic arm to catch a few fireflies, while my Ma analyzed their genetic sequences. Is this really a firefly? Just like the ancient text described, it's so beautiful. My Ma gazed at it intently, unable to look away for a long time. Imai reminded him not to be too careless. These fireflies might be aggressive. It was uncertain whether they were the same as the ones on Earth. If they were older or had evolved, they might even be toxic. My Ma decided to temporarily store the fireflies in a petri dish to study them further back in the lab. 2 days later, the scientific team had made significant gains. The military chose a secluded spot to set up camp, and after the space-folding house was opened, the researchers eagerly began inspecting and analyzing their various finds. And Musi and Feijia then patrolled the area to guard against uncontrollable dangers in the secret realm. Later, Musi arrived at Imai's small research room first. Imai was carefully slicing and observing tree roots on the analyzer. Hearing movement, she said without turning her head, "Seniorin, are you feeling down?" It sounded like he was walking heavily. Musi casually sat down on a nearby stool, his eyes quietly watching Imai from behind his sunglasses. Compared to 5 years ago, the grown-up junior sister was more mature and stunning. Despite going through so much, her temperament had not become cold and gloomy. She still shone brightly. In contrast, he felt he had aged quite a bit as a corporate slave. "Before coming here, I want to see my former roommate." Imai didn't pause at all. "Is Senior one doing well?" Musi asked the question he had asked countless times. "Don't you hate him?" Imai closed her eyes briefly, the face of D-Lai flashing in her mind. After a long while, she softly replied, "Uncle D knows everything. Whether it's about when Liang Yin or anything else, it's all under D-Lai's control. But even so, he is still willing to atone for it." From Senior Win's perspective, his choice is understandable. D-Lai had also considered the situation from another angle. He didn't quite understand the significance of his kin, but he could exchange it for the citizens of the Empire and Imai. If his empire were destroyed and his Imai brutally killed, without a doubt, he would unleash a frenzied revenge. Therefore, the tyrant could not blame Wen Liangyan. After gradually learning the truth, he could only allow his retaliation. However, the Empire could not tolerate such behavior. Earlier, many in the military had suffered because of information leaks, which is why Wen Liangyan would be sentenced to life imprisonment. Not wanting to discuss this topic any further, and Musi sighed, resting his head on his hand, "It's really boring after graduation. Maybe it's because I don't have my former roommate to hang out with. Every day is so dull." Imai's lips twitched. "If Senior one knew you said that, he would definitely hit you." Musi's expression was calm. "He doesn't have the ability to hit me anymore." The research room fell silent, and Imai looked at Musi again. He was one of the high-ranking officials in the military. Since graduation, he had hardly had any time to relax. Once an elegant and carefree person, he was now more stable and profound, unable to act as he pleased. Perhaps this was the price of growing up? Just as Imai thought this, she suddenly sensed the wood-type elements in the air trembling slightly. The Vera secret realm was like her paradise. She could capture any wood-type element here, so even the slightest fluctuation would not escape her awareness. Something living was approaching. She immediately contacted the others through her headset. Amusi raised an eyebrow. I haven't noticed anything. Now, he was also a 3S level ability user, having been busy in the military for years. And yet his reflexes were not as sharp as Imai's. Imai said mischievously, "This is my home ground." Her only ability was wood type, which was at its peak and unparalleled. In this field, there was no one stronger than her in the entire star field. In the Vera secret realm, she likely would not encounter any danger. The entire area seemed to experience a massive earthquake, the ground shaking like waves, and a loud rumble echoed from the horizon. In the military's wireless headset, Fei Jia Nan whistled lightly, his tone very relaxed. "I've spotted a big creature. I don't recognize this species. The research team should get into the mechs and be ready to evacuate at any moment." Everyone immediately boarded the mechs, and after flying to a high altitude, they saw a gigantic star beast pan-hung on the mountainside. Imai collected images, and after confirming, she said, "This should be a sparrow from the Earth era." Mama quickly searched for information on sparrows in the terminal, which showed that sparrows were a very small species. Looking at the creature that could occupy a large hillside, Mama fell silent for a moment before saying, a sparrow bigger than half a mountain?" Imai shrugged. "Anything is possible in the Vera secret realm, isn't it?" Amusi, in another mech, remarked, "Should we capture it? It's too big. There should be a sparrow nest nearby. Catching a few small sparrows would be sufficient. The star field doesn't have this species, so we could bring them back for breeding." Imai's main job was to increase biodiversity. The capture operation quickly began. While the military was operating, Imai also jumped out of the mech to continue searching for nearby species. Dense fog quietly spread at this moment. Dida walked beside Imai and suddenly barked forward. Imai followed her gaze and saw several snakes slithering through the grass. Having studied biology for many years, Imai had lost any fear of snakes. Even if they were venomous king cobras, they were just research subjects to her. With a quick swipe, she opened a space, and green vines swiftly extended, capturing the snakes. After stuffing them into her space ring, Imai patted Da's head with satisfaction. "If you see other creatures, remind me, and I'll arrange a super feast for you when we get back." Dida rubbed against her palm, letting out a faint meow. Imai took a few more steps forward, suddenly realizing that the fog ahead was thick and she couldn't see anything 2 meters away. Looking back, the mech that was originally parked had also vanished without a trace. Imai immediately pressed her headset. "Mama?" There was no response. She lifted her foot to head back, the defensive magic array enveloping her, while more vines extended out to assess the situation. Dida also tried to find the others by scent, but they remained lost in the thick fog, unable to find their way. Human understanding of the Vera secret realm was limited to rumors, so facing this situation, Imai could only pray that her companions would not run into trouble. In the fog, it seemed there were other things like fine flying insects gnawing at her protective shield. Chapter 337 Dream Imoya amplified the magical array's abilities, causing the tiny microorganisms that gnawed at the protective shield to explode due to excessive energy absorption. Outside the shield lay layers of fragmented corpses. Imoya did not touch them directly. Instead, she used vines to grab a handful for inspection and reached a conclusion. Winged leeches? What kind of species is this? She did not overlook these corpses and collected some before continuing on her way. The secret realm was teeming with life, some of which were highly aggressive or extremely toxic. However, even under continuous attacks, they posed no threat to Imoya. She moved through the dense forest as if in a no-man's land, methodically collecting various plants and animals, completing her tasks in an orderly fashion. The only problem was that she had completely lost contact with the main group. Dada sniffed the air and shook her head at Imoya. Not a single trace. Imoya looked at the thick fog that had not dissipated for a long time and decided it was better not to proceed further. As it was not yet dark, Imoya set up camp. In her space, she had a folding house, after finding a concealed and safe spot to set it up. It appeared only as a tent from the outside, but inside it contained 3 rooms and 2 halls. Dada lay at the window on watch while Imoya analyzed plants in a small research lab. She also could not identify all types of unknown creatures. such as the pure white plant in her hand that resembled a snow lotus and turned semi-transparent upon contact with water, emitting a strange fragrance. Is it of the same family as the crystal orchid? She murmured to herself as she placed it into the analyzer, but at that moment, drowsiness hit her. Since entering the very secret realm, she had hardly rested. Amoya called out to Dada, "I'm going to sleep. Wake me if there's any danger." Dada meowed in response, and Amoya lay down on the table, falling asleep steadily. It had been a long time since she had dreamed. She found herself standing in the living room, gazing around in confusion. The layout was cozy, both strange and familiar. The sound of the range hood came from the direction of the kitchen, and she slowly walked over. Upon opening the frosted door, a man with slightly graying hair was wearing an apron and cooking. Hearing the door open, the man turned his head and said, "Yay, are you awake? Dinner will be ready soon. Go call your mom." Amoya stared at the man's profile in a daze. "Dad," the man smiled, looking exactly like someone from her hazy memories. "What's wrong? Are you still sleepy?" Amoya shook her head and went to the study to find her mom. The woman was busy. Even when she returned from work, she was always holed up in the study. If she didn't take care of her, she could work tirelessly until she collapsed. Arriving at the door, Amoya knocked, but there was no response. Habitually, she pushed the door open, and the beautiful woman behind the desk looked up, surprised. "Are you hungry? My goodness, time flies so fast." The woman had a head of glossy, thick black curls, but she seemed a bit dazed, clumsily tidying up the desk, knocking over a cup of water or spilling an ink bottle. Amoya stepped forward to help clean up the mess and noticed ink stains on the woman's hands. She suddenly smiled knowingly. Yes, Mom liked using fountain pens and said she loved the smell of ink. So she still remembered, after all that had happened over the years. She thought she would have forgotten all the details about her parents. She was such a heartless person. The mother and daughter left the study together. The woman's hand resting on Amoya's shoulder, very intimate. "Yay, I smell the fragrance of fish-flavored shredded pork. It seems Dad is showing off his cooking skills again." The setting sun cast a slanting light on the balcony, and Amoya gazed blankly at the distant red sunset, then turned back to look at the woman. She still couldn't see clearly. All she knew was that the woman was very beautiful, with naturally lovely curls that shimmered slightly in the sunlight without needing perming or dyeing. Noticing Amoya's confusion, the woman gently held her face. "Yay, is something wrong?" Amoya lowered her eyes, her gaze vacant. "Mom, it seems like I've gone to a very far place. I can't quite tell which side is the dream." The woman's hands were at a normal human temperature, and they carried the familiar scent of her mother. Even though she had become a mother herself, she stubbornly believed that her mother's arms were the only safe harbor, the only place where she could cry freely. She opened her arms and hugged the woman's waist. "Mom." The woman laughed and embraced her, fingers running through her hair, gently combing it. "Ye is being so clingy today, but here with Mom, Ye can always be a child." Amoya silently smiled, continuing to nuzzle into the woman's embrace, almost toppling her over. The mother and daughter laughed, and the man came out of the kitchen, raising a spatula at them. "Ladies, could you help me bring the food to the table?" The mother and daughter exchanged smiles and went to the kitchen together. As the sky gradually darkened and the last rays of sunlight disappeared, the lights in the dining room came on. It had been a long time since Amoya had sat down to a meal so relaxedly. She looked at her parents across the table. This couple had a great relationship, joking and teasing each other during the meal, leaving little room for others to interject. Amoya rested her chin on her hands, enjoying this most ordinary yet precious atmosphere. The memories from this side grew clearer, but something faded from her mind. In a daze, she heard the roar of a beast, anxious and restless, but she couldn't recall what that familiar voice was. She didn't know what her parents were talking about. The two of them looked at her together. The woman gazed at her like she was a priceless treasure and said with satisfaction, "My Ye is a child raised in love. From now on, every day, Mom will love you even more." The man also said with satisfaction, "Ye can live however she wants, as long as you feel happy." Just as Amoya was about to say something, the sound of keys came from the front door. She was momentarily stunned. Who else could come to this home at this time? Just then, the man stood up first, and the woman smiled and looked toward the door. Then, the door opened. A tall figure appeared in the entrance, seeming somewhat constrained. He set down the car keys, changed his shoes, and hung his long black coat on the rack. "I'm back, Dad, Mom." Amoya felt a thump in her chest, the sound resonating within her. The man looked surprised. "Didn't T you say you had a meeting tonight, and wouldn't T be back for dinner?" Delai walked straight to Amoya, pulled out a chair, and sat down. The meeting was canceled. The woman had already scooped a bowl of rice and handed it to Delai, smiling as she said, "We just started eating. You arrived just in time." Then, the woman teasingly glanced at Amoya. "While you were away, Ye was restless all day." Amoya stared blankly at the couple across from her, then slowly turned her head, meeting a pair of ice blue, incredibly dazzling and intense eyes. Chapter 338, I Will Return to Your Side. Why is this happening? Her mind felt shrouded in fog, gradually becoming unable to think, instinctively gazing at everything, both a participant and an observer. However, the three people at the table, apart from her, were enjoying themselves, chatting joyfully. She couldn't keep up with the conversation and silently lowered her head to eat. The person next to her picked her favorite bamboo shoots and placed them on the plate in front of her. "Dad's cooking is comparable to a 5-star chef. I should learn more from you." After saying this without a hint of embarrassment, Delai received unanimous praise from his parents across the table. The man said with satisfaction, "Now that Yi has found someone she can trust, I can finally relax." The woman said enviously, "My son-in-law not only looks good and is capable, but he also dotes on Yi. My Yi is truly a lucky child." Yi felt inexplicably hot on her face and timidly said, "Dad, Mom, please stop praising him." Her parents continued to tease her, but were also very pleased. After dinner, Delai skillfully washed the dishes. Yi stood beside him, with dish soap bubbles splattering on her face. Her mind was still hazy, feeling that something was off, but she couldn't pinpoint what the problem was. Looking up at Delai's profile, she uncertainly called out, "Uncle D?" Delai took off his apron and reached out to wipe the foam off her face. Yi stared at him in a daze. "But you're not." "Not what?" She racked her brain, but couldn't figure out what was wrong with this person. In a daze, she remembered something and looked down at her flat stomach. It seemed like nothing had ever happened. Delai smiled and took her hand, leading her out of the kitchen. The coolness of his palm made Yi feel as if her heartstrings had been touched, and something in her mind shattered. She showed Delai around her home, looked through photo albums from her birth to high school, and introduced her friends and classmates. They checked out the potted plants on the balcony, which were her favorite flowers. However, it seemed that he was more interested in her studies, digging out her failing test papers from the depths of the bookshelf, which earned her merciless punches and kicks. Then, they watched family movies together and fell asleep in each other's arms. Time passed quickly, in the blink of an eye. Each day was peaceful. They went shopping, bought groceries, and went on dates like the most ordinary couple, living a simple and stable life. One evening, as the sun was about to set, she sat in a hanging chair, gazing at the distant, vibrant sunset clouds. It felt as if the end of the world was approaching. Looking down, the entire city appeared lifeless, devoid of any vitality. Delai brought over a glass of juice and placed it on the small coffee table beside her. She made a little room for him to sit down as well. "I've always wanted you to see the era I'm in," she said softly. Delai's profile looked exceptionally stern and perfect in the glow of the sunset, yet it seemed at odds with this world. "I've seen it. Beautiful, peaceful." After a pause, Delai continued, "So, I can understand your reluctance to go back." Yi lowered her head, tightening her grip. Delai leaned closer, gripping the back of her head, and kissed her brow and eyes. "But Yi, this is not your era." Yi heard her parents talking in the study, discussing how to celebrate her upcoming birthday. But she felt very happy, even knowing it wasn't real. Here, she could see the three people she wanted to meet the most. Delai did not rush her. He patiently held her neck, his slightly calloused fingertips gently stroking her smooth skin. He carried a faint scent of cedar, and Yi had been in his arms countless times. As if lost in the afternoon, sun melting the snow, feeling cold yet safe and steady. Delai kissed her forehead and said softly, "Don't be tempted." "But it's you who is tempting me." Yi heard her parents' voices again, and tears fell uncontrollably. Since Bebe was born, she had hardly cried. She didn't know whether it was because she felt that a mother should be strong or because the support of those around her was enough to sweep away all waves, allowing her to forge ahead. But once she got close to this person, she would become very weak. She was still that flustered, reckless girl from before. His soft lips caught the rolling tears, the gentle touch making Ai's heart race. She almost cried out, "If I leave here, I won't see you again, right?" No matter how hard she pleaded and prayed, even in her dreams, she had never seen their figures. The people she loved the most in this world, the ones she couldn't let go of, she would never be able to see again. The person in her arms was crying almost to the point of suffocation, and Delhi could only hold her tighter, his cold palm gently patting her back. "I promise you," he said hoarsely, "we will meet again." Aimo's tear-filled eyes couldn't believe his words. "Liar. I will return to your side." Delhi swore again, "It may take some time, but perhaps in the near future, I will fulfill my promise." Aimo said sadly, "How will you come back? No one can find you. The whole country can't track you down." It was another lie. He would never come back. Just like before. He left her with a perfunctory farewell and rushed to his death, unwilling to even give her one last look. The ones she should hate and despise were now deceiving her. However, she really couldn't stay here any longer. That world still held her treasures. Standing up, Aimo wiped away her tears and tried to speak calmly. "Dad, Mom, I'm going out." Her parents came out of the room, but did not approach. They just stood in the shadows on the other side of the sunset, smiling at her. "Be careful on the road." The woman looked at her, with full of concern and love. The man waved at her, holding the woman with one arm, signaling her to go with peace of mind. She took a deep look at the two of them one last time and stepped forward. Beyond the balcony was an abyss. Delhi sat in the hanging chair, smiling at her. Aimo opened her arms, feeling the rush of wind. "Uncle D, you promised at least you will return to my side." "Of course," Delhi solemnly promised. Aimo closed her eyes and leaped forward. The roar of beasts drowned out the piercing wind, and the foggy world gradually became clear. Aimo opened her eyes to find herself facing a giant plant like a carnivorous flower, bursting through the entire folding house, clawing and destroying recklessly. Its head resembled a flamboyant sunflower, with a black abyssal crack in the middle, from which a crimson, rotting tongue extended, almost swallowing her whole. Dada transformed into a giant beast, biting down hard on the lower half of that thing, her sharp claws tearing its leaves apart. Aimo showed no fear, softly saying, "A beautiful dream. Thank you." In the next moment, the carnivorous flower expanded and trembled violently, emitting a sharp scream, but exploded from the root, quickly turning into green specks of light that disappeared into the air. Chapter 339. Miniature version, it is probably an evolutionary species combining plants and animals, capable of producing hallucinogenic effects, making one indulge in the most beautiful dreams. When a person gets lost in the illusion, it transforms from a plant into a star beast, devouring its prey with a gaping mouth. Aimo destroyed one, and the remaining specimens were sealed and taken back for further research. The Vela's secret realm is mysterious and dangerous. After dawn, Aimo continued to lead it forward. The space was already filled with various plants and animals. Even the water sources and soil had become part of Aimo's possessions. Next, all they needed to do was reunite with the main team, and this expedition would be considered a success. A day later, Aimo contacted Musi first through the military communicator. And Musi had protected 2 research personnel and had a very difficult few days in the secret realm, with even the mech being torn apart by mutated creatures. As they exchanged experiences, and Musi sighed heavily. "This dense forest is full of dangers. Can you believe it? I just wanted the river to wash the blood off my hands and almost got covered in leeches that sprang from the water plants." And Musi was very sensitive to external dangers, but did not notice that something in the water plants was eyeing him hungrily. He had been caught off guard several times, and the 2 research personnel had it even worse, nearly dying every 3 steps. Without the protection of elite military personnel, the research team would be left with nothing but Aimo. Aimo said with concern, "I hope Senior and my ma are okay." "Don't worry." And Musi lazily comforted her. "The Empire values this expedition highly, and has sent elite troops. AIMO, Yi lowered her head, and then Mu Si glanced at her, asking again, "You don't seem well. What happened?" AIMO, Yi forced a smile. "Really?" And Mu Si's eyes behind his sunglasses fixed on her. Unlike the other two research personnel who were ecstatic and almost manic, even though AIMO Yi had greater gains here, she still looked dispirited. Under Mu Si's silent gaze, AIMO Yi could only give a bitter smile. "I had a dream that can never be realized, and I feel lost upon waking." It rubbed against AIMO Yi's hand, as if trying to comfort her, its fluffy tail wrapping around her wrist. AIMO Yi lowered her eyes and said, "If I could, I would really want to stay there forever and never wake up." She had seen some documentaries where humans, enchanted by insectoids or mutated plants, even as their bodies were devoured, died with smiles on their faces. In that dream where she had parents, if it weren't for Delay bringing her back, and if she hadn't remembered AI Bei, she might have chosen to die in happiness as well. And Mu Si did not know what her dreams contained, but seeing her sorrowful expression, he could guess a little. The death of the Empire's marshal is a pain many dare not touch, and AIMO Yi's grief is unparalleled. He was her guide, her teacher, as well as her husband and the father of her son. For this, and Mu Si could only offer comfort. "Perhaps there will be a turnaround. Just be patient and wait." AIMO Yi nodded weakly. After 2 more days, the scattered teams gradually gathered and reluctantly left the Veil's secret realm. This expedition was conducted in secrecy, with only a few people in the Empire's upper echelons aware of it, to prevent interstellar disturbances. AIMO Yi sent the collected plants and animals to the research lab and returned to the Imperial capital before conducting research. It was a weekend, and AI Bei was in the castle, being guided by a renowned pianist to play the piano. The little guy was like a miniature version of the marshal, very similar in demeanor and appearance to that person, but it was also evident that he was AIMO Yi's child, cold yet elegant at such a young age. However, this overly aloof personality left AIMO Yi both amused and exasperated. She sat on a soft sofa, propping her head up as she admired her only blood relative in this time and space, her heart filled with pride and comfort. The butler, Mary, brought freshly squeezed juice and said, "In a while, there will be a dinner at the Felix family. As the head of the family, will you find time to attend?" AIMO Yi kept her eyes fixed on AI Bei, but coldly refused. "I don't like occasions that are just about flattery and sycophancy. With the elders present, I personally don't want to waste time attending." Over the past few years, as the acting head of the family, she had rarely concerned herself with the affairs of that ancient noble family. However, the elders were very kind people, even though they complained verbally. They had never added any trouble for her and always diligently completed their work for her. With the title of head of the family, AIMO Yi not only gained immense wealth, but also enough power and status to move smoothly through her work. Mary looked at AI Bei and sighed. "The little head of the family has grown up. The marshal knows your situation, and he must be very relieved." AIMO Yi rubbed her forehead and softly said, "I'll go upstairs to rest for a while. Call me when it's time for dinner." Yes, the castle still kept Delay's room, and AIMO Yi preferred it here. She sat on the balcony, gazing at her warm palm. In that dream, Delay liked to hold her hand, sometimes intertwining their fingers in an intimate manner. He had promised he would return. All she could do was wait endlessly through her long life. Closing her eyes, AIMO Yi fell into a deep sleep. The sunset in the sky faded little by little, and the fragrance of gardenias filled the air. The new variety of gardenias that she had improved was blooming in the castle's garden, with large clusters of pure white flowers releasing their fragrance in the gentle breeze, enveloping the entire area in a captivating floral scent. In the serene and refreshing environment, AIMO Yi seemed to have a long dream, the corners of her mouth slowly curling up. At some point, a figure appeared beside her, as if someone gently touched her forehead, brushing aside her curled hair. AIMO Yi suddenly opened her eyes, and when she met a pair of extremely beautiful ice blue eyes, her heart almost stopped. But the next moment, a tender and slightly awkward childish voice pulled her back to reality. "Mommy, it's time to eat." AI Bei leaned over in front of her, tilting his head to gaze at her. Aimo was momentarily stunned, then reached out to rub Ai Bei's head. Ai Bei enjoyed it, nuzzling his head in her palm, mirroring Dada's actions. Aimo sat up, only to realize that it was completely dark outside. When the garden lights turned on, the reflections sparkled in the river along the city. Pulling Ai Bei into her arms, Aimo played with him for a while before being urged by Mrs. Mary to go eat. The castle was lively tonight, with even His Majesty the Emperor coming to dine with Lady Ai Ma and bringing luxurious gifts for Ai Bei. Chapter 340. Workaholic the improved small mech was spinning in circles in the living room, and a baby was awkwardly controlling it from inside. Although her expression remained as indifferent as ever, her body language revealed her excitement. This was a toy assembled by the Emperor himself, using various parts for a baby to practice with. During dinner, Madame Ima happily poured a glass of cocktail for Imoyi. I personally mixed this using floral and fruity ingredients. Yi, please help me taste it. Imoyi took a sip. Did you use mint and lime? It feels more like a beverage than a cocktail, with a very low alcohol content. Madame Ima proudly said, I plan to name it Midsummer. It's very refreshing and delicious. Imoyi suggested, how about adding a bit of lemon juice? The Emperor, listening in, felt speechless. Are you really mixing cocktails? The two women excitedly discussed the new recipe, completely ignoring the Emperor's complaints. Madame Ima's recent hobby was concocting various flavored drinks, from milk to cold beverages and alcoholic drinks, using different flowers and fruits to create all kinds of juices and milk teas. Since Planet 2B began supplying food ingredients to the entire empire, various natural food materials gradually made their way to every household's table. Among them, Madame Ima's collection of natural foods was even more comprehensive. Anything she liked. Ima would plant some in the castle, making it comparable to a small agricultural base. With an endless supply of natural ingredients, Madame Ima naturally became interested in cooking and would often make delicacies for a baby, a privilege that even the Emperor did not enjoy. During the meal, the Emperor also inquired about the gains from the Vera secret realm, which earned him Madame Ima's dissatisfaction. I should have mentioned no work-related topics during meal times. You can be a workaholic, but don't let it affect Yi. The Emperor helplessly replied, I was just asking casually. Aren't you curious about how many new and exotic plants Yi brought back from that legendary secret realm? Madame Ima was indeed curious, but did not want to disturb Ima-Ye's meal. Ima-Ye picked a crab meat dumpling for a baby and then humorously said, the harvest is indeed abundant, but many are still under research, and I don't even recognize them myself. I'll attend the upcoming National Assembly in a few days and provide you with detailed answers then. As the Deputy Minister of Agriculture, Ima-Ye was also qualified to attend the National Assembly. She briefly mentioned some plants, like new varieties of mushrooms and wild fruits, which made Madame Ima very excited. After dinner, a baby was taken by Madame Ima to play with the mech, while the Emperor chatted with Ima-Ye on the balcony. The Empire's search for him had never ceased, and perhaps good news would come soon. The night wind lifted Ima-Ye's long hair, which she casually tucked behind her ear, her tone indifferent. When he comes back, I want to give him a good beating first. I want to vent all the anger and resentment from these past few years and let that person taste the feeling of being let down. The Emperor said again, whether you feel wronged or need help, don't keep it bottled up. You are our family, and caring for you is our responsibility. Ima-Ye stated that she wouldn't feel wronged. Indeed, due to her age and experience, both the Ministry of Agriculture and the Research Institute had people who looked down on her. As the daughter of a former corrupt official, she had surpassed many industry experts to become a top talent at a young age, and the jealousy and doubts from the outside world had never ceased. Fortunately, her abilities did match her position, and those who had worked with her would ultimately be convinced. The one wish she could never fulfill, no matter how hard she tried, was only that one thing. In the evening, Ima-Ye took a baby back to their small apartment in the city. Family dinner? Receiving a call from the elder, Ima-Ye glanced at the little one playing with the mech beside her. As long as Bebe comes, I have very important work. The elder expressed regret over the phone. You rarely attend Felix's dinner, and to this day, the nobles still haven't recognized your face. Ima-Ye chuckled. I'm just acting as the head of the family. Let Bebe go. The elder stopped persuading her and kindly reminded her to take care of her health before hanging up. Amai exhaled deeply. Since returning from the secret realm, she had indeed been busy researching new organisms, so it didn't matter whether she attended the dinner or not. Looking down, she met a pair of beautiful ice blue eyes. Bebe, remember to listen to your grandparents at the dinner. Just respond gracefully. A baby silently nodded. Amai affectionately hugged him, as if embracing the most precious treasure in her world. The soft strands of hair brushed against her face, and a baby softly asked, "Mommy, are you tired?" Amai was taken aback. A baby's fair fingers pressed on her shoulder as he quietly asked, "You're always so busy, working, taking care of Bebe, and dealing with family matters. Aren't you tired?" From the little one's perspective, Amai was always busy, rarely showing a relaxed demeanor. She also never relied on anyone, even when exhausted to the point of not being able to stand straight. She wouldn't complain or seek comfort from anyone. Subconsciously, a baby felt that this was not good. "Mommy, it will take a long time for me to grow up," he said, clasping his hands, feeling very frustrated. "Right now, I can't support Mommy." Although Amai had always known that this child was sensitive and mature, hearing him say such things still surprised her. "Bebe, Mommy doesn't need to rely on anyone. Besides, Madam Ima and His Majesty are both Mommy's support." Amai did not understand what had led a baby to have such a sad thought. A baby curled up in Amai's arms, sobbing, "But Mommy is very lonely." Countless nights, he had woken up to see Ima either busy in her study or sitting on the sofa in a daze, her lonely figure stretched out in the dim light. At those times, he would think that if he grew up quickly, perhaps he could make Mommy no longer so lonely. But when he asked Madam Ima, she kindly said that no matter how much he prayed, time wouldn't speed up. He would still have to wait for at least 10 more years to become an adult who could be relied on. That felt too far away. "Mommy," shaking Amaya's neck, a baby whispered, "Bebe will mature quickly and will behave properly at the dinner, so you can rest assured. So, Mommy, can you take a break sometimes?" The child's tender words made Amaya's heart feel as if it curled up, painful for a moment. How could a young child worry about her like this? She indeed felt she was not doing well enough. "Bebe, Amaya made a serious decision. Once the new research project is over, Mommy will take you out to play and relax together. Okay? Let's temporarily put aside all this work and career." Chapter 441 Trouble on Planet 2b. AIMO was analyzing plant structures in the research lab. This plant was similar to taro on Earth, producing fruits with a texture akin to taro, but it was highly toxic. 1 gram could kill a cow. AIMO thought of many ways to neutralize the toxicity. After all, taro was so delicious that it would be a shame not to eat it just because it was poisonous. Over the course of 2 days, AIMO tried dozens of methods and finally managed to remove most of the toxicity, making it safe to eat, although it could still cause diarrhea and vomiting. Mama said sadly, "Isn't that still toxic?" AIMO was quite satisfied, thinking that with so many interstellar foodies around, as long as it didn't kill anyone, there would always be people willing to eat it. Mama replied, "However, if the citizens have problems after eating it, or if their immune systems are too weak and they die from the poison, the credibility of the research institute will plummet. Therefore, this delicious taro could not be cultivated on a large scale for the time being. Having brought back too many plants from the very secret realm, a batch was assigned to the Imperial Capital's Plant Research Institute for analysis, with Shonda Lin's uncle and nephew as the main responsible persons. When the airship arrived at the sky parking lot, Shonda Ing, accompanied by 2 assistants, went straight to find AIMO. "We've analyzed part of it. Uncle is worried you might be anxious, so he sent us to report our findings first." Shonda Ing had stayed up for several nights and had dark circles under her eyes deeper than a panda's. AIMO brewed a new variety of hybrid tea for the 3 visitors and thanked them, saying, "You really help a lot. If it weren't for the analysis being done at the Imperial Capital, the workload here would crush us." Shonda Ing exchanged polite remarks while savoring the delicious tea. After graduating from school, she went directly to the Plant Research Institute to engage in agricultural research. The plants she analyzed this time were ones AIMO considered more like crops, such as sesame, cantaloupe, oats, and other similar varieties. She did not disappoint, analyzing them very accurately, and would provide a detailed report later. AIMO then looked at the other 2 individuals, One was researcher Xiong Zhuang, and the other was Yang Wei-sheng. She passed a plate of fruit to them and asked with a smile, "Is the new job going smoothly?" Caught off guard by the conversation, Yang Wei-sheng jumped up, his face turning red. He fumbled with his hands behind his back, feeling both excited and nervous, stammering as if he were tongue-tied. Thank you, teacher AI. I'm very happy working at the Research Institute. If it weren't for your recommendation, I definitely wouldn't have this opportunity. My career is because of you, I." The two had not met often, but every time Yang Wei-sheng was in such an exaggerated manner, making AI Mo-Yi feel helpless. A few years ago, due to AI Mo-Yi's recommendation, Yang Wei-sheng's saffron received support from Shonda Lin's team, allowing him to continue his research and cultivation. After a few years, the saffron he cultivated was validated by the market, and he had achieved success, finally proving his worth and securing a position in the Imperial Capital's Research Institute. It must be said that AI Mo-Yi was indeed his mentor, so he admired and was grateful to her. Seeing Yang Wei-sheng's awkward demeanor, Xiong Zhuang impatiently kicked him in the rear. "Come on, stop being so wishy-washy, it's annoying to watch." Yang Wei-sheng, embarrassed, avoided looking at AI Mo-Yi and walked to the side. Xiong Zhuang glanced at AI Mo-Yi again and sighed for no reason. When Shonda Ying went out to take a phone call, Yang Wei-sheng also went to organize his report. Seizing the opportunity, he straightforwardly expressed his intent to AI Mo-Yi. "It's been 5 years. Haven't you thought about remarrying?" AI Mo-Yi was drinking tea and sprayed water everywhere. Xiong Zhuang continued, "I know you can't let go, but emotions are the most easily crushed by time. In the long years ahead, finding a suitable man isn't infidelity. It can also be a way to pass the time." AI Mo-Yi was puzzled by his inexplicable words. She put down her teacup and hesitantly said, "You." Xiong Zhuang hurriedly added, "I'm not recommending myself to you. I still have that level of self-awareness. Even if there is indeed a hint of unexplainable feelings in my heart, I know I wouldn't be a good match for you." He took out his phone and sent AI Mo-Yi a few photos, casually introducing, "This is the Duke from the Cromarty United Principality, 20 years older than you, unmarried, and perfect in every way." AI Mo-Yi interrupted him. "Wait. Let me finish. This concerns your lifelong happiness," Xiong Zhuang chattered on. "This is the person I think is most suitable for you after my investigation. He is wealthy and powerful, has a good character and looks, and most importantly, he admires you, considering you a goddess bringing blessings to the stars. Enough. You don't need to arrange this for me. Honestly, it's quite offensive." AI Mo-Yi coldly stopped Xiong Zhuang and called a meeting early to prevent this impulsive person from continuing to introduce suitors to her. After the meeting, Xiong Zhuang was still not disheartened and chased after AI Mo-Yi, expressing hope that she could at least meet the Duke. But he was met with AI Mo-Yi's rude and firm rejection. Xiong Zhuang was hurt, but became increasingly determined to connect AI Mo-Yi with someone. To avoid him, AI Mo-Yi hid in Shonda Ying's airship. Shonda Ying, hearing about this matter, thought it could be promising. "I had a brief encounter with that Duke. He really is a perfect person, not inferior to." Pausing for a moment, Shonda Ying continued, "Moreover, Bei is still so young. Someone needs to fill the void left by his biological father." AI Mo-Yi said while sipping coffee, "My son doesn't need that kind of thing. Moreover, whether it's the emperor or the elders of the Felix family, the love they give to AI Bei will not be less than anyone else's. That person's position is irreplaceable." Seeing her so resolute, Shonda Ying could no longer persuade her, but remarked, "Only you can be so sentimental. Unlike that Zilu, who has gone through one relationship after another. The men she has discarded could fill a long street." AI Mo-Yi had almost forgotten about Zilu. Since graduating, she had little interaction with people from school, being engrossed in her research and oblivious to the world outside. Has Zilu gotten married? No. Shonda Ying's tone was strange. She dumped Qi Zhigu and then flattered a certain earl, but not long after, she met an alien king and turned to embrace him. Shonda Ying had been closely following Zilu, from initial disdain to later contempt, and now she actually admired her. Not everyone has the time and energy to maneuver between powerful men, constantly climbing to achieve their ambitions and desires. Perhaps in the end, Zilu is the one who has the least effort but gets her wishes fulfilled. After gossiping for a while, AIMO received a call from Su Chi. Su Chi spent most of his time working in the military, serving as a doctor while also dedicating himself to plant research, primarily focusing on medicine. AIMO leaned toward research but had not neglected the development of medicine. On the phone, Su Chi said, "We're encountering a bit of trouble here, and we currently have no strategy to address it. If you can spare some time to come over, we should have some clues." AIMO was quite puzzled. If even Su Chi found it troublesome, what could it possibly be? Chapter 442, Miasma. The Gesell military base is a new fortress established on the edge of the Empire's defense line. When Aimai arrived by airship, Su Chi and other military doctors had already been waiting for a long time. There was no time for pleasantries, and Su Chi went straight to the point. About 10 days ago, a large amount of toxic gas appeared in the eastern forest, and soldiers who accidentally came into contact with this gas began to show symptoms one after another. Su Chi pulled up numerous recorded videos for Aimai to review. In the footage, soldiers who had been exposed to the toxic gas had severe bodily decay, and even Su Chi's powerful wood-based abilities could not heal them, nor could they even slow down the decay. The soldiers were in excruciating pain, but could only watch helplessly as their limbs gradually rotted away. The military and medical departments were both trying to find a solution, and the only thing they knew was that these individuals had all come into contact with the toxic gas in the forest. Aimai frowned and asked, "Has the source of the toxic gas been investigated?" Su Chi shook his head, explaining that his senior and senior sister Zidao had taken a special operations team to the forest's edge, but they had to withdraw immediately upon arrival. Even piloting mechs could not shield them from this terrifying toxic gas, and the special operations team did not dare to venture deeper, retreating just in time. Su Chi then said, "However, I did a little analysis and think it resembles the miasma you mentioned before. In the humid and high-temperature dense forest, microorganisms thrive, and when decomposing the remains of plants and animals, toxic gases are produced, which is the source of the miasma. The eastern forest is already a seldom-trodden forbidden zone, infested with insectoids and star beasts, where the environment of the weak being preyed upon by the strong leads to a proliferation of remains, making the generation of miasma quite reasonable. But this time, the miasma is truly terrifying, indicating something unexpected has occurred within the forest. The military is currently worried that this toxic gas will continue to spread and even reach the military base." Aimai understood the situation and began to discuss treatment plans with Su Chi and the medical department. The poisoned soldiers were in the intensive care unit, and there had not yet been any fatalities. Aimai opened the analysis array to first assess the internal conditions of the soldiers' bodies. Since Aimai had not fully engaged in medical work after graduation, some military doctors at the base were unfamiliar with her. There were already complaints about the young and capable Su Chi, and now with him bringing along a young girl, their jealousy and disdain reached a peak. Just a little girl, relying on her family's power to act presumptuously? I heard she graduated in the same class and even married someone of high status. Look at her. So pretty, just a vase. In such an emergency, they still have to play house, really not taking lives seriously. They were not quiet in their discussions, and Aimai heard every word, with the array layers enveloping the injured without any effect on her. Su Chi whispered, "Sorry, junior sister. Bringing you in to help has made you hear these rumors." Aimai didn't mind at all and sympathetically said, "Senior brother, you have it tough too. They are too young. After graduating from school, they were promoted to high positions due to their outstanding work abilities. Meanwhile, many older colleagues have to spend decades, even hundreds of years, before they can stand beside them or be subordinate to these younger ones as their careers near their end. Their inner dissatisfaction and jealousy naturally magnify, and some choose to band together to ostracize. Aimai had encountered similar situations and had developed a strong mindset, so she blocked out all distractions and focused on treating the soldiers. After the array's detection concluded, Aimai discussed several treatment options with Su Chi, while others listened in confusion or looked on from a distance with disdain. However, when Aimai and Su Chi began to work together on treatment, and the treatment plan proved effective, the expressions of the onlookers began to freeze. The first severely injured soldier rescued was in a state of severe decay, barely clinging to life. Imai used a dual treatment of the array and traditional Chinese medicine, with Suchi assisting, and it took half an hour to bring the person back. Once their vital signs stabilized, the military doctors who had previously looked down on the two were left gaping. Imai had no time to explain further to them, and she and Suchi quickly saved 2 more injured soldiers, continuously refining and improving the treatment plan to finalize the rescue procedure. By evening, another meeting was held, during which Suchi announced the plan, and the medical department mobilized urgently to implement the treatment according to the methods the two had discussed. Imai stayed in the treatment room all night, and after the situation improved slightly, she went to meet her seniors. Na Ziyang and Zidao were both at this base and had also investigated the eastern forest. Upon meeting, Zidao informed her of the situation first. Suchi mentioned that it might be some kind of miasma, though I haven't heard of it. Zidao shrugged, looking helpless. Na Ziyang and I couldn't get in. The defensive array in Mechs couldn't block the miasma. Imai frowned in thought. Theoretically, the miasma shouldn't be this terrifying. Could it be that there really was something else in the eastern forest? Without delay, she decided to go there herself. Zidao was worried and intended to ask Na Ziyang to accompany her, but Imai politely declined. I have wood abilities. I should be fine against the miasma. If you're really concerned, you can wait for me a bit farther from the forest. Soon, the 3 of them boarded a mech and arrived at the edge of the eastern forest. At dawn, the eastern forest was shrouded in a gloomy fog, and from the sky, black-green gas could be seen swirling in the central area. Na Ziyang scanned the nearby conditions and found that large areas of star beasts and ordinary flora and fauna were dead. At this rate of spread, the entire military base would be surrounded in less than 3 days. Zidao also felt uneasy. Intangible things are hard to deal with. Junior, are you sure you don't want us to go in with you? Imayez's wood vines had already extended out, trying to make contact with the miasma, and she felt no significant discomfort. I think I can handle it. You guys should wait outside for me. After saying that, she leaped from a mech and jumped directly into the miasma. With her wood abilities naturally bringing healing, Imai had also developed various defensive arrays, giving her higher resistance to toxins. While others faced certain death upon contact with the miasma, she could still move freely for the time being. However, the miasma was too dense, obstructing her vision and making it impossible to discern direction. She summoned Dada from her space, applied a defensive array to Dada, and instructed her to lead the way. Dada sniffed the ground and moved forward, suddenly meowing a couple of times. The source of the miasma must be over there. Imai was overwhelmed by the foul-smelling miasma, her eyes barely able to open, and she couldn't see what lay ahead. Dada responded with a sound, trotting forward, and Imai followed. What could be in the center of the dense forest? After traversing for an unknown duration, they encountered numerous decaying bodies of various creatures, without a single living thing in sight. Upon reaching the center of the forest, Imai looked at the enormous object before her that resembled a mountain. Feeling a bit apprehensive, this is Chapter 443 Heart. She had never seen such a peculiar thing. It looked like a massive, flesh-colored tumor, with a surface that was not particularly smooth, featuring folds and textures. A slippery mucus flowed continuously along the grooves, and all surrounding life had perished. The blue veins, densely covering the surface, pulsated abruptly, resembling the intricate blood vessels of an organ, supplying the tumor with the conditions necessary for survival. Yi circled the tumor a few times and could only conclude that the miasma was indeed produced by this thing. Its existence alone did not cause the miasma, but all surrounding creatures quickly died because of it. Whether it was plants, animals, star beasts, or insectoids, there were no living beings within a radius of hundreds of meters. Dada moved closer, but was constantly pushed back by the erupting miasma. It meowed at Moi, who frowned and said, "You mean heart?" She looked again at the tumor, which was larger than the mountains, her eyes filled with astonishment. What creature's heart could be this enormous? In any case, she decided to try to destroy it. Otherwise, if the miasma spread, the military base would be doomed. Yi quickly set up a defensive formation, while a massive vortex appeared in the sky, and several green dragon-like wooden tendrils descended from above, repeatedly stabbing into the immobile tumor. The overwhelming impact caused the entire forest to tremble, and the ground nearly shook like rippling waves. However, the tumor remained motionless, showing no signs of damage from this earth-shattering attack. AI-MO was somewhat surprised and raised her hand again. The formation took shape, and all the plants in the forest soared and danced, transforming into sharp blades that pierced toward the tumor. This attack was even more terrifying. The tumor no longer sat idle, extending countless blood-red arms that entangled and bit at the wooden elements controlled by AI-MO. AI-MO felt that there must be something inside that tumor, whether it was a core or something else. Perhaps tearing it open would reveal the essence of the tumor. It was as if two wild beasts were desperately tearing at each other. The clash of abilities causing the entire area to tremble, and the howling shockwaves swept beyond the forest, forcing Na Ziyang and Zidao, who were waiting, to retreat once more. Inside the mecha, Zidao looked at the battlefield above with a smile. This place was perfect for the junior sister to fight. Wood-type abilities were truly convenient. In another mecha, Na Ziyang did not respond, but kept a close watch on the images being transmitted. The ominous aura emanating from that tumor had been felt by him during the Interstellar War 5 years ago. A terrifying prediction took shape in his mind. And Na Ziyang said, "We should go too." Zidao, hearing the voice from the communicator, asked in confusion, "Are you sure? The miasma hasn't dissipated due to AI-MO's attack. In fact, it's spreading even more dramatically. It's not good to go in." Na Ziyang reiterated, "Let's go take a look. Perhaps it will be someone unexpected." With no other choice, Zidao had to pilot the mecha to follow. The battle lasted a long time. But ultimately, AI-MO gained the upper hand, tearing the enormous tumor down to less than 1,000th of its original size. Just as Dada had said, after tearing open the outer layer of the flesh mass, the core area revealed indeed resembled a heart structure. It was beating rhythmically and evenly, but it emitted a chilling aura that made AI-MO want to retreat. However, she still needed to find out what it was. AI-MO hesitated and gestured a few times, contemplating where to peel it open. The sound of mecha engines grew louder as they approached. And AI-MO turned to see one red and one black mecha landing behind her. Pressing the communicator behind her ear, AI-MO asked, "Senior sister, senior, what are you doing here?" The miasma had not dissipated, and as Zidao jumped down from the mecha, AI-MO immediately cast a defensive shield around him. Zidao strode over and whistled upon seeing the heart. "What organ is this?" AI-MO shook her head, her gaze returning to the heart. "I can't probe it. I plan to cut it open." Na Ziyang also approached, lowering his military cap against the strong wind, staring at the still massive flesh mass. "Be careful." The sharp blade took shape and cut a gap into the already weak and less forceful beating flesh mass. No blood oozed out, but AI-MO became even more cautious. After the wood-type elements penetrated inside, she sensed that there was something else within this heart. For some reason, her own heart was also pounding in her chest. She felt a familiar aura, that of the cold and stern feeling after a winter snow. The power of someone beside her that soothed her solitude and unease during countless naps or late nights. The absurd thought caused AI-MO to lose control. The power condensed by the wood-type elements accelerated, yet carefully peeled away the layers of flesh, as if fearing to hurt what was inside, combining brutality with tender gentleness. When the heart was completely peeled open, revealing a cocoon lying in the flesh and blood, the three were stunned. A man lay within the cocoon covered by layers of transparent membranes, his stern face appearing particularly serene and calm. Even his black hair lay obediently against him. AI-MO's hands trembled as she reached out to touch the man's cheek. The face beneath the wet membrane was so cold, with a slightly sickly pallor, and was much thinner than 5 years ago. AI-MO opened her mouth, but could not make a sound. Her slender fingers gently touched the person she had lost and found again, focused and overjoyed, unable to think of anything else, and her gaze could not be torn away. Na Ziyang and Zidao exchanged glances and contacted the imperial capital and the military base. 5 days later, on the top floor of the military hospital in the imperial capital, a team of military doctors led by Dr. Yin Si produced a medical report. After examination and testing, it was determined that this should be the heart of the tyrant. Yen-Si speculated that, 5 years ago, the heart protected the marshal, and whether actively or passively, the marshal survived, wandering in the universe. The insectoids came from another space-time universe through a medium, and the cocoon surrounding the emperor's heart thus existed in another universe. It was only a dozen days ago that, for some reason, a rift was torn open to return to this universe. Even though only a weak heart remained, the tyrant's power was still immense, consuming living beings and turning them into miasma, causing great trouble for the military base. Fortunately, the injured had all recovered health thanks to Ai-Mo-Ye's treatment. Ai-Mo-Ye attended the meeting, where His Majesty the Emperor joyfully joked about the compensation for the injured, asking whether it should be covered by the Felix family. Ai-Mo-Ye gazed at the heart structure on the screen, her expression serene. Of course, I will draw it all from Uncle D's private account, every single penny. As long as that person could come back, she would do anything for him. Chapter 444. First meeting in the independent ward. The person who had just been separated lay on the hospital bed. Ai-Mo-Ye gently wiped his cheek, her fingers delicately tracing the familiar contours. I have never seen you looking so weak. In the few interactions they had, Delai's display of strength and overwhelming presence always left a deep impression on Ai-Mo-Ye. Because of this, she hoped in admiration that she could become just as strong and fierce, and thus worked hard towards that goal. Now, as Delai slept silently, Ai-Mo-Ye couldn't help but worry, fearing that he might never wake up again. His body showed no signs of life. No trace of human functioning could be detected. Yet he was undeniably alive. The medical team had examined him for a long time, unable to provide any explanation. Ai-Mo-Ye had also used her abilities to detect his life signs, but found nothing as well. The only possibility was that he was undergoing self-repair, blocking external signals, cutting off all life signs, and concentrating all his strength on recovery. He was the strongest person, since he could survive such a catastrophe. He surely had the capacity to wake up again. All Ai-Mo-Ye and the medical team could do was believe and wait. After sitting by the bed for a long time and a daze, Ai-Mo-Ye finally said softly, "In a couple of days, I will bring Bei to see you. I hope you two will get along well when the time comes." Bei knew of Delai's existence, but had only learned about him through snippets from others and past documents over the past 5 years. Ai-Mo-Ye had subtly asked Bei about his opinion on Delai, but Bei always remained silent. How they would interact was something for the father and son to explore on their own. At night, in the castle, Madame Ai-Ma prepared a very fitting little suit for Bei. Bei had a cold expression, and his tone was icy. "Is this red outfit what I'm supposed to wear to the banquet?" Madame Ai-Ma smiled as she tied a little bow tie for him, saying there was still a few days until the banquet, so there was no rush. In ancient Earth culture, red symbolizes joy, and it's perfect for you, my dear. Bei looked confused, with a hint of bewilderment in his ice-blue eyes. Madame Ai-Ma didn't explain further, instead hugging him tightly. Her smile filled with both pride and a little heartache. "My most adorable treasure, tomorrow you will meet someone very important to you and to Yi." Bei's small hand rested on Madame Ai-Ma's shoulder, his little body curling up pitifully from being held too tightly. "Who is that person?" Madame Ai-Ma said no more, happily continuing to dress Bei, even restyling his hair to make his slightly curly locks more neat and obedient. On Planet 2B, Ai-Mo was picking herbs. She had cultivated countless herbs, making her place the natural medicine supply for the entire empire. With some too precious to be open to the public yet. Without hesitation, she dug up a large basket of ginseng, then went on to pick fruits, select vegetables, and milk cows, her steps light and her smile radiant, making my ma look on in surprise. Did Sister Yi take the wrong medicine? There's good news, but I can't say it yet. Jia was also on the planet vacationing and was very happy for Ai-Mo upon seeing her. Only the military and the Empire's high-ranking officials knew about the Marshal S situation, so Colonel Jia understood why Ai-Mo was so excited. Since she couldn't say anything, Mama didn't pry further and took the initiative to help AI catch seafood and gather honey. In the military hospital, His Majesty the Emperor sat by the bed with his legs crossed, reading a book. Until the life monitor at the head of the bed beeped, he closed the book, patiently waiting. After nearly 2 hours, the person on the bed finally opened his ice blue eyes. The Emperor was not surprised, smiling as he said, "Welcome back." After a difficult adjustment period, Delay straightened his body, moving his unresponsive fingers. It seemed a long time has passed, having slept for too long. His voice was a bit hoarse as he covered his throat, his gaze gradually sharpening. The Emperor tossed the book aside, looking at his brother with satisfaction. "Not long. Your beautiful wife has no desire to rest for marriage yet. So for now, your marital relationship remains intact. Even if you were divorced, it wouldn't matter." Delay casually controlled his body, familiar with the flexibility of human anatomy, and chuckled, saying, "I came back for her." As long as Ye had not truly fallen in love with another man, he could always win her back. Even if it meant using the most despicable and shameless means, firmly embracing his lover without leaving any regrets or sorrows was the way an adult should act. In the afternoon, the roses in the garden were blooming brilliantly, and the dazzling sunlight refracted a colorful rainbow in the fountain pool. Ai Bebe was led by Mary into the fragrant rose garden. He wore a very cute red little suit, but his overly serious and cold expression gave a sense of disconnection, like a little adult, while his soft little body resembled a fluffy bunny, invoking a strong protective instinct. Mary stood at the entrance path, bending down to tell Ai Bebe, "You can go in by yourself." Ai Bebe looked into the rose garden. Under a sunshade were several white tables and chairs, with exquisite teapots and sweet pastries on the table. The Miss Annie he had seen before was brewing tea, the red tea infused with the scent of roses. There was also a person he recognized, a funny man named Sin Chung Chung, a friend of Ai who occasionally came to their home for dinner and brought him many toys. The other people in military uniforms were either seen on the news or encountered at the Empress place. Ai Bebe didn't know their names and had hardly spoken to them. He only knew that they were key figures in the imperial military, either acting marshals or generals, outstanding individuals wherever they went. At this moment, everyone surrounded the tables and chairs, respectfully facing the man sitting there. The man had black hair like his, a tall and upright figure, and a relaxed demeanor. Although he wasn't wearing military uniform, he exuded a more powerful and terrifying aura than those generals, enough to make everyone submit. Ai Bebe pointed at the man and asked, "Who is that person?" Mary smiled and gently pushed him forward. "You can ask him yourself." As if sensing the movement behind him, the man turned around, a subtle smile appearing on his perfect, stern profile. Ai Bebe saw that familiar ice blue color. The ice blue eyes, purer and more transparent than sapphires, were precious and dazzling. In that instant, he seemed to understand something. The others also noticed Ai Bebe, and the acting marshal general said something, after which everyone gradually left. When only Annie and Sin Chung Chung remained by Delay's side, Ai Bebe pursed his lips and took small steps toward them. Chapter 445. The pursuer Delay sat on a white chair, looking down at the small round ball that resembled a little penguin. Calling a round ball wasn't entirely accurate, as the children were still in their developmental stage and naturally couldn't have the robust or slender figures of adults. Perhaps it was because Mrs. Emma and the family elders had fed Ai Bebe with the carefully cultivated natural ingredients from Ai making her slightly plump and exquisitely lovely. Delay raised an eyebrow slightly and impolitely reached out to pinch Ai Bebe's cute, rosy face. "So chubby. Guy bye-bye. Why would Mom fall in love with such a man? Is it because he is too young and easily hangs himself on a crooked tree?" Shaking off Delay's hand, Ai Bebe coldly said, "Scumbag." Delia. Sin Chung Chung and Annie suppressed their urge to burst out laughing, deciding to leave the private time to this father-son pair meeting for the first time. First impressions were very important, and it changed the image in his son's mind. Delay pondered and said, "I didn't mean to abandon you and your mother. There were many unavoidable reasons." Ai Bebe snorted coldly. "No excuse could cover up the fact that you left Mom, making her live in pain." The overly mature tone, and well-structured logic made Deli reassess this little one. With a similar appearance to him and the advantages of AI MOE's features. Overall, she was a charming little one without any flaws. But this personality seemed a bit too mature for her age. One could only say, it was no surprise she was the heir to his bad DNA. Deli was rather satisfied and extended his hand, saying, "So, I've come back to atone. If I've done anything wrong, please do point it out." AI Bebe looked indifferently at the hand stretched out in front of her. Compared to outsiders, her biological father was certainly more suitable. Although this man's personality was not likable, he was indeed of high status, handsome, wealthy, and had no scandals or gossip about having affairs with many women. More importantly, Mom liked him. If Mom liked him, she would also try to like him. AI Bebe thought expressionlessly for a long time, then reached out her small hand to shake his, achieving a tacit understanding between the two men. The airship arrived in the imperial capital, and AIMOE drove to the hospital. "Senior? It's okay. The vital signs are very stable, and she might wake up soon. Are you all coming to visit? No rush. Come when you have time. You're always welcome." See you." After hanging up the phone, the private car smoothly drove into the hospital underground parking lot. Just as she got out of the car, AIMOE saw Yang Wei-sheng waiting beside her. "Is there something?" She closed the car door, her tone urgent. Yang Wei-sheng's face turned red, and he awkwardly said, "Teacher AI, I came to the hospital to deliver herbs. I didn't expect to see your car, so I followed over." AIMOE was anxious to get to the ward and asked again, "If there is nothing else, can I leave now?" As she spoke, she walked outside, and Yang Wei-sheng hurriedly followed, saying, "Teacher AI, I don't know if you have time, but let me treat you to dinner tonight." AIMOE quickened her pace and directly refused. "Sorry, I don't have time tonight or the next few days." Yang Wei-sheng was a bit disappointed and quickly said, "Then, let's talk about it later. Actually, I've always been very grateful to you, but I haven't had the chance to repay you," and he babbled on, leaving AIMOE feeling quite helpless. Even when she explained she had urgent matters, he showed no awareness and insisted on following her step by step. It was until they entered the hospital building that others gathered around and finally separated him a bit. Having frequently come to the military hospital and solved many problems that the medical community couldn't handle, AIMOE had a high reputation in this hospital. Along the way, there were always people coming to greet her, and patients and their families she had treated came to express their gratitude. What should have been a short distance took AIMOE a long time. Yang Wei-sheng watched from the side, both admiring and proud. Not only was she beautiful and captivating, but she also possessed abilities that made everyone worship her. Who wouldn't like such a woman? His gaze gradually became infatuated, and Yang Wei-sheng found it hard to tear his eyes away from AIMOE. When they reached the top floor, Yang Wei-sheng politely helped AIMOE open the door. AIMOE could no longer bear it and directly asked, "Don't you have other things to do?" Yang Wei-sheng chuckled, thinking, Teacher AI still cares about him. Not busy, not busy. I have nothing else to do today. But I am busy. AIMOE pointed at the core ward area under strict military surveillance. My loved one is still lying over there. I need to go keep watch. Yang Wei-sheng was taken aback. AIMOE thought he understood, but he just patted his chest, shamelessly saying, I can help out too. If you need anything, just let me know. AIMOE was almost laughing in anger. I'm going to accompany my loved one. I completely don't need your help. If you're really free, why not go study more or take a good nap to recharge? Yang Wei-sheng was instantly moved to tears. Not only do you care about my career, but you also care about my health. You truly are a thoughtful and understanding good woman. AIMOE. In the ward, Deli was sitting on the sofa watching the surveillance. Who knows how much he had been looking forward to the moment AIMOE entered the hospital, only to find that half the day passed without her coming over. After checking the surveillance, he realized she was being entangled. AI Bebe was lying beside Deli's legs, looking at the people on the monitor and said, This is Uncle Yang, who often works with Mom. Deli frowned. He didn't remember this person at all. Seeing AIMOE being entangled and unable to break free, Deli stood up and straightened the cuffs of his leisure wear. AI Bebe looked up at him. Are you going to break them up? Deli pinched her cheek and said seriously, "Don't misuse idioms, to be precise. Your mom and I are the ones being interfered with. As for everyone else, they're all just third parties, having stood outside the ward for too long." Even the guards glanced over, making AI Moe feel quite speechless. While Yang Wei-sheng was still feeling emotional, she coldly urged, "I want to visit my loved one. Can you leave now?" After shouting countless times, Yang Wei-sheng still hesitated to leave. He hesitated and said, "I heard about the Marshall situation, but Teacher AI, he might not wake up." After a moment of silence, he mustered the courage to say again, "I've liked you for a long time. Since the first time we met, your figure has been lingering in my mind." AIMO was stunned. But before she could say anything, Yang Wei-sheng poured out his feelings all at once. "Teacher AI, I like you, and I don't mind that you're married and have a child. I will take care of you and your child for a lifetime until the end of the world." AIMO. Just as she was about to refute, a stern and cold male voice came over. "My wife and child don't need you to take care of them." Both AIMO and Yang Wei-sheng were taken aback and instinctively turned towards the voice. At the entrance of the ward, Deli, holding AI Bei, looked over with a cold face, his expression dark enough to drip water. Chapter 446. Angry? After 5 years, when AIMO saw the living Deli standing in front of her again, she thought she would be moved to tears. However, the reality was that the sudden appearance of an outsider made this touching reunion awkward. Yang Wei-sheng was also dumbfounded. After all, the tall and imposing Deli had an overwhelming presence that made him feel as if he was suffocating like a roaring wave, especially since he had just confessed his feelings to Deli's wife in front of him. The scene fell into silence for a moment until AI Bei coughed lightly to break the awkward atmosphere. He ran to AIMO's side, took her hand, and walked over to Deli, saying, "Mommy, we were just playing chess, and Bei won." AIMO glanced at Deli, who looked innocent. Bei was indeed impressive, but when did you get here, and why didn't Team Mommy know? It was Grandma Mary who brought Bei here. She said he had to meet an elder. Once they entered the ward, Bei casually pushed the heavy door closed, shutting Yang Wei-sheng out. Inside the ward was a quiet and relaxing recuperation area, with a huge wall-mounted fish tank where white sharks swam among the coral. Besides the white sharks, there were also various rare marine creatures. Deli stood in front of the fish tank, listening to AI Bei introduce the fascinating fish. "This is a clownfish, and the colorful ones are coral fish. The ones that glow are candlefish," AI Bei proudly introduced, explaining that these fish were all created by AIMO's 2B star, which housed the richest variety of species in the entire universe within that massive artificial ocean. Deli listened absent-mindedly, his attention fully on AIMO. AIMO silently replaced the wilting flowers in the vase, then went to the kitchen to put away the ingredients and prepare dinner. The busy figure in the kitchen caught the eyes of the father and son, who were hiding behind the door, unsure of how to cheer her up. "Mommy is angry. She's angry at you," AI Bei said confidently. Deli was self-aware. The timing of his appearance was not right, and it was hard to make her happy now. After all, he had been dead for 5 years. And even though he had left AIMO everything he could, it could never erase even a bit of her pain. Soon, AIMO prepared a light yet delicious meal and called AI Bei to eat. Deli sat down as well, looking at the exquisite dishes on the table, and nostalgically said, "I never thought there would be a day when I could eat these meals again. It seems the variety of vegetables is even richer than before." AIMO replied with a question, "Can you be discharged tomorrow?" Deli moved his fingers, which were still somewhat stiff. "I could be discharged. I don't like the smell of disinfectant," he said calmly. "I want to be taking up a position in the military for the time being. I'm currently unemployed." "So?" AIMO shot him a glance. Deli shamelessly said, "I'm asking for a place to stay, whether it was housing or work." He wanted to stay close to AIMO and find ways to make her less angry. AIMO didn't want to pay attention to him and focused on peeling shrimp for AI Bei. As night fell, the military hospital was brightly lit. AIMO stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the reflection on the glass. She had imagined countless times what it would be like if Deli returned one day. At that moment, the father and son were sitting on the floor, arguing about the outcome of their game. Deli was, without a doubt, unpredictable and ever-changing. As for AI Bebe, this child was quite steady. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a little adult. He rarely acted spoiled in front of AI Moe, but he would argue and throw tantrums with Deli, acting like a real child, excitedly cheering or sulking in anger, his emotions very expressive and unrestrained. Was this the difference between a father raising a child and a mother raising a child? AI Moe pondered. That night, the father and son played late into the night, and AI Bebe only went to sleep after midnight. AI Moe sat by the bed, gently caressing AI Bebe's cheek. The child was still in an excited state, mumbling something that she couldn't quite hear. You guys are getting along better than I imagined, AI Moe said softly. So, I guess I don't have to worry about your relationship. Meanwhile, Deli quietly watched the mother and son. I'm sorry. His apology was gentle, helpless yet sincere enough to make AI Missouri close her eyes. I understand your choice, both emotionally and rationally. Even if I was angry at first, there's nothing to pursue now. I know he, as a marshal, has many unavoidable circumstances. So why should I be angry? AI Moe turned her head and glared at him fiercely. You love to sacrifice yourself. Go ahead. I want to stop you, but I'm going to be angry, and don't stop me. She had to show some attitude to let this person know that she also had a temper. If he dared to take risks again, he should think about today as consequences. The next day, the private car arrived at a small apartment in the city center. AI Moe didn't return to the castle. Mrs. Emma said that many people were waiting to see Deli there every day, rather than wasting time with outsiders. It was better to spend more time with family and relax both physically and mentally. The small apartment was still decorated as it had been 5 years ago, except that it now had an additional children's room, which was AI Bebe's exclusive little space. Deli also unhesitatingly took over AI Moe's bedroom, hanging his clothes in the wardrobe. After receiving a document sent by Annie, he walked to the window and slowly flipped through it. AI Moe entered with a bunch of roses. I'm going to the research institute soon. You and Bebe stay at home and don't cause any trouble for me. Deli was entirely focused on the documents on his phone and didn't react. AI Moe put the roses in a vase and then asked, What are you looking at? Military department documents, Deli casually replied, then permanently deleted Yang Weisheng's file. Afterward, he smiled at AI Moe. I need to confirm that my wife has no plans to divorce me for the time being. AI Moe was taken aback, her eyes narrowing. I can't say for sure. Then I'll have to work hard. Deli said seriously, his ice-blue eyes as clear and pure as a glacier lake. AI Moe's heart skipped a beat. Then she nonchalantly said, Do whatever you want. The research institute was very busy, and AI Moe quickly gave AI Bebe a few instructions before leaving in a hurry. Deli stood by the window, and only after seeing her car turn the corner did he pick up AI Bebe, who was doing homework. AI Bebe, suspended in the air, hugged his book and asked, Where are we going? To prepare a surprise for Little Quail. Little Quail refers to my mommy, right? Are you sure it's a surprise and not a scare? Deli carried him with his left hand and rested his right hand on the door handle. The great marshal fell into thought. In fact, although he had lived for many years, he indeed had no experience in pursuing women. To make his wife happy, he still needed strong external assistance. Chapter 447. The marshal's home life on the phone. Mrs. Emma said appreciatively, Have you finally learned how to please your wife? I'm so touched. My baby has finally grown up and knows that a wife needs to be pursued and that relationships need to be maintained. I'm incredibly proud of you. Deli felt that this external help was purely a distraction and silently regretted it for 3 seconds before hanging up before Mrs. Emma could continue rambling. He then chose to call the considerate Annie. Annie was busy preparing for his return to the military, but took time to listen to his requests. Miss AI was very understanding. As long as you prepared with sincerity, she would definitely accept it. A carefully cooked dinner or a handmade gift would be good choices. Deli felt that asking was as good as not asking. After ending the call, he picked up AI Bebe and held him at eye level. What do you think? AI Bebe with a dull expression, replied, "Please put me down first. Short-legged kids walk too slowly. At your speed, it will only waste time." Delhi was not satisfied with his wish and continued to carry him to the nearest large shopping mall. Before going out, he made a simple disguise so that even while shopping in a mall, no one would recognize that the great marshal was pushing a cart with a child to shop. Compared to 5 years ago, the food area of the mall had become incredibly abundant, dazzling the marshal. All of this was thanks to his wife's efforts. At the vegetable section, AI Bebe picked up several packages of cauliflower and placed them all in a cart. This is the cauliflower cultivated by Mommy's team. It's creamy and goes well with cheese salad, making it very delicious. Delhi picked up a box of unfamiliar vegetables and asked, "What is this?" "Corn, sticky corn. It's a new variety, sweet and sticky. Just boiled in water, it's delicious." AI Bebe also liked corn and started swinging his legs happily. Delhi took the corn and scanned the shelves one by one, finding it hard to recognize any vegetables. The achievements of AI Moyes team were unprecedented in the entire star system, enough to be recorded in history in both the medical and botanical fields. The father and son continued to buy various meats and fish and also picked up some snacks. Honey milk and white sugar were expensive in the mall, but still in high demand, often sold out as soon as they hit the shelves. Fortunately, there were plenty of these at the apartment, and they were of better quality. While Delhi leisurely shopped with his son, the military officials were monitoring him closely, paying attention to his every move. The marshal was indeed very relaxed. After all, it was only 5 years since he could return. It was understandable to spend time with family. Regardless, it was a relief that the marshal had awakened. Otherwise, we would have no way to explain his whereabouts to the citizens. Additional personnel were dispatched near the apartment, ensuring that no mistakes occurred before the marshal returned to the military. They also did not want to alarm the public or disrupt normal security, which the marshal would not want to see. The military was busy with this, patiently waiting for Delhi to return to the army. After returning home, Delhi tied on an apron and began preparing a feast. AI Bebe brought over a small stool and sat by the door watching him. "So, you really want to burn the kitchen down? You should have a bit more confidence in me," Delhi said as he skillfully handled fish, shrimp, and raw meat, explaining, "Before my formal work, I lived independently." AI Bebe felt that his understanding of this person seemed to be quite limited and somewhat biased. Shouldn't the marshal be surrounded by attendants and only know how to fight? Such thoughts were filled with arrogant prejudice. The marshal was not a mindless machine that only knew how to fight. Delhi tried hard to change his son's perception of him. AI Bebe was skeptical, but did not refute him. He just obediently sat on the stool, holding his little face, watching Delhi perform. In the end, the scenarios he had imagined of burning the kitchen, exploding pans, and causing fire safety issues did not occur. During the process, Sin Chung Chung called, and Delhi answered while stir-frying. "While you weren't here, the situation in the universe was unstable. After that major crisis was resolved, conflicts among humans intensified, and the flames of war spread rapidly. Delhi was not surprised. Humanity developed in war and was reborn in destruction, in a cycle. Therefore, it was not worth making a big fuss about." Sin Chung Chung heard the sound of oil and smoke and asked, "Are you cooking?" It wasn't Delhi's first time in the kitchen, but taking the initiative to do housework as soon as he got home made Sin Chung Chung want to worship him. "Don't change the subject," Delhi continued to instruct. "Have the generals keep an eye on the cosmic situation. There is no need to fear war. The Empire has enough military strength to counter other nations' covetousness. They won't initiate war, but we will not cower in the face of it either." Before ending the call, Delhi stopped Sin Chung Chung, who was about to hang up. "One more thing. Please go ahead." Delhi looked at the unfamiliar vegetables in the sink. "So, is this sticky corn for frying?" In the evening, AI Moye returned home, stepping into the sunset's afterglow. She should have been very busy lately. If it weren't for Delhi's return, she would have left AI Bebe at the castle and immersed herself in the research lab. However, now she felt a bit uneasy. But after returning home, she realized she had worried too much. The table was filled with sumptuous dishes, emitting an enticing aroma that made her, who had been busy all day, feel deeply moved. It's a wonder how you know the cooking methods for these new varieties of vegetables. After putting down her bag, AIMO, Yi first went to wash her hands in the kitchen and helped Delai serve the dishes. Delai replied earnestly, I bought enough ingredients to experiment. For example, tomatoes soaked in vinegar are not tasty, onions with milk and honey are quite dark, and stewed intestines with offal are so bad that they could make one throw the pot away. After a whole day, he finally produced satisfactory dishes. AI Bebe jumped onto a high stool and said to AIMO, Mommy, baby helped today too. Just as AIMO was about to praise him, Delai ruthlessly exposed his biggest contribution was to help taste the food. AI Bebe patted his already round little belly and said, Please be precise. This is taste testing. AIMO couldn't help but laugh, picking up her knife and fork. Then, let's dig in. This was the first dinner the three of them had together at home after reuniting. Delai had also made other preparations, candles, music, and flowers to create a warmer and more relaxed atmosphere. AIMO was surprised and even more curious, raising an eyebrow and asking, What is this? Delai looked at her and said earnestly, It's an apology. AIMO's heart skipped a beat, and an inexplicable feeling spread in her chest. Delai poured her a glass of rose-sweet wine, his voice hoarse and low, You don't have to forgive me right now. I will wait until the day you're no longer angry. Chapter 448, Second Spring? AIMO sighed deeply and said softly, Actually, I'm not particularly angry. As long as this person could come back, she would be very grateful to the divine. The god took him away from her, but then returned him to her. The bitterness and hardships of the 5-year wait vanished the moment he returned. AI Bebe looked at her long-lost parents and silently lowered her head. It was so complicated. He decided not to get involved. There were no extra rooms in the apartment, and AIMO once again turned the marshal away at the door. The sofa was a good choice. Please make do for one night, or go back to the castle. Delai pointed to the wardrobe in the room and asked, Can I go in to get my pajamas? AIMO hesitated for a moment, but in that short moment, Delai had calmly squeezed into the room. Shameless. AIMO commented. The bed wasn't small, allowing AIMO to roll around on it. But with a tall man added, it became very cramped. After the lights went out at night, the brilliant city lights filtered through the curtains, and AIMO tossed and turned, unable to sleep. An arm crossed over her waist, and she didn't avoid it. She just gazed at the empty wall, her expression hollow. Uncle D, she asked softly after a long time, Did you come back for me? Once, the regrets and resoluteness in Delai's last words echoed in her mind like the tolling of a death knell. Even though she hoped he would return, she never dared to wish that he could truly come back to them. Gently pressing Delai's arm, AIMO whispered, As long as you say you came back for me, I won't be angry. Delai rested his chin on her head, completely enveloping her in his embrace. Compared to 5 years ago, the little quail had grown taller and slimmer, not as rounded as during her pregnancy. However, she felt soft and warm, with a natural fragrance that made one feel as if they were in a shallow stream in a green forest. In the dark, the marshal kissed the top of her head and gently said, I heard your prayers. At that time, AIMO had been pleading for him to come back. He was supposed to die as a tyrant, but an unprecedented strong desire to survive made him choose to fight again. He wanted to return, to be with AIMO and the child. As long as they still needed him, he could not be cowardly and selfish by dying to atone for his sins. Getting the answer she wanted, AIMO felt relieved and gently exhaled a breath of stale air. She turned to look into Delai's eyes in the darkness. The marshal's cold blue eyes were like lazily casual gems, incredibly beautiful. So, will you still act first and report later, leaving us? Holding Delai's face, AIMO asked solemnly. Delai knew that if he dared to give an uncertain reply now, AIMO would definitely not hesitate to twist his head off. The little quail had already transformed into a fierce predator. He could no longer fool her as before. After some consideration, Delai replied, Then I will try my best. Before AIMO could fly into a rage, he timely chose to cover her mouth to avoid making noise that would wake AI Bebe next door. Sin cannot be easily erased. If one day he faced the same crisis again, he would still make a choice for humanity, for AIMO and AI Bay, to protect the sanctity that should exist. Early in the morning, as dawn broke, AI Yi fled in a disheveled state with panda eyes. After arriving at the laboratory, she sent Delay a message, reminding him to take AI Bay to the banquet. Gathering her chaotic emotions, AI Yi joined the busy work. After a busy morning, she suddenly realized that the person who usually interrupted her seemed to have been absent. Just before lunch break, she casually asked a colleague, "Haven't seen researcher Yang today?" Yang Wei-sheng replied that he had been transferred far away. The colleague, holding a cup of coffee, also said with curiosity, "Yesterday, the agriculture department suddenly issued a personnel transfer." Even he was surprised. The agriculture department? That might be some new decision, AI Yi thought, putting the matter aside. The colleague tilted her head to look at her, curiously saying, AI, you're quite different today." "Really?" AI Yi was taken aback. "Yes. You seem very happy and refreshed," the colleague said with a mischievous smile. "I saw you secretly rubbing your waist during the experiment this morning. Honestly, is it because of something?" The colleague raised her eyebrows, and AI Yi calmly walked away. "Stop gossiping, it's not like that." After walking a distance, the colleague was still laughing behind her. "Your face is all red. AI, if there's new news, don't forget to treat us to a meal so we can get to know each other." AI Yi ran away, as if fleeing for her life. Lunch was usually resolved in the cafeteria of the laboratory, where they served all-natural food, richer and healthier than restaurants outside. AI Yi initially wanted to eat lunch quickly and get back to work, but before she even reached the cafeteria, Annie arrived first, carrying a food box. Upon opening it, one could tell without asking whose handiwork it was. Annie took out each small meal box and placed them on the table, the enticing aroma attracting other colleagues. Everyone gathered around, exclaiming in amazement at the exquisite dishes. AI, did you change your nanny? What unique dishes? Is this scrambled eggs with tomatoes? Oh, this seems to be seaweed and shrimp soup. Really nice. This braised lobster shows that this person has peculiar but careful culinary skills. What's going on, teacher AI? Everyone sensed something was up, but they couldn't get anything out of AI Yi, so they turned to Annie for inquiries. They didn't know Annie and thought she was AI Yi's hired nanny. Annie calmly explained, "I am Miss AI's assistant, specifically handling some chores for the gentleman, including but not limited to delivering meals." Everyone immediately erupted in a series of screams. Most people knew that AI Yi had a child at a young age, but her husband had either passed away or divorced. Now hearing about the gentleman, everyone's curiosity ignited, chasing after Annie to ask who it was. "Is it a second spring? Looks like AI is one step ahead. We haven't even developed the first one, and she's already going for a second marriage. When will you introduce us? It sounds interesting. Treat us to a meal. I want a feast." Everyone started to cheer, shouting, "Meal! Meal!" AI Yi helplessly tried to stop them. "It's not a second spring. It's still the same person. Don't make such a fuss." "What? Reconciled? I thought he was gone. I'm really sorry. Whoever it is, just remember to treat us to a meal." AI Yi's expression was half dead. She really couldn't stop these overly enthusiastic colleagues. Annie maintained a polite smile and said graciously, "Then, I will inform the gentleman, and please take good care of Miss AI." After finally getting everyone to leave, AI Yi looked at the few remaining dishes that had been divided up and shook her head with a smile. "A bunch of bandits." After a pause, she asked, "Did Uncle D take Bay back to the Felix family?" Annie served her a bowl of soup and reassured her, the banquet is still a while away. "The marshal will take care of it. As for you, please eat a bit more." Placing the soup bowl in front of AI Yi, Annie smiled and said, "This is the marshal's intention. You've worked hard." AI Yi. This dog, truly unforgivable. Chapter 449. Gathering dinner. The dinner at the Felix family is a ball inviting celebrities and nobles to socialize. Usually, Delay wouldn't take the time to deal with such a boring occasion. However, as the future head of the family, AI Bay couldn't afford to be absent for long. After giving the little guy a simple dressing up, Delay took him back to his family after a long absence. The elders, having learned of Delay's return a few days ago, were so excited that they almost had a stroke. To celebrate the return of the head of the family, this banquet was unprecedentedly grand. At night, AI Bay stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the ballroom of the opposite castle. The boisterous music, dazzling lights, and the clinking of glasses were a stark contrast to the tranquility of Mommy's laboratory. Behind him, Eli sat on the sofa, looking at his child's lonely figure. "Don't you like it?" AI Bebe pressed his small hand against the glass window, saw his own reflection, and then slowly shook his head. "I would rather spend the whole day with Mommy in the lab than fake smiles in such a superficial occasion." Eli approached and gently pressed his son's delicate shoulder. Fame and fortune are not entirely bad. If used properly, they can be very handy weapons. AI Bebe looked up at him, his similarly ice-blue eyes filled with confusion. Eli didn't continue to explain. Now that he was back, there would be countless opportunities to guide this child forward. "Go meet your peers. They will be useful in the future. Stay a little longer, and we will pick up your mother after work." AI Bebe nodded, allowing Eli to lead him to the banquet that he had previously rejected. By nearly 10 o'clock at night, AI Moyi finally finished her day's work. As she stepped out of the research institute, a private car across the road flashed its lights. The window rolled down, and AI Bebe's smiling face was particularly radiant. "Mommy." AI Moyi couldn't help but smile with relief and quickly walked over. Being picked up by her husband and son felt very unique, as the dark road seemed illuminated by the morning star, sweeping away the fatigue of the day. So, the banquet ended this early? She comfortably lay in the passenger seat, feeling relaxed. AI Bebe sat in the back seat, happily swinging his legs as Daddy was leaving and the grandparents didn't dare to stop him. Usually, when AI Bebe was forced to attend banquets, the elders would always coax him to stay a little longer. But Eli was different. When he took AI Bebe and left, the whole venue didn't dare to say a word. The little AI Bebe was once again in awe of Marshal Deli's authoritative way. Eli drove with one hand, innocently saying just to say hello. No need to waste too much time. AI Moyi sympathetically said, "The elders must be cursing in their hearts." Eli didn't care, his free hand resting on AI Moyi's leg. "Was the lunch I made still edible?" AI Moyi absent-mindedly replied, "It was okay. Not as good as my cooking, but barely enough for you." She was thinking about the day's events before getting off work. Her colleagues had been teasing her to have her husband treat them to dinner. The salaries at the research institute were high, and it was that everyone was lacking this meal, but they were extremely curious about what kind of person could catch AI Moyi's eye. A beautiful, genius ability user, the youngest official in the Ministry of Agriculture, a rising star in the empire, who could make such a lady's heart flutter. AI Moyi had no intention of satisfying her colleague's curiosity and was pondering what excuse to use to decline the dinner invitation. But Eli had already learned about this from Annie's reply. "I've already arranged it. Is it okay for your colleagues to have dinner this weekend?" "Weekend? Dinner?" AI Moyi exclaimed. "You really want to invite them?" Eli looked ahead, raising an eyebrow and asking, "Am I such an embarrassing spouse?" AI Moyi's mouth twitched, and she swallowed back 1,000 words. Forget it, whatever, let it be. Before she knew it, it was the weekend, and the entire research institute received invitations for a gathering at the largest hotel in the capital. The Shan family, uncle and nephew, knew about AI Moyi's marital status, while everyone else was astonished. With at least 1,000 people, the entire hotel was booked, and everyone was discussing the origins of AI Moyi's second spring. Shanding sipped juice through a straw and secretly asked AI Moyi, "Don't they know who your husband is?" AI Moyi responded with silence. When the marshal arrived fashionably late, the whole place fell silent. To this, the marshal expressed confusion. He sat beside AI Moyi, served her food, and quietly asked, "Am I affecting your appetite?" AI Moyi had no words to respond. The atmosphere was so awkward that it couldn't even be described with the word awkward. No matter how Eli tried to be attentive and warm, the people from the Research Institute didn't even dare to lift their forks and knives. Shanding looked at her silent colleagues, and then at the marshal, who seemed slightly confused due to the cold atmosphere, and thought to herself that had she known it would be like this, she might as well have stayed home eating potatoes. Fortunately, the military had urgent matters, and Eli left the table first. After the imposing marshal left, the dead silence in the hall finally eased, and everyone felt like little grass struggling to survive after a snowfall, one by one letting out a sigh of relief. Colleagues from the department gathered around AI, MOE, chattering away. Not AI, AI. You didn't say your husband is the marshal. Oh my God. I had always imagined you were too young and had a bad experience in school. How could you repay my sympathy and care all this time? Exactly. Such a big deal, and you managed to keep it under wraps for years. Your mouth is tighter than a clam. Colleagues were discussing excitedly. An AI MOE helplessly said, I warned you all. The colleagues had not yet recovered from their shock and didn't even enjoy the sumptuous dinner. Shanding, however, was eating very well and even packed a lot of food. These dishes were made from all natural ingredients, not only expensive but also rare, so she couldn't bear to waste any. On the way back, AI MOE gave Shanding a ride. Looking at the colorful, technological, starry sky, Shanding sighed deeply. Seeing you and the marshal so harmonious makes me want to get married too. Don't think too much. It's better to do something at a young age, AI MOE said dejectedly. Shanding tilted her head and said, having a husband isn't important. If I could have a child to play with, that seems interesting. The issue of childbirth difficulties still troubles humanity. But the upper echelons of the empire firmly believe that when natural food replaces synthetic ones and enters every household's kitchen, human physical condition will surely improve. Sooner or later, this difficulty will be overcome. A few more days passed, and Delhi fully returned to the military and gradually appeared in public. The citizens have been worried about the marshal's long absence, especially with the recent frequent outbreaks of interstellar wars. People were eagerly hoping that the marshal could do something. To appease the anxious citizens, a special press conference was held in the capital, along with an imperial gala, inviting leaders from all over the Interstellar Federation. It was both a celebration and a warning. Chapter 450. I once saw you as a child. Is the great marshal a mascot? In front of the wardrobe, MOE was selecting dresses one by one, while teasing the protagonist of tonight's banquet. Delhi stood by, admiring her beautiful figure, dismissing her teasing with indifference. The Federation needed to understand that the marshal of the St. Relidia Empire had returned, although the general public was unaware that the marshal had died once. The higher-ups of the Federation were well aware of the situation. After Marshal Felix died, for all of humanity, more people were eager to move, eyeing the empire as a tempting piece of meat. The young marshal candidate, Naziong, had enough strength, but he was still too young and lacked enough glorious achievements to deter the universe. Therefore, ultimately, only Delhi himself could halt the extraterrestrial invasion plans. MOE was indecisive about what to wear. She had hardly attended any evening parties in recent years, yet each time several dresses were sent to her. Even though they were outdated, she couldn't bear to throw them away, stuffing the wardrobe full. Her slender fingers brushed over a champagne-colored backless long dress, and after taking it down, she tried it on. It seemed nice, but a bit too revealing. Pick what you like. You can wear anything, Delhi said. MOE went to change, and then looked in the mirror. It indeed accentuated her delicate and graceful curves, but the design was too bold, exposing her entire back and almost reaching her navel in the front, which wasn't a good choice for her conservative nature. While hesitating, Delhi offered his opinion. It's very beautiful. MOE pressed her full chest and said, Aren't you worried someone will leer at your wife? That's my concern. Delhi stepped forward, holding her waist with one hand, and said seriously in her ear, I will take responsibility for gouging out their eyes. It was fierce. MOE didn't think he was joking at all, considering that the guests at the banquet tonight were either the leaders of the Federation or the nobles and ministers of the Empire. MOE felt that it was better not to let such a thing have any slight chance of happening. If the media reported it, she would become a villain who brought disaster to the country. In the end, she chose a relatively conservative and gentle dress that suited her temperament. How is it? Holding the hem of her skirt, MOE, now capable of standing on her own, twirled in front of Delhi. Is it pretty? Delhi's eyes revealed undisguised admiration. Very beautiful. MOE proudly hummed twice and then tidied her hair in front of the mirror. Her waterfall-like black curls were pinned up and secured with a handmade, beautiful hairpin, exuding a retro and unique beauty. Delhi quietly gazed at his wife and softly said, I once crossed time and space. MOE was taken aback, quickly reacting during those 5 years? I visited your world in a medium state, barely maintaining a human form for a few minutes. Delai's ice-blue eyes were filled with tenderness as he pressed his finger on Imaye's lips, carefully examining her face. When I met you, you were probably just a few years old. You were cuter than now, with a round and rosy face. As if you had just rolled in a rice field, and your gorgeous princess dress was covered in mud and broken rice stalks. You were only a tiny bit tall, with chubby little hands grabbing a resigned eel, trying hard to look up and see my face. Who are you? Why do your eyes look like glass beads? Are you trying to abduct me? You can't, my grandparents are in the experimental field over there. Recalling the childish voice, Delai chuckled softly. Amayi looked puzzled, but slowly, the locked memories began to awaken. Huh? Ah. You are that inexplicable strange uncle. Indeed, when she was a child, she had encountered a mysterious man. She clearly remembered that day when the sun was shining brightly, and she was tormenting the eel on the edge of the rice paddy when he walked over. To her young self, he appeared like a gigantic monster, and no matter how hard she tried to tiptoe and look up, she couldn't see his face. The only thing she remembered was his eyes, as cold and deep as ice-blue glass beads, making it hard to look away. He ruffled her hair and told her to take good care of the crops and to have the courage to face the future. She pouted as if she had retorted, but she couldn't remember what she said. He was always smiling, his smile and gaze more dazzling than the blue sky and white clouds that day. As she recalled the past, Amayi was astonished, never expecting that their encounter had already been intertwined by fate. Her mood became complex, and she said, I still remember you threw me into the field, right? She floundered in the mud like a hen for a long time before finally climbing onto the ridge. But the strange uncle had already disappeared without a trace. So you did on purpose? Amayi squinted her eyes and asked dangerously. The marshal, feeling guilty, raised his hands in surrender and innocently said, I originally wanted to take you to play in the field, but the medium couldn't hold, and my body dissipated. Suddenly, Amayi felt very happy, leaning in to plant a kiss on his chin. I'll reluctantly forgive you for remembering to come see me. Delai pressed down on the spot where the red lip print was left, and then looked down at the girl with a mischievous smile. Amaye's smile instantly stiffened, sensing a looming crisis. Just as the marshal reached out to grab her, Naziong knocked on the door. Teacher, the commander of the Federation requests to meet with you privately. Amayi immediately breathed a sigh of relief and pushed Delai out with force. Hurry, hurry. Don't keep him waiting. The door opened, and Naziong looked at the two of them and asked, Did I come a bad time? It's actually the perfect time. Senior, Amayi cheerfully pushed Delai out. See you later. Go ahead and be busy. Saying that, she slammed the door shut with a bang. The martial smile lasted for several seconds before turning calm and composed when facing Naziong. You come along. Yes. The banquet was held at Lady Emma's castle, and in the evening, guests arrived one by one. Amayi, as one of the hostesses, accompanied Lady Emma, chatting and laughing with the guests. While she was listening to Lady Emma chat with someone, two girls rushed over, one on each side, hugging her legs. Annie AI, play with us. Annie, isn't Bei coming? Amayi put down her glass of red wine and pressed down on the heads of the two little ones. Bei has piano class tonight, so she can't come. Auntie is a bit busy right now. Can I play with you later? Play together. Right now, Annie, come play. The two cute, rosy girls pouted, tugging at her hand insistently. A woman not far away noticed the commotion and immediately walked over to scold them softly. Vaya, Sarah, don't be too naughty. Amayi looked up and slightly nodded to the woman. Long time no see. But the next moment, she looked under LA's dress and noticed her abdomen seemed a bit elevated. Are you pregnant again? Wenla shyly smiled and said, Yes, I'm 4 months along. That's too fast, right? The twins are only a little over 3 years old, and you're having a second child. You don't have to worry about raising them. Is this the power of a noble woman? Caressing her pregnant belly, when LA's face was full of maternal affection and tenderness. I love children so much. This treasure I've been waiting for all these years. While I'm still young, of course, I want to fulfill my wishes. Chapter 451. A pretentious declaration noticing the commotion. Count Lei Xiao quickly approached. Wrapping his arm around his wife's waist, the Count happily said, If it weren't for your help, Miss AI, my wife and I could never have these two lovely little elves. And we are about to welcome a third. No matter what, We will always remember your kindness. From now on, the Count family will fully support you. Whatever you need, we will do our utmost to fulfill. However, AI Moe, who had a deeper background, probably didn't really need their influence. She had already heard countless expressions of gratitude from them. His Majesty the Emperor is worried about the birth rate. Doesn't this count as responding to the call and actively relieving His Majesty's worries? AIMO joked to change the subject. Wen La, catching her teasing tone, asked, "Now that the Marshal has returned, when will you have another baby? As a member of the royal family, you should set an example." AIMO glanced at Wen La's adorable twins and suddenly felt a bit moved, but now was not the right time. Besides, there were many things to be busy with. During the banquet, AIMO went to a corner of the ballroom, intending to grab something to eat. But someone called her from behind. "Miss AI, tonight you shine like a radiant gem, dazzling and captivating." The overly familiar compliment made AIMO frown as she turned around to see a handsome stranger with blonde hair and blue eyes approaching. The man was clearly also a noble, very polite, and quite handsome, resembling a British gentleman from Earth. If it weren't for his inexplicable words, AIMO wouldn't have felt repulsed by him. "Who are you?" The man took off his hat and bowed to her. "I am Vionel from the Cromarty United Duchy. Please forgive my presumptuous remarks. Your beauty is simply irresistible." AIMO felt goosebumps and quickly took 2 steps back to increase the distance. She was really not good at dealing with men, especially those who clearly had ulterior motives and were very unfamiliar. Cromarty United Duchy? It seemed that researcher Xiong Zhuang had mentioned this country to her before, saying that a certain duke was interested in her. Taking a closer look at the man named Vionel, she began to have a suspicion. Sure enough, Vionel quickly continued, "Although you don't know me, I have long admired your name. Miss AI is the pride of the entire universe. Your accomplishments are enough too." "Thank you for the compliment. You're exaggerating." AIMO interrupted his incessant and creepy praise. Vionel continued to move closer to her, his eyes sparkling with crazy admiration and affection. "In fact, I have come here tonight for you." He unabashedly approached AIMO and continued, "The messages from outsiders may leave you confused, so I intend to personally prove my determination to you." AIMO had an ominous premonition, but before she could refuse, Vionel had already firmly stated his decision. "Our lives are very long, and we may meet many people who make our hearts flutter, but I am willing to swear here that I will love you forever until the end of my life." AIMO felt these words were familiar. Over the past 5 years, every time she encountered suitors, they all said similar things. She pressed her forehead and said, "You may not understand the situation. I am already married and have children." Vionel sneered, "I know your situation. You were forced to marry the powerful Marshal Felix at a young age and even bore his children. But that is not your fault. The insignificant, you couldn't resist the oppression of power." AIMO replied, "That's not the case. Your information is quite problematic." Vionel continued, "Then let me formally introduce myself. I am the Duke of the Cromarty United Duchy. My family is a long-established and prestigious noble in the duchy. Marrying me, you will. I am married." "Your Grace," AIMO felt he seemed not to understand human language, emphasizing, "You are now proposing to a married woman, and I have no intention of divorcing or remarrying." Vionel's eyes were filled with pity. "Although the citizens are unaware, Marshal Felix has already died 5 years ago, hasn't he? Your empire is so sordid that it requires you to be a widow for a dead man, never able to gain freedom." AIMO remained silent for a moment, feeling the need to argue. "But tonight, Marshal Felix will be present." Vionel dismissed her words. "That's just a false signal released by your country to quell the impending war. The Marshal is dead. This is an undeniable fact." AIMO pointed to the high place behind him. "Why don't you take a look?" Vionel was taken aback, only then noticing that the symphony in the banquet hall had stopped, and everyone was facing the same direction, joyfully and reverently cheering for something. He slowly turned his head and saw, on the balcony above, the long-lost Marshal Felix standing there, still powerful, majestic, cold, and proud. He looked down at the incongruous outsiders with a gaze as if viewing ants. Vionel was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He keenly noticed that the Marshal's gaze lingered on him for a long time, as if wanting to shred him to pieces with a merciless indifference. But upon closer inspection, the marshal's expression was indeed so cold and calm. He broke out in a cold sweat and instinctively moved away from AIMOE. In the bustling banquet hall, amidst the weighing of interests, there were also mutual probing among countries, leading to a tense atmosphere and undercurrents. After a long time, Delhi finally managed to break free and came to AIMOE's side. Wrapping his arm around his wife's waist, he seemed to announce his claim to everyone, warning all foolish individuals who attempted to covet AIMOE. It seems I have not fulfilled my knightly duty and let my princess be subjected to unpleasant harassment? AIMOE replied irritably. Can you not say such cheesy things? I almost felt nauseous just now. Delhi returned to a normal tone. If he made you uncomfortable, I can. Don't make a fuss. He is a duke from another country and hasn't actually done anything to me. AIMOE stopped his evil thoughts and continued. Tonight, you are the main character. Don't stay with me too long. I don't want to draw too much attention. Delhi took her hand and placed a kiss on her knuckles. I have decided to let more people deeply understand that you are not a prey to be coveted. Only tonight, I will declare to them that you belong only to me. Is that okay? AIMOE disdainfully said. Uncle D, you are so pretentious. However, she still took the opportunity to link her arm with Delhi's. Just for tonight, let me indulge you a little. No need to thank me. Delhi subtly curved his lips and led her to the center of the ballroom. Everyone would know that they were each other's only ones. Chapter 452, A Long-Lasting Companionship, Finale. Once everything was back on track, Zidao and the others came to visit. However, although it was said to be a visit, it was actually more of a hunting expedition. Coincidentally, Mima also came to the imperial capital for a team inspection, and Aimoyi invited her to join for dinner. She also called Jia, inviting her to come over for a meal if she had time. Seafood, seasonal vegetables, and various meats filled box after box. When Delhi finished work, Sincheng and Annie also came along, and after finishing their remaining tasks, they joined in preparing for the delicious feast. Amai took out her homemade barbecue sauce and marinated various seafood, lamb, and beef. Anmis and the others were handling the vegetables, their skills a bit clumsy, but at least they knew how to wash and cut them. Mima was washing small crayfish, her favorite. After a tiring day, making a dish of crayfish paired with her homemade fruit wine while binge-watching a show was the greatest satisfaction in life. Our seafood is always the bestseller. Products from the artificial ocean are always in short supply. Sometimes even I can't get anyone I want to eat. Mima reminisced about the past, feeling that her current life was unreal. The next planet is already being developed, and the second artificial ocean is about to be unveiled. There will come a day when seafood is so abundant that one could eat until they are sick. Jia personally took the knife to cut the tuna and fed some scraps to Dada. Dada happily circled the food bowl, her tail swaying in excitement. Aibo Bay pinched Dada's tail, not disturbing the little one's meal. Many people would come tonight, but they were all friends of her parents. So Aibo Bay didn't find it noisy. Once Dada finished eating, he picked her up and went to the study to find Eli. Daddy, I want a mecha, he said without hesitation, his bright eyes looking expectantly at Delhi, waiting for his father's response. Delhi had just finished a remote meeting and, upon hearing this, placed his son on his lap. For his only child, he was always patient and gentle, doing his best to meet Aibo Bay's legitimate needs, which made the child gradually cling to him more. There isn't a model suitable for you, he said before Aibo Bay could pout, then added, but I can personally build one for you. Can you? Aibo Bay was a bit skeptical. Delhi replied calmly, after all, I have a senior engineer qualification. Just then, Amai walked in, holding a strawberry milk for Aibo Bay. The great marshal can do anything, but now that you're done, can you contribute something to tonight's dinner? Aibo Bay jumped off Delhi's lap and, along with Dada, rushed into Amai's arms. Mommy, Daddy promised to make me a mecha, a personalized one. Amai wasn't surprised. Sure, what parts do you need? We can go buy them together another day. Okay, thank you, Mommy. Seeing her son so excited, Amai felt a bit emotional. Since Delhi returned, this child had become more lively and no longer seemed so mature for his age. Delhi turned off the terminal, tidied up the documents, and took his wife and child to the courtyard. As night fell, The delicious scent of barbecue wafted through the yard. The first batch of marinated meats was already on the grill. Eli was mixing cocktails when Amos approached him. Looking hesitant. Teacher, a student who could stand on his own and showcase his talents in the military, seemed a bit unsure in front of him. Eli understood what he was about to say, and even Zhe Yang and Su Chi nearby were eavesdropping. After serving his time and being exiled, he too had to atone. After receiving a promise, Amos's expression lightened a bit. At least it was better than being locked up in a dark water prison. As for atoning, we would accompany him to complete it. Eli remained non-committal and handed Amos the mixed cocktail, which he drank in one gulp. So bad. Ima Yi and Zidao, who were also eavesdropping, exchanged a glance, understanding the complexities in each other's eyes. Zidao quietly asked, "You have experience with exile? What exactly do you want to do?" "For me, it's about transforming the desert." Ima Yi recalled her initial experiences and chuckled. "Actually, it's quite interesting. As for the exile of the gentle banquet, it probably wouldn't involve farming after serving time." Zidao stirred the clams in the pan and said wistfully, "I really hope to retire soon and come to farm with you. At least I do have fresh food to eat every day. Then let us wait until you retire. I'll arrange suitable work for you that's relaxing and won't feel tedious." Amayu was already planning in her mind what tasks to assign her friends once they could set down their burdens. Fishing, shrimp farming, taking care of fruit trees, or managing medicinal fields. With abilities to assist, farming would become relatively easier. After night fully descended, the barbecue party officially began. Friends were eating, drinking, and having fun, putting aside their worries from work and indulging freely. Amayu sat alone on a swing, feeling relaxed and happy as she was influenced by the lively atmosphere. Abu Abe brought a plate of grilled meat over and held it up to her. "Say, Mommy, eat." It was clearly Deli's handiwork. The meat wasn't perfect and had some burnt spots. After tasting it, Amayi critically told him, "This cooking skill is really lacking. I didn't even know what barbecue was before. You should be more forgiving of me." The marshal felt hurt, not receiving acknowledgement. Amayi fed a piece to Abu Abe, not forgetting the little dada bouncing around nearby. After sitting down beside Amayi, the marshal looked around at the lively scene. "It's really noisy. But everyone is here," Amayi said. "As long as we can gather, no matter how noisy it gets, it will still feel warm." She turned her head to look at Deli, revealing a faint smile. Coming to this time and space was not her wish. She lost some things, but also gained others. Each step to today felt particularly difficult. But since she was here, she would make the best of it. She had a partner and a child, along with elders and friends she could rely on and trust, which was enough to live a stable life. Abu Bey lay on her lap, occasionally glancing at his mother and father, joyfully asking, "Mommy, Daddy, when can we go play together?" Deli poked his child's cheek, asking, "Where do you want to go?" "To explore the desert planet," Abu Bey said excitedly. Amayu replied, "Just in time. I have a scientific research mission to develop the desert planet. Since that's the case, let us all go together another day." After saying that, both mother and son turned to look at Deli. Compared to that, the marshal was not so easily able to get away. However, he readily agreed, "All right, I will make time." Watching his treasures, Deli felt that accompanying his family was also an important responsibility. In the long time ahead, they still had plenty of time to understand each other and continue their love.